Chapter 748, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds. The dark aura enveloping Lin Mo and his companions quivered violently before ultimately emitting a dull cracking noise, vanishing without a trace. The binding force that had restrained the five of them similarly dissipated at that very moment. I have other tasks to attend to. You may proceed to the black domain hall below, where you will be greeted. The figure in the black robe spoke coldly to the five individuals, turning away without a backward glance as he melded back into the dark mist above. Observing this, Lin Mo felt a twinge of resignation. However, the nearby Master Wangu appeared unfazed, merely chuckling softly before propelling himself downward with a swift movement of light. The figure enveloped in golden radiance grinned and, without hesitation, transformed into a golden streak, racing downwards. The remaining Lin Mo and the two other cultivators exchanged glances and naturally followed suit, descending alongside them. Despite the town being adorned with countless structures, these buildings exhibited a stark contrast to traditional architecture found in the outside world. The entire settlement was constructed from seemingly rough black stone, each edifice exuding an imposing and rugged grandeur, as if emanating an aura reminiscent of a primordial wilderness. Locating the Black Domain Hall, as previously mentioned by the guide, was effortless. Its height rivaled that of a 1,000-foot giant, sprawling over several miles. It was a presence that no traveler, upon first entering, could possibly overlook. As Lin Mo and the five others landed gracefully in the expansive plaza before the hall, they were met by 2 rows of women draped in black veils, who had been awaiting their arrival. Although their faces were obscured, it was undeniable that these women possessed exquisite figures, their beauty radiating from their elegant features, coupled with a rich aura of primal energy, indicating cultivation levels surpassing the core formation stage. Without a doubt, each of them was a top-tier furnace. As soon as Lin Mo and his companions touched down, 5 of the women approached them gracefully. Younger generations extend their greetings to esteemed seniors. From this moment onward, we shall take responsibility for your daily needs. Should you have any inquiries or requests, we will do our utmost to address them. One tall, fair-skinned woman spoke softly, exuding warmth. There remains a while until the exchange conference commences. Would esteemed seniors care to rest in our designated quiet chambers? Humph. Your black domain is always keen on such trivial matters. I require no servitude. Merely guide me directly to the hall, interjected a woman, ethereal as mist. With a cold huff, her voice was equally melodious, revealing her identity as a female cultivator. If the esteemed senior is not inclined to accept our hospitality, we shall not insist, the veiled attendant replied with a gentle smile, turning to one of the smaller women among the remaining 4. Number 9. Please escort this esteemed senior to the hall. Upon hearing these words, the black-veiled maid known as Number 9 immediately rose to her feet. Addressing the elder with utmost respect, esteemed senior, please allow me to proceed ahead. After delivering this statement, Number 9 bowed reverently to those present and gracefully strode toward the entrance of the grand hall. Following her gaze, one could see a female cultivator enveloped in a shimmering azure light, silently accompanying her into the hall. I need not overly concern myself with this matter. I shall accompany that celestial maiden to the main hall of the assembly, remarked the figure shrouded in green luminescence, his voice imbued with a sense of profound age, unmistakably belonging to an elder. The leading black-veiled woman responded with a beaming smile, promptly instructing another attendant to guide them into the grand hall. Thus, the once bustling square transformed into a vast emptiness, leaving only Lin Mo, the master of 10,000 bones, and another enigmatic figure standing there. Alas, it appears there are those unwilling to indulge in such privileges. I, for one, do not aspire to be the paragon of virtue, the master of 10,000 bones declared. A hearty laugh escaping him, his voice slightly shrill, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Without waiting for the leading black-veiled woman to respond, he boldly stepped forward, seizing the most voluptuous of the black-veiled maids, and swaggered away from the scene. This fellow indeed possesses a certain charm akin to our kind. I wonder if he is a familiar peer, mused the golden-tinged figure, his gaze lingering on the leading black-veiled maid for a moment before he chuckled softly. As the leader among them, you must surely be the most exceptional. Henceforth, allow me to appoint you as my personal attendant. It is undoubtedly a great honor to receive your esteemed favor and appreciation, senior. Please permit me to address you as Number 11. And I kindly request that you extend your utmost hospitality to the remaining respected elder, Without any negligence, responded the leading black-veiled maid, exhibiting no surprise or discontent, but rather a demeanor radiating warmth. She then took a step forward, willingly leaning beside the golden figure as she departed from her previous position. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, surveying the 2 rows of black-veiled maids still standing at a distance. His gaze then shifted to the seemingly timid maid before him. Unable to resist, he gently brushed his forehead, his deep voice tinged with a hint of raspiness as he inquired, "Are you number 11? It seems that only a handful of fellow cultivators arrived earlier. You misunderstand, Senior. Although my designation is number 11, the colleagues responsible for attending to the other seniors may bear numbers in the 20s or 30s. In truth, we do not receive our esteemed guests in sequential order of our numbers," replied the black-veiled maid, petite yet possessing a voice as sweet and enchanting as honey. With a gaze imbued with a touch of vulnerability, she regarded Lin Mo, as if fearing he might dismiss her as he did with others. "So it is. There is no need to mention resting in the quiet chamber. Accompany me to the great hall, for I have matters of inquiry to discuss with you," Lin Mo commanded in a tone devoid of embellishment. "As you wish, esteemed senior," replied the maid, designated as number 11, with immediate reverence, drawing closer to him. Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance her way. Without a trace of hesitation, he embraced her slender waist, soft and delicate, and strode towards the hall's entrance. Not long after Lin Mo and his companions departed from the plaza, for more cultivators, their figures veiled in myriad spiritual lights, descended from above, greeted by 4 black-veiled maidens, their expressions adorned with smiles. After a period of waiting, Lin Mo reclined languidly in a spacious and comfortable chair, his eyes gently closed. The maid, known as number 11, nestled most of her form against Lin Mo's embrace, gazing at his obscured visage, cloaked in a layer of azure light, with profound affection. Not only his face, but his entire being was enveloped in this ethereal azure radiance. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously altered his divine abilities to obscure his presence, rendering even the formidable Wangu unable to discern his true identity. This place resembled a black stone pavilion suspended in the void. Not only were there tables and chairs, but also an array of exceedingly rare spiritual flowers and fruits, elegantly arranged upon the stone table before Lin Mo. In the surrounding expanse, one could faintly discern similar structures hovering, upon closer inspection revealing approximately 500 to 600 in number. The majority of these floating pavilions were devoid of occupants. However, several dozen, akin to Lin Mo's own, housed cultivators seated within, most accompanied by a black-veiled maiden. Yet, Lin Mo's gaze did not wander to those concealing their true identities. Instead, it flickered with intensity, fixating on a vast milky white luminous dome at the center of all the pavilions. This dome spanned over 100 yards in diameter, within which stood a high platform, pristine as jade. At each corner of the platform, red and blue striped stone pillars rose, while in the central area lay a mysterious golden array. At the heart of this array rested 2 identical peculiar stone tables, one black and one white. In this moment, the platform appeared desolate and silent. After a contemplative pause, Lin Mo inclined his head slightly and addressed the woman in the black dress. "Indeed, your esteemed black domain possesses considerable wealth. While it may not claim the title of the foremost in the realm, it is certainly on par with the 3 emperors and 7 kings. Many of the precious items here have been procured from various races within the untamed world. I trust these treasures will not disappoint me." The woman in the black dress nestled closer to Lin Mo, her charming smile illuminating her exceptionally beautiful countenance, now unveiled. With each smile and every utterance, it seemed as though one could pluck the strings of the heart, ensnaring souls in a rapture from which they could not escape. It could be surmised that this enigmatic lady in black had mastered a unique form of enchanting arts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to exude such an enthralling allure. Yet, in the face of the temptress's alluring gaze, Lin Mo appeared utterly indifferent, merely nodding slightly before inquiring, "The black domain cultivates talents like yourselves every year, which is indeed a monumental endeavor. However, I find myself perplexed. With such beauty, how is it that you remain unknown to the outside world? Could it be that the elder's conjecture is accurate? We, the younger generation, have grown up within the black domain, never having set foot outside. If the elder does not mind, might I be accepted as a concubine? In doing so, I may gain the opportunity to bask in the light of day." Upon hearing this, The woman known as number 11 immediately donned a look of pitiable sorrow. Any ordinary cultivator, upon witnessing such a heart-rending expression, would likely be moved. However, Lin Mo's formidable spirit and unwavering resolve remained as steadfast as iron. He gently shook his head, coolly stating, "I am not accustomed to having others accompany me." Thus, he gracefully declined the temptress's proposition. The woman referred to as number 19, astute and perceptive, noted Lin Mo's lack of inclination to accept her offer and promptly fell silent on the matter, instead choosing to nestle even closer to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo offered no excessive response. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the alluring lady, relishing the pleasure that this encounter afforded him. As time passed, Lin Mo inquired further about the details of the Black Domain Conference. The woman in his embrace dutifully answered each question, leaving him quite satisfied. At that moment, the previously empty surroundings of the flying pavilion began to fill with an increasing number of figures. Clearly, as time marched on, various participants of the conference were entering the grand hall. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very heavens. Lin Mo, who had been languidly reclined in his seat, felt a change in his expression. The blue light in his eyes flickered as he pierced through the dark void, gazing towards the source of the commotion. There, at the entrance of the hall, stood a towering giant, ablaze with raging flames, radiating fury. Beside him, a lady in black, her face awash with terror, was attempting to explain something to him. The fiery giant, seemingly unable to contain his wrath, let out a deafening roar. In a sudden, violent motion, a massive hand reached out from the flames, as if intending to obliterate the woman beside him. However, at that moment, the nearby void erupted with energy, and a resplendent golden light surged forth like a shooting star, aiming directly at the giantess' visage. The sword's light was frigid, exuding a palpable aura of death. The giant, engulfed in flames, bellowed in fury. No longer paying heed to the mysterious lady in black, he retaliated with a swift grasp, turning offense into defense as he confronted the golden sword light. In the aftermath, a piercing sound akin to a shattering eardrum echoed as the lava sword energy and the golden light clashed violently. The flame giant staggered back several paces, and a ripple resembling water formed atop his head, from which a hazy figure emerged. Lin Mo focused intently, observing the silhouette clad in a long gray robe fashioned from an unknown material, exuding an ethereal aura. However, the figure's face was obscured by a sinister mask, its eyes glaring down at the flame giant like bolts of lightning. Why was this demon compatriot so incensed as to attack a mere youth? Number 37. How have you offended this esteemed guest? Come forth at once and bow deeply in apology to this elder. To everyone's astonishment, the assailant now sternly reprimanded the veiled maid. Chapter 749. I acknowledge my previous shortcomings and humbly hope for your forgiveness, esteemed elder. The maid named number 37, who had just narrowly escaped disaster, appeared ghostly pale. Yet upon hearing the command from the gray figure, she immediately performed a pitiful bow to the flame giant. This time, I shall overlook it. Should you breach the taboos of our race again, do not blame me for consuming you whole. The flame giant seemed to awaken from the gray figure's admonition, the fire in his eyes gradually abating, though he still issued a low, menacing warning. Soon after, flames rolled across the giant's form, causing his body to diminish several-fold, transforming into a man in a red robe of mere human stature, with a pair of eerie crimson horns faintly visible atop his head, though his face was entirely veiled by a red mist. At that moment, the gray figure murmured a few incantations, conveying some information to the maid number 37. After nodding to conclude the dialogue, he expressed regret to the figure amidst the flames. It appears you are indeed a member of that clan. Number 37's actions were truly disrespectful. However, considering her limited knowledge and inability to comprehend your esteemed background, I implore you not to take offense. I shall promptly arrange for a more capable maid to attend to your needs. Do as you wish. I merely hope the transaction can commence swiftly. I have no desire to squander excessive time in this shadowy realm. The demon in the red robe snorted disdainfully, requiring no guidance as he transformed into a colossal fireball, soaring directly toward an empty stone pavilion high in the sky, ultimately landing with precision. The gray figure below observed this with a hint of a resigned smile. He waved a hand toward the still kneeling maid number 37, then vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. The veiled maid slowly rose to her feet and departed the scene as well. Although Lin Mo was deeply curious about the sudden wrath of the red-robed demon. Seeing that matters had been resolved, he withdrew his gaze, gradually closed his eyes, and began to adjust his state of being. At this moment, the woman in his embrace quietly descended, silently standing behind him, with two delicate hands, akin to jade, gently patting his shoulder. It seemed as though she were mimicking the actions of ordinary maidservants in the human realm, diligently tending to him. Given Lin Mo's formidable physical strength, he certainly did not require such care to alleviate any fatigue. Yet, when he caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from behind him and felt the rhythmic, soft taps on his shoulder, it undeniably provided an exquisite experience. He sat silently upon the bench, his body utterly still, as if truly immersed in a state between dreams and wakefulness. As time quietly slipped away, the multitude of figures scattered throughout the stone pavilion gradually grew denser. After several hours of silence, the stone pavilion was ultimately filled to 80 or 90% capacity with various cultivators. Although the number of participants was only around 400 to 500, the presence of dozens of formidable mid-stage integration elders among them, along with the invaluable void refinement-level treasures most cultivators possessed, made this unprecedented exchange gathering highly anticipated. However, despite the significant increase in attendance, the expressions of the practitioners from both the human and demon races above the pavilion remained indifferent. Some sat quietly in place, while others sipped their drinks in solitude, with none willing to engage with those nearby. The entire hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of eerie tranquility. After another half-hour had elapsed, a dazzling burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the pristine high platform above the hall. In one corner of the golden array, a massive black gong and a green figure materialized. The gong towered to the height of a person, its surface exhibiting extreme decay and rust. At its center was a carving of a one-eyed black serpent, faintly shimmering with an alluring red glow. Simultaneously, the green figure that appeared alongside the black gong was a robust man, bare from the waist up, wielding a small purple hammer, resembling a mighty figure draped in a yellow cloak. Though his skin bore a pale green hue, suggesting he was not an ordinary human, he emitted no demonic aura, leaving the onlookers uncertain of his true identity. Nonetheless, the man's skin shimmered with a golden undertone, hinting at a metallic luster, indicating he had likely cultivated a unique body refinement technique, endowing him with a physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary beings. The numerous cultivators in the surrounding pavilions turned their gazes toward the massive gong and the robust figure, awaiting their next move. However, the green-skinned giant seemed oblivious to the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, merely taking a deep breath. The green light upon his surface flickered, and his form suddenly doubled in size, transforming him into a towering figure of 3 zhang. His muscular arms bulged, their girth surpassing that of several rings. The giant swung his arms, firmly grasping the purple copper hammer, and solemnly began to strike the black gong. Accompanied by a resonant chime, a circle of purple radiance emanated from the center of the gong, swiftly dissipating into the void. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. Before he could muster any response, the burly man, after striking the massive gong, began to diminish rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon, transforming in an instant into a skeletal old man, his white hair cascading like a ghostly veil, embodying an eerie visage of impending demise. That singular strike seemed to have drained the essence and vitality from the robust figure, consuming his life force in one fell swoop. The many practitioners within the stone pavilion were left aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. The actions of the Black Domain were clearly not without purpose. Lin Mo's pupils contracted involuntarily, yet the sound of the gong that resonated in his ears was utterly commonplace, revealing no hint of anomaly. However, in the next moment, he felt a surge of spiritual energy boiling within him, the flow of blood coursing through his veins accelerating dramatically, rendering his body intensely heated. What could possibly be happening? Alarmed, Lin Mo swiftly rose from his seat. His formidable true essence began to circulate, forcefully suppressing the various phenomena unfolding within him. Almost simultaneously, he discerned a subtle alteration in his magical prowess compared to before. It appeared that following the gong's toll, there were faint signs of enhancement. Not only was Lin Mo taken aback, but all the practitioners present, after their initial astonishment, also noticed a nuanced change in their own magical capacities. However, For those at the integration stage and beyond, such an increase was nearly negligible, akin to the fruits of several months of diligent cultivation. Conversely, the practitioners at the refinement stage reaped significant benefits after a single gong strike. Their magical prowess seemed to have amplified by the equivalent of over a decade of arduous training. This brought them unbridled joy. Yet, the senior practitioners at the integration stage appeared somewhat perplexed and unsettled, despite the myriad expressions of greed and elation reflected in their eyes. Fixated on the immense black gong as if they desired to claim it for themselves, the mere act of listening to that miraculous sound had astonishingly enhanced their cultivation strength. A truly astonishing marvel. While the potential backlash of this treasure could not be disregarded, possibly leading to the loss of essence and lifespan for the striker, it was undeniably a treasure of extraordinary merit. What if this artifact truly possessed the legendary qualities of the Xiantian treasure? Many attendees from the two clans pondered in secret. Lin Mo gazed intently at the obsidian gong, his heart awash with astonishment, while doubts about its true nature began to surface. Yet, within this enigmatic realm of the black domain, his spiritual perception was gravely limited, preventing him from probing the gong from afar. Were he to possess the power of the Xiantian fruit within him, he might more accurately ascertain whether this artifact genuinely belonged to the Xiantian class. At that moment, the formidable figure, now transformed into an elderly man with white hair, reverently placed the purple copper hammer upon the black stone table before him, and then, with a flicker of spiritual light beneath his feet, vanished from sight. Immediately thereafter, another figure took his place beside the colossal gong. This individual donned an exquisite silver robe adorned with intricate embroidery, and a golden dragon mask obscured his visage, his eyes shimmering with a verdant hue, clearly suggesting he was no ordinary human. Upon the appearance of this enigmatic figure, the attention of all present at the flying pavilion converged upon him. The mysterious personage, known as the golden-masked blade, surveyed the surroundings, his emerald gaze flickering, and then, with a gentle cough, commenced his address. Esteemed friends, you have undoubtedly experienced the extraordinary nature of the heavenly gong just moments ago. The resounding chime you heard was a modest gift bestowed upon you by our black domain. Furthermore, this heavenly gong is one of the prized treasures featured in our exchange convention, making its debut here today. I am confident that the value of this relic will not disappoint you. What? This artifact is intended for exchange. Although many had anticipated this revelation, the confirmation from the golden-masked blade elicited an involuntary exclamation of delight from some. As long as a satisfactory treasure is presented, what could possibly prevent the exchange of the heavenly gong? The golden-masked blade smiled subtly, his tone exuding confidence. This is truly perplexing. An elderly voice resonated throughout the void, its origin difficult to discern. I have participated in your domain's exchange conventions on numerous occasions. While I cannot assert that the treasures offered have been pedestrian, it is rare to encounter artifacts of such extraordinary caliber amidst the multitude of exchange events. Moreover, this is the first time your domain has presented such a treasure for exchange. Could it be that preparations are being made in anticipation of the imminent calamity? Lin Mo felt a tremor within as he comprehended the elder's reference to the impending disaster, undoubtedly alluding to the demonic catastrophe expected to erupt within a millennium. However, it was clear that the various matters concerning the demonic disaster were known, to some extent, by the factions participating in the Black Domain's exchange. Thus, when the elder's voice articulated these words, it did not evoke significant surprise. Rather, the assembly turned their gazes toward the golden-masked blade, eager for his response. What this esteemed friend has said rings true. The arrival of the calamity involves countless beings from both the human and demon realms. As a member of both factions, the Black Domain cannot afford to isolate itself in arrogance. Therefore, it is only natural that we adopt various measures in advance. However, it is essential to note that, regardless of your imaginations, the heavenly gong cannot exceed expectations and does possess its own shortcomings. Hence, when compared to many treasures previously displayed by the Black Domain, it may appear somewhat lacking. The golden-masked blade elucidated with a smile. Shortcomings? Might I inquire if you could elaborate? Came a crisp voice from within a stone pavilion, clearly tinged with disappointment. Is it not worthy of the Xiantian tier? Even though our Black Domain possesses formidable strength, how could we easily acquire such divine artifacts? Not only are we unable to possess the treasure of the Xiantian, but even the rulers of the 3 sovereigns and 7 kings. along with the two formidable beings of our clans in the Mahayana realm, cannot lay claim to it. Such extraordinary rarities, even if inadvertently acquired by a member of our race, would likely bring about catastrophic consequences. Recalling the siege of Tianyuan City by foreign tribes many years ago, it was indeed triggered by a similar artifact. The golden-masked figure spoke with profound significance, his words somewhat vague. Yet they elicited expressions of astonishment from the assembled cultivators in the integration stage. As his voice trailed off, his tone shifted as he continued to narrate. However, since our domain has decided to present the Chitian Bell as the Pi de assistance of this transaction, I shall ensure that you are informed of its origins. Throughout this process, this treasure indeed harbors a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, possessing the enigmatic powers unique to the Xiantian treasure. According to our people, who gleaned this information from a destroyed foreign secret realm deep within the wilderness, this treasure originally existed as a pair, serving as the ancestral treasures of that extinct race. Additionally, there exists a divine artifact known as the Zhentian hammer. Only when the two are combined can the true visage of this supreme treasure be revealed. Regrettably, we were unable to locate the Zhentian hammer during our search of the secret realm. In despair, we returned and summoned a master artificer who, after tremendous effort, crafted a replica of the Zhentian hammer using deep-sea purple gold copper and other precious materials. However, the efficacy of this imitation leaves much to be desired, as it can only manifest a tenth of the original's power at best. As for the restoration of the Chitian Bell, due to the uniqueness of the required materials, it is nearly impossible to find them in this realm, leaving us to maintain its current state. Chapter 750. Otherwise, if the Chitian Bell could be repaired and perfected, combined with the authentic Zhentian hammer, even if it could not rival the Xiantian treasure, its mysteries would be immeasurable. This, undeniably, is a regrettable circumstance. Yet, should we truly find a way to remedy this shortcoming, I believe that exchanging this treasure might prove even more enticing. I am not concerned whether this treasure genuinely bears the title of Xiantian, but rather, I am more interested in its specific powers and flaws. A delicate female voice seemed to drift from the void. It is only fitting, with a brief explanation being entirely appropriate. The Chitian Bell previously displayed is known to significantly enhance one's magical power, a fact that I trust my esteemed colleagues have grasped. However, such effects are exclusively beneficial to cultivators at the transformation stage and above. A transformation stage cultivator, upon listening once, can accumulate the merits equivalent to 30 years of cultivation. A void refinement stage expert can save a decade of arduous practice. As for those in the integration stage, while they too can reap some benefits, it amounts to merely alleviating a few months of strenuous meditation. It is noteworthy that regardless of one's cultivation level, substantial benefits can be gained during the first 3 strikes of the bell. After that, further exposure to its sound becomes futile. Moreover, should the number of recipients exceed a certain threshold when the Chitian Bell tolls, the enhancement of magical power will be significantly diminished. The golden-masked elder explained slowly. Upon the stone pavilion, the excitement in the eyes of the various practitioners diminished significantly upon hearing that the number of bell tolls was limited. Most nodded helplessly, their thoughts regarding the acquisition of the Chitian Bell undergoing substantial alteration. Moreover, ringing this bell was no simple task. Ordinary cultivators were utterly incapable of performing it. One must select a practitioner specializing in the path of physical cultivation, who has mastered a foreign technique originating from a mysterious realm. Only after reaching a certain level of proficiency could one hope to strike the bell. Due to its incomplete nature, those who toll the bell to bestow others with magical power would ultimately suffer a backlash from the artifact's inherent laws, depleting their vitality and lifespan, leading to an inevitable demise. Thus, utilizing this bell necessitates dedicating considerable effort to train a cadre of specialized warriors. Although the process is rather cumbersome when employed judiciously, the Chitian Bell still possesses immense practical value, particularly for sects with a plethora of disciples, rendering it exceptionally valuable. The golden-masked elder's gaze flickered as he concluded his detailed exposition. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly and returned to his seat, evidently finding the Chitian Bell lacking in allure. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the foreign cultivation technique. Nevertheless, even after the elder's elucidation, many on the pavilion remained intensely interested in the artifact. Following a brief silence, someone inquired, What does your esteemed self seek in exchange for this treasure? Surely, common items would not pique your interest. Not necessarily, the elder replied with a chuckle. I shall first list several items. If any of you can provide one of these, you may directly exchange for this treasure. If none can meet the criteria, one may also offer top-tier spirit stones or a substantial quantity of spirit herbs aged over a millennium. Of course, the required amount will be a staggering figure. The elder's astonishing words left the assembly in shock. Is this truly the case? A mysterious female cultivator, evidently intrigued by the Chitian bell, inquired eagerly. Rest assured, as I stand here, there is no hint of falsehood, the elder replied. Here is the list of items we wish to exchange. And it is not limited to the Chitian bell alone. Numerous rare treasures to follow may also be traded for the aforementioned items. With that, the elder revealed a jade slip as pure as white jade. A beam of white light emanated from the slip, cascading outward in a milky glow, instantly unveiling countless lines of ancient silver script. Not only Lin Mo, but many cultivators present were profoundly moved upon witnessing the inscriptions on the luminescent screen. After a tense moment of silence, not a single individual dared to pose any questions. The materials for these transactions were exceedingly rare in the spirit realm, and even the most skilled practitioners from the Black Domain could not guarantee that those wishing to trade possessed the items they sought. Even amidst the discourse, a bold practitioner proposed exchanging a substantial quantity of spiritual stones and medicinal herbs for what appeared to be a seemingly insignificant treasure. However, it was natural for some to express skepticism regarding whether the holders of such scarce materials would willingly part with their precious resources for an artifact that seemed trivial. The treasure, known as the Chitian Bell, held tangible value primarily for cultivators of considerable strength and stature. Lin Mo sat poised in his chair, his gaze fixated on the name of an item displayed upon the luminous screen, revealing a hint of complex emotions within his eyes. I do not possess the 3-zhonglong snow spirit wood. I wonder if offering a 1-zhong segment along with some spiritual stones might secure the Chitian Bell? The female cultivator maintained her earlier indifferent tone, clearly desperate to obtain the Chitian Bell. I fear this proposal is impractical. The volume of snow spirit wood is paramount to us. Even a slight deficiency is intolerable, swiftly interjected the man referred to as the Golden Masked Man, shaking his head in refusal. What a pity. Although I deeply desire the Chitian Bell, I must reluctantly relinquish the hope, sighed the woman, resigning to silence thereafter. If we cannot provide the materials designated by the esteemed domain lords, may we exchange other resources instead? Came an emotionless inquiry from a more secluded flying pavilion. Theoretically, that is permissible. However, we only accept the requisite raw materials and must ensure that the items collected are of the same caliber as those we seek. Thus, I kindly request that you refrain from attempting to exchange ordinary items. The Golden Masked Man replied with a slight smile. In this flying pavilion. Upon hearing the Golden Masked Man's response, the speaking cultivator hesitated momentarily, yet soon continued. Since you articulate it so, I wish to present this item in my possession to ascertain if it meets your criteria. As his words resonated, a melodious crane cry, akin to celestial music, echoed through the pavilion. A snow-white crane, cloaked in pristine feathers, emerged gracefully, carrying a jet-black wooden box in its beak, and elegantly descended upon the edge of the white light barrier. It appeared that due to some means employed by the Golden Masked Man, the crane faced no hindrance and effortlessly traversed the barrier. The Golden Masked Man gestured, and the crane promptly opened its beak, allowing the wooden box to settle securely in his grasp. The crane itself circled above the stone platform, neither landing nor showing any inclination to return. The Golden Masked Man had opened the black wooden box, revealing a faint emerald glow emanating from within. Upon discerning the contents of the box, his pupils abruptly constricted, and the visage behind the mask grew solemn. He did not take immediate action. Instead, his eyes shimmered with an unusual light, fixated intently on the item within the box for an extended duration, remaining silent throughout. The master of the white crane was acutely aware that the other party was diligently appraising the item in hand, thus refraining from any urge to prompt them further. The other practitioners in the flying pavilion naturally grew intrigued by the contents of the wooden box, causing a slight stir, but peace was swiftly restored. After all, even if this item could not be exchanged for the coveted Chitian Gong, they still had other opportunities, so there was no rush to decide at that moment. Regarding the item you inquired about, its value in daily life is indeed significant. However, to truly wield this item, one must endure a cultivation period of over 10,000 years. Unfortunately, the impending catastrophe approaching within the millennium compels us to prioritize the exchange of spirit stones and materials to secure tangible benefits, the golden-masked man explained gently. He then carefully closed the lid of the wooden box and tossed the mysterious item into the sky. The white crane, upon hearing a sharp cry, swiftly dove down, grasping the wooden box in its beak, and then broke through the light barrier, racing toward its master in the flying pavilion. What a pity! After a moment of contemplation, the master of the white crane sighed and fell into silence. Are there any other fellow cultivators willing to exchange items? If not, I shall have no choice but to announce the public auction of this precious treasure using top-quality spirit stones and medicinal herbs over 1,000 years old. The golden-masked man inquired, furrowing his brow at the apparent lack of interest. To auction the treasure known as the Qitian Gong using spirit stones and herbs was undeniably a last resort. Yet, the surrounding void remained silent, with no one responding. In that case, I announce, the golden-masked man said with a wry smile. Just as he was about to speak again, a deep male voice suddenly resonated from the void. Please wait a moment. I possess something that your esteemed domain may find of interest. No, it could be said to be even more precious than what you anticipated. Would you care to take a look? The 11th maid gently tapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, her hand pausing at the unexpected sound. A look of astonishment crossing her face. The man who just spoke was indeed Lin Mo. At that moment, he gently rotated his palm, and a yellow jade box gradually materialized. If you truly have something of value, do not hesitate to present it. I assure you, you will not incur any loss. Lin Mo's words brought delight to the golden-masked man, who eagerly responded. Lin Mo smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a translucent white serpent gracefully emerged. It flicked its tail and swiftly devoured the jade box, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot into the heavens. Oh! As the white serpent descended slowly within the light barrier and landed before the golden-masked man, he scrutinized the serpent, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. He seemed to perceive certain distinctions between the puppet before him and ordinary puppets. However, at that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in the white serpent's eyes as it opened its mouth, expelling the black jade box. In contrast to the peculiarities of the puppet before him, the figure with the golden mask was evidently far more engrossed in the contents of the jade box. He gingerly accepted the box and cautiously lifted the lid. Within, a faintly dark orb of light floated serenely, at its core embedded a silver-white spirit herb, approximately several inches in height. The phoenix grass. The golden-masked figure could not help but exclaim softly, his eyes brimming with immense joy. At that moment, the calm voice of Lin Mo suddenly resonated in his ear. Indeed, it was the phoenix grass, and this particular specimen had likely endured for several 100,000 years, its potency far surpassing the requisite age of 70,000 years demanded by the esteemed domain. Several 100,000 years. The golden-masked figure, taken aback, inhaled sharply before he could even undertake a detailed assessment. He barely had time to respond to Lin Mo's words before hastily unleashing his spiritual consciousness to envelop the silver spirit herb entirely, commencing a meticulous examination. In this context, the value of the items held by this gentleman is undoubtedly exceedingly precious and rare in our daily lives. Observing the current situation with keen interest, Mr. Lin Mo could not suppress a slight smile. These spirit herbs were among the rare varieties he had procured from the medicinal garden within the forbidden ruins of the Guanhan realm. However, most had already been exchanged for the benefit of those formidable beings at the integration stage during the Thunderous Continent era, leaving him with only a single specimen preserved as seed. Fortunately, the seeds of this herb were seed-like in nature, allowing him to employ a special secret technique upon his return to Tianyuan City to harvest and securely store them. Presently, he possessed a somewhat damaged phoenix grass, which held little immediate practical value. Additionally, several other spirit herbs of comparable rarity and worth to the phoenix grass had undergone similar treatment. If the inventory of exchange items presented by the golden-masked figure did not include the phoenix grass, then there would be little to discuss. Lin Mo initially had no intention of trading that celestial bell. However, the fact that the other party had proactively expressed a need for such spirit herbs altered the circumstances, augmenting the value of the phoenix grass. Furthermore, The peculiar methods of body refinement associated with the celestial bell had undoubtedly piqued his profound interest. After considerable contemplation, Lin Mo ultimately resolved to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 751. The process of identification this time was evidently more precise and detailed than before, extending over a longer duration. After a brief interval, the golden-masked figure took a deep breath, finally completing the assessment. Yet, he refrained from speaking directly, merely moving his lips without uttering a sound. Rather, he communicated with Lin Mo through a transmission. "I beg your pardon for my boldness, but may I inquire from where this esteemed gentleman acquired the phoenix grass? Although I cannot accurately ascertain its age, the potency suggests it has existed for at least over 200,000 years. Might you be able to confirm the true age of this spirit herb?" The voice of the golden-faced man, though not loud, could not conceal the excitement that stirred within him. "I sincerely apologize, but I am unable to provide a definitive answer regarding this matter. Only by refining it into a medicinal pill can one accurately ascertain its precise age. However, I can assure you that this spiritual herb is undoubtedly over 200,000 years old. How great is your interest in this item?" Lin Mo calmly shook his head in response. "The age of this spiritual herb is indeed substantial, yet regrettably, we have discovered that it seems to be missing a small portion, which consequently diminishes its value." The golden-faced man's gaze flickered as he articulated this fact with a tranquil tone. "I have already extracted the seeds of this spiritual herb for other purposes. There is no need for further elaboration. I trust you understand that seeds of the phoenix herb hold little intrinsic value. As for this exceptionally precious spiritual herb, it is unlikely that the item you provided, the Qi Tian Gong, would suffice for me to make a commitment to trade. If you genuinely wish to exchange for this item, I implore you to demonstrate greater sincerity. Is there no other surplus treasure that Gui Ju has procured for this exchange event? If the answer is affirmative, then I kindly request that you retain this item for future exchanges with other friends of the Tao, which may yield more valuable outcomes." Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice echoed with indifference. "This matter is rather significant. I must consult with my colleagues before responding to your inquiry." The golden-faced man hesitated briefly and then replied with seriousness. "Certainly." Lin Mo agreed decisively. The golden-faced man then lifted his gaze to the sky, his lips moving as if engaged in profound communication with a mysterious figure hidden in the void. All present witnessed this scene, their hearts stirred with uncertainty. The discussion between the golden-faced man and his companions was brief, concluding with just a few words. Soon after, Lin Mo heard the other party's voice once more. "Esteemed friend, please take note that in addition to the Qi Tian Gong currently on display, we can present you with another treasure from our selection of rare items. However, regarding the second treasure, you will have no choice. Of course, if you find this unsatisfactory or wish to forgo the treasure, we will compensate you with a substantial sum of spirit stones." Faced with the golden-faced man's insistence on the lack of choice, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "If that is indeed the case, I would prefer to use this spiritual herb directly for the next round of exchanges." Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, the golden-faced man smiled in agreement. "Your willingness to utilize the spiritual herb for the next exchange is entirely feasible. However, I must caution you that the materials required for the upcoming treasures will increase and vary. These treasures have been contributed by the elders of our black domain, and each elder has differing requirements for exchange. Furthermore, even with the spiritual herb you possess, it will not be possible to exchange for two treasures simultaneously. At least this heavenly bell seems to be beyond your reach, my friend." Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo's heart stirred with intrigue, prompting him to inquire, "Is it true that the treasures below are more precious than this heavenly bell, if we cannot exchange for two items?" The golden-masked man smiled enigmatically and replied, "The answer to that question lies in one's personal understanding." When it came to specific details regarding other treasures from the black domain, the golden-masked man remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single hint. Lin Mo's facial muscles twitched at this remark. Yet he could not suppress a cold smirk within. Does he truly believe that I desire this heavenly bell above all else? In truth, my genuine interest lies solely in the unique method of body refinement contained within this copper bell. As for the heavenly bell, it is not of paramount importance to me. Despite having reached a decision internally, Lin Mo maintained an air of nonchalance. "I regret that I cannot ascertain whether the second treasure you offer is among your most coveted items. If you were to casually present an item for exchange, it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss for me. The golden-masked man, brimming with confidence in the second treasure he proposed, responded with haughty assurance. You need not worry about that, with your discerning eye. How could you possibly fail to recognize the value of a treasure? If you are dissatisfied, there is no obligation to exchange. After careful contemplation, Lin Mo nodded softly in agreement. Since you extend such a sincere invitation, allow me to behold this second treasure and ascertain its worth. If it truly benefits me, I shall not hesitate to engage in an exchange. Noticing the golden-masked man's unwavering confidence, Lin Mo's curiosity about the second treasure intensified. Please wait a moment, my friend. The golden-masked man smiled faintly as a sphere of spiritual light suddenly materialized in his hand, which he casually tossed into the air. Immediately, a massive white python shot forth like lightning, swiftly consuming the bag enveloped in spiritual light before decisively turning to approach Lin Mo. Without moving from his position, Lin Mo effortlessly grasped the bag with a single hand. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he unhesitatingly opened the bag, allowing his consciousness to swiftly probe within. Lin Mo's countenance changed dramatically, his eyes reflecting disbelief. In an instant, the bag erupted with a brilliant azure light, accompanied by a peculiar humming sound resonating throughout the air. Following this, within the swirling radiance, it seemed as if some entity was on the verge of breaking free from its shell. Faced with this sudden development, Lin Mo did not have the luxury of time to ponder. He struck the bag with force. In that moment, a golden barrier of light surged forth, enveloping the entire bag. The azure glow and the strange humming noise dissipated quietly within the golden brilliance. Oh, it appears that this item is a treasure yet to be refined, truly extraordinary. However, to seek to exchange it for my phoenix grass while it remains merely an unformed embryo is an astute calculation from your domain. Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, and he let out a cold scoff. You might consider this. If this item were fully refined, who would be willing to part with it for an exchange? Even in exchange, it is not merely the Chi Tian Luo. With this singular item, one could readily procure an equivalent weight of infong grass, perhaps even as many as 7 or 8 stalks. The golden-faced man responded with an air of indifference. His assertion held merit. Should this item be successfully refined, it would undoubtedly be of immense value to all practitioners. Yet, an embryo remains just that, an embryo, still leagues away from completion. Furthermore, with a great calamity looming, it is indeed difficult to ascertain the true worth of such a rare spiritual herb in exchange for an item that may prove futile amidst the impending disaster. Lin Mo pondered briefly, then sighed in resignation. That ultimately rests upon your fortune and fate. Should you navigate through the great calamity unscathed and discover a means to successfully refine this item, your future will surely be enriched beyond measure. The golden-faced man replied candidly, a subtle smile gracing his features. Lin Mo stroked his chin, falling into a contemplative silence. The contents of the golden pouch were rumored to be a legendary artifact revered by both the human and demon races. Once properly refined, it could significantly elevate a practitioner's cultivation. It was said that very few among the two races currently possessed such a relic. Although it was but a semi-finished product, its value was sufficient to exchange for the infong grass in his possession, not to mention the Chi Tian Luo as a bargaining chip. However, this treasure was a spiritual entity nurtured by the heavens. The formation of its embryo was extraordinarily arduous and beyond human capability, making the subsequent refining process fraught with challenges that bordered on the impossible. Otherwise, the scarcity of its possessors among the two races would not be so pronounced. Nevertheless, the thought of the miraculous effects that would ensue upon its successful refinement stirred excitement within Lin Mo. This was precisely why his counterpart exhibited such confidence, firmly believing he would accept the proposed trade. It also indicated the golden-faced man's resolute desire for the infong grass. Observers in the surrounding stone pavilions, witnessing the exchange between Lin Mo and the golden-faced man, discerned that this transaction was likely to come to fruition. Curiosity ignited within many, eager to uncover the nature of the jade box Lin Mo had produced and the treasures concealed within the golden-faced man's pouch. Yet, constrained by significant limitations on their spiritual senses, they found themselves unable to glean any information. Very well, I am willing to accept this trade, Lin Mo declared, without much hesitation, affirming his decision gravely. Your choice is indeed sagacious, the golden-faced man responded, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He waved his sleeve, and the massive black gong before them erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. Almost instantly, under the embrace of this golden light, the gong rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a palm-sized object that hovered steadily in midair. Simultaneously, the purple copper hammer shrank to the thickness of a finger, casting a purple beam that landed in his hand. The subsequent steps unfolded with remarkable simplicity. The golden-faced man placed these two items into a wooden box, then, with a single hand gesture, summoned a black giant crow that appeared above the stone platform. The crow grasped the wooden box in its beak and extended it towards Lin Mo. Subsequently, he cautiously placed the jade box containing the phoenix grass into his satchel. Lin Mo, following suit, similarly stored the Chi Tian gong and the golden pouch among other treasures, before leaping to a seat and closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Thus, the transaction could be deemed a resounding success. The 11th maid immediately resumed her respectful rhythmic gestures. The first prized item had smoothly changed hands. Next, the domain had prepared a substantial array of rare alchemical and refining materials currently hard to find in the markets, which, undoubtedly, would pique the interest of many fellow cultivators. Although these materials were not extraordinary rarities, their practicality and high demand rendered them immensely popular. Given the vast quantity, they would be exchanged in 3 batches. Fellow cultivators were advised to note that some items had been added and modified. Should there be any overlapping interests, I shall make the final decisions. The golden-masked man proclaimed loudly. Simultaneously, 2 distinct jade slips materialized before him, gently swaying in the air. In an instant, the ancient inscriptions on the luminous screen began to transform, with certain item names quietly vanishing, while nearly half of the new items appeared in a sudden surge. Concurrently, another luminous screen emerged, showcasing the 3 batches of materials provided by the dark domain, along with their astonishingly vast quantities. Evidently, these materials were greatly favored by the attendees, as numerous cultivators promptly announced their possessions as soon as the golden-masked man concluded his statement, creating an atmosphere of lively fervor at the trading event. Lin Mo observed all of this with composure, harboring no intention to engage. Before long, all 3 batches of materials had been successfully exchanged. Following this, the golden-masked man unveiled a treasure that left Lin Mo astounded. A collection of 7 exceptionally beautiful human women, each possessing cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage, and all suited for the unique dual cultivation as furnace partners. These young women, with minimal guidance, could undoubtedly become outstanding candidates for furnace partners or concubines. There was evidently no shortage of cultivators interested in these stunning female practitioners. After fierce competition, they were ultimately claimed by a mysterious figure draped in a purple robe, who exchanged them for a piece of treasure specified on a luminous screen. Below, the dark domain presented the second prized item for exchange, a uniquely shaped yellow ancient banner. This treasure was left behind by a powerful entity, still well known in contemporary human society, from the time when humanity first ventured into the spirit realm. It was said to possess miraculous effects akin to changing the heavens and the earth, serving either as the focal point of a super array or as an independent tool against adversaries, embodying profound mysteries. Even Lin Mo could not help but feel a surge of desire upon witnessing such a treasure. However, regrettably, the golden-masked man stipulated that 3 additional items of equal value to this banner were required for the exchange, leaving many cultivators watching enviously, filled with a sense of longing and jealousy. Yet, there indeed existed someone among them who possessed one of these 3 sought-after items. This individual not only extracted the item, but, after some vigorous negotiation, managed to persuade the golden-faced man to pay a substantial sum of spiritual stones, thus contentedly acquiring the banner. This prompted Lin Mo to steal a few more glances at the enigmatic figure shrouded in blood mist. In Chapter 752, the golden-faced man once again retrieved numerous unique items from the specialties of the wood and spirit clans. These distinctive artifacts immediately captured the attention and interest of many cultivators within the Great Hall, who eagerly offered their treasured collections stored in the Black Domain for exchange. Moreover, the golden-faced man subsequently presented several treasures as the grand finale, each one renowned as a rare and extraordinary gem. Their powers were no less formidable than those of the previously showcased celestial bell and the mysterious ancient banner. More importantly, these treasures either possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities or boasted overwhelming offensive strength. For individuals, the practical value they offered far surpassed that of the first two remarkable artifacts, representing the most effective means to enhance one's own power. Consequently, the competition among the cultivators in the hall for these treasures became increasingly intense, reaching an unprecedented peak. The final item was the sea-moving fan, a treasure that ranked among the top in the Chaos 10,000 Spirits ranking. This artifact could not only shift mountains and fill seas, but also obscure the sky, its might instilling fear in the hearts of many. As a result, amidst such fierce competition, over 20 unidentified cultivators generously retrieved various materials from their storage bags to bid, even willing to pay exorbitant costs to obtain this precious item. Ultimately, the golden-faced man chose the highest bidder and required the individual to provide several rare treasures in addition, successfully securing the sea-moving fan. However, although Lin Mo was quite taken with the fan, he lamented that the materials required for the exchange were not the spiritual medicines he needed, but rather those legendary rare crystals, of which he possessed none. With the transaction of the sea-moving fan concluded, all items prepared for this gathering in the Black Domain had been successfully exchanged. Astonishingly, none were acquired using spiritual stones or other worldly currencies. This clearly illustrated that the Black Domain had meticulously prepared in advance, already aware of what everyone most desired. We have displayed all the items we are willing to exchange. At this moment, fellow friends are free to engage in activities. If you possess items of interest to us, we hope you will prioritize exchanges with us. As for the rules, we shall continue the previous conventions, allowing only 3 individuals at a time to present their items for exchange, with the terms of exchange determined by the friends themselves, without any interference. Now, I declare the free exchange segment officially commenced. Evidently, the golden-faced man was exceedingly pleased with the outcomes of this event, and after delivering a brief speech from the stage, he announced the initiation of the free exchange. Since you have said so, allow me to take the first step. As soon as the words of the golden-masked figure fell, a chilling and eerie voice suddenly echoed, and a streak of dark light shot forth from a nearby flying pavilion. In the blink of an eye, it bizarrely materialized upon the elevated platform encased within the protective barrier. It revealed a figure cloaked in gray, enveloped in an enigmatic black radiance. My friend, you are indeed a person of temperament. In that case, I too wish to seize an advantage, he remarked. Simultaneously, several other streaks of light burst forth from various pavilions. Observing the competition for the prize, 2 of the cultivators swiftly activated their spells, causing their lights to radiate with blinding brilliance. In an instant, they vanished from sight, only to miraculously reappear within the barrier moments later. One of them, adorned in vibrant hues of light, was a female cultivator, while the other emitted a sharp, piercing sound, its form slightly blurred as its speed surged several-fold. Landing on the stone platform ahead of others, Lin Mo focused intently and discovered that the third individual possessed an extraordinarily peculiar shape, extending over a yard in both width and length, resembling a colossal orb of flesh. Yet, atop this immense mass rested the head of an ordinary man, his visage etched with profound worry and fatigue, devoid of any disguises to mask his identity. The remaining cultivators, evidently less adept in their escape, met an unfortunate fate upon contact with the white barrier, their attempts thwarted by a series of dull thuds, akin to the tolling of a bell, as they were repelled like thwarted birds, unable to penetrate the barrier. Dear friends, do return at your leisure. It would not be amiss to join us at the next auction. The golden-masked figure respectfully bowed to the cultivators outside the barrier, speaking courteously. The cultivators outside, clearly dissatisfied, could only huff in resignation before departing in silent displeasure. Within the barrier, the gray-cloaked cultivator who had secured his position on the platform wore a triumphant smile. To showcase his exchange items in the first round was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Otherwise, should the desired items have been whisked away by others beforehand, he would be left lamenting his misfortune. At that moment, the gaze of the golden-masked figure flickered briefly over the fleshly orb, eliciting a soft chuckle before he spoke. What a surprising turn of events. To see you, dear brother, gracing this exchange once more, and to seize the platform with such lightning speed. It appears the regret of missing the precious treasures last time still weighs heavily on your mind. Last time, I was merely a moment late compared to him. Although I possessed a superior quality of the same 100-section pearl, it was snatched away by him. What allure did that treasure possess, allowing it to be so easily claimed? Yet, This is not my greatest vexation. The most disheartening aspect is that my unique stature inevitably draws the gaze of all at every trading event. Even cloaking my true appearance with spells proves futile. The fleshly orb exhaled deeply, his expression of melancholy deepening further. Haha, may the arcane skills you cultivate, esteemed brother Zhu, be the renowned divine techniques from the illustrious era of ancient nobility. Although one may not easily alter their physical form, the formidable power it encompasses is a source of aspiration for countless souls. Such a minor flaw cannot possibly influence the grand scheme. This rotund individual appears to possess a remarkable lineage, as the golden-masked figure exhibits utmost respect and courtesy towards him. Though your words are imbued with comfort, I am indeed heartened. I hope this exchange meeting will yield bountiful results for me. That rotund individual still seems somewhat listless. Upon hearing this, the golden-masked figure smiled slightly, retreating a dozen steps to stand in a corner of the golden array, offering no further commentary. Since Brother Zhu has ascended the platform, I invite you to first showcase your treasures. The gray-robed cultivator evidently harbors deep apprehension towards the rotund individual, and after a slight shift of his gaze, he respectfully saluted him, saying, "Since both of you fellow cultivators are so gracious, I shall not decline any longer." The rotund individual squinted his eyes slightly, accepting the proposal with composure. He then suddenly struck his round belly forcefully, opening his mouth to release a lustrous and resplendent white vial, which he promptly grasped tightly in his hand. 3 balls of golden crow true fire, merely exchanged for 2 precious elixirs over 10,000 years old, the golden bone mushroom and the shimmering grass. Each elixir may be exchanged for 1 ball of golden crow true fire, he proclaimed loudly to the assembly. Could it be true? The prospect of acquiring such primordial spiritual fire is indeed astounding. Given that he personally presented it, it must surely be genuine. His generosity is remarkable. A murmur of whispers immediately resonated in the air. Lin Mo, equally astonished, stroked his chin thoughtfully, revealing a contemplative expression. In the past, his devouring spirit true fire had fortuitously absorbed a strand of the same true fire from a demonic avian in the magma mountains, significantly enhancing its power. If this demon cultivator truly possesses such true fire, and in an astonishing quantity of 3 balls, it would likely amplify the strength of the devouring spirit true fire once more. Regrettably, the other party remains steadfast, and the elixirs he offers are not his personal possessions, leaving him in a rather melancholic mood. At this moment, the rotund individual cautiously unscrewed the vial's cap and gently tapped the bottom of the bottle with one hand. With 3 soft pops, 3 blazing white flames erupted from the vial, instantly transforming into 3 fire crows as pure as jade, gracefully dancing before the rotund figure. These 3 fire crows, translucent and resembling fresh snow, exhibited the faint shimmer of silver runes swirling upon their surfaces as they soared through the air. The intense heat rapidly enveloped the entire protective barrier, even causing the white luminescence to emanate a soft milky glow that continued to tremble incessantly. Indeed, it is the golden crow true fire. Should a practitioner skilled in the art of fire attribute cultivation succeed in refining this flame, they would undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. A chorus of whispers arose around, as envious and greedy gazes converged upon the 3 white fire crows. Despite the constraints on their spiritual perception, the attendees of the exchange meeting were all individuals of remarkable discernment. Even from a distance, most could accurately ascertain the true identity of this golden crow true fire. Oh, it turns out to be merely a diluted version of the golden crow true fire. Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a blue light, and upon discerning the essence of the golden crow true fire contained within the 3 white fire crows, an enigmatic smile involuntarily graced his lips. His voice was barely audible, so much so that even the closest black-veiled maid, number 11, could not grasp its meaning. However, the shadows in Lin Mo's brow dissipated considerably, replaced by a cold demeanor as he silently observed the happenings on the stone platform. At that moment, a man clad in gray robes produced a tricolored ice attribute treasure resembling a lotus flower, claiming it could simultaneously unleash 3 types of intensely chilling flames. For those practicing ice attribute techniques, it would serve as an immensely powerful aid, yet he explicitly stated he would only exchange this item for a fire attribute treasure, which was entirely opposite in nature. The mysterious female cultivator amidst the 5-colored radiance was the last to present her exchange item, revealing a blood-red spherical object, roughly the size of a human head. It was said to originate from the fearsome blood flame eagle, a creature renowned for its ferocity in the wild. When fully grown, the blood flame eagle could extend its wings to an astonishing length of over 10 zhang and was adept in the exceedingly rare blood attribute techniques. Due to individual differences in talent, it could potentially possess strength rivaling that of early-stage void refinement or even initial integration realm cultivators. This female cultivator claimed that the beast egg was obtained from a nest of blood flame eagles possessing integration stage abilities. Hence, she specifically proposed to exchange it for a spirit treasure of the same caliber. This undoubtedly attracted the attention of many practitioners of ice attribute techniques and those skilled in taming spirit beasts. In a mere moment, several individuals began to present their treasures in an attempt to negotiate exchanges with them. In contrast, the two items sought by the meatball were evidently extremely rare and precious treasures, although the gathered cultivators exhibited profound interest in the golden crow true fire. None could produce the requisite spirit herbs to barter for the true fire. Witnessing the gray-robed man and the mysterious female cultivators successfully trade their items for desired possessions, the concern on the meatball's face grew more pronounced. After a brief wait, seeing that no one stepped forward to engage in a transaction, the meatball let out a deep sigh, then waved to retract the 3 white fire crows before decisively leaving the light barrier and returning alone to his stone pavilion. He had chosen to forfeit this precious opportunity for exchange. This decision undoubtedly sparked a wave of astonishment and commotion among all present. However, shortly thereafter, 3 other practitioners swiftly took action, leaping onto the stone platform to commence a new round of free trading. Lin Mo squinted his eyes, silently observing the array of wondrous artifacts presented by the humans and demon cultivators present, only to watch them gradually vanish into the ether. The faces of those who had succeeded in their trades were alight with joy, while the failures, drenched in disappointment, departed as if doused with cold water. Nonetheless, a vast majority were fortunate enough to acquire the coveted items they had longed for, with only a few returning disheartened. However, it was evident that the frequency of finished treasures surpassed that of raw materials at this gathering, suggesting that everyone was preparing for the impending calamity, seeking to exchange for more practical finished artifacts. After all, even the most precious raw materials would be rendered utterly useless in the face of such a catastrophe if they could not be refined into magical instruments or treasures. For the beings of both races present, ordinary magical artifacts no longer sufficed. The top-tier treasures suited to them typically required an extensive array of rare materials, often dozens, even hundreds, to forge. Chapter 753. Without even considering the potential risks of failure during the refining process. The mere endeavor of gathering such a multitude of raw materials to ultimately create a treasure could take ordinary individuals hundreds or even thousands of years to accomplish. Otherwise, why would rare materials have been the most commonly auctioned items in past gatherings? After a long half-day, most attendees had completed their respective trades. Although Lin Mo was yearning for many of the precious artifacts, he could only watch helplessly as others clearly expressed their desire to exchange for finished treasures. Yet, he did not leave empty-handed. He successfully traded one of his spirit herbs from the Guanghan realm for several sets of powerful array flags. And with 2 bottles of red Luo fairy wine, he managed to acquire over 10 spirit herb seeds from a demon cultivator who was particularly fond of alcohol. During a previous trading segment, he boldly presented some millennium-old spirit herbs, explicitly stating his wish to exchange for various beast materials he had yet to collect. Consequently, he effortlessly obtained the required materials from several demon cultivators concealing their identities. This brought a sigh of relief to Lin Mo, alleviating his concerns. With this, he could commence the forging of his second extreme mountain once the grand event concluded, undoubtedly enhancing his power significantly. Just as Lin Mo believed the ensuing transactions were irrelevant to him, a cultivator enveloped in a shroud of black mist suddenly leaped onto the stone platform. Slowly, he retrieved a dark, circular bowl from his sleeve. This is a fragment of the Sin Cloud Sea, formed from the souls of countless beasts. I assure you that the souls within are all from ferocious wild beasts, including the spirits of 100,000 low-tier demon beasts. I seek to exchange this fragment of Sin Cloud for a top-tier offensive celestial treasure ranked highly on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. As the cultivator's voice faded, the expressions of all present, including Lin Mo, shifted dramatically, their astonished gazes converging upon him. Even the golden-masked figure, who had been standing in the corner of the golden formation with a perpetual smile while observing the transactions of the crowd, suddenly brightened with intrigue. His gaze fixated intently on the practitioner shrouded in black mist, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Nevertheless, despite the sharp, dagger-like stares directed at him by the onlookers, this enigmatic figure, enveloped in dark energy, remained steadfast and immovable. With a mere lift of one arm, he gently raised a round bowl filled with mysterious treasures. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly grasped the bowl's lid, unleashing a chilling lament that reverberated throughout the already buzzing hall. In an instant, a thick, inky cloud surged forth from the bowl like a tempestuous tide, rapidly expanding to cover a vast swath of the sky. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with piercing blue lightning, allowing him to discern the true nature of this ominous cloud. It was indeed a peculiar substance formed from countless black phantoms, interwoven with various familiar beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, alongside some bizarre creatures unseen before. The silhouettes of these beasts danced erratically, engaging in relentless conflict, sometimes dissipating into mere wisps, only to coalesce again into tangible forms. Each manifestation appeared ferocious, often torn into countless fragments, yet could swiftly regroup, indicating an extraordinary degree of ferocity. These phantoms were, in essence, specially refined beast souls, forming a sinister cloud comprised of dozens or even hundreds of individual souls, whose worth was relatively modest. However, once the number surpassed 10,000 souls, their value underwent a dramatic transformation. The potency of the cloud increased with the quantity of souls contained within, albeit with the concomitant challenge of aggregation. Successfully condensing a cloud of over 100,000 souls would undoubtedly be a tantalizing prospect for practitioners of ghostly or demonic arts. As for 1,000,000 souls, it was rumored that such clouds had only appeared a handful of times throughout the annals of the two races. For those who cultivated related techniques, the utility of such a cloud, whether for personal advancement or in the crafting of ghostly artifacts, was incalculably high. However, the methods for refining clouds of this caliber had become obscure, and gathering millions of souls was nearly an insurmountable task. After all, if the annihilation of countless beings were necessary to obtain such dark energy, the backlash would be unbearable even for a cultivator at the integration stage, due to the vast number of souls required, which severely disrupts the harmony of heaven and earth. These clouds had been strictly prohibited by both races since ancient times. The crafting of clouds containing over 10,000 souls often triggered celestial anomalies, while those exceeding 1,000,000 were nearly impossible to conceal, becoming the stuff of legend. Thus, the individual before them, who claimed to possess a cloud formed from tens of millions of beast souls, left all present in a state of profound astonishment. Had this place not been a realm of darkness, but rather part of the outside world, it is likely that greed would have compelled individuals to seize the opportunity without hesitation. A myriad of beast souls. Is your claim genuine, esteemed sir? Forgive my lack of discernment, for I fail to perceive the nuances within. A voice, dry and hoarse, inquired with palpable trepidation, as if it had just swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be candid, I have only released 1% of the beast souls contained within. Should I fully unleash them, this small hall would scarcely be able to contain the overflow. However, for those who wish to negotiate, they may come forth to verify if indeed such a multitude of beast souls resides within this vessel of shadows. The enigmatic figure shrouded in black replied with an air of composure. The conditions you propose are exceedingly harsh. The attack-type treasures of the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list are not easily obtained. I am willing to offer 2 or 3 of the highest-tier spiritual treasures in exchange. What say you? Another, slightly anxious individual suggested. Aside from the attack-type treasures on the 10,000 Spirits list, I shall not entertain any other offerings. The cloaked figure resolutely declined the proposal. Dear friend, your words come too swiftly. It would be prudent to pause momentarily and observe the items you possess before making a decision. A voice belonging to an elder interjected unexpectedly. At that moment, a crimson light shot forth from the platform, revealing a tall figure enveloped in a shroud of blood. With a mere gesture, this individual elegantly tossed forth a delicate jade vial. The mysterious figure amidst the black mist strained slightly to receive the vial, then cautiously removed the cap to peer inside. Instantly, their body trembled involuntarily as if struck by an electric current. How is it? The quality of this elixir, You must surely be aware. Were it not for the greater value of this cursed cloud to me, I would not so readily part with it for a trade with you, the tall figure said, their gaze fixed longingly on the vial in the other's hand. Regrettably, I must decline. I still seek a treasure from the 10,000 spirits list as recompense. After a lengthy hesitation, the cloaked figure adamantly shook their head, returning the vial with a flick of the wrist. Are you blind to this? The vial contains a pure clarity pill, a substance that enhances the success rate of breakthroughs during the fusion stage. The tall figure was initially taken aback, then incredulously exclaimed, "The pure clarity pill. Such a divine elixir has re-emerged in the world. Would you trade it? I am willing to exchange treasures for it." Upon hearing the name of the pure clarity pill, the other attendees, though astonished, were compelled to express their willingness to trade. For many of them were senior cultivators from both the human and demon races. Clearly, the allure of the pure clarity pill far surpassed that of the cursed cloud. This was only natural, as the legendary treasure forged from myriad essence souls was indeed remarkable. Yet it primarily benefited those who practiced demonic arts or the path of the underworld. Conversely, the pure clarity pill, mentioned only in ancient texts, offered profound benefits to all cultivators at the fusion stage. How could those long-stagnant senior cultivators ignore such an opportunity? Should you desire my pure enlightenment elixir, all I require is your assistance in securing the sinister cloud from this esteemed companion, after which I shall promptly exchange it for the elixir. The slender figure appeared to place immense significance on the sinister cloud before them, enough to cast a fierce glare towards the mysterious figure shrouded in black mist. Uttering such words, upon hearing this declaration, all present were rendered astonished, and the great hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The venerable practitioners of the Mahayana stage in attendance typically possess several spiritual treasures. However, there are scarcely a handful of celestial treasures ranked on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, and the total between the demon and human races may not exceed 10. As for offensive celestial treasures, they are even fewer and far between. Even if they did exist, their owners might not be inclined to attend this gathering in the black domain. Moreover, the treasures inscribed on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list possess a value that rivals that of a pure enlightenment elixir, rendering the willingness to exchange such a treasure unknown. Lin Mo fixated on the vial held by the slender figure, his face betraying a turbulent array of emotions. The mysterious figure within the black mist, perceiving the prolonged silence, seemed to understand that none would be willing to barter. Thus, with determination, he shook his head and waved a hand, causing the dark clouds above to dissipate, clearly intending to depart. "Esteemed friend, please hold," the slender figure exclaimed, urgency etched upon their features as they forcefully stepped forward, swiftly blocking the path of the enigmatic presence within the black mist. "What is the meaning of this action? Do you intend to coerce me into a transaction?" The mysterious figure, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury, exuding an intense chill from their being. As blood light abruptly flared, those present reacted with unusual urgency, including the golden-masked figure, who rose from their meditative position within the formation. Clearly, if chaos were to ensue at this grand assembly, the Black Domain, as the overseer, could not remain passive. "In this moment of crisis, my dear brother, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no malice. This sinister cloud holds immense value for me. I earnestly request that you grant me a moment longer to contemplate alternative strategies, to see if I might offer you another item in exchange for the treasure you seek. Even if my efforts prove fruitless, I shall not obstruct your departure." The figure bathed in bloodlight gestured repeatedly, their anxiety palpable as they offered their explanation. The shadow within the black mist pondered briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. Clearly, the individual in the bloodlight was resolute in acquiring the sinister cloud, while the figure in the black mist held the celestial treasure in high regard, unwilling to relinquish hope so easily. Upon receiving the other's acquiescence, the figure enveloped in blood light exhaled a sigh of relief. Rapidly contemplating, they tenderly reached into their storage bracelet, retrieving a shimmering golden scroll, which they raised high. "I was once fortunate enough to narrowly escape with my life from an ancient ruin, from which I obtained a sealed scroll of unknown origin. Given the enigma surrounding the scroll's seal, I am acutely aware that I cannot unravel it without jeopardizing its integrity. Thus, I have regarded it as a treasured possession until this day. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that within this scroll lies an astonishing secret, for its seal is inscribed with golden seal script. I am willing to exchange this item, along with the pure light pill, for an offensive spiritual treasure from the all spirits list. The figure cloaked in blood light announced with a grave demeanor. Golden seal script? Could it truly be a relic passed down from the immortal realm? The declaration of the figure in blood light caused a stir, and many exhibited a keen interest. They were not concerned about the possibility of deception, for the authenticity of the seal could be discerned at a glance. However, despite the eagerness of many, they lamented their lack of the required items for exchange, left only to sigh in despair. Lin Mo gazed at the golden scroll, his expression mirroring that of intrigue. Yet, he remained steadfast and unmoving upon his seat. As time passed, and no one approached the stone pavilion for an exchange, the figures shrouded in black increasingly felt disheartened. And even the figure in bloodlight grew anxious. Such a precious manifestation of countless souls, if missed during this black domain exchange, would likely be unattainable at any subsequent auction. Even if the owner were to depart, they would undoubtedly safeguard the manifestation, revealing it only with great reluctance. He understood well that even if he were to acquire the desired treasures later, the opportunity for exchange would be lost. This manifestation was crucial for his survival against the impending great heavenly calamity. Without its aid, he risked perishing during the tribulation. How could he not covet this manifestation? Was it possible that none of the participants in this exchange possessed an offensive celestial treasure? As the deadline imposed by the figure in black drew near, the figure in bloodlight clenched his teeth and once more struck a peculiar blue cloth pouch at his waist. Chapter 754. As a profound and rich azure-purple radiance enveloped the scene, the figure in bloodlight suddenly produced a dazzling blue ice sculpture cage. This cage stood slightly over a foot tall, adorned with several golden and silver talismans. Within resided a spirit bird, pure and flawless, glistening like jade. It stood majestically atop a silver beam of the Longhu Sect, observing the world outside the cage with an impassive demeanor. This bird, possessing a portion of the celestial phoenix's bloodline, would transform into an ice phoenix upon reaching maturity. Although its current aura was only equivalent to that of a core formation practitioner, it had severely regressed from a fully formed existence due to grave injuries. With a bit of nurturing, it could regain its peak state within a few hundred years. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that upon transformation, this ice phoenix would become a remarkable companion endowed with the essence of primordial Een. The benefits derived from absorbing her celestial wind primordial Een would be self-evident in harmonizing Yin and Yang. While its effectiveness in overcoming bottlenecks may not surpass that of the pure light pill, the difference is not insurmountable. Even if one were to forego her primordial Een, successfully taming her would undoubtedly result in an endlessly potential spirit beast, sure to exceed the expectations of all present. I am willing to exchange the ice phoenix acquired from this unexpected incident, along with 2 other precious items I previously showcased, for the celestial treasure you seek. This constitutes all my wealth. Should this opportunity be missed, such a fortuitous occasion may never arise again. The bloodlight man's voice trembled slightly, and faint traces of bloodshot veins were visible in his eyes, clearly indicating his mounting anxiety. In the face of this situation, the people present in the pavilion momentarily refrained from responding. Taoist friend, if I were to present these 3 treasures for exchange, he hesitated, turning to the mysterious figure shrouded in dark mist with a tentative inquiry. I must decline. It has been made clear before. Only the offensive celestial treasures listed on the Wanling ranking can be considered. No other rare artifact can compare. The figure in the black mist unequivocally shook his head. Upon hearing this, the bloodlight man's complexion grew increasingly grave, his heart filled with despair. Yet, at that moment, a serene and calm male voice suddenly resonated, akin to a celestial melody gracing the bloodlight man's ears. Very well, I am willing to exchange. Initially, the bloodlight man could scarcely believe his ears. After a brief moment of astonishment, he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Is it truly so? Please, esteemed friend, come forth at once." Simultaneously, his gaze swiftly darted toward the speaker in the pavilion. The figure enshrouded in dark mist also appeared momentarily stunned, evidently sharing in the astonishment. The one who had proposed the trade was none other than Lin Mo. From the moment the bloodlight man unveiled the ice phoenix in its cage, Lin Mo's expression had been notably peculiar. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to act decisively and boldly put forth his request for exchange. As Lin Mo's words left his lips, the crowd was taken aback, casting curious and puzzled glances in his direction. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed. In a flash of azure light, he transformed into a vibrant green rainbow, swiftly soaring and landing steadily upon the platform within mere breaths. "May I inquire if you truly possess the celestial treasure?" Despite Lin Mo standing before him, the Bloodlight man could not suppress the tremor in his voice as he posed the question. Lin Mo smiled gently, first casting a glance at the pristine ice phoenix in its icy cage before responding with calm composure. "Indeed, I harbor an extraordinary offensive celestial treasure, yet it is not among the items currently listed on the spirit ranking. Whether this artifact meets your needs remains to be verified by you, esteemed friends." Lin Mo's tone was steady as he replied, "Oh, then please, esteemed friend, unveil it for us to behold." Upon hearing this, the Bloodlight man's earlier joy diminished significantly. Nonetheless, he remained filled with anticipation as he inquired further. In contrast, the figure cloaked in darkness remained silent, detached, and observant. Lin Mo showed no signs of delay. Suddenly, a towering black blade appeared in his hand, crafted in an archaic style, yet emanating a primal, untamed aura. This was the spoils of battle Lin Mo had obtained after vanquishing a formidable Rome clan warrior in the Guanghan realm, a blade rivaling even the Han Yuan. These two treasures undoubtedly belong in the ranks of the chaotic Wanling ranking. The Xianlight blade, the figure shrouded in bloodlight, had yet to regain composure when, upon the sight of the colossal blade, the silhouette amidst the black mist could not help but exclaim in a fit of ecstatic joy. "Could it be that you possess knowledge of this blade?" Upon hearing this, the Bloodlight figure's expression brightened with delight, eagerly inquiring of the other. "Indeed, I am well aware. Though this blade may not rank among the foremost on the 10,000 spirits list, it is nonetheless a renowned artifact. How could I seek to trade for such a spiritual treasure without being informed about it? However, to ascertain its authenticity, I must conduct a thorough appraisal." The figure in the black mist replied, stifling the surging excitement within and responding with utmost seriousness. "Splendid. My friend, would it be permissible for you to?" The Bloodlight figure's demeanor became exceedingly respectful towards Lin Mo naturally. "I have no objections, but might I also be allowed to examine your treasures?" Lin Mo smiled gently and subsequently handed the black blade to the figure cloaked in darkness. "Of course, take your time to examine it closely." Seeing Lin Mo's generosity, the Bloodlight figure was elated and promptly presented Lin Mo with a vial, a scroll, and an ice cage. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a cerulean light as his consciousness surged forth like a tide, enveloping the three treasures for meticulous evaluation. Meanwhile, the Bloodlight figure sought to examine the black round bowl from the shadowy figure to verify whether the sinful cloud within truly harbored millions of souls. The appraisal process for all three was remarkably swift. The figure in the black mist merely needed to infuse spiritual energy into the colossal blade. After a mere flourish of the blade through the air, he nodded in satisfaction and unhesitatingly stowed it away within his storage ring. "Ha ha ha, just as I suspected. This sinful cloud is precisely to my liking," the Bloodlight figure exclaimed joyfully, completing his assessment of the sinful cloud within the bowl, before turning his back on Lin Mo and the figure in the black mist, transforming into a streak of dark light that pierced through the white barrier and returned directly to his flying pavilion. Lin Mo observed this with a calm smile. Retrieving the golden scroll and vial he had just appraised into his pouch, his gaze then settling on the ice phoenix trapped within the cage. The phoenix possessed a pair of pale silver eyes that momentarily reflected a hint of human-like sorrow, only to be replaced swiftly by its usual indifference. Lin Mo said nothing, instead summoning a spirit beast ring to absorb both the cage and the ice phoenix within. He then bowed respectfully to the figure in the black mist before hastily departing, returning to his original location within mere breaths. The figure in the black mist let out a chilling, sinister laugh, transforming into a wisp of dark wind that drifted away from the stone platform. Consequently, the crowd below rushed eagerly onto the stone platform. As the exchange activities continued with fervor, Lin Mo reclined in his seat, his eyes shut tight, his expression tranquil as ever, yet within, tumultuous waves surged, difficult to quell. After a full half-hour of waiting, the exchange conference finally concluded satisfactorily with the proclamation of the golden-masked figure. Simultaneously, Lin Mo, akin to the other seasoned beings joining forces against adversaries, resolutely declined the golden-masked figure's gracious invitation to a banquet. under the guidance of the envoy. He quietly departed from the black domain, unexpectedly emerging at another unknown exit in the outside world. Without hesitation, they soared towards the 9 immortal mountain, swiftly returning to their original positions. The entire Black Domain Conference spanned a lengthy day and night. Upon Lin Mo's return to his residence on Mount Jiuxian, it was precisely the early light of the following morning. He summoned Haida Xiao and another disciple, and upon learning that no unforeseen events had transpired during his absence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he dismissed the 2 named disciples and entered the secret chamber alone, settling himself upon a meditation mat. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a blue spirit beast ring materialized at his fingertips and was cast into the air. A dazzling azure mist erupted from the ring, and in an instant, a crystalline ice cage appeared before him. Within the cage, a pristine white ice phoenix, measuring no more than half a foot in length, seemed taken aback by the swiftness of its release. Its wings flapped rapidly, emanating a silvery halo that enveloped it entirely, while it cast a wary glance at Lin Mo. "Is it truly you? How can this be?" Upon recognizing Lin Mo's visage, the spirit bird's silver pupils reflected profound astonishment, and it involuntarily uttered words akin to human speech. The voice was melodious, bearing the timbre of a youthful woman, albeit tinged with an icy edge. "Phoenix Fairy, it has been quite some time since we last met. I never expected to encounter you again in this place," Lin Mo remarked, gazing at the ice phoenix within the cage, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. This ice phoenix was none other than the Phoenix Fairy who had traversed the spatial nodes with him from the mortal realm, only to be tragically separated by a spatial storm. Once a revered sovereign of the Ice Sea, in the mere span of a few centuries, she had fallen to a state where she could not even assume human form, imprisoned as a spirit beast within this cage. Confronted with such a sight, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. As a companion who had clandestinely crossed into the spirit realm, witnessing the ice phoenix brought forth an indescribable nostalgia. Thus, when he spotted her figure presented at the exchange, he unhesitatingly chose to trade for her. "Indeed, it is Brother Lin. Then the person you retrieved at the exchange must also be a fellow cultivator. Have you perhaps succeeded in advancing to the void refinement stage?" The ice phoenix's voice remained as frigid as ever, yet there was a noticeable tremor in her tone. "Indeed, it is I," Lin Mo affirmed. "As for my cultivation level, I believe you shall soon discern it. Frankly, I did not anticipate our reunion at the Black Domain Exchange. It seems we are indeed bound by a significant fate." Setting aside other topics, he continued, "Please allow me to rescue you first." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo extended a finger, its tip glowing with azure light, and gently tapped the golden and silver talismans upon the ice cage. In that instant, the talismans burst forth with resplendent brilliance, slowly drifting to the ground, while the ice cage emitted a creaking sound and swung open its doors. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu, for your assistance. Your immense kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity." Although the ice phoenix's heart was still filled with confusion, witnessing the unfolding scene filled her with uncontainable joy. With a powerful beat of her wings, she transformed into a burst of white light, soaring skyward from the ice cage. Immediately, a silvery light enveloped her, expanding continuously until it transformed into a form over half a zhang in length. Her feathers shimmered with a crystalline clarity, as if meticulously sculpted from profound ice. "Regrettably, I currently lack the power to assume a different shape and can only communicate with my fellow Taoist in this form. I am truly embarrassed." The ice phoenix gracefully stretched her exquisite body, shaking her head with a sigh. "There is no need for concern. With your profound foundation, esteemed fairy, merely unsealing the restrictions within your body to restore your transformation would be an effortless endeavor." Lin Mo regarded the ice phoenix with a calm smile. "Brother Lin possesses an astute eye, having already discerned the mysterious restraint imposed upon me by an ancient being at the integration stage. It is indeed quite troublesome." As he stated, only one who has also attained the integration stage can lift this restraint. The ice phoenix, clearly mistaking Lin Mo for a practitioner at the void refinement stage, explained with a hint of reluctance as her silver eyes flickered. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to attempt to lift this restriction for you." Lin Mo smiled gently, then subtly shifted his form, a hand as pure as jade suddenly striking against the ice phoenix's icy arm. In an instant, a torrent of colorful flames surged forth like a tidal wave, frantically pouring into the ice phoenix's body. She was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming chill that coursed through her meridians, crashing against the layers of restraints within her, shattering them and freeing her from bondage. This scene filled her with immense joy, while her heart brimmed with astonishment. Could it be that the other party possessed the power to so effortlessly dissolve the seals within her? It was hard to believe. If Lin Mo had fortuitously advanced to the void refinement stage within mere centuries, she might have been able to accept it. But to mention an advancement to the integration stage was nothing short of miraculous. The Ice Phoenix's thoughts raced, and as she sensed the restraints within her completely obliterated by the icy current, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in her eyes. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Lin Mo, a dramatic change occurred within her. The previously roaming icy current suddenly redirected itself, rushing towards her dantian and merging into her demon core. The Ice Phoenix felt a wave of confusion, however, under Lin Mo's powerful true essence control. Her demon core was unable to resist and could only passively accept the infusion of this chilling spiritual energy. In mere moments, her aura surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through a certain limit. With a resounding boom, a dazzling white light erupted from her form, enveloping the Ice Phoenix entirely. At that moment, Lin Mo gradually withdrew his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The brilliant white light continued to swirl, gradually dissipating, revealing a beautiful woman clad in a silver gown. Standing gracefully before Lin Mo, Chapter 755, the Ice Phoenix successfully transforms back into human form. Thank you for your benevolent assistance. The silver-clad woman, unable to contain her excitement, carefully examined her restored enchanting figure and bowed deeply in gratitude to Lin Mo. There is no need for such courtesy, esteemed fairy. Had it not been for our united efforts back then, I would have been utterly incapable of successfully traversing the spatial node and reaching the spirit realm alone. Moreover, the essence of true energy I just bestowed upon you, though inherently aligned with your attributes, can only momentarily grant you the ability to assume a corporeal form. To sustain this transformation long-term, you must diligently enter seclusion for cultivation. Otherwise, once this essence dissipates, you shall inevitably revert to your original form. Lin Mo spoke calmly, elucidating the stakes involved. This truth was evidently understood. With the assistance of your true energy, I am certain that my cultivation towards the God transformation stage could be significantly expedited. It appears that you, my esteemed friend Lin, have indeed attained profound mastery of the Tao, your powers now unfathomable, having genuinely ascended to the integration stage. Henceforth, I shall respectfully address you as Senior Lin. The silver-clad woman sighed softly, gazing at Lin Mo, a flicker of something unusual gleaming in her eyes. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, My achievements today are indeed a stroke of luck. Given your esteemed Ice Phoenix form, advancing to the integration stage is merely a matter of time. Among the friends I made in the spirit realm, you alone remain from the mortal world. It would be more fitting for us to address each other as equals. Otherwise, I would feel rather uncomfortable. If you hold such sentiments, I shall not persist in my previous inclinations. The silver-clad woman discerned Lin Mo's sincerity and, for some reason, chose not to insist further. However, after the separation of the spatial node, why did my friend Feng fall into the hands of others, ending up in such a plight? Lin Mo, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired about her circumstances. Regarding my current state, part of the blame must fall upon you, dear Lin. Upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, the Ice Phoenix slightly furrowed her brow, a wry smile gracing her lips. Could it be that the restriction I implanted within you has been activated? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, it is so. The restriction you set is remarkably profound. I spent nearly a century merely to manage its dissolution. However, this has severely depleted my vitality, attracting the covetous gaze of some nefarious individuals. Although I ultimately escaped through a secret art, my cultivation has plummeted to its current state. It is rather embarrassing. Had it not been for the intervention of that integration stage elder, my life would have been in grave peril. Yet, after losing the ability to take on a corporeal form, this elder regarded me merely as a spirit beast. Wishing to claim me as a life spirit, I resolutely refused, and thus, I became imprisoned in this icy cage. The Ice Phoenix elaborated. Now I understand. Who exactly is this integration stage elder? Are you aware of their identity? Lin Mo inquired thoughtfully, nodding in response. Regarding this individual's identity, I truly know nothing. This elder excels in illusionary arts, frequently altering their dwelling and appearance, rendering it impossible for me to discern their true nature. The only certainty is that this elder is a human demonic cultivator, not one of my demon kin. The silver-clad woman responded earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Demonic cultivator? To my knowledge, there are few renowned human demonic cultivators at the integration stage. Perhaps it is one among them. Lin Mo acknowledged with a nod, his thoughts clearly engaged. However, who exactly is this senior? He once saved my life, only to subsequently compel me to become his spirit beast. In this light, it seems we are even. When mentioning that figure shrouded in blood, the ice phoenix displayed no trace of resentment, instead casually remarking, "It is uncertain whether this lady genuinely believes so, or is merely expressing herself thus, knowing that seeking vengeance against a powerful cultivator in the integration phase is futile." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly, choosing not to respond to her words but instead shifting the conversation, now that the esteemed lady has regained her freedom. What are her plans? Is there an intention to return to the demon clan? It is worth noting that the Black Phoenix clan, among other demon clans, also inherits the true blood of the Heavenly Phoenix. The Phoenix Fairy possesses the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix as well, should she choose to seek refuge there. It is likely she would receive ample care. The Black Phoenix clan? It was a direct descendant of the Black Phoenix clan who grievously wounded me and caused my cultivation to plummet. Now, to approach them in such a manner would be akin to walking into a trap. At the mere mention of the Black Phoenix clan, the countenance of the silver fur woman changed dramatically, her composure shattering as she spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Mo felt a degree of surprise. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, he continued his inquiry. The lady was indeed harmed by members of the Black Phoenix clan? This matter appears rather complex. May I inquire about the lady's intentions? Before I restore my magical power, I hope to accompany Brother Lin for the time being. What are your thoughts on this? Despite the divergent paths of humans and demons, given Brother Lin's esteemed status, it should be more than sufficient for him to provide protection. Currently, my cultivation is still shallow. And as an ice phoenix, if I were to find myself in a solitary cultivation environment, calamity would surely find me, regardless of where I might hide. The outcome would likely be even more tragic than today. After a prolonged silence, the silver fur woman's expression fluctuated before she hesitantly articulated her thoughts. To accompany me? Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by her words. I am well aware that with my current strength, following you would only serve as a burden. However, I am confident in my proficiency in formation techniques and spatial abilities, which may provide you with certain assistance. Furthermore, the essence of the Heavenly Phoenix within me should significantly aid you in breaking through your cultivation bottleneck, provided I can successfully restore my powers. I am willing to offer this essence to Brother Lin. The Ice Phoenix's face flushed slightly, her tone resolute. What does the lady mean? Brother Lin need not misunderstand. My Ice Phoenix clan possesses a unique inheritance chamber, allowing us to expel the essence of the Heavenly Phoenix without resorting to the dual cultivation furnace method. Although its effectiveness is somewhat inferior to the latter, it is still sufficient to lend you a helping hand, the silver-clad woman explained, her complexion quickly returning to normal. The Ice Phoenix clan possesses such secret arts? In that case, I indeed require the lady's assistance. Very well, the Phoenix Fairy may temporarily accompany me for cultivation. However, certain matters must be clarified in advance to prevent any future regrets. Lin Mo's face exhibited surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. Brother Lin, please speak candidly. The Ice Phoenix responded unhesitatingly, sensing Lin Mo's apparent willingness to agree. Firstly, remaining by my side does not imply that you can henceforth rest easy. Without delving into other matters, the impending calamity of demonic tribulations is a grave challenge we shall face together. I cannot guarantee our safety through this ordeal. Secondly, there are certain secrets about me that ought not to be disclosed to others. Should you, my dear fairy, choose to stay, you must abide by my instructions in all matters, be it routine cultivation or other affairs. If you find this condition unacceptable, you are free to depart. Lastly, as you belong to the demon race, you may need to present yourself as a concubine or maid before outsiders, which could tarnish your reputation. Lin Mo spoke these words slowly. The demonic tribulation? Though my understanding is limited, I believe that both the human and demon races will inevitably be affected by this disaster. Even if I choose not to accompany you, absolute safety is elusive elsewhere. With my current level of cultivation, Joining any major power would likely render me mere cannon fodder. Thus, remaining by Lin Daoyu's side seems far more prudent. As for other matters, naturally, everything will be led by Lin Daoyu. Regarding the role of concubine or maid, given your current standing, if you were to attract a female cultivator at the core formation or nascent soul stage, countless families and rogue cultivators would flock to you. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? Ice Phoenix responded with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. Since Fairy Phoenix has thoughtfully considered this, I, Lin, shall consent to the arrangement. Please, take these elixirs first. You may cultivate in this secluded chamber until the conclusion of the Wanbao Conference. Upon our return to my abode, I will arrange a dedicated space for your cultivation. Lin Mo gently waved his right hand, retrieving several vividly colored jade vials from his storage bracelet and presenting them to Ice Phoenix. The silver-clad woman accepted the vials, uncorking them one by one and using her divine sense to examine their contents, instantly revealing an expression of delight. To think that Brother Lin has prepared such an abundance of elixirs to enhance my spiritual power. It seems that restoring my original cultivation is merely a matter of time. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. While other precious items may be lacking, I am certainly capable of affording elixirs of the core formation and nascent soul tiers. Should Fairy Phoenix have any requests, please do not hesitate to bring them forth. I trust that as your cultivation ascends, the efficacy of the Celestial Phoenix's primordial Een will become increasingly pronounced for me as well. In preparation for the impending demonic catastrophe, I may need to harness the power of the Celestial Phoenix's primordial Een in advance, Lin Mo remarked with a calm smile. Fear not, Brother Lin. Ice Phoenix is not one driven by insatiable greed and will not hinder your grand endeavors, the silver-clad woman replied with a charming smile. Her beauty was already striking, and in this moment, she appeared even more resplendent, akin to a blooming garden, leaving Lin Mo momentarily entranced. Unable to resist stealing a few more glances at her, sensing the admiration in Lin Mo's gaze. A delicate blush graced Ice Phoenix's jade-like face as she once again bowed in courtesy, since Brother Lin has made a promise. I shall now consume the elixirs and commence my cultivation. The sooner I restore my powers, the sooner I can free myself from your constraints. That sounds splendid. I also need to organize the treasures acquired from the conference. In the secluded chamber, Feng Xianzi devoted herself to her cultivation. Lin Mo's gaze swiftly regained clarity. After a slight nod, he turned and exited the chamber. As he observed the door closing behind him, the silver-clad woman's silver pupils shimmered with an erratic light. After a lengthy pause, she sighed softly, opened a vial, and consumed a fiery red pill. She then seated herself upon the cushion Lin Mo had previously occupied, commencing the process of refining the pill's potency. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself in another chamber of similar dimensions, not far from the previous one. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he held a nearly transparent golden pill between his fingers, his eyes gently closed as he scrutinized it. Indeed, it was the fabled precious elixir, undeniably remarkable. He anticipated that when he broke through his current limitations, this pill would deliver the miraculous effects as rumored. Lin Mo murmured a few words before carefully returning the pill to its vial and storing it away with great caution. Subsequently, a flicker of spiritual light emanated from his hand, conjuring two items, a golden scroll and a golden cloth bag. The scroll was one of the three items exchanged amidst the crimson light, while the bag contained the second treasure Lin Mo had initially procured from the Black Domain. He first tossed the golden scroll into the air, allowing it to hover at a low altitude, then turned his attention to the golden bag, his demeanor turning serious as he gradually loosened its opening. In an instant, a buzzing sound erupted from within the bag, and a cascade of azure light burst forth, swirling about the chamber as if it had acquired sentience. With a flash of blue light, the energy transformed into 12 azure wooden sticks, frolicking above as if imbued with life. Witnessing this, Lin Mo formed a hand gesture while abruptly reaching out toward the void, simultaneously uttering a low call. The sound of rushing air reverberated throughout the chamber as 5 streams of azure light erupted from his fingertips, scattering into countless azure threads that wove a colossal net, enveloping the entire space. Soon after, the 12 azure sticks floundered like fish caught in a net, struggling yet unable to escape the layers of azure threads binding them. Lin Mo smiled softly, extending his palm for another grasp. The azure net tightened, drawing all 12 sticks back toward him, and with a deft motion, he captured one in his hand. Now fully focused, he examined the object closely. The stick's surface glistened with a vibrant green hue, adorned with intricate silver runes. However, what truly astonished him was the rich, pure spiritual energy emanating from it. This was the legendary spirit gathering stake, crafted primarily from the mystical spirit eye wood, with a total of 12 pieces forged. What a magnificent undertaking this was. I wonder if I shall be fortunate enough to successfully refine this complete set of treasures. If I am indeed able to accomplish this, the efficiency of absorbing and transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would increase dramatically. Thanks to the power of this treasure, Lin-Mo gently caressed the wooden stick with 2 fingers, lost in thought as he murmured softly to himself. However, after a fleeting moment of indecision, he shook his head and tossed the stick into the verdant strands. Subsequently, he once again executed a hand gesture, causing the entire web to transform into a radiant azure light, enveloping the 12 wooden sticks before reclaiming them into a cloth bag. Lin-Mo extended his index finger toward the bag, and instantly, the opening of the golden pouch sealed tightly, re-establishing its impenetrable seal. Chapter 756. After storing the golden bag within his storage bracelet, Lin-Mo directed his gaze toward the golden scroll hovering in the low sky. With a gentle beckoning motion of his hand, he summoned the object into his grasp. The scroll felt slightly cold yet possessed a silken elasticity. Lin-Mo's eyes shimmered with a blue luminescence as his gaze slowly traversed the scroll before him. After a considerable time, his brow furrowed slightly in concern. The scroll appeared to be a seamless entity, devoid of any visible seams, and even with the clarity of the clear spirit eye, one could only perceive a dazzling golden glow, utterly incapable of penetrating its essence. Lin-Mo's lips quivered momentarily as he inhaled deeply, a powerful consciousness surging from within him, with a strand swiftly entwining around the scroll. Yet in the next instant, he abruptly flicked his wrist, hurling the golden scroll several paces away. At the moment his consciousness made contact, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from within the scroll, consuming the strand of consciousness entirely. Had he not reacted swiftly, this force might have traversed his mental threads, directly impacting his primordial spirit, nearly causing him to lose composure. Gazing at the distant golden scroll, Lin-Mo's astonishment lingered long after. Gradually regaining his composure, he felt an undeniable sense of helplessness regarding the formidable nature of this object. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly extended a finger and waved it toward the air surrounding the golden scroll. A hissing sound ensued as a green sword thread materialized and swiftly sliced toward the scroll. With a resounding chime, the surface of the golden scroll shimmered, astonishingly deflecting the sword thread, sustaining itself without a scratch. For the first time, Lin-Mo's expression turned exceptionally grave. It was essential to recognize that with his current cultivation at the integration stage, coupled with the sharpness of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, there were but a few items in the entire spirit realm that could withstand such a strike. The fact that this scroll incurred not even a slight injury suggested, without doubt, that it was a premier treasure. No wonder that even the blood-soaked figure, unable to unlock the scroll's seal, still held it in high regard, firmly convinced of its extraordinary origin. However, given its characteristics of being impervious to consciousness and resistant to external damage, it seemed indeed impractical to rely on brute force to decipher the seal. With this thought, Lin-Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened, landing upon several golden runes that had unexpectedly manifested on the scroll. These runes, previously concealed deep within the scroll, emerged from their obscurity due to the recent strike. Compared to the golden seal script, the silver-toed script was even rarer and more esoteric, remaining so to this day. Within the realm of the 2 tribes of metamorphs, the number of individuals capable of comprehending and mastering this enigmatic script is likely fewer than 10. They harbor an immense reverence for these characters, reluctant to disclose any information pertaining to them to the outside world. Consequently, although it is well known that there must be experts in the Golden Seal script among these 2 races, the identities of such individuals remain largely unknown. At the very least, the figure known as the Bloodlight Man lacks the ability to decipher this script. Otherwise, he would not still find himself at a loss regarding the scroll. Had it not been for Lin-Mo's fortuitous encounter within the Guanghan realm, where he learned this mysterious script, he too would have been as bewildered as others when confronted with these golden symbols. Lin Mo's gaze lingered upon the golden characters for a brief moment before they vanished once more. His brow furrowed slightly, and without a hint of hesitation, he flicked his fingers in rapid succession, releasing a surge of azure, sword energy from within. The sword energy surged forth, and the golden symbols re-emerged, sprouting like mushrooms after a rain, revealing a slightly altered form. A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind as the light from his sword shimmered, coalescing into a myriad of azure sword shadows that swiftly enveloped the scroll in a radiant azure halo. At that moment, the golden scroll trembled slightly, its surface erupting with golden brilliance, revealing a complete segment of text. Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a blue light as he focused intently on these golden symbols, devoting an entire meal's worth of time to their observation before he finally paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his countenance as he ceased the flow of sword energy. The spiritual light upon the scroll gradually receded, and the golden symbols dissipated into nothingness. Lin Mo extended his right hand, gently grasping the scroll, which was drawn into his palm with a swift motion, plunging him into deep contemplation. The golden seal script he had just encountered was now etched in his memory, and he had garnered a general understanding of its meaning. If his conjectures were correct, this mysterious text elucidated the construction method of an intricate array. Though described in a rather vague manner, it was undeniable that a complete comprehension of this golden seal script could potentially allow for the replication of the entire formation. While the scale of this array was modest, its exquisite intricacies far surpassed any spirit realm formations Lin Mo had previously encountered. Had it been otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully decipher the complex restrictions from the discarded runes acquired in the Guanhan realm. Nor would he have grasped the true significance of the Golden Seal script. Indeed, the ability to recognize the Golden Seal script and to understand the array's restrictions are two entirely different matters. The disparity between them is akin to that of heaven and earth. Lin Mo surmised that achieving a profound understanding of this array would necessitate decades of focused effort and dedication, rendering it nearly unattainable without such commitment. Though he was profoundly intrigued by the items sealed within the scroll, he could not afford to squander such precious time lightly. With a slow exhale, Lin Mo carefully stowed the golden scroll within his storage bracelet. In the ensuing moments, after a brief contemplation, he brought his hands together and then apart, revealing a peculiar tree-like entity approximately half a foot in length, with a diameter akin to that of a thumb. This bizarre specimen, exhibiting a dark red hue and a sinuous form, exuded an aura of mystery. Its color was muted, perpetually emitting a sanguine mist. It was none other than the extraordinary treasure known as the Weeping Spirit Bloodwood, acquired at the recent auction. Upon extracting this artifact, the storage bracelet on Lin Mo's wrist once again shimmered with resplendent spiritual light. Various auxiliary materials, diverse in color and appearance, cascaded onto the ground of the chamber like a constellation of stars. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he surveyed the splendid array of items. He then hurled the bloodwood into the air with fervor, immediately following it with a burst of silvery flames from his mouth. The argent fire enveloped the bloodwood in an instant, merging with the blood mist to create a cacophony of crackling sounds. As Lin Mo chanted incantations and performed hand gestures, he swiftly gathered the assorted auxiliary materials from the ground. Instantly, the vibrant materials ascended, intertwining with the silvery flames. With piercing eyes, Lin Mo fixated on the swirling argent blaze, his gaze reflecting a flickering blue light, fully immersed in concentration. Throughout the night, Lin Mo remained steadfast within the confines of the chamber, never taking a single step outside. Even when communicating with his disciples, Qi Lingzi and Haida Shao, he did so through the chamber's door, imparting spells via voice. After 7 or 8 days of relentless cultivation, Lin Mo finally emerged from his seclusion. However, upon his re-entry into the world that very night, he utilized the Shroud of Darkness to teleport Haida Shao and Qi Lingzi a million miles away from Juxian Mountain, bestowing upon them precious elixirs and magical artifacts for their journey towards Tianyuan City. He then returned to Juxian Mountain. Yet, merely 2 days later, the enigmatic Bai Guzhan Ren visited him in silence. Lin Mo engaged in whispered discourse with Bai Guzhan Ren within the Grand Hall for an extended period before following him away from Juxian Mountain. Almost simultaneously, solitary cultivators residing in the other pavilions of gathering immortals departed from their abodes, vanishing without a trace at a specific moment in time. It was not until half a day later that Lin Mo and numerous other cultivators reappeared, their presence unnoticed by all but a few discerning individuals due to the brevity of their absence. During the subsequent Wanbao conference, Lin Mo frequently ventured forth, making purchases across various markets, acquiring materials that piqued his interest. In the remaining time, he resumed interactions with other cultivators, often partaking in clandestine small-scale trading gatherings, and reaped considerable rewards. Throughout this period, the young girl Dyer would visit Lin Mo every few days, though their discussions were devoid of pressing matters. Each encounter was filled with merriment and joy. However, whenever he beheld Dyer's visage, reminiscent of Nangong Wan, an inexplicable emotion would surge within him. As the Grand Treasure Conference draws to a close, the Xuanwu Imperial Protector and the Heavenly Origin Holy Emperor once again dispatch envoys to invite several wandering cultivators of the human race to join their respective factions, promising them exceedingly generous rewards. Indeed, 2 of these wandering cultivators were swayed and chose to align themselves with them. However, Lin Mo resolutely declined the invitation and, shortly before the conclusion of the Grand Treasure Conference, quietly departed from the 9 Immortal Mountain. Accompanying him was the ethereal Baiguor, who possessed an ice marrow physique. Thus, the whereabouts of the 2 vanished completely. With the successful conclusion of the Grand Treasure Conference, the gathering of the human and demon races at 9 Immortal Mountain gradually dispersed. On the very day of the conference's conclusion, formidable beings such as the 3 emperors and 7 demon kings set forth on their journeys, leaving this mountainous region behind. A month later, the once thronged 9 Immortal Mountain, which had gathered 1,000,000 souls, returned to its former tranquility, save for a contingent of guards left behind. The myriad rumors surrounding this Grand Treasure Conference gradually faded from the collective memory of the people as time passed. In the blink of an eye, for years had elapsed. On this day, near a secluded and remote mountain peak in the Heavenly Origin realm, a group of human cultivators suddenly appeared from a certain direction, comprising men, women, and children, all clad in a variety of garments. Yet, at the edges of their sleeves, an azure character for Valley was embroidered. The majority of these cultivators were women, each possessing graceful figures and exquisite beauty. This nearly 100-strong assembly of cultivators descended directly upon the summit of the mountain. Some immediately set about establishing a rudimentary protective formation, while most sought out clean stones to sit upon, closing their eyes in meditation. The core figures of this group were an elderly man with flowing golden hair, standing firmly at the center of the peak, and a dignified young woman clad in deep blue court attire. Both had attained the late stage of void refinement and stood straight, yet engaged in whispered conversation with their lips barely moving. The head of the Shao family, the individual who had arranged this meeting, was undoubtedly linked to this mountain known as Wangui Feng, a certainty that seemed beyond question. At present, the timing appeared propitious. The elderly man raised his gaze to the sky, surveying it briefly before relaying a few hushed words to the young woman. Rest assured, Elder Shao, given the current standing of that individual, he would not act treacherously. Moreover, this rendezvous was initiated at his request, conveyed through another, thus ensuring no complications will arise. The young woman replied without hesitation, indeed. This recent upheaval necessitated that the Grand Elder, upon returning injured from the wilderness, retreat into seclusion for a century. Consequently, he will miss the grand celebration known as the True Spirit Ceremony, held every 3,000 years by our True Spirit lineage. Without his presence to anchor us as our sole cultivator at the combined stage, the outcome of this ceremony may not bode well. The elderly man sighed, reflecting on the circumstances. Fortunately, the family head foresaw this and has arranged for a predecessor at the combined stage to lend support. Otherwise, our Gu family might have chosen to forego participation in this ceremony. The True Spirit Ceremony pertains to the number of our True Spirit family members who can enter the Spirit Cave, alongside numerous other interests, which must not be relinquished lightly. Last time, due to the personal intervention of the esteemed Elder, our valley's ranking remained commendable. We had hoped that this time, with external assistance, our position could be improved. However, who could have anticipated that the esteemed Elder would be unexpectedly unable to attend? As such, maintaining our current ranking would be considered quite satisfactory. The young woman forced a smile, though her expression betrayed a hint of concern. This fact is indeed undeniable. The Elder invited by the family head, although recently ascended to the fusion stage for merely over a decade, despite his exceptional talent, cannot be compared to the long-established and bloodline-imbued esteemed elder. The elder with yellow hair also displayed a rueful smile. Yet, without a fusion stage cultivator present, our participation in the true spirit ceremony would undoubtedly be more awkward. The young woman darkened her expression and reiterated, "This statement holds truth. Among the top 5 families in the true spirit ceremony, none are without a fusion stage cultivator overseeing them." The corner of the yellow-haired elder's mouth twitched slightly, clearly reflecting his helplessness. At this point, both core figures fell silent, seemingly devoid of further desire for conversation. Time flowed like a gentle stream, slowly passing by. After 2 hours, a sudden flash of azure light illuminated the sky, akin to a brilliant bolt of blue lightning racing across. The young woman's face lit up with joy as she murmured to herself, "Finally, they have arrived. This individual possesses a resolute spirit and is truly punctual." As for the elder with yellow hair, upon witnessing this scene, his eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on the approaching azure light. However, the brilliance of the light was too dazzling, allowing only the vague outlines of 2 figures, one tall and one short, to be discerned. Shortly thereafter, a sharp sound pierced the air atop the mountain. The azure light abruptly halted, resembling a flash of lightning that appeared directly above the gathered cultivators, its radiance gradually dissipating, revealing a young man clad in a blue robe and a charming girl of around 13 or 14 years. This young man was none other than Lin Mo, who had mysteriously vanished after the Wanbao conference and had not returned for several years. As for the girl, she was naturally Baiguor, the one possessing the icebone physique. She had been taken under Lin Mo's wing as a named disciple, reliant on his magical powers to suppress the cold poison within her body, thus necessitating her continued companionship with him over the years. Upon witnessing the figures materializing in midair, the group of cultivators from the Gu family immediately erupted in a clamor and confusion. Many displayed fluctuating spiritual auras on their bodies, their eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. Fixating intently on Lin Mo Xiaofeng, my journey encountered some minor obstacles, causing a slight delay. "I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long," Lin Mo remarked, casting his gaze downward and quickly spotting a fair-skinned mature woman, to whom he offered a gentle smile, greeting her with grace. He then shifted his form slightly, a faint azure mist enveloping Baiguor in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he stood firmly at a short distance from the young woman. It seemed that the younger generation had arrived a bit prematurely. The elder was able to arrive as scheduled, and on behalf of the Gu family, I extend my most sincere gratitude to you. This is Elder Xiao from the Gu family. He and I will jointly lead everyone in participating in this grand ceremony of true spirits." The young woman displayed a look of delight as she swiftly introduced the elderly man with golden hair to Lin Mo. So it was Elder Xiao. Lin Mo observed that the elder's cultivation was not inferior to that of the esteemed Xiao Feng, the steward of the Gu family, and thus he dared not underestimate him. Merely nodding politely in acknowledgement. "How could I? I have heard of your esteemed reputation many years ago, Senior Lin. It is truly a great relief for us that you could personally be here for the affairs of the Gu family." Although the elderly man harbored some doubts about Lin Mo's abilities, he exhibited utmost respect in Lin Mo's presence, showing no signs of disregard. At that moment, the numerous practitioners of the Gu family realized that Lin Mo was indeed the significant ally they had been awaiting. However, his youth astounded and intrigued everyone, prompting a flurry of whispered discussions. "There is no need for such formality, my friends. My willingness to make this journey is merely to establish a mutually beneficial agreement with the Gu family. However, it seems that the esteemed Elder Tian Li is not present here, which is evidently at odds with what Taoist Xiaofeng mentioned earlier. Could it be that Taoist Tian Li has already departed?" Lin Mo's gaze swept across the other practitioners of the Gu family, his brow furrowing in perplexity as he inquired, "What is the meaning of this? It appears that Elder Tian Li, the Great Elder, will likely be unable to attend this grand ceremony on behalf of the Gu family." Upon hearing this news, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness crossed the fair young woman's face. "What is going on?" Lin Mo's expression darkened as he asked in a subdued tone. "Please, Senior, do not be angered. The absence of the Great Elder at this ceremony is indeed unexpected and unavoidable. The situation is as follows." The elderly man with golden hair hastily began to explain the circumstances in detail upon noticing Lin Mo's grim countenance. Elder Tian Li sustained injuries in the wilderness and is currently in seclusion to recuperate. "So that is the case. For practitioners of our level, once one's vitality is compromised, it is indeed challenging to restore it to its former glory. However, in light of this, the agreement regarding the rankings for the grand ceremony that we initially established with your family may face certain difficulties. Lin Mo nodded slightly, though his tone still carried a hint of concern. Since the Great Elder cannot take action personally, our Gu family's hope of elevating our ranking will naturally be unfulfilled. This time, as long as our ranking remains stable, it can be considered as fulfilling our previous agreement. Elder Xiaofeng seemed to have already made ample preparations, speaking with a serious demeanor. Even so, the challenges therein cannot be overlooked. After all, I have only just advanced to the combined body stage, and I cannot make any guarantees. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression softened slightly, yet a hint of hesitation lingered in his words. As long as the senior puts forth their utmost effort, in addition to the previously promised resources, our Gu family has specially prepared a batch of exquisite spirit stones as compensation for the alteration of our agreement. The fair-skinned woman, noticing Lin Mo's troubled demeanor, pondered for a moment before suddenly retrieving a storage bracelet from her sleeve and extending it toward him. Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. He reached out to accept the bracelet, and his consciousness swiftly penetrated its contents, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. It appeared that the esteemed family held high expectations and determination regarding this true spirit ceremony, willing to pay such a hefty price in spirit stones. In that case, please allow me to serve as a guest elder of the Gu family during the true spirit ceremony, dedicating my efforts wholeheartedly. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo unhesitatingly tucked the storage bracelet into his sleeve. The woman exhaled in relief upon seeing Lin Mo accept the spirit stones, smiling as she remarked, "With such a senior in charge, our Gu family can surely face the true spirit ceremony without worry." Now, with approximately a month's journey remaining to the venue of the ceremony, the Wanling platform, it is unwise for us to linger here any longer. Let us set forth at once. I shall discuss the details of the true spirit ceremony with Elder Xiao. Certainly, Lin Mo agreed. Thus, with his inclusion, a group of Gu family cultivators ascended into the sky, transforming into various radiant lights, arranged in an orderly formation as they sped away towards the horizon. The Heavenly Horse Wasteland is a vast expanse of yellow earth located at the border between the Tianyuan and Wanmiao realms. It is said that the area is so immense that even a cultivator at the god transformation stage would require months of ceaseless flight to traverse it. Furthermore, due to the relentless yellow winds that ravage this land year-round, leaving it barren, it is renowned as a famous desolate spirit vein, seldom ventured by cultivators. Even when they must pass through, they only choose to do so swiftly, never lingering for a moment. However, on this day, deep within this wasteland, a group of over a dozen human cultivators formed a circular formation, back to back, suspended in the low air. They summoned their magical treasures, creating a dazzling array of colorful lights that enveloped the entire group, yet each face bore an expression of extreme tension. Among them, the most powerful was a burly man in a brocade robe, at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, who held a blue orb in one hand and tightly gripped a white flag in the other, standing at the center of the formation. His expression was more furious than the others, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a gust of yellow wind silently swept past a male cultivator nearby. The man instinctively blinked, and in that instant, a hand as white as jade shot out from the yellow wind, accompanied by a ripping sound. The protective light barrier around the male cultivator was effortlessly torn apart like paper, and the white hand penetrated his chest without any obstruction. Immediately, before the male cultivator could utter a cry of anguish, a white ice flower blossomed upon his chest, transforming him into a resplendent ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. The white hand that had delivered this fate vanished without a trace before the astonished gaze of onlooking cultivators. Witnessing this scene, the nearby practitioners were engulfed in terror, hastily activating their respective treasures to unleash a frenzy of attacks. Yet, aside from shattering the ice statue that had once been the male cultivator, they could find no trace of an enemy. At that moment, a burly man clad in a splendid brocade robe let out an enraged roar, his blue orb radiating a brilliant light, from which a beam of azure surged skyward. This luminous ray darted with astonishing speed, striking a certain point in the swirling yellow wind, causing a flash of white light as a blurred figure became ensnared within the blue glow. Observing this development, the burly man had yet to issue a command, but the other cultivators were already galvanized, activating various treasures to create a vibrant tapestry of colors that surged forth. With a resounding crash, the shadow appeared utterly defenseless against the kaleidoscopic rays, which tore it into countless fragments. In an instant, jubilant shouts erupted like a tide from the mouths of the present cultivators, each face alight with uncontainable joy. However, only the robust man in the resplendent robe bore an expression of profound astonishment. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and grasped a small fragment from the shattered shadow. It was a piece of shell-like material, pure white and frigid, which swiftly melted into a clear liquid within his palm. Panic surged within him as he realized the beast was not yet vanquished. The man's complexion paled instantaneously at this revelation. He cried out in alarm and, without hesitation, brandished a white flag in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Yet, this action proved to be too late. A sharp, piercing shriek echoed in his ears, followed by a chilling sensation at his neck as two massive, curved, snow-white fangs severed his head in one swift bite. In the wake of this, an enormous centipede, entirely white, materialized without warning behind the decapitated body. This creature, stretching 5 to 6 zhang in length, bore 6 pairs of translucent, glistening wings, its eyes of vivid crimson, glinting with a chilling light. Upon its appearance, it opened its mouth and unleashed a dense cloud of white mist. The nearest 5 or 6 cultivators, caught unawares, were immediately enveloped by the fog, which froze both their protective treasures and their very bodies into lifelike ice sculptures. The remaining practitioners, witnessing this horror, were struck with terror. Someone shouted to flee, prompting all to scatter like startled birds. Meanwhile, the snow-white centipede paid them no heed, its 6 pairs of crystalline wings flapping in unison, transforming into 6 phantoms that vanished like whispers in the wind. In a brief moment, those cultivators, who had fled less than 100 paces, simultaneously emitted a chilling wail as each was severed in twain by a beam of white light, seemingly unable to offer any resistance. Following this, the remnants of these cultivators, along with their nascent souls, were instantaneously reduced to ashes amidst the dense white radiance. Observing this, the colossal silhouette of a white centipede gently swayed, and 6 beams of white light flashed once more. In the next instant, 6 pairs of crystalline wings re-emerged upon its back. At that moment, a resplendent white light erupted from the surface of the centipede's form, causing its physique to contract rapidly. When the last vestiges of white light dissipated, a young man clad in a white robe, his face adorned with bizarre golden and silver patterns, appeared expressionless in the same spot. He surveyed his surroundings with an icy demeanor before extending a hand and pressing it against the emptiness of the ground. A surge of white vapor burst forth, enveloping the head of a robust man tightly. Subsequently, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered above the head, and a diminutive blue figure, merely a few inches tall and resembling the stout man, was forcibly drawn into the white vapor. This was the nascent soul, the culmination of the stout man's millennia of cultivation. Adorned with a milky white stone lock upon its chest, the nascent soul radiated a layer of silver light for protection. Yet its visage was filled with terror as it pleaded repeatedly, "You cannot slay me." The Blue Water Sect is an officially recognized external sect of Tianyuan City. As the sect master of the Blue Water Sect, my demise would undoubtedly incite the pursuit of law enforcement cultivators from the Tianyuan realm. These 2 items are the Blue Water Sect's treasures. Please feel free to take them. Moreover, I am willing to guide you to our sect's treasure vault and present all the treasures within, only begging for your mercy to spare my life. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the young man in white slightly shifted, seemingly tempted. The nascent soul, witnessing this turn of events, redoubled its desperate pleas. "Though I am unaware of your sudden assault on us, I surmise it may be closely related to a batch of precious materials our sect recently acquired. Therefore, I am willing to offer all of these materials in exchange for your understanding." Before the nascent soul could finish its words, the young man in white revealed a menacing smile, and one of his arms became indistinct. In an instant, he reached forth from the void, seizing the nascent soul enveloped in white vapor. Subsequently, a dazzling light flickered upon the young man's fingers as he forcefully crushed the protective barrier of the nascent soul. The young man's arm retracted once more, and he unceremoniously tossed the stout nascent soul into his mouth, swallowing it whole. At the same moment, another unfamiliar male voice echoed from a nearby void. "Ha ha, well done. This fellow truly courted trouble. Knowing his life was forfeit, he still dared to offer items that no longer belonged to him as a bargaining chip. Even in death, he holds no value. As the words faded, ripples surfaced in the surrounding void, revealing a burly man clad in a golden robe, his head adorned with two peculiar hair buns and a face full of beard, though the majority of his face was obscured by a tangle of dark whiskers. The pair of pale yellow pupils was enough to induce a sense of dizziness upon a mere glance. The young man clad in white robes cast a cold, indifferent glance at the burly figure before him, then resumed his focus on the matter at hand. Suddenly, with swift movements, the round orb that had fallen to the ground, along with the billowing white banner, soared into the air, firmly grasped in the young man's hand, and came to a halt in midair. The burly man, undeterred by the young man's aloofness, chuckled lightly, casually lifting one leg and astonishingly leaping several dozen yards forward, appearing in the void just a few paces away from the white-robed youth. At that moment, a low, resonant buzzing sound emanated from the young man's position, and 6 transparent cicada wings materialized behind him, vibrating at an imperceptible speed. Countless pale white blades poured forth from the 6 wings like a tidal wave, converging into a vast ocean of sharp edges that instantaneously engulfed the orb and banner. The 2 treasures swayed gently within the blade sea before emitting a deep rumble, shattering into fragments. Observing this, a hint of satisfaction graced the young man's face. With a slight shake of his shoulders, the dazzling blades dissipated into thin air. All that remained were 2 piles of blue and white shards, gently floating in the low sky. He then chanted an incantation, forming seals with his hands, and forcefully blew towards the fragments. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. A golden flame erupted from the young man's mouth, enveloping the 2 piles of treasure shards in a single sweep, until they were completely absorbed by the flames. At this moment, the white-robed youth took a deep breath, drawing the golden fire back into his body. Subsequently, a radiant golden light coursed over his surface, and a ring of golden halos gradually appeared behind his head. However, as it completed a rotation, it transformed into countless golden characters that swiftly dissipated. The burly man, witnessing this scene, also felt a flicker of joy in his eyes and murmured to himself, though the blue water sect's techniques are unremarkable, the blue extreme pearl and the white water banner, as the treasures of the sect, are exquisite rarities crafted from 49 types of exceptionally cold, high-grade materials. Moreover, among the resources they are transporting is a substantial piece of the mysterious crystal wall, which takes millions of years to form. This is a crucial material for refining one's true spirit body, and it must not be squandered lightly. In this brief span of time, the golden light surrounding the white-robed youth had completely vanished without a trace. Yet, his aura now seemed even more potent than before, though not overtly pronounced. It was enough to evoke astonishment. Concerning the matter of the mysterious crystal wall, aside from these 2 treasures, I have not sensed any other extreme cold entities in the vicinity. Could it be that the information you provided was flawed? The young man in the white robe finally spoke, his tone as frigid as frost, sending shivers down the spine. Mistake? Absolutely impossible. This information was procured with a significant expenditure of spirit stones from the Wantong sect. If anyone dares to deceive me, I shall ensure their entire lineage faces annihilation. This object must be sealed with a special enchantment, one that your current strength cannot perceive. Allow me to assist you, my friend with the 6 wings, in uncovering it. Upon hearing these words, the burly man with the dragon-like whiskers erupted into hearty laughter. His gaze then shifted to the frozen figures of the cultivators, and with a sudden motion, he struck out with his hand. A thunderous sound followed, as the ice sculptures and their accompanying storage artifacts instantly transformed into radiant orbs of spiritual light, exploding simultaneously. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the man's yellow eyes. His hand, having reached out, swiftly withdrew, grasping something midair. With a whoosh, an object shot forth from one of the glowing clusters, landing deftly between his fingers. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a yellow jade box, its surface covered in a myriad of crimson talismans, appearing quite peculiar. The burly man examined the item with a cold sneer, unhesitatingly hurling the jade box towards the young man in white. As the yellow box approached, the youth's eyes sparkled with cold light, yet he made no move to catch it. Instead, a phantom resembling a cicada's wing trembled behind him, accompanied by a sharp sound of air splitting. A beam of white light shot forth, striking the jade box. With a crisp crack, the box and its layer of red talismans shattered as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, revealing an object roughly the size of a fist. However, before the young man could discern what it was, the object shimmered with blue light and instantly transformed into a thick blue crystalline wall, descending from above. Upon sighting the crystalline barrier, a faint smile appeared on the young man's previously expressionless face. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of icy mist that surged forth like a waterfall, instantly freezing the blue wall in place. Following this, a deep chant escaped his lips, and his form blurred, suddenly manifesting 12 identical apparitions. Each figure mirrored the original white-robed youth, adorned with golden and silver patterns, their backs sprouting 6 transparent cicada wings. Subsequently, the 12 figures simultaneously extended a hand and formed a seal, astonishingly transforming into 12 white centipedes, each exceeding several feet in length, darting into the ice-encased crystalline wall. In an instant, 12 white orbs of light emerged, slowly rotating and gently pulsating within the blue barrier. The blue light within the crystalline structure began to swirl, manifesting strands of blue silk that converged towards the 12 orbs of white light, reminiscent of rivers flowing into the sea. The burly man with the dragon-like whiskers observed the unfolding scene, his expression gradually growing serious and grave. However, after a period of observation, it became evident that the 12 orbs of white light were steadily absorbing blue light within the crystalline walls, exhibiting no irregularities. His features relaxed slightly, as a complex array of emotions surged within him, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. It remained indeterminate whether it was sheer luck on my part or the extraordinary fate of this centipede that led to our encounter. At the moment, I grasped the profound essence of the reverse spirit true technique. Not only did it possess the pure bloodline of the white dragon, but it had also undergone further mutation in its environment. It was perfectly poised to cultivate this astonishing transcendent skill inscribed within the secret arts of the golden tablet of humanity. Even more remarkably, you are the very rebellious spirit insect I mentioned during my cross-dimensional communications while incarnated in the lower realms. It is indeed astonishing. One can hardly fathom the expression you shall bear when you reach the pinnacle of this reverse spirit technique and materialize a genuine soul entity. Encountering that boy named Lin once more. What expression I shall wear seems of little consequence to you. Conversely, your incarnation in the lower realm appears to share a deep connection with my former master. I wonder how he would feel upon discovering that his true body engages in activities detrimental to him in the spirit realm. A cold, mocking laugh suddenly reached the ears of the mustachioed man, followed by the slightly derisive voice of the young man in brocade. He chuckled, stating that the Tianlan incarnation was merely a precautionary strategy of mine and could hardly influence my primary self. Moreover, as long as you successfully cultivate this reverse spirit technique during my next tribulation, and it proves as formidable as I anticipate, assisting me through the forthcoming tribulations should be a trivial matter. As for the Tianlan incarnation, it will naturally become a useless pawn, unworthy of further consideration. The mustachioed man let out a cold laugh, responding with an air of nonchalance. Therefore, you need not overly concern yourself with the affairs of my past master. Once I achieve true spirit, I shall naturally be able to dispel that thread of my lifeblood curse within my soul consciousness. However, prior to that, I would prefer if you refrained from taking any unnecessary actions behind my back. The young man in white retorted mercilessly. He chuckled, suggesting that you have overestimated me. That boy named Lin has already ascended to the integrated stage. Even if I wished to intervene, what could I possibly do against him? Upon hearing this, the mustachioed man's expression shifted slightly, but he soon wore a sardonic smile. For others, it may indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet, given your esteemed status, how could I dare to harbor any doubts? The young man in white fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Have you discerned my true identity? Upon hearing this, the mustachioed man's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils shimmering with 2 orbs of yellow light, transforming into something palpably terrifying. Though uncertain, I would estimate the likelihood at 70 to 80%. Who else, aside from those few, possesses such immense power and extraordinary abilities? Moreover, the inner pages of the golden tablet of humanity are not meant for ordinary individuals to possess. The young man in white likewise let out a cold, mocking retort. The burly man with twisted whiskers, upon hearing these words, exhibited a countenance that oscillated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a moment, he let out a cold snort and spoke slowly. It suffices that you understand, my friend. There is no need to pursue my true identity. Simply know that I am the sole individual capable of assisting you in mastering the arcane art of reverse spirit. What I desire is merely your aid in transcending the impending heavenly tribulation when your cultivation reaches fruition. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Once I attain the true spirit form, I shall ensure your safety in this mortal realm. However, I have now reached the pinnacle of the late refinement void stage, and after absorbing the Een energy from this mystic Een crystal wall, I must seek a suitable location to break through the bottleneck into the integration stage. If the reverse spirit art is truly as wondrous as the legends suggest, ascending to the integration stage should be a matter of course. At that juncture, I will venture alone into the savage world, specifically hunting those ancient beasts of the cold attribute, devouring their demon cores, while simultaneously searching for places of extreme cold to absorb the purest Een energy. Thus, within a millennium, my cultivation shall advance by leaps and bounds, allowing me to stride into the late integration realm. At that point, I will be able to prepare for the attainment of the true spirit form. The youth in white replied with serene composure. It is well that you grasp this. Were it not for the impending demonic tribulation, I would not wish to linger among my kin for preparations. Rather, I would prefer to accompany you personally into the savage world for exploration. However, once my friend with 6 wings successfully ascends to the integration stage, coupled with the astonishing powers of the reverse spirit art, as long as he does not provoke other formidable races, he will be able to roam freely in the savage world. The expression of the burly man gradually softened. The wind origin continent is vast, teeming with ancient beasts of the cold attribute. I have already attained my true form and awakened my intellect. I would not be so foolish as to provoke those powerful beings of foreign races, the youth in white stated plainly, and thereafter, no further words were exchanged. Upon hearing this response, the burly man nodded in satisfaction, similarly disinclined to continue the conversation, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. A yellow tempest swept in from the distance, swiftly engulfing the area. 2 months later, Lin Mo sat calmly upon a verdant wooden chair, deftly toying with an exquisitely crafted golden goblet in his hand. Beside him sat the head of the Gu family, the Fairy of Dawn. Elder Xiao took a seat adjacent to her, evidently following her lead. A group of Gu family members at the God Transformation and Nascent Soul levels stood in perfect unison behind their 3 esteemed guests, their faces betraying subtle expressions of joy. Directly before this assembly of Gu family members lay a colossal stone platform, covering an expanse of several miles. Its circular design was paved with immense azure stones, yet their surfaces bore a hint of darkness, as if weathered by the passage of time. Towering at the edges of the platform were vibrant, towering banners, emanating layers of radiant light, enveloping the entire area within a colossal luminous veil reaching over 100 feet in height. Surrounding the platform were clusters of individuals resembling members of the Gu family. The largest gathering comprises 200 to 300 individuals, while the smallest consists of merely a dozen. In total, these crowds amount to approximately 30 to 40 groups. The disciples of the Gu family do not wield the majority of the discourse among these throngs, nonetheless. They form a substantial circle at the forefront of the square alongside 4 other formidable organizations. The remaining individuals are relegated to a sequential arrangement behind the 5 groups occupied by the Gu family and their associates. Farther back, one can faintly discern enormous stone walls resembling sheer cliffs, alongside the shadows of lofty edifices constructed against these walls. Chapter 759. This locale is a vast, secluded valley nestled amidst towering mountains, entirely encircled by rugged peaks. Lin Mo makes his entrance here, where the colossal stone platform in the valley's center is known as the Wanling Platform. This is the designated convergence point for all true spirit families every 3 millennia within the 3 realms. As the 5th-ranked family of the previous realm, the Gu family, being one of the 5 esteemed true spirit families, naturally possesses the privilege of occupying a position in close proximity to the Wanling Platform, thus attracting envious and covetous glances from numerous smaller and medium-sized true spirit families behind them. After all, being ranked among the top 5 true spirit families signifies not only a prestigious status and lofty reputation, but also heralds immense benefits. However, It is evident that a segment of practitioners from medium-sized families gazes upon the Gu family with expressions laden with gloom and peculiarity. Despite the multitude present, an unusual silence envelopes the area surrounding the stone platform, as if all are awaiting the arrival of a pivotal moment. Although Lin Mo remains seated in his chair, his gaze unyieldingly fixed ahead, he can distinctly sense that at least a dozen pairs of eyes are scrutinizing him, some infused with a hint of divine intent. Exuding a sense of audacity, this is entirely understandable. The elder Tian Li Xianzi, who was originally expected to attend this grand assembly, has not made an appearance. Instead, Lin Mo, an evident temporary guest of assistance, is present. This undoubtedly piques the interest of other families. Initially, Lin Mo paid little heed to the scrutiny of these individuals. However, as time progressed, their persistent gazes took on an increasingly provocative air. The nearby Xinzi Xiaofeng also became aware of the situation, her expression gradually turning grave. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, and his demeanor shifted abruptly. The golden goblet in his hand trembled slightly, disintegrating into golden powder that discreetly slipped through his fingers. Simultaneously, a layer of silver flames enveloped him, and the malicious gazes that dared to breach this shimmering barrier recoiled swiftly, as if confronted by a venomous serpent. At this moment, Lin Mo lifted his head, casting a cold glance in the direction of those few observers. Clearly, these individuals are all adept practitioners at the fusion stage. 2 of them hail from the 5 great families situated near the Wanling platform, while the remaining 3 are practitioners from a circle of medium-sized families positioned further back. Among them, besides the 3 fusion stage cultivators from the medium families, there is one entity at the initial fusion stage, akin to Lin Mo. It is likely that the absence of the mid-stage heavenly leaf fairy from the assembly has given rise to nefarious thoughts. Among the 2 practitioners hailing from the 5 great true spirit families, one is the esteemed elder of the Feng clan, as previously warned by the illustrious Xiaofeng. This elder, a gaunt man clad in a flowing green robe and wielding a dark cane, represents a family that ranked 4th in the last true spirit family standings, harbored a profound enmity towards the Gu family. Thus, it is hardly surprising that this elder displays such keen interest in Lin Mo, a temporary guest from the Gu clan. The other individual is a practitioner from the Long family, renowned as the foremost true spirit family. However, it was not the Long family ancestor who had cast a malevolent gaze upon Lin Mo, but rather a man in a black robe seated beside him. This mid-stage powerhouse, with a flushed complexion and a pronounced purple scar adorning his forehead, possesses an exceedingly menacing visage. He is a newly recruited elder from the Long family, known as Hui, who is rumored to have mastered the top-tier demonic technique, the Qingmong formula, and similarly boasts mid-stage prowess. In stark contrast, the Long family ancestor, since leading his disciples to occupy the front row, has kept his eyes gently closed, seemingly in a meditative state, leaving others to ponder the depths of his contemplation. Yet, as Lin Mo's gaze traversed the assembly of Long family practitioners, aside from the hostile glare of the man in black, he discovered another individual who was fixated upon him with intense hatred. Lin Mo's expression fluctuated slightly. His eyes narrowed as he locked onto this person for a brief moment, only to reveal a semblance of a smile. The young man standing behind the Long family ancestor, marked by a vivid blood-red birthmark at the corner of his mouth, was none other than Long Dong, whose plans Lin Mo had thwarted during their fateful encounter with the Mu clan. This heir of the Long family had meticulously orchestrated a conspiracy over the past several centuries, only to have his aspirations of acquiring the Yi family's true phoenix blood thwarted by Lin Mo's intervention, resulting in a significant loss of the true dragon blood within himself. Now, upon encountering Lin Mo once more, his loathing was palpable, especially upon realizing that Lin Mo had also ascended to the mid-stage realm. His anger was further compounded by a profound jealousy. Had his scheme succeeded, it might have been he, the young master of the Long family, who would have achieved mid-stage cultivation within a mere few centuries. Thus, when Lin Mo cast his gaze in his direction, Long Dong chose not to avert his eyes, but rather continued to glare at Lin Mo with an exceptionally venomous expression. The smile on Lin Mo's face vanished in an instant, and a brilliant blue light flickered within the depths of his pupils. Long Dong, who was glaring fiercely at Lin Mo, suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from his eyes, followed by a resounding thrum in his mind. A searing pain, akin to being brutally pierced by a sharp blade, engulfed him, compelling him to clutch his head and emit a harrowing scream. Just then, the Long family ancestor, who had been with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them and, with a swift motion, struck his palm against Long Dong's arm, causing a fleeting flash of golden light to vanish into thin air. As the pain on Long Dong's face gradually dissipated, a look of sheer terror and unease overtook him upon lowering his hands. Despite his remarkable intellect, he swiftly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the ancestor of the Long family, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I fear I would have met with calamity." While uttering these words, he cast a resentful glance toward Lin Mo's direction. Yet this time his gaze was infused not only with jealousy, but also with profound fear. It was evident that he had come to a stark realization that Lin Mo, now having ascended to the integration stage, possessed strength that was no longer comparable to his past self. What is the intention behind Taoist Lin's actions? Why direct hostility towards Amir Jr.? The ancestor of the Long family did not acknowledge Long Dong's expressions of gratitude. Instead, he questioned Lin Mo with an impassive demeanor. Long Dong's earlier cries of anguish, coupled with the ancestor's inquiry, undoubtedly captured the attention of all cultivators present. There is no other reason. It was merely a slight punishment for the disrespectful gaze he cast upon me. Does Brother Long have any objections? Lin Mo's blue light gradually faded from his eyes, and a cold, indifferent smile graced his lips as he responded. Such a blunt reply, devoid of deference towards the Long family ancestor, naturally elicited numerous astonished glances and hushed whispers around them. Indeed, my grandson can be rather proud. A lesson in humility will serve him well. Surprisingly, the Long family ancestor showed no inclination to pursue the matter further. Nodding in agreement, he closed his eyes once more, disregarding everything around him. Though Long Dong's heart brimmed with resentment upon hearing the ancestor's words, he dared not show any form of defiance, instead opting to lower his gaze and smile in compliance. In contrast, the man in the black robe beside the Long family ancestor cast a surprised glance at him, his lips moving slightly as though he wished to speak, but refrained. The ancestor's ears promptly received a transmission. "Brother Long, what precisely were you implying earlier? Does Brother Hui recall the mysterious demon ape I encountered on 9 Immortal Mountain?" The Long family ancestor's words were conveyed clearly to the black-robed man. What followed was the ancestor's contemplative response. "I remember it well. However, have you ever pondered whether that anomaly might be linked to the demon cultivators on the Holy Island?" The man in black replied, his expression slightly tense. "Indeed, as you suggested, the situation is as you describe. Yet, upon further investigation, we discovered that the demon ape came to rescue a Chi Refinement Jr. who had inadvertently trespassed into the Long family. This junior happens to be the esteemed disciple of Taoist Lin. Is it possible that such events have transpired?" The black-robed man gasped in astonishment, murmuring to himself. Could it be that there is some connection between Taoist Lin and the Holy Island? There may indeed be some link. Or perhaps it is merely a personal acquaintance with that demon ape. I cannot ascertain. However, one thing is certain. As the demonic tribulation approaches, the Long family should strive to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Though this individual may not yet command our full attention, his rapid ascent to the integration stage is noteworthy. I fear that this is no ordinary early-stage practitioner. Either they possess formidable supernatural abilities or they harbor mysterious treasures. The elder of the Long family responded with composure. Based on Brother Long's analysis, it is indeed unwise for the Long family to easily make enemies at this juncture. However, should a conflict arise with the Gu family during the upcoming grand ceremony, should we be wary of him? The man in the black robe initially nodded in agreement, then furrowed his brow and inquired telepathically. "There is no need for excessive concern. We shall proceed with the contest of the True Spirit Grand Ceremony as per our original plan. If we do encounter this friend Lin, we need not hold back. It would be an opportune moment to gauge his true capabilities. If he indeed possesses powerful supernatural abilities, we might consider incorporating him into our plans." The elder of the Long family replied without hesitation. "Understood. I shall personally take charge of the ranking contest at the ceremony." The man in the black robe chuckled softly, then ceased to respond. Meanwhile, the elder of the Long family closed his eyes, his expression remaining utterly unperturbed, as if the prior conversation had never transpired. On the other hand, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were astonished by Lin Mo's earlier actions. Despite the long-standing discord between the Gu and Long families, Lin Mo's unyielding attitude towards the elder of the Long family filled the two, who lacked the support of a venerable elder, with deep-seated anxiety. However, when they noticed that the elder of the Long family did not pursue any responsibility for the incident, they felt both relieved and puzzled. Lin Mo maintained a serene demeanor, leaving others unable to decipher the true meaning behind his previous actions. Yet, in the eyes of other minor and medium-sized clans, he had unwittingly acquired an aura of mystery, and some began to speculate about his background and origins. Inger, the friend Lin, who once saved your life, exhibits remarkable courage. As an early-stage practitioner, he dares to challenge the ancient monster of the Long family. It seems he either possesses great supernatural powers himself or is supported by a formidable force. No wonder even my Inger cannot sway his heart. The speaker was a female cultivator from a prominent True Spirit clan seated in the front row. They were adjacent to many practitioners from the Long family, and like the Gu family, most were female members. The speaker, positioned at the forefront of this group, was a young maiden of merely 17 or 18 years, adorned in a resplendent feathered robe, her face radiating a brilliant smile. On either side of her sat a beautiful matron in her late 20s and an elderly woman with silvery hair. Elder ancestor, it is only natural that Inger, with her mediocre talent, cannot attract the attention of Senior Lin, remarked another young woman in white standing behind the beautiful matron, her face flushing crimson upon hearing the earlier remarks, her voice trembling in response. This was indeed Ying, who had once crossed paths with Lin Mo during the Wanbao conference. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the feathered-robed maiden, sharing about 50 to 60% of her features. Oh, is that truly the case? However, the disciple felt that his younger sister, Ying, was irresistibly endearing from any perspective. Perhaps it was regrettable that this young man, named Lin Xiao, possessed such a discerning eye. Should he become a member of the Yi family, he would not only bask in immense glory, but also have the opportunity to wed my beloved granddaughter. The girl in feathered attire laughed joyfully, her melodious laughter reminiscent of a singing oriole, captivating the attention of those around her. Despite the fact that this exceptionally skilled young woman had employed a prohibitive technique to ensure that practitioners from other families could not overhear their conversation. The mere gazes cast upon Ying by her kin rendered her bashful, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not continue the conversation with the esteemed ancestor, instead burying her head deep into her chest. "Mother, please cease teasing this child. You always enjoy playfully toying with Inger," complained the beautiful young woman standing nearby. "Why ever not?" the elder replied with a chuckle. "Among these younger generations, only Inger bears a resemblance to my youthful self, albeit her temperament is vastly different from mine. Thus, I deemed it necessary to offer her some guidance. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully mundane for a beautiful woman to remain as cold and unfeeling as a puppet throughout the day." The girl in feathered attire shook her head nonchalantly, her face adorned with an air of indifference. Upon hearing her response, the young woman, despite her poised demeanor, could only let out a resigned smile and fell silent. Chapter 760. Yet, perplexingly, Lin Mo exhibited a profound curiosity towards this object, toying with it as if reluctant to part with it. Consequently, time flowed like a gentle stream, with dozens of individuals from the True Spirit families maintaining a serene focus, patiently awaiting the moment. After enduring more than 2 hours of prolonged waiting, suddenly, a dazzling spiritual light erupted from the center of the Wanling platform. An Allah array shimmering with pearly light abruptly manifested upon the hard blue stone. Originally occupying only a few feet, it began to rotate, its brilliance intensifying and rapidly expanding to cover an area akin to acres. Variegated runes surged forth from the array, producing a series of buzzing sounds. The entire Wanling platform trembled slightly at the instant the array appeared, as if in response to the unfolding events. In succession, sharp cries echoed from the surrounding cliffs. Following this, towering light pillars, each reaching hundreds of meters, rose abruptly from the source of the cries, each as robust as a barrel, radiating dazzling multicolored brilliance. Influenced by the light array, the sky above the gorge darkened ominously after a violent storm, accompanied by a soul-stirring thunderclap. Arcs of purple-gold lightning resembling giant pythons materialized out of thin air. Ah, that is the thunder of heavenly tribulation. Many of the True Spirit family youths participating in the Wanling Hall for the first time were already rendered speechless by the preceding phenomena. Upon witnessing the purple-gold arcs, their fear escalated, and they cried out in alarm. "Humph, you worthless lot. What is there to be astonished about? This is precisely the harbinger of the imminent arrival of Lord Wanling. The sacrificial ceremony may now commence. What are your thoughts on this, fellow Taoists?" The elder, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them and leapt to his feet, his expression devoid of warmth as he spoke in a cold tone. Despite the lack of volume in his voice, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, allowing the previously flustered disciples to compose themselves and exchange meaningful glances. Naturally, according to tradition, this ceremony should be presided over by Brother Long. A gentleman clad in resplendent attire from the Feng family remarked with a smile as he too rose to his feet. "The younger generation has no objections." A young lady chimed in. "After all, Brother Long possesses the deepest cultivation among us." "Brother Long, please step forward." Representatives from several other families expressed their agreement in unison. "Since no one has raised any objections, let us proceed by presenting the offerings." The elder from the Long family surveyed the room, finally nodding in satisfaction as he spoke. Among the Yi family members, aside from Lin Mo, the other practitioners, including the elderly man, exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, unable to suppress their laughter after overhearing the previous exchange. Meanwhile, within another ancient family with profound heritage, two formidable practitioners who had reached the integration stage were engaged in hushed deliberation. Although the woman named Tian Li had not made her anticipated appearance, the young man known as Lin Xiaoxiao was far from an ordinary individual. Should we still proceed with our original plan of action? Our initial strategy with the Lao family was primarily aimed at countering her, one elegantly attired gentleman inquired, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Why not put it into practice? If she fails to arrive as expected, it merely indicates her good fortune. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoxiao bears no personal vendetta against us. However, since he has come to the Gu family seeking refuge today, it is only fitting that we deliver a blow in return. Although we are merely initial integration practitioners, we have been in this realm for several millennia, and even without employing combined techniques, we can certainly make him aware of the disparity in our strengths. Simultaneously, we need only to exhaust his magical energy, compelling him to exert the majority of his abilities. The true confrontation shall be left for the Lao family to handle. The absence of that woman from this grand event is likely a source of delight for the Lao family, replied a peculiar individual seated beside them, half of his youthful visage concealed by a bronze mask. "What you say is indeed true. Moreover, the young Tian Li was never a match for either of us when she was younger. Thus, this young man is undoubtedly within our grasp now." The elegantly clad gentleman contemplated for a moment before smiling in agreement. Ironically, the fairy Tian Li's absence from this true Yuan ceremony has afforded our Lao family an unparalleled opportunity. During the forthcoming competition, as we confront various other families, we can afford to exercise a measure of restraint. As we approach the pivotal moment of challenging the Gong clan, we shall exert our utmost efforts without reservation, wholeheartedly devoted. Such a resolute declaration reverberates with a cold and decisive clarity in the vast, desolate surroundings behind a certain prominent family, obeying the commands of our ancestors. This narrative unfolds similarly within other, smaller clans as well. At this very instant, Lin Mo has already withdrawn his gaze from the horizon, lowering his head once more to survey the scene below. His fingers inadvertently clasp a golden gourd, no larger than his thumb, which dances playfully between his fingertips. Like an ethereal illusion, it possesses a singular air of mystery, devoid of any other notable features. Observing the leaders and elders of various families, who have grown accustomed to such grand spectacles, they gesture to their disciples behind them after listening to the declaration from the ancestral figure of the Long family. Each clan dispatches a disciple, cradling a palm-sized jade vial, who strides confidently to ascend the central platform of myriad spirits situated in the square. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Long family, his skin shimmering with a golden radiance, trembles slightly before directly traversing the luminous barrier enveloping the platform. Subsequently, he forms a hand seal in midair, unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light downward. This light vanishes instantaneously, silently merging into the ground below, leaving no trace behind. Following this, a low, rumbling sound emanates from the platform, and an ancient, unadorned azure stone basin materializes around the white magic circle. The basin, elongated and flat, measures approximately 3 meters in length, its surface etched with faintly dark, enigmatic patterns that seem to have endured the test of time. At this moment, the group of young heirs who have just stepped forward line up in an orderly fashion before the stone basin. They remove the caps from their jade vials, inverting them to pour forth liquids of various hues. Some of these liquids emit a foul stench, others a delightful fragrance, while some are tasteless, akin to pure water. Once dozens of different liquids have been emptied into the basin, they do not mix, but instead form distinct droplets. The ancestor of the Long family remains oblivious to this. Fixated on the intensifying radiance within the magic circle, he then raises his gaze to the magnificent purple-gold net in the sky, his expression revealing no fluctuations, as though awaiting something. Beyond the platform, all practitioners in the integration stage rise to their feet, their attention directed towards the magic circle, their faces equally grave and tense. With a thunderous roar, the myriad symbols erupting from the immense magic circle suddenly converge, forming a colossal sphere of light, exceeding 30 meters in diameter, which rotates slowly above the circle, ceaselessly. Yet, after merely a few rotations, the sphere emits a dull explosion, revealing a monstrous creature with 8 heads. The monstrous creature, a fusion of lion and dragon, appeared as a vague specter, its presence barely registering at the initial stage of ethereal refinement. Yet, as its 8 distinct heads swayed unpredictably, 16 ominous gazes swept across the assembly beneath the wandling platform, sending a shiver down the spines of all present, as though a chill had enveloped them. Fortunately, in the next moment, the venerable ancestor of the Long family clasped his hands in reverence, articulating, "We eagerly await the esteemed Lord Wanling's return. We humbly beseech you to partake in the genuine blood offerings presented by the 51 true spirit clans of humanity." Upon hearing these words, the creature known as Wanling lifted one of its heads, scrutinizing the ancestor of the Long family with caution. Then, with a graceful motion, it departed from the array, hovering above the stone basin. As the 8 heads opened wide, the liquid that had pooled within the basin transformed into 8 liquid columns, soaring skyward and swiftly entering the creature's mouths. In the blink of an eye, the offerings from the stone basin were entirely consumed, and the surface of the monster's body radiated an extraordinary luminescence. Its previously indistinct form became strikingly clear and tangible in an instant. Subsequently, the beast cast its gaze upon the multitude of cultivators gathered outside the stone platform, and all 8 heads emitted a resonant roar that reverberated through the air. A formidable aura erupted from within the creature, ascending from the initial to the mid, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the late phase of ethereal refinement, seemingly surpassing this realm and stepping into the threshold of transcendence. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo's previously tranquil demeanor deepened in response to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Wanling platform. Yet, fortuitously, amidst this extreme situation, akin to a saturated energy point, the colossal aura of the beast gradually subsided. However, the subsequent action of the 8-headed monster left the practitioners of the hidden martial world utterly speechless. The creature simultaneously raised all 8 heads skyward, accompanied by a thunderous resonance. Each head expelled a bolt of green lightning, several inches in diameter, which struck the violet gold electric net above with precision. Even some peak experts, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but change their expressions, revealing a look of caution. In contrast, the Long family's ancestor, despite being mere inches away from the 8-headed beast, twitched slightly, yet managed to maintain an air of composure. A series of heart-stopping detonations echoed. Electric currents in purple and blue intertwined in the air, forming electric spheres the size of wheels that erupted spectacularly. Yet, after a brief moment, the lightning gradually faded, and the violet gold net swayed gently before restoring to tranquility, showing no signs of damage. Observing this, the ferocity in the creature's eyes slowly diminished, and its 8 great mouths gradually closed. However, one of the green heads suddenly turned its neck, fixating intently on the ancestral figure of the Long family before it, emitting an exceedingly aged voice. "Humph, you humans are truly overly cautious. I have arrived here countless times, and this thunder-restraining seal has endured for millennia without a single error. May you maintain such vigilance, for should there be even a moment of negligence that allows me to find a flaw in this seal, the consequences will be dire." The beast green had not only spoke human language, but also let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Rest assured, esteemed Lord of all spirits, If there ever comes a day when our true spirit lineage's disciples cannot even adequately arrange such a minor sealing formation, then the consumption of their true blood by you shall only serve as their self-inflicted doom. Nonetheless, in accordance with the ancient pact between our true spirit ancestors and you, we have now presented our offerings. It is time for you to cast your spell and create the spirit tokens for us, your juniors. The Long family ancestor bowed respectfully, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, revealing no significant fear. Thus it became clear, although the beast before him was a true spirit-level entity from another realm, it was merely a fleeting apparition that had crossed the void, coupled with the binding seal intricately designed by the ancestors of the true spirit lineage. Even though the beast's avatar had consumed the sacrificial offerings and greatly enhanced its power, its true capabilities remained significantly constrained. For the Long family ancestor, a practitioner at the late stage of the integration realm, there was naturally no need for excessive trepidation. Humph, having accepted your offerings, this lord shall indeed fulfill this minor task for you. With a disdainful snort, the beast's 8 heads simultaneously swayed and began to chant incantations. Guided by the spell, 8 distinct colors of runes were expelled from their mouths, merging in the low air. Over the past period, a myriad of colored runes filled the sky above the wandling platform, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Despite the multitude of colors surrounding him, the ancestral figure of the Long family remained remarkably calm, enveloped in a golden radiance that kept the runes at bay from approaching him even by mere inches. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the beast unleashed a thunderous bellow. Chapter 761. The atmosphere above instantly warped with invisible waves of distortion. The sky was interwoven with runes, forming countless vibrant tokens that cascaded down from above, showering the entire surface of the wandling platform. Now, a total of 999 spirit tokens had been fully completed. The next summoning of this lord must await 3,000 years hence. The 8-headed beast emitted a few low grunts, appearing slightly fatigued. Subsequently, it flicked its tail and dove back into the original formation. The immense array flickered erratically, radiating spiritual light, and in the blink of an eye, consumed the beast's figure entirely. The droning sound once again resonated, as the magic array spun incessantly. The 8 monstrous beings, much like when they first emerged, emitted a muffled thud as their forms gradually transformed into countless runes, dispersing into the ether. Subsequently, the brilliance of the array dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely from the spirit platform, as if it had never existed. Immediately, orders were issued to secure all spirit tokens for safekeeping, pending a re-establishment of rankings among the families, after which their rightful ownership would be determined. The ancestor of the Long family, with eyes partially closed, intently observed the now vanished blue stone surface of the array before commanding coldly after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this directive, a number of armored attendants materialized from seemingly nowhere. Each held a silver tray, vigorously sweeping their arms to gather the tokens from the ground. Neatly stacking them on the trays, they then carefully carried them to an altar positioned beneath the stone platform, where they reverently arranged them. The Lord of all spirits has departed, and we are to commence the rites honoring the esteemed ancestors of our lineage, the Long family ancestor declared, casting a sweeping gaze over the gathered crowd outside the stone platform. Upon hearing this proclamation, members of various families began to murmur amongst themselves, subsequently dispatching attendants bearing an array of ritual tools and offerings to meticulously prepare the altar. Led by the heads and elders of each family, the descendants of the true spirit families ascended the spirit platform in succession, kneeling before their ancestral spirits and offering heartfelt tributes. Some of the more historically significant true spirit families even showcased long-lost rites, captivating Lin Mo with their mesmerizing display. However, as these rituals, which had consumed half the day, finally drew to a close, the true climax of the true spirit ceremony commenced, the determination of the rankings among the true spirit families and the redistribution of resources and benefits. The Long family ancestor leapt once more onto the stone platform, hands concealed within his sleeves, and spoke softly, according to ancient teachings during the ceremony. Each family is entitled to challenge other prominent families, while also being subject to challenges from lesser families. Each side is allowed one opportunity. However, challengers may not confront families that exceed their own by more than 5 members. If multiple families simultaneously challenge the same family, the one with the higher ranking shall hold the right to challenge. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the rankings among the 5 prominent families have been entirely nullified, necessitating a round-robin contest to re-establish standings before any other family's challenges may commence. Lin Xianzi and Daoist Lin. I invite you both to join me on the platform to determine the first round's opponents through a drawing of lots. What significance does this drawing hold? Since I have already faced the Long family, I am acutely aware of my own limitations and shall naturally opt to withdraw. However, having made some modest progress in my cultivation recently, should I fortuitously encounter Fairy Yi, I would not hesitate to seek her guidance. A languid voice emerged from the only purely male cultivation family among the 5. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a dark green robe, adorned with a peculiar silver ring atop his head, possessing a visage as delicate as that of a woman. The individual in question is the esteemed elder of the Lin family, ranked 3rd among the 5 prominent clans, who seems to have had a disagreement with the venerable elder of the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the maiden clad in feathered garments from the Yi family covered her mouth with a soft chuckle and replied, "If Lin Daoist wishes to offer guidance, I would be most willing to accept, as it is in our mutual competition that we find the greatest intrigue." The youth, with flowing hair, merely snorted in response, offering no further comment. The enchanting Xiangfeng from the Gu family, along with 2 mature gentlemen from the Feng family, expressed no dissent regarding this exchange. Observing the unfolding scene, the esteemed figure from the Long family nodded slightly, gently clapping his hands together. Once the applause subsided, a guard donned in golden armor approached the Wanling platform, carrying a tray. Upon the tray rested a pale yellow bamboo tube, within which lay 5 slender, blood-red bamboo sticks, most of which were embedded within the tube. A thin veil of ethereal energy enveloped the bamboo tube, making it difficult for even the most formidable of divine senses to penetrate its walls. Now, let us proceed with the competition. The participants may draw lots, proclaimed the elder of the Long family. As per tradition, our contest is restricted to the exchanges among cultivators in the integration stage. Those of the younger generation need not embarrass themselves upon the stage. The 1st and 3rd contestants shall compete against one another, while the 2nd and 4th will face off as well. The 5th contestant shall receive a bye and will later partake in the draw among the victors. The elder of the Long family calmly announced, "It appears Brother Long does not intend to draw first. Thus, allow me to select a stick," remarked the elegantly attired gentleman from the Feng family, a cunning smile gracing his features, as he chose to observe from outside the Wanling platform rather than ascend it. With a swift gesture towards the bamboo tube, a blood-red bamboo stick shot forth, gracefully landing in his hand. "Number 3, he proclaimed with pride after a mere glance at the stick. Witnessing this, the maiden in feathered attire from the Yi family allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, raising her arm to gesture towards the bamboo tube. With a swift flick, a silver thread shot from her fingertips, slicing through the air like lightning, traversing dozens of yards to reach the bamboo tube. Thereafter, another blood-red bamboo stick was gently tugged by one end of the silver thread, soaring forth as a crimson flash before landing in the maiden's hand. "Number 5, she mused, a bemused expression adorning her face. The esteemed elder of the Yi family has, quite fortuitously, drawn the by number at once. "Elder Lin, would you like Junior to draw on your behalf?" inquired the enchanting Xiangfeng, seated beside Lin Mo, with utmost respect. "That would be most kind of you, dear Xiangfeng," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiangfeng raised her wrist, sending forth a white thread that deftly ensnared a blood-red bamboo stick, swiftly retrieving it into her grasp. "Number 4, she softly informed Lin Mo, casting a glance at the stick, revealing the uncertain fate it held. Lin Mo simply nodded in acknowledgement, his expression serene and unperturbed, remaining silent. At this moment, a male disciple from the Lin family stepped onto the arena, nonchalantly retrieving one of the last 2 blood tokens and coldly announcing the number 1. Upon the revelation of this outcome, a myriad of expressions flickered across the faces of the Gu family and their allies, including the cultivators among them. Presently, the sole remaining blood token, which had yet to be drawn, happened to correspond to the Gu family's formidable opponent, designated as number 2. The ancestral figure of the Long family cast a discerning glance at the last blood token nestled within the bamboo tube, grasping it firmly in his hand. Before casting a meaningful glance at Lin Mo, he then addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "The drawing phase has concluded, and the contest is about to commence. The specifics of the competition rules and the criteria for victory shall be determined through mutual agreement between the two contenders. Next, let the friends from the Lin and Feng families engage in the first match. There is no need for a competition. My brother and I are fully aware that we cannot decipher Brother Lin's wood mirage technique. Thus the Feng family willingly concedes, stated the elegantly attired gentleman from the Feng family without hesitation. At this declaration, a flicker of light danced in the eyes of the long-haired man. Yet he did not betray any signs of surprise. Very well, in that case, the Feng family shall be classified among the defeated. Subsequently, they will contend against another family of losers, and the victor will earn the right to challenge any of the remaining 3 families. Should one choose to forfeit, they will automatically receive the 4th and 5th rankings. Next, the confrontation between our Long family and the Gu family shall ensue. Will Lin Daoyu personally take to the field? As for our Long family, it shall be myself and Elder Hui. Only by successfully defeating us can one claim to have surpassed our Yi family. The ancestral figure of the Long family stated with a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp as it fixated on Lin Mo Senior Lin. Our Gu family opts to forfeit this match, the fairy Xiaofeng said, her expression suddenly tense as she spoke to Lin Mo without hesitation. She was acutely aware that even if the supreme elder of the Gu family were present, victory against the Long family was implausible. Hence, she preferred Lin Mo to conserve his strength for the ensuing battles. Late-stage cultivators, you say? If it is merely an exchange of techniques, it is indeed worth a try. Since my ascension to the composite body stage, I have yet to engage with practitioners of such advanced levels, Lin Mo remarked, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face, leaving both Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao astounded. For Lin Mo, this was not a life-or-death struggle, but rather an excellent opportunity to gauge the true strength of the human cultivators at the late stage of the composite body realm, assessing his own capabilities post-ascension. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately employed his spiritual might to intimidate Long Dong as a provocation towards the ancestral figure of the Long family. Moreover, if possible, he did not shy away from leveraging the words of these true spirit lineage cultivators to establish his own reputation among the human race. After all, compared to his time among the alien races, his current environment had undergone a profound transformation. Within the alien races, regardless of his formidable cultivation, he had to maintain a low profile to avoid inciting their murderous intent. However, upon returning to his homeland, establishing a formidable reputation would liberate him from the caution he had to exercise during his time among the alien races. The myriad tangible and intangible benefits of such a reputation were simply incalculable. As for the fusion stage cultivators from other esteemed families, their prowess is at most at the mid-level, and there is no need for validation. He firmly believes he is not to be compared with such individuals. At this critical juncture, the mistress of the Gu family, upon her gaze first encountering the azure glow, felt a sudden tremor within her heart, causing the words she had prepared to utter to momentarily falter. Seizing this opportunity, the azure radiance emanating from Lin Mo surged forth, and he abruptly advanced, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a figure flickered upon the wanling platform, and Lin Mo found himself merely a dozen paces away from the venerable ancestor of the Long family. He inclined slightly and spoke. I, Lin, have just recently ascended to the fusion stage. However, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Long Brother, and I hope you will generously impart your wisdom. It turned out that Lin Dao had indeed represented the Gu family in battle, yet the elder inquired about the current state of his disciple, Kalingzi. The ancestor of the Long family narrowed his eyes slightly, unexpectedly mentioning Kalingzi. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback by this remark, but maintained a composed demeanor, responding coolly. Thank you for your concern, friend. My disciple possesses a rather vivacious character, and I have instructed him to seek a secluded place for focused cultivation. It is anticipated that he will not make another appearance for several decades. That is indeed commendable. Your disciple is extraordinary and requires careful handling. However, if you choose this moment to challenge me, I fear you have misjudged your opponent, the ancestor of the Long family stated calmly. Almost simultaneously, a spatial fluctuation occurred beside him, and another shadowy figure materialized, coldly addressing Lin Mo. For the first clash, allow me to engage you, dear friend. Should you truly prevail over me, Long Dao will personally contest with you. This unexpected challenger was another elder from the Long family, a mid-level fusion stage cultivator clad in black robes. Upon recognizing this individual, Lin Mo recalled the hostility he had previously encountered in the elder's gaze, and thus, He nodded nonchalantly. Very well. I, Lin, am willing to first experience the prowess of Brother Hui. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning seemed to pass through the eyes of the long ancestor, who remained silent. A golden light flickered around him as he swiftly departed from the wanling platform, subsequently issuing a loud command. Immediately strengthened the restrictions to ensure that the battle between these two friends does not affect our disciples. In response, the cultivators from the Gu family responsible for controlling the protective formation became tense and began a series of operations. The various colored flags surrounding the wanling platform suddenly radiated brilliance. The massive light shield enveloping the stone platform, after a brief tremor, rapidly solidified, its surface adorned with vibrant restriction runes that danced upon it. Witnessing such an event stirred excitement among the younger generations of both the 5 great families and other smaller sects, each face reflecting exhilaration. The opportunity to witness a battle between fusion-stage cultivators was exceedingly rare for anyone, serving as an unparalleled chance to broaden horizons and glean insights. Chapter 762. It is no wonder that the distinguished disciples from various esteemed families are overwhelmed with excitement. Within the luminous barrier, the man cloaked in black surveyed the reinforced shield with a disdainful smirk. With a sweeping motion of his ample sleeves, a crisp sound echoed, and 2 streaks of dark light shot forth, revealing 2 obsidian-style weapons. These twin blades, each less than 3 feet in length, exuded an eerie aura. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern silver flowers swirling mysteriously upon their surfaces. Remarkably, these enigmatic weapons did not launch a direct assault on Lin Mo. Instead, they emitted a piercing cry before instantly transforming into 2 radiant beams of light, gracefully dancing around the figure in the black cloak, seemingly opting for a defensive strategy. This scene prompted Lin Mo, who faced them, to furrow his brow slightly, an expression of surprise flickering across his countenance. Soon after, a flicker of spiritual light emanated once more from the man's sleeves, as another pair of gleaming white weaponry surged forth like lightning. This time, a pair of pure white short swords, each approximately 1 foot long, appeared, their sharpness radiating a chilling aura. A series of melodious, crisp sounds followed as the man in black wielded his sleeves with tempestuous haste, unleashing a pair of silver flying knives that swiftly shot forth. Lin Mo bore witness to a plethora of mysterious and formidable treasures, seemingly emerging in an unending stream from his opponent. His eyes involuntarily twitched with intensity as he observed the astonishing spectacle. In an instant, a total of 36 pairs, 72 distinct and rare artifacts, whirled out from the billowing garments of the enigmatic man, obscuring half the sky like ominous clouds, plunging the once bright void into darkness. Among these treasures were blades that gleamed with cold light and enigmatic flying forks, each exuding a unique essence, hinting at a rich history and profound depth. The man's ability to simultaneously command such a multitude of artifacts showcased a level of spiritual prowess that was truly extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator in the integration stage. Lin Mo's mind was awash with myriad thoughts, and he could not help but feel astonished by the unfolding scene. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the man in black suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. Immediately thereafter, the 72 artifacts transformed into dazzling beams of light, surging toward Lin Mo with an overwhelming force. Confronted with this formidable onslaught, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he gently waved his sleeve. Dozens of azure blades shot through the air like meteors streaking across the sky, swiftly morphing into 72 azure rainbows that clashed violently with the incoming radiance. A series of harmonious, metallic clangs resonated as the azure swords intertwined with the myriad treasures, creating a vivid and colorful tableau. Despite the 72 artifacts unleashing torrents of dark energy or transforming into bolts of thunderous flames, the azure flying swords flickered in and out of visibility amidst the powerful energies, akin to ethereal entities, emerging unscathed from the tumult. Instead, they coiled around the treasures like ethereal serpents, engaging in a fierce contest without yielding. Witnessing this, the man in the black robe exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, and he tirelessly urged the treasures to transform. He sought to shatter the stalemate. Yet his efforts yielded little effect, and both sides remained ensnared in a tense standoff. The expression on the man's face gradually darkened. He suddenly inhaled deeply, then stepped forward with determination, extending a hand towards his opponent, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire space within the luminous barrier trembled violently as the energies of heaven and earth surged. Subsequently, countless strands of black threads materialized in the void, quivering slightly before transforming into a deluge of black light that shot forth. Wherever these shadows touched, the surrounding void dimmed ominously, and in an instant, they appeared before Lin Mo in an unsettling manner. Just in time, Lin Mo remained unfazed, letting out a low growl as he swept one hand forward, conjuring a misty haze that coalesced into a formidable gray barrier. Torrential waves of black light surged into the barrier, becoming ensnared within. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo's obsidian palm silently pressed against the barrier's surface. In a mere flicker of insight, the black threads within the barrier erupted, dissipating into wisps of black smoke that were swiftly consumed by the luminous haze. The magnetic divine light. The man in the black robe, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict in alarm, unable to suppress an exclamation. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned grave as he shook his shoulders, unleashing vast billows of shadowy mist from behind. All the mist converged, forming an enormous black sword looming above his head. The front half of this colossal sword appeared solid and substantial, while the rear half remained shrouded in obscurity, as if cloaked in dense fog. But even with a slight tremor at the tip of the sword, a sphere of black light materialized, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. Go! The man in the black robe formed a seal with his hands, solemnly directing the giant sword. Instantly, the black sphere shot forth from the sword's tip. Initially no larger than a fist, but within mere breaths, it expanded into a massive entity several feet in diameter, hurtling towards Lin Mo like a colossal black boulder. As it passed, the air twisted and blurred, revealing a faint, dark trajectory. This black orb possessed the terrifying power to rend space itself. Even more astonishingly, similar black spheres were continuously emitted from the giant sword, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 had already been launched in succession. Truly, a practitioner of mid-level cultivation possesses extraordinary powers. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo did not feel a trace of fear. Rather, a smile graced his lips. He raised his arm, and another hand, as white as jade, emerged swiftly from his sleeve, meeting the black palm gently at his chest. Following a resounding clash reminiscent of metal striking metal, 2 small mountains, one black and one azure, materialized above his head. They then spun briefly before emitting 2 soft sounds. A circle of azure light and a ring of darkness emanated from the mountain's summit, intertwining and shimmering to form a colossal black-green halo that enveloped Lin Mo within its grasp. At that moment, the first black sphere of light darted past, colliding directly with the immense ring. A thunderous roar erupted as the dual hues of azure and black exploded forth. In the aftermath of the explosion, the very fabric of space seemed to collapse, creating a vast black void. As the second and third spheres followed suit, the black hole expanded tenfold, nearly engulfing the entirety of the stone platform above, swallowing Lin Mo and the immense halo into an abyss of unfathomable darkness. The entirety of the Wanling platform creaked ominously under the slow pressure of this immense black hole, beginning to tremble violently. Observers outside the luminous barrier gasped in shock. The patriarch of the Long family stood with his hands clasped behind him, intently gazing at the scene within the barrier, his expression unwavering. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, revealing an inner turmoil. The young maiden of the Yi family blinked her bright, dark eyes several times, sighing in a manner reminiscent of the elderly, continuously murmuring her thoughts. The emotions of the other cultivators from the true spirit families were undoubtedly more complex and varied. The expressions of the celestial wind fairy and elder Shao turned ghastly pale. Fortunately, the azure flying swords, entangled with the 72 treasures, continued to dance and flutter, showing no signs of losing control. This indicated that Lin Mo had not yet succumbed to an insurmountable predicament, offering a modicum of solace to the two. The man in the black robe, who had conjured such a multitude of black spheres from the giant sword, clearly found this task no easy feat at that moment. His eyes no longer sparkled with brilliance, and his aura had noticeably diminished. Even the purple scar on his forehead appeared thicker, contorting slightly, just as he exhaled in relief. Preparing to unleash a resplendent blue seal for a final strike, a soft voice drifted from the black void, Is this truly the divine ability you excel in, Brother Hui? If so, it is indeed quite intriguing. However, to defeat me solely with this technique may prove insufficient. As soon as the words fell, an ear-piercing shriek emanated from the black hole, followed by a resounding boom. A silver silhouette, measuring 7 or 8 feet long, suddenly cleaved the black light in twain. In the blink of an eye, a figure emerged, poised to take flight. The man in the black robe was genuinely taken aback, without a moment's hesitation. He quickly formed a hand gesture, causing the silver seal to expand to the size of a small mountain, hurtling towards the escaping figure. Yet Linimo, emerging from the black void, merely chuckled disdainfully. With a flicker of thought, the two peaks swirling above his head shifted, one becoming indistinct before vanishing entirely amidst the azure light. Another formidable artifact emerged, a surge of black radiance quivering before swiftly transforming into an immense form. Towering over 100 feet, adorned with silver runes that glimmered brilliantly, it rushed forth to confront the descending azure seal. The colossal impact of the two artifacts initially met in silence, devoid of any audible resonance. However, in the next instant, a layer of gray cyclone erupted in the void, spreading wildly in all directions like tumultuous waves. The man clad in black robes wore a somber expression, effortlessly dividing the cyclone with a wave of his sleeve, then narrowing his eyes, preparing to reassess his opponent. Yet, at that moment, his countenance abruptly changed, his body swaying slightly, followed by a series of hissing sounds piercing the air. An invisible sword aura zipped past, nearly grazing his shoulder. Despite possessing formidable protective spiritual energy, he was unable to evade it entirely. Had his reflexes been but a moment slower, this intangible blade would have undoubtedly pierced his shoulder. The black-robed man was profoundly astonished, and just as he turned to discern the nature of the invisible sword aura, a succession of hissing sounds erupted around him, relentless as a raging storm. In a state of shock, he swiftly pivoted, and in an instant, a black shield and a golden ancient mirror shot forth from within him. Together, they formed a golden light barrier and a shadowy veil, enveloping his figure completely. Concurrently, the massive black sword above him ruptured, transforming into a dense cloud of black mist that concealed his presence. Yet, soon after, countless imperceptible sword auras merged into the black fog. First came a series of muted thuds, quickly morphing into the sharp clang of metal colliding. Meanwhile, in the high skies above the black mist, azure light swirled, revealing a hazy azure hill that spun incessantly. With each rotation, a burst of azure light erupted, transforming into a multitude of invisible sword auras that vanished into the void upon detaching from the mountain. At that moment, Linimo flickered into existence atop the azure peak. He gently descended, standing firmly while casting a detached gaze downward. The black mist below, now riddled with countless penetrating sword auras, had become fragmented, indicating that the black-robed man could no longer conceal himself within. However, at this critical juncture, a golden beam of light surged forth from the mist, aiming directly at the azure summit. Noticing this, Linimo raised an eyebrow and forcefully stomped his foot. The spinning speed of the azure hill slowed considerably, and a layer of azure mist unfurled, rapidly transforming into a crystalline light shield that steadfastly protected the peak behind it. Consequently, the sound of the piercing sword aura abruptly ceased. Upon contact, the light shield trembled slightly, causing the golden beam to quiver. A portion dissipated into nothingness while the majority, after a brief shake, retraced its path back into the black mist, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A low growl of rage and disbelief erupted from the figure cloaked in black mist. Gradually, the dark haze began to dissipate, revealing the black-robed man, seemingly unscathed, enveloped in a radiant golden light. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a few insignificant splatters of blood adorning the cuff of his sleeve, barely the size of a thumb, rendering them remarkably inconspicuous. Nevertheless, the numerous cultivators present, all at least of the nascent soul stage, could hardly overlook the crimson stains on the man's sleeve. Soon, a hushed murmur of astonishment and confusion arose from the audience below the arena. The two early-stage combined body experts from the Feng family exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. In contrast, the eyes of the fairy Xiaofeng and elder Xiao sparkled with excitement. Chapter 763. Linimo, suspended in midair, refrained from further assault, choosing instead to sit cross-legged atop the azure mount beneath him. He gazed down at his adversaries with an air of calm composure. Yet, the flickering azure light emanating from the mount hinted at the imminent release of countless sharp, sword energies, poised to envelop the foes below once more. This radiance was not the Yuan magnetic divine light. It was the Taiji azure light. Formless and colorless, it possessed unparalleled sharpness, capable of piercing through even the most formidable protective talismans, truly horrifying as legend suggested. Suddenly, the black-robed man raised an arm, revealing a blood-stained azure palm emerging from his sleeve. Clearly, it bore the marks of numerous sword energy injuries, each leaving tiny punctures. The prowess of his companion, Hui, was equally extraordinary, as he could withstand the Taiji azure light with his physical form. It seemed that the resilience of this palm had surpassed that of ordinary defensive spiritual treasures. Lin Mo observed the azure hand of the black-robed man, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, this palm of mine is merely slightly extraordinary. Now that it has been laid bare, it appears I must resort to some hidden techniques. I request your guidance in this matter, esteemed Lin." With a cold chuckle, the black-robed man watched as the bloodied punctures on his palm bizarrely healed before his eyes in a flash of spiritual light. Simultaneously, he drew a deep breath, and a layer of black mist enveloped his form. Countless black patterns rapidly manifested on his skin, swirling across his limbs, face, and body, exuding an aura brimming with vitality. From a distance, he appeared to transform into a demon, his presence suddenly becoming exceedingly eerie. Observing this transformation, Lin Mo revealed a hint of intrigue, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a silver-glinted short ruler materialized, hovering gracefully in his palm. In that fleeting moment, the patriarch of the Long family outside the protective barrier suddenly brightened his gaze and spoke, "Elder Hui, your remarkable display of prowess in mastering such formidable spells is undoubtedly not merely for the sake of our current contest. This esteemed friend, Lin, possesses extraordinary skills. I fear you may find victory elusive. Allow me to take the stage myself." Upon uttering these words, the patriarch of the Long family emitted a thunderous roar beneath his feet. Like a silver lightning bolt, he shot forth, effortlessly disregarding the formidable constraints of the protective barrier, and appeared directly beside the man in the black robe. The black-robed figure, who had been revealing a sly smile, suddenly found his expression shifting. However, upon meeting the emotionless gaze of the Long patriarch, he could not suppress a tremor of unease within his heart and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "Rest assured, my friend Long. I have my own measures in mind. Nevertheless, since you have expressed interest, I shall graciously cede this opportunity to you." With that, the black-robed man swiftly formed hand seals and began retracting the dark patterns that enveloped him. These patterns gradually lightened until they vanished entirely from his skin. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Mo, the figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated beyond the barrier of light. Observing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly and inquired of the Long patriarch, "Are you indeed prepared to showcase your strength personally? Such a privilege fills me with trepidation." In response to the Long patriarch's gaze, Lin Mo displayed no fear, instead revealing a subtle smile. "While I have reached the late stage of integration, I understand you have only recently attained this realm. Do not misconstrue my confidence as arrogance. Should you withstand 3 of my attacks, I shall graciously withdraw from the arena and concede defeat." The Long patriarch, hands clasped behind his back, replied coldly, "3 attacks? Very well, let us see." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then a confident smile graced his lips. The onlookers, witnessing the exchange between the two, erupted in fervent discussion. Previously, Lin Mo's demonstrated prowess had been sufficient to rival mid-stage practitioners. Now, learning that the Long patriarch, a late-stage powerhouse, had proposed a contest of 3 attacks to determine the victor, the crowd was electrified. For these ordinary disciples of the true spirit lineage, this grand event was undoubtedly a visual feast. They not only had the opportunity to witness the formidable strength of a late-stage practitioner, but also felt their journey was worthwhile. After all, in past grand ceremonies, true spirit families often chose to forfeit when faced with the Long family, making it rare for anyone to behold the true majesty of their foremost practitioner. Just then, the Long patriarch coldly announced, "Commence the first attack." Following his command, he swiftly moved his hands and murmured incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a colossal golden claw descended from the heavens, lunging fiercely toward Lin Mo. Suddenly, the world around dimmed. and the elemental energies surged violently, coalescing into a resplendent, multicolored claw that lunged fiercely toward Lin Mo. Before the claw could reach him, Lin Mo felt the air around him solidify like steel, rendering him utterly immobile. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes as the space above him began to ripple, and an ominous, pitch-black hill materialized. Subsequently, a cascade of grayish light poured down from its summit, and Lin Mo felt an unprecedented release, regaining his mobility. He swiftly lifted a crystalline hand and gently gestured toward the sky. In an instant, flames of 5 distinct colors erupted from his fingertips, rapidly solidifying into a colossal, crystalline hand that confronted the golden claw in midair. With a thunderous crash, the golden claw collided with the 5-colored hand. Although their stalemate was brief, the golden claw suddenly erupted with blinding radiance, shattering the 5-colored hand into fragments. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth preceded a sudden extension of his finger pointing skyward. The remnants of the 5-colored hand transformed in a flash into 5-colored cold flames, enveloping the golden claw tightly. Subsequently, the descent of the golden claw halted abruptly, its surface shimmering with spiritual light before becoming ensnared within a vast expanse of 5-colored ice, floating silently in midair. Witnessing this, the elder of the Lewin family felt a slight jolt in his eyes, but maintained his indifferent demeanor as he called out, "Second attack." As his words fell, he struck his head with a single hand, unleashing a deafening roar akin to a dragon's cry. Following this, a dazzling aura surged forth, and a spectral golden dragon shot from the crown of his head. After spiraling in the air, it abruptly lashed its tail and charged towards Lin Mo. In that fleeting moment, a radiant golden light erupted from the elder's form, revealing golden scales on his face, limbs, and throughout his body, with a golden horn protruding several inches from his crown. Those present were astonished, for he had transformed into a hybrid of man and dragon, a monstrous entity. With a light stomp, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, thunder cracked, and his form vanished in a flash of lightning. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo heard a thunderous clap above, and the elder's figure materialized before him. He raised his hand, his scaled golden fingers curling inward, then forcefully grasping downward. What followed was a resounding boom, as an unimaginable force descended from above, pressing down like the weight of Mount Tai. Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly, and as a sense of bewilderment washed over him, that seemingly unassuming hand appeared to encompass the entire spectator area, leaving him with no avenue of escape. He thought to himself that if that immense power were to bear down upon him, even his exceptionally robust body would be unable to withstand such an assault. Realizing this, Lin Mo's thoughts surged, and the black mountain above him trembled, taking on a formidable stance as it charged directly toward his opponent. Meanwhile, a dazzling golden light shimmered as a towering golden apparition leapt forth, manifesting as a ferocious and brutal figure with 6 arms and 3 heads. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Upon contact between the black mountain peak and the golden palm, it was as if they collided with another colossal entity, resulting in a shockwave that sent the peak hurtling away. The golden palm, however, remained unscathed as it continued its relentless pursuit toward Lin Mo. Observing this, Lin Mo's expression turned grave. The sacred demon statue behind him simultaneously raised its 6 arms, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon the sky like a tempest. In quick succession, a silver glint flashed as Lin Mo wielded a silver ruler, sending forth a silver shadow that extended several zhang, slicing through the air towards the heavens. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted, as the energies unleashed by the golden fist and the silver ruler converged, completely engulfing the area above. The shadow of the ruler in Lin Mo's hand gradually converged, before transforming once more. From 1 it became 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. In the blink of an eye, countless silver short rulers erupted from Lin Mo's grasp, forming a torrent of silver that surged towards the clouds. The spectators outside the arena, witnessing Lin Mo's terrifying display of power, were left speechless, while a select few were filled with deep trepidation. Just then, a chilling laugh resonated from the void above, belonging to the ancestor of the Long family, followed by a thunderous sound that shook the earth. The golden fist and the myriad silver short rulers crumbled and dissipated under an overwhelming force that instilled fear. A golden hand flashed past, appearing mere zhang away from Lin Mo's head, descending without hesitation to seize him. However, at that moment, the nearby space rippled, and a green fist suddenly emerged, striking the golden palm like a bolt of lightning. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible golden hand was repelled by the force of the green fist. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Imo shifted his shoulder, his form blurring as he disappeared from his original position, reappearing only a few zhang away. Gazing up at the master of the golden fist with eyes as calm as water, the ancestor of the Long family retracted his hand, a look of surprise crossing his face as he observed the swift green arm that had emerged from the void. As the spatial fluctuations settled, a figure with skin of a verdant hue materialized from the ether. This individual, of similar stature to Lin Imo, shimmered with a purplish glow and bore an uncanny resemblance to him, with eyes swirling with emerald light. Lin Imo gently waved his arm, and the green figure swiftly flashed beside him, a strange presence. The second avatar. Excellent. My friend Lin has indeed not disappointed me. Now please accept my third challenge. The ancestor of the Long family squinted, muttering to himself, before snorting coldly, raising his single arm with ferocity as he lunged once more toward Lin Imo. Though this action appeared similar to the previous two, the intensity of the momentum was undoubtedly on an entirely different scale. The golden arm extended only halfway, and the surrounding void reverberated with a thunderous roar as countless vibrant points of light suddenly materialized upon the altar of all spirits. Subsequently, these luminous orbs, born from the essence of heaven and earth, surged wildly towards the ancestral arm of the Long family, flickering as they infused into it. Instantly, the arm, cloaked in golden dragon scales, transformed into a crystalline spectacle, emanating a radiant layer of multicolored spiritual light, gradually becoming blindingly brilliant, akin to the sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly potent and unfamiliar spiritual pressure erupted from the arm. This arm, radiating with five-colored brilliance, seemed to have become an independent entity, its aura surpassing that of the Long family ancestor, a formidable practitioner of the late stage of the combining body realm, appearing even more powerful. Witnessing such astonishing might, Lin Mo's countenance underwent a subtle shift, as he observed the hand before him beginning to distort and blur. Poised to seize him completely, his mind raced. With a slight bow of his hands and a smile, he spoke. Your cultivation is unfathomable, and I, Lin, am humbled. There is no need to continue with the third strike. I concede this contest. No sooner had his words left his lips than, before the Long family ancestor could display any astonishment, the outstretched arm hesitated momentarily. Before any reaction could ensue, a flash of azure light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of blue brilliance that surged swiftly towards the outer barrier. In an instant, that heavy barrier was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were mere paper. Lin Imo burst forth from the altar of all spirits, maneuvering through the air in a spiral before landing securely among the many practitioners of the Gu family. The enigmatic green shadow trailed closely behind him like a loyal specter. Then, with a flicker, it too descended behind him. The nearby Gu family practitioners instinctively recoiled a few steps, casting curious glances at this newly emerged figure. Yet, Lin Imo merely cast a fleeting glance at the shadow before deftly forming a hand seal. A flash of purple light emanated from the surface of the green shadow, and under the illumination of spiritual light, it rapidly diminished in size, ultimately condensing into a mass of purple light that swiftly vanished into Lin Mo's sleeve, leaving no trace behind. In chapter 764, Xiefeng and Elder Shao observed Lin Mo's actions, their expressions a curious blend of bewilderment and complexity. It was no surprise they reacted thus. A newly ascended practitioner of the initial stage of the combining body realm had dared to confront a late-stage practitioner head-on, showcasing abilities on par with those of mid-stage practitioners, only to suddenly declare surrender at the final strike. From any perspective, such a situation was undeniably peculiar. However, given Lin Mo's previously displayed extraordinary prowess, they refrained from questioning the outcome, exchanging glances that conveyed awkward smiles. While they felt a twinge of helplessness, the earlier worry had dissipated entirely. In the eyes of the assembled crowd, Lin Mo's demonstrated strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of the esteemed Elder Tian Li of the Yi family, and in certain respects, even surpassed her. Possessing such formidable strength, coupled with the confirmed status of the Gu family among the 5 great true spirit clans, It is only natural that the Gu family can adeptly maintain its influence. Huh. This is truly astonishing. Within the luminous barrier where the ancestor of the Long family resides, he gazes upon Lin Imo outside the barrier, not with anger, but rather with a relaxed smile as he murmurs to himself. At that moment, the resplendent radiance on his arm shimmers and flows. The essence of heaven and earth surges forth once more, only to mysteriously vanish into the void. Simultaneously, the golden dragon scales upon his body begin to gradually shed, restoring him to his human form. We ought to abandon this plan, suddenly stated the man wearing a bronze mask in the Feng family, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Brother, what do you mean by that? Questioned the elegantly dressed man, perplexed. Even if this person is not an ordinary early-stage cultivator, he is at most comparable to the likes of the celestial maiden Tianli. Do you truly believe we should fear him when we join forces? Huh. Do you genuinely think his strength is on par with the celestial maiden Tianli? The masked man retorted with disdain. Second brother, perhaps you ought to cleanse your vision. His second incarnation possesses extraordinary power, capable of repelling the old long monster in an instant, a feat we likely cannot achieve ourselves. Moreover, his unflinching demeanor in the face of the old long monster suggests that he possesses even more formidable means yet to be revealed. Even if the two of us join forces, it would be difficult to defeat him with ease. I do not wish to see the Feng family offend such an unfathomably powerful individual, but we have already accepted the commission from the Lao family. If we withdraw now. The elegantly dressed man hesitated. What we initially promised was merely to exert our utmost effort in weakening the strength of the celestial maiden Tianli. Now, the Gu family has sent someone other than her. Altering our decision is only reasonable. Furthermore, we are merely returning them 90% of the remuneration. So how could the Lao family dare to protest? The masked man coldly replied. When we take the stage to compete, using only conventional tactics will suffice. Since brother has made a decision, then I shall obey. It is simply regrettable. I had hoped to expel the Gu family from the 5 great clans, but it seems we must wait for another opportunity. The elegantly dressed man sighed, his tone heavy with reluctance. The demonic calamity is approaching. Who can say how many families will vanish without a trace in the next true spirit convention? Why should we overly concern ourselves with the future? The masked man appeared much more carefree, smiling as he spoke. This time, the elegantly dressed man could only manage a bitter smile, refraining from further comments. At this moment, not far from their location, several elders of the Lao family were gathered around an early-stage cultivator, quietly discussing something within the confines of a restriction. Although their conversation was inaudible, the gravity on each of their faces was unmistakably intense. The cultivator from the Lao family, a middle-aged scholar clad in white garments, bore a deep expression of concern. Clearly, Lin Mo's recent display of prowess on the WNLing platform had plunged this family, which once harbored immense potential to ascend among the 5 great families, into utter chaos. Both the Fairy of the Dawn and Elder Shao could not help but turn their gazes towards Lin Mo. Without the need for a contest, I willingly concede defeat in this round. This unexpected declaration elicited surprise, as Lin Mo, with a slight smile, unhesitatingly admitted his loss. The onlookers erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Elder Lin, this time, the Fairy of the Dawn, now restless, hastily inquired about the circumstances. The Feng family also possessed 2 cultivators at the combined stage, specializing in collaborative combat techniques. Thus, I lacked confidence and chose to recuperate, preparing for subsequent challenges. As long as the Gu family can maintain its position among the 5 great families, I believe it will not contravene the agreement with my fellow friends. Lin Mo cast her a glance and replied nonchalantly. Naturally, the elder has not lost faith. However, with each advancement in the rankings among the 5 great families, the benefits reaped will significantly increase. Perhaps my desires have been too avaricious. The expression of the Fairy of the Dawn shifted several times before she ultimately silently acquiesced to Lin Mo's decision. At that moment, the elder of the Long family announced the results from the stage, before once again summoning the other 3 families for a draw. Yet this time, the Long family unexpectedly drew a blank slip. The Yi family and the Lin family were the first to engage in combat. The Yi family naturally sent forth the young maiden clad in feathered attire, while the Lin family dispatched the long-haired male cultivator adorned with silver rings. It appeared the two had long-standing animosities, for as soon as they ascended the platform, they unleashed a myriad of supernatural abilities. the intensity of which seemed to surpass that of the elder of the Long family against Lin Mo. Although both were at the mid-stage of the combined realm, it was evident that the feathered maiden possessed superior strength. Despite the male cultivator continuously employing recently mastered techniques, he was ultimately forced back beyond the protective barrier, his countenance darkening as he begrudgingly acknowledged his defeat and returned to his seat. Following this, when the Yi family faced the Long family, the feathered maiden, fully aware of her inability to vanquish the elder of the Long family, decisively chose to concede. As for the Feng family, they wisely relinquished any ambitions of challenging the top 3 families. Consequently, the rankings among the 5 great families remained nearly unchanged from the previous cohort, with the Gu family still occupying the lowest throne. However, due to Lin Mo's earlier exhibition of strength, the cultivators of the Gu family did not display excessive concern. Yet when the elder of the Long family announced that other families were free to challenge, a scholar garbed in white from the Lao family slowly rose and proclaimed in a solemn voice, "I, Lao Ai, represent the Lao family and wish to challenge the Yi family. I hope that my friend Lin may offer some guidance." As soon as his words fell, a radiant light enveloped the scholar, and he stepped into the protective barrier, assuming a posture of waiting for Lin Mo to take the stage. Observing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly, remaining silent, and in a flash of azure light, he appeared before the scholar. Lao Ai's expression grew grave. After uttering a polite phrase, he swiftly adjusted his hands. Suddenly, one hand manifested a pitch-black ruler, while the other wielded a resplendent golden brush, glimmering with brilliance, extending over several feet in length, its tip radiating an exquisite spectrum of colors. With a gentle flick of the ruler, rays of light burst forth, and in an instant, dozens of mysterious black spiritual flowers appeared before him, encasing his form in a tight embrace. Meanwhile, the other hand, clutching the golden brush, conjured vibrant strokes into the void, summoning an array of colossal, vividly hued demon butterflies that emerged from thin air. With a husky yet commanding voice, the scholar issued a low shout, prompting all the butterflies to simultaneously take flight. As their wings flapped, torrents of colorful powder cascaded forth like a tempest. Under the impetus of the incantation, these particles coalesced into a swirling mass of toxic cloud, approximately the size of an acre, rapidly enveloping Lin Mo. Concurrently, the scholar recited another verse. And as he opened his mouth, a pale red bamboo slip emerged. This slip, akin to a living entity, unfurled in a radiant glow, releasing countless flickering red symbols. These symbols, seemingly profound, twisted and transformed upon their emergence, morphing into fiery birds as crimson as blood, trailing behind the toxic cloud, ready to engulf Lin Mo in a sweeping assault. Despite being merely a nascent cultivator at the initial stage of fusion, the spectacle of his offensive was nothing short of grand. It was no wonder that upon witnessing Lin Mo's earlier ability to contend with mid to late stage powers, he bravely stepped forward to confront the challenge. Yet for Lin Mo at this moment, such tactics appeared trivial. Observing the ferocity of the onslaught, he remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. He did not invoke any artifacts. Instead, he swiftly formed seals with his palms before his chest. With a flash of golden light, a 3-headed, 6-armed golden phantom emerged behind him. This phantom, much like Lin Mo himself, formed seals with its 6 arms, a radiant spiritual light swirling around it. And in an instant, it transformed into a magnificent golden corporeal form. 3 faces, resembling Lin Mo's countenance, came to life, while 6 arms were clad in golden scales, with faint symbols flickering in and out of view, exuding an air of mystery and authority. This was the divine manifestation of the golden body that Lin Mo had refined. The spectators, including the elder of the Long family, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the solidification of the threefold sacred law manifestation. Surprise flickered across the previously expressionless faces of not only the Long elder, but also the mid-stage cultivators from the Yi and Lin families, who clearly understood some secrets regarding the golden body and were equally taken aback. Just as the golden body took form, the toxic cloud and the multitude of fiery birds were nearly upon him, threatening to engulf him entirely. However, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. In a startling moment, the golden body positioned itself before him, and as its golden light surged, its form expanded abruptly. It transformed into a towering giant, reaching several zhang in height, and with a swift motion of its 6 arms, it gently waved towards the toxic cloud and the fiery birds. The sounds of impacts echoed in succession. In the grasp of 6 golden giant hands, radiant orbs of golden light emerged, spinning incessantly within the palms. With a sudden shake of the arms, all 6 spheres surged forth simultaneously, converging midair to form a magnificent golden vortex. Concurrently, the 3 heads of the golden figure opened their eyes in unison, each emitting a distinctly different incantation, layered and reverberating as they emanated from their mouths. Thunderous roars erupted from the vortex, intermingled with ethereal chants, as colossal silhouettes manifested, towering at 3 or 4 zhangs in height. Following this, a visible surge of golden waves burst forth from the vortex, sweeping through the surroundings. In its wake, neither the encroaching poisonous clouds nor the fiery birds from all directions could withstand the force, all being drawn into the swirling maelstrom. Within mere moments, the once formidable onslaught was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Lao AI was understandably astounded. Clutching the golden giant brush tightly in his hand, he sought to launch another offensive, only to find the opportunity had slipped away. With a mere thought, Lin Mo commanded the sacred golden figure to wield its 6 arms, precisely targeting the Confucian scholar before it, delivering a series of powerful punches, accompanied by a series of muffled sonic booms. 6 gleaming golden fist shadows erupted from the golden figure, vanishing swiftly into the annals of time. Disaster. The scholar, an experienced practitioner, instinctively gasped upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The golden giant brush, intended for battle, was swiftly retracted as he conjured a circular emblem in the void. Amidst flickering golden light, a resplendent golden shield materialized before him. Simultaneously, the red bamboo slip he had exhaled transformed into a vibrant crimson barrier, enveloping his form tightly. Coupled with the initial black ruler that had morphed into a dark arc, he had astonishingly established a tri-layered defense in the blink of an eye. However, just as the protective barriers solidified, the 6 dazzling golden fist shadows silently emerged mere inches away in the void. Initially no larger than a palm, they suddenly expanded into massive forms akin to heads, emitting a piercing shriek as they relentlessly collided with the defenses. The golden brilliance was blinding, and the first 3 fist shadows detonated in an instant, the 3 layers of protection crumbling away like a fleeting dream, revealing Lao AI's true figure. The scholar, witnessing this, was engulfed by terror. Without the luxury of contemplation, he swiftly clasped his hands together and then apart, conjuring a pristine white bone hammer that appeared as if by magic. Gripping the hammer firmly, he swung it forcefully before him. The white hammer instantaneously soared to towering heights. Almost immediately, the remaining 3 golden fist shadows, shrieking ominously, surged towards the scholar. A deafening crash reverberated. The golden radiance clashed with the white light, and the scholar felt an overwhelming force emanating from the bone hammer, nearly fracturing his fingers. In desperation, he was compelled to take a hasty step back. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the second golden fist shadow struck heavily against the bone hammer. Chapter 765. With the second thunderous sound, the scholar's face instantaneously turned as pale as a sheet. He could no longer muster the strength to grip the bone hammer in his hand, and with a whoosh, he was hurled away alongside the second shadow of a fist. At that moment, the third shadow of a fist left him no respite. It flashed past and struck solidly against his protective aura. The scholar's complexion changed drastically, becoming ghastly pale. Suddenly, he perceived a dazzling golden light before an overwhelming force surged towards him. He found himself almost entirely defenseless, his body shaking violently as he was forcefully ejected. Following a muffled thud, he crashed through one side of the protective barrier, propelled away from the Wanling platform. Soaring over 10 zhang away from the stone dais, this cultivator of the Long family, now enlightened, managed to stabilize himself mid-air. He quickly assessed his condition, only to discover he was completely unscathed, prompting a sigh of relief. "Thank you, esteemed friend, for your mercy. Brother Lin's powers are truly extraordinary, and I am well aware that I am no match for you," he expressed with deep gratitude, clasping his hands together in thanks to Lin Mo. Given the astonishing might displayed by Lin Mo through the few shadows of fists earlier, he felt that his safety was a result of Lin Mo's forbearance. No need for formalities. After all, engaging in a friendly exchange of skills is only natural. Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, his tone casual. He had no desire to make enemies unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the onlookers from various true spirit families watched in astonishment, their mouths agape. Although most had already discerned that Lin Mo was not an ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of integration. Witnessing such a swift victory in a single exchange, without even a blink, was utterly shocking. As for the genuine cultivators from the true spirit families, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions as they gazed at Lin Mo on the stone platform. Many revealed deep-seated apprehension and admiration, while a few harbored perplexing sentiments. Yet, Lin Mo, undeterred, flew away from the radiant protective barrier and returned to the ranks of the Gu family cultivators, settling back into his seat with ease. "Master, please enjoy this cup of spirit tea I just brewed," Guer said, her face aglow with shyness and exuberance as she respectfully presented a fragrant cup of spirit tea before Lin Mo glanced up at the young girl. Noticing the faint blush on her cheeks and the unmistakable excitement in her eyes, it became clear to him why she was so thrilled. Although she was aware of Lin Mo's formidable prowess as a cultivator at the integration stage, she had never witnessed firsthand the astonishing techniques he could wield. Now, seeing her master exhibit such extraordinary and enigmatic power filled her heart with indescribable joy. With a smile, Lin Mo accepted the refreshing spirit tea and took a gentle sip. At this moment, the enchanting fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were profoundly astonished by Lin Mo's displayed prowess, their faces aglow with uncontainable joy. With this, the Gu family, as the foremost among the 5 great true spirit families, finally secured its position, unwavering and impervious to external threats or covetous glances. The subsequent proceedings unfolded seamlessly, with each family acutely aware of the relative strengths of the others. Thus, the number of families bold enough to engage in direct competition dwindled to a mere handful. After several rounds of symbolic challenges, this grand competition for ranking was officially concluded. The following matters involved the allocation of numerous tokens crafted by the myriad spirit beasts, as well as the reallocation of various resources and benefits based on the family standings. In this intricate struggle for interests, Lin Mo no longer needed to partake. All affairs were entrusted to Fairy Xiaofeng, the head of the Gu family, and Elder Xiao, who managed the operations. Lin Mo sat quietly in his seat, observing the heads of families engaging in fierce verbal duels atop the Qianling platform, a faint sense of mockery stirring within him. He had expected these family heads and elders to be dignified and eloquent. Yet, confronted with such significant decisions regarding wealth distribution, they became utterly unscrupulous, even resorting to drawing blades against one another. For the sake of a trivial concession in resources, they willingly plunged into tumultuous conflicts over interests, revealing the critical nature of the stakes involved. Nevertheless, despite their fervent disputes, they failed to reach a genuine consensus. Without the rankings of each family as a foundation, this debate could have persisted for days or even months without yielding a solution acceptable to all parties. Those in the fusion stage, of course, would not engage in such undignified bickering as these family heads and elders. They preferred to sit quietly, like Lin Mo, beneath the stone platform, awaiting the final announcement of the agreement. Among them were indeed some practitioners in the fusion stage, occasionally casting curious and cautious glances towards Lin Mo, as if harboring lingering doubts about his strength. The sacred island of miraculous realms. Why would one of your esteemed stature suddenly mention this place? Lin Mo mused inwardly, though his expression remained impassive as he countered. If you are unwilling to disclose the truth, then that is acceptable. However, I have a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you in detail. Might you grace the Wanling Hall tonight to join in this momentous occasion? The elder of the Long family seemed to smile gently before posing another question. The Wanling Hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, and thoughts surged through his mind like a tide. This mysterious venue, known as the Wanling Hall, is a grand edifice nestled within the cliffside of the gorge. Originally, it served as a gathering place for the elders and heads of families upon their arrival in the valley, where they deliberated on the matters of the true spirit ceremony. Now, the elder of the Long family had extended a personal invitation for him to convene there, indicating that the discussions would be of extraordinary significance. Could you kindly enlighten me on the significant matters we are about to discuss, so that I, Lin, can contemplate an appropriate response? Lin Mo did not outrightly refuse, but rather responded with caution. Although he could not divulge too much information at this moment, Long could assure his companion that this matter pertains to a momentous change following the outbreak of the demonic calamity. It also involves substantial benefits that may be available to his companion, and could even influence our chances of advancing to the Great Ascension realm. After a moment of deep contemplation, the ancestor of the Long family calmly replied, "The Great Ascension realm." Even Lin Mo, who was typically as steady as a mountain, could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing such words. "Indeed, I have already invited several other friends to participate in this matter. Since you, Lin, have cultivated a second avatar and possessed the Dharma body, you are naturally qualified to be involved," the ancestor of the Long family continued. "Very well. Since you extend such a sincere invitation, we shall meet in the hall shortly," Lin Mo replied, striving to suppress the shock within him. After a long struggle, he ultimately resolved to respond thus. I am confident that your decision will be exceedingly wise. The matters we discuss will surely pique your interest." The Long family ancestor responded with evident satisfaction before falling silent. The subsequent True Spirit ceremony was exceedingly brief. After the heads of families and elders debated the allocation of resources and distribution of benefits, a routine ritual took place, concluding the entire ceremony satisfactorily. The Fairy of the Dawn sought out a secluded spot and without hesitation delivered all the relevant texts concerning the True Spirit blood and the previously promised items to Lin Mo. The head of the Gu family, unable to contain his excitement, once again invited Lin Mo to join their family, clearly stating that should Lin agree, all benefits and offerings would be in accordance with the standards set by the Gu family's esteemed elder. Furthermore, within the Gu family, Lin Mo would enjoy a status second only to that of the family head. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly and once again graciously declined the generous invitation. This response left the Fairy of the Dawn feeling quite disappointed, leading her to extend a secondary invitation for Lin Mo to visit the Gu family whenever he found leisure in the future. It was evident that the Gu family hoped to establish a closer friendly connection with Lin Mo through this opportunity. Lin Mo smiled and nodded in agreement to this invitation. Thus, in the ensuing time, several noble families set off on their journey home, retracing their steps back to their respective territories. Meanwhile, many other families chose to linger in the Wanling Valley for several days, allowing for the exchange and sharing of various resources and cultivation insights, ensuring that the ordinary spirit family cultivators found their journey worthwhile. The Gu family also did not depart immediately, but settled in a temporary complex within the valley. Lin Mo occupied a quaint little loft by himself, opting to remain and observe the unfolding situation. However, that night, he quietly left the loft and hastened toward the Wanling Hall on the other side of the valley. As he approached the Grand Hall, he found that someone had already been quietly waiting by the entrance, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Upon clearly discerning the figure's visage, Lin Mo's eyes involuntarily widened in astonishment. The individual was none other than Elder Hui of the Long family. Indeed, Lin Daoyu is a person of his word. I, Long, along with several other esteemed friends, have been awaiting you here for quite some time, the man in black remarked, now devoid of any previous hostility. Instead, he bowed deeply to Lin Mo and spoke with heartfelt warmth. "What is the matter? Has Long Daoyu invited others to join?" Lin Mo inquired, his mind stirring with a sudden realization. Haha, Lin Daoyu is truly astute. There is no need for this old man to elaborate further. Please, take a seat. The man in black smiled gently and gestured invitingly. "Then I must trouble you to guide me," Lin Mo replied with a slight nod, maintaining an air of composure. The elder Hui, unfazed by Lin Mo's indifference, led the way into the hall. The entire space appeared exceptionally quiet, with not a single guard in sight, evidently dismissed well in advance. Under the guidance of the man in black, Lin Mo found himself in a secluded chamber at one corner of the hall. There, 3 individuals were already seated around a massive stone table. Upon the entrance of Lin Mo and Elder Hui, all eyes turned towards them in an instant. Lin Mo observed the scene carefully, his pupils narrowing involuntarily. Among the 3, aside from the expressionless ancestor of the Long family, the other 2 were none other than the feather-clad girl from the Yi family and the long-haired man from the Lin family, adorned with a silver circlet. With Lin Mo and Elder Hui present, 5 cultivators of mid-stage integration or above had gathered in this place, a truly astonishing sight. The feather-clad girl, upon spotting Lin Mo, instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling as she smiled sweetly at him. The long-haired man, however, merely cast a fleeting glance in Lin Mo's direction before quickly averting his gaze, leaving his true thoughts inscrutable. In contrast, the ancestor of the Long family, upon seeing Lin Mo's arrival, surprisingly displayed a rare smile and warmly beckoned. Lin Daoyu has also arrived. Please, have a seat. In response, Lin Mo offered a slight smile and leisurely approached the stone table, gracefully taking his place. Elder Hui calmly seated himself beside the Long family ancestor. Long Laoguai, you have summoned so many of us here. Pray tell, what is the purpose of this gathering? Inquired the long-haired man from the Lin family, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. Lin Daoyu, please remain patient. Allow me to introduce a distinguished guest before I elaborate on everything. The ancestor of the Long family responded nonchalantly. Is there someone yet to arrive? Long Daoyu, how many individuals have you invited? Surely, the Feng brothers are not among them? The feather-clad girl asked with a playful blink. Though the Feng brothers can combine their powers, rivaling mid-tier cultivators, their collaborative techniques are fraught with limitations, and this endeavor does not warrant an excessive number of participants. Thus, I have not invited them to join. The elder replied. As for the esteemed guest I am about to introduce, she has been waiting here for quite some time. Chinchio, my friend, please reveal yourself and meet the esteemed company. The patriarch of the Long family shook his head and then turned towards a seemingly empty corner of the side hall, calling out. This sudden declaration undoubtedly astonished everyone present, who turned to look. In that dimly lit corner of the hall, an extremely faint aura suddenly surged forth. Following this, a flickering yellow light materialized into a yellow copper mirror. This mirror quickly became blurred and distorted, transforming into a stunning sight as a young maiden clad in yellow robes appeared before the assembly. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's pupils constricted abruptly, his expression grave. He immediately inquired of the Long family patriarch, Friend Long, what is your intention? Why have you brought this saintess of the spirit clan here? Chapter 766. It turns out that this young girl in yellow robes is indeed the spirit clan saintess who had made an appearance at the Wanbao Ping auction. The elder of the Lin family had previously participated in this grand event, allowing him to recognize the spirit clan's Chinchio saintess at a glance. At this moment, the expressions of the various cultivators seated in the hall varied. Some exhibited shock, others furrowed their brows, while only the cultivator with the surname Hui remained composed, unfazed. Dear friends, there is no need for alarm. The arrival of the Chinchio saintess is precisely to address the significant challenges we face. Without her assistance, this matter may prove difficult to navigate, the Long family patriarch replied in a calm tone. However, the atmosphere in the hall did not ease. Lin Mo remained vigilant. The smile of the maiden in the feathered attire vanished in an instant, and the long-haired man snorted coldly, casting a gaze filled with hostility towards the girl in yellow robes. There is no need for excessive formality, dear friends. Though I am of the spirit clan, my essence derives from a treasured possession once carried by your family's esteemed figure, the celestial being. After many years following the celestial being's demise, I was fortunate enough to awaken my intelligence and become a member of the spirit clan. The yellow-robed maiden elegantly curtsied to the assembled company, speaking with poise. The celestial being? Is that the legendary figure who established Abyss City during the ancient times, a mighty being of the great ascension stage? The maiden in feathered attire asked, momentarily taken aback, and then expressed her astonishment. The yellow-robed maiden nodded with a smile, adding, indeed, it is he. Otherwise, how could I serve as an envoy of the Spirit Clan Alliance and be dispatched to your esteemed family? When did the human race ally with your tribe? We are entirely unaware of such developments. How did this come to pass? The long-haired man expressed his confusion. The Chinchio saintess patiently explained, in truth, this alliance was established through discussions and agreements between myself, your family's holy island, the heavenly emperor of your clan, the Xuanwu overlord, and several late-stage great ascension cultivators. However, due to various reasons, the specific announcement date will require several more years to finalize. When the time arrives, you shall understand that my words are not mere fabrications. Since you have graced the Wanbao conference with your presence, an alliance with the Spirit Clan seems to be an inevitable matter of time. However, my dear Long, bringing the Saintess into the Valley of All Spirits appears to have been rather rash. This place is traditionally the venue for our esteemed families to hold grand ceremonies. The girl in the feathered attire wore a sullen expression, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. The elder of the Long family responded with calm composure, saying, Fair ye, Please rest assured that my friend Chinchio will only set foot in the Valley of All Spirits after the conclusion of the ceremony. Moreover, once we have deliberated on significant matters tonight, he shall depart immediately, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents will arise. Upon witnessing the elder's demeanor, the girl in the feathered attire appeared somewhat appeased by his assurances, and she sighed softly. Since you guarantee this, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Might I inquire what substantial matters are to be announced? Hearing this, the long-haired man's gaze flickered uncertainly for a moment before he relaxed slightly and resumed his seat, as if he had accepted the previous explanation. With the long-haired man's understanding, the elder of the Long family smoothly continued to elaborate on the forthcoming vital plans. The matter is, in essence, straightforward. I have summoned you all here with the hope that after the calamity of the demons erupts and the ancient demon realm merges with the spirit realm, we might venture deep into the demon realm to explore, crossing the borders of the demon realm. Elder Long, have you committed a grave error with your soul? Even if you truly seek an end, why must you involve our innocent lives? The long-haired man questioned with a face full of anger. However, upon hearing this question, the girl in the feathered attire seemed to recall certain past events, her countenance shifting to one of uncertainty. Lin Mo gently stroked his chin, revealing a hint of surprise and confusion. My dear brother Lin, there is no need for such agitation. My suggestion comes after thorough contemplation. I assure you, there is at least a 70 to 80% chance of a safe return. Would I jest with my own life? The elder of the Long family replied with a tranquil expression. Even so, what kind of terrifying existence is the holy ancestor of the demon realm? Should we encounter such a being, our very survival might be in jeopardy. Furthermore, within the demon realm, there are countless powerful ancient demons. While we can rely on the power of formations in the human realm to resist them, how can we ensure our safety once we delve deeper? The long-haired man glared at the elder of the Long family, mercilessly questioning him. If I were to tell you that there exists a method to temporarily alter our aura to be indistinguishable from that of ordinary ancient demons, even undetectable by those in the harmonization stage, what would you think of that, Brother Lin? The elder of the Long family narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. There is such a thing. Elder Long, you cannot be jesting. Those powerful ancient demons of the demon realm possess various incredible abilities. How could we deceive their keen senses? The girl in the feathered attire furrowed her brows, unable to refrain from interjecting. Upon hearing her words, the elder of the Long family smiled faintly and turned to the saintess Chinchio, asking, would you be able to demonstrate it once more? Of course, she replied. The maiden clad in yellow silk smiled gracefully, her palm gently flipping to reveal a pitch-black orb the size of a thumb. Parting her lips, she swiftly swallowed the orb whole. Immediately, the celestial maiden executed a gesture with one hand, and a dense shroud of black mist enveloped her figure entirely. The mist writhed incessantly, at times morphing into tendril-like forms that danced about, and at others, it spun rapidly as if it were a living entity. True demonic energy. Lin Mo's pupils abruptly contracted upon merely casting a glance, and he murmured softly to himself. Although his voice was nearly inaudible, it resonated clearly in the ears of those present in the grand hall, where mystical arts flourished. Upon hearing the reactions of the long-haired man and the maiden in feathered attire, the elder from the Long family cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Mo and remarked, your ability to recognize true demonic energy at a glance indicates that you must have cultivated a certain supreme demonic technique. Furthermore, the golden body manifestation you previously displayed bears a striking resemblance to the true form of an ancient demonic clan from the demon realm, undoubtedly unraveling some mysteries that have lingered in my mind. Indeed, Brother Long possesses a keen insight, Lin Mo replied with a serene smile, neither confirming nor denying anything. The expressions of the others present varied as they listened to the exchange between the two. At that moment, a delicate cry emerged from the black mist, and the true demonic energy surged madly towards the center, transforming in an instant into droplets of black liquid, all of which she forcibly absorbed into her body. As the mist gradually dissipated, the figure of the maiden in yellow reemerged. However, as Lin Mo and the others scrutinized her closely, they couldn't help but display a hint of curiosity. In the midst of the astonished gazes of all present, the maiden in yellow smiled softly. Suddenly, her aura shifted dramatically, an astonishing surge of demonic energy erupting from her being. Simultaneously, several dark, ink-like runes appeared on her once smooth, jade-like cheeks without warning. Moreover, A dark orb materialized between her brows, gleaming with a profound black luster, unmistakably the very orb she had previously consumed. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with intensity as he unfalteringly directed his consciousness towards this enigmatic maiden. After a brief moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Both her physique and the magical energy coursing within her were imbued with an extraordinarily pure form of true demonic energy. The aura she exuded was eerily reminiscent of that which he had encountered among the ancient demonic clans in the human realm. Yet, Lin Mo felt a jolt of shock. And upon close inspection, the long-haired man and the maiden in feathered attire also exhibited expressions of disbelief. Indeed, it was extraordinarily peculiar, appearing almost indistinguishable from the ancient demons. However, we are not of the demonic clan. Perhaps there are flaws we cannot perceive, but for true demons, the maiden in feathered attire pondered for a moment, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Dear Lady Yi, rest assured that the faux demon pearl I employ is, in fact, crafted from the core of a long-deceased ancient demon. By utilizing the appropriate esoteric techniques to integrate it within my being and expel the concealed, true demonic essence, even a high-ranking ancient demon would find it difficult to discern my true identity. To validate the efficacy of this pearl, after consuming it, I was imprisoned alongside several ancient demons captured during the invasion of the demon realm, enduring for several months. During our confinement, those ancient demons never uncovered my genuine identity. Naturally, we must remain vigilant when faced with saint-level demons or those possessing exceptional abilities. However, the likelihood of encountering such beings within the vast demon realm is exceedingly slim. It is rumored that the ancient demon realm rivals the scale of our spirit realm, the girl in the yellow robe explained with gravity. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo and the others fell into deep contemplation. Even if this method proves viable, venturing into the demon realm remains an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Would you three be willing to share the particulars? If, as Brother Long asserts, it truly offers us an opportunity for advancement to the great ascendance. Even if this course of action seems utterly absurd, I would not dismiss it outright. The girl in the feathered attire sighed deeply, her eyes shimmering with inquiry. When she mentioned the great ascendance, the previously furious man with flowing hair paused, his expression darkening as he lapsed into silence once more. If not for the potential of rising to a higher level, do you truly believe I would ally with the saintess and risk my life? He questioned. Are you acquainted with the concepts of the spirit cleansing pool and the pure spirit lotus? The elder of the Long family sneered, uttering the two names. The spirit cleansing pool, the pure spirit lotus? Both the man with flowing hair and Lin Mo exchanged puzzled glances, revealing their confusion at these terms. However, the feathered girl's countenance shifted slightly, her gaze fixated upon the elder of the Long family, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Oh, it appears Lady Yi has some knowledge of this matter. It is not surprising, as you were once a direct disciple of the esteemed Mo, and thus aware of such information, remarked the cultivator beside the elder with a strange smile. Indeed, I would never presume to speculate. However, Elder Mo must have ventured deep into the demon realm on multiple occasions and is surely accustomed to the existence of the spirit cleansing pool and the pure spirit lotus. Elder Hui stated, his tone devoid of any hint of disdain towards the sole existing being of the great ascendance among the human race. Regarding the items you mentioned, they bear no relation to my master. Rather, they were brought to light by the ancestors of my family, the Yi clan, who learned of them from the remnants of a high-ranking ancient demon during a formidable calamity. However, the information is rather vague, only indicating that these treasures are of no benefit to the demon race, yet possess a profoundly mysterious power for our spirit realm kin. The girl in the feathered attire continued, her demeanor as frigid as ice. I see. Thus I have indeed overstepped, came the humble acknowledgement. Elder Hui chuckled, though his tone betrayed a hint of confusion and unease. Upon hearing the words of the girl in feathered attire, the ancestral figure of the Long family displayed a contemplative expression. Yet, at that moment, the illustrious saintess of Qianqiu offered a slight smile and calmly remarked, though the spirit washing pool and the purifying lotus may be unfamiliar to the three esteemed friends, the names of the transformation immortal pool and the 7 apertures one chi lotus should evoke some recognition, should they not? Such a revelation prompts one to ponder. Could they belong to the same category of entities? This seems implausible, for the transformation immortal pool can only be found in the realm of true immortals. and it is said that only the newly ascended immortals are fortunate enough to cleanse their mortal forms and reshape their ethereal bodies here. As for the 7 apertures 1 chi lotus, it is a companion entity of the transformation immortal pool, possessing the ability to enhance the wisdom of one's spiritual roots. Legends suggest that even the most simple-minded individual, upon consuming this essence, may instantly unlock their 7 apertures and become extraordinarily intelligent. The long-haired man gasped in astonishment, shaking his head repeatedly, his expression one of incredulity. Lin Mo, too, had heard of these mythical treasures that existed solely in tales, and he could not help but feel a tremor of excitement. His gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the countenance of the Chinchou Saintess, striving to discern the veracity of her claims. However, the girl in feathered attire appeared increasingly cold and silent. The transformation immortal pool and the 7 apertures 1 chi lotus, even within the realm of true immortals, are exceedingly rare. Their formation conditions are immensely stringent, and it is indeed a rare occurrence for them to manifest over the passage of time. Thus, it is utterly impossible that they are the same as the items depicted under my jurisdiction. Nevertheless, despite the significant disparity in efficacy between the former and the latter, they are sufficient to facilitate a profound transformation, enriching one's intellect. For the transformation immortal pool and the 7 apertures 1 chi lotus evolve gradually from the spirit washing pool and the purifying lotus. In the 767th chapter, a woman in a yellow robe gently brushed her dark tresses, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she revealed a cryptic expression. It is astonishing that such a fact exists. Yet, why has our spirit realm not possessed such a precious treasure, only to find it manifesting within the demon realm rife with malevolent energy? Moreover, how can we ascertain that these 2 divine entities truly exist within the demon domain? This time, Lin Mo remained motionless, his voice filled with urgency as he posed his inquiries. The young woman adorned in the robe of authority, after careful deliberation, began to unveil the hidden secrets of their race, as chronicled throughout the annals of history, along with the myriad conjectures and hypotheses that arose therefrom. Thus, it follows that the information concerning the spiritual pools was imparted to the esteemed friends by the revered saintess. However, for Brother Long to possess such profound understanding and unwavering belief in this matter, he must surely possess his own unique discernment. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo addressed the ancestral figure of the Long family with a tone that was both unpretentious and respectful. Upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, the girl in feathered attire and the middle-aged man with disheveled hair both lifted their heads, directing their gazes towards the ancestral figure of the Long family. With a smile, the ancestral figure responded, "As for the authenticity of this matter, I possess my own distinctive methods of discernment. However, the techniques I employ must remain undisclosed to you, my esteemed friends. Fortunately, the earlier remarks of Fairy Yi have indirectly corroborated the existence of the spirit washing pool in some hidden corner of the demon realm. Now, we must see whether you all dare to take the risk and seize this tremendous opportunity. To speak candidly, the aged elder, the saintess, and Brother Hui have all resolved to venture into the demon realm to explore. Furthermore, there are several formidable beings of the saint spirit rank participating from the spirit realm. As for the human race, the 3 emperors and other powerful factions will undoubtedly take action, which is why we have selected 3 companions. In truth, my original plan was to invite only Fairy Yi and Brother Lin to partake in this endeavor. The inclusion of Brother Lin is undoubtedly a delightful surprise. The next step is to see whether the 3 companions are willing to stake everything and journey to the demon realm. After listening to the elder of the Long family's narration, Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one immediately provided a clear response. Their expressions varied. "May I inquire, Brother Long, when do you plan to lead everyone into that enigmatic demon realm after the calamity descends?" According to the information I currently possess, this impending demonic disaster is incomparable to any previous occurrences. If we choose an ill-timed moment, our lineage, the descendants of Yan and Huang, may face the peril of extinction. Should we fail to seize this critical moment, our families will struggle to survive this catastrophe. After a prolonged contemplation, the maiden in feathered attire spoke with calm resolve. The elder of the Long family replied with composure, "I have already made ample preparations and considerations regarding this matter. Therefore, we have determined the optimal timing for our actions to be within several decades following the onset of the demonic calamity. By then, The human race should have endured the most intense phase of the disaster and entered a relatively stable period, allowing various factions to unite in cooperation. Under such circumstances, we can seek suitable opportunities to infiltrate the demon realm, and I believe we shall be able to accomplish our mission with success. Moreover, Brother Lin, did you not express that as a wandering cultivator, you have few attachments? Surely, there must be more than 2 companions among the combined period cultivators of the Yi and Lin families. Elder Long, your ability to gather intelligence is truly remarkable. Very well. If our Lin family can indeed navigate this demonic tribulation unscathed, I shall accompany you to the demon realm. The middle-aged man with disheveled hair was surprisingly the first among Lin Mo and the others to voice his stance. Clearly, the allure of the spirit-washing pool and the purifying heart lotus was irresistible to him. Despite his somber demeanor, he could not utter words of refusal. Given the existence of techniques that conceal our presence, our chances of survival within the demon realm will undoubtedly increase significantly. However, even the most perfect disguise may still risk exposure if we operate there for an extended period. I wonder how long this expedition to the demon realm is expected to last. If it is overly prolonged, our mortality rate will certainly rise dramatically, and my younger sister must contemplate this carefully before deciding whether to embark on this path. Of course, if the duration is not excessively long, I shall not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After taking a deep breath, the maiden in feathered attire posed her inquiry. The sacred pool of cleansing and the pure lotus reside in the very heart of the abyss, within the core of the demon realm. Should all proceed smoothly, the journey back and forth would require approximately a decade. However, should we encounter unforeseen challenges or substantial hindrances, the duration may multiply several times over. A scenario that is highly probable. We cannot act immediately upon the eruption of the demonic calamity. Thus, the time available to us is indeed limited. The saintess of millennia explained with a furrowed brow. Decades are undeniably an extensive span. I must return to my dwelling to carefully weigh the pros and cons. At present, I cannot provide a definitive response. The maiden's countenance fluctuated with uncertainty, and after a considerable period of contemplation, she replied in an ambiguous tone. Fear not, Fairy Yi. You may return and deliberate at your leisure. However, I urge you to ponder this carefully. Your Tianfeng bloodline possesses the transcendent ability to shatter the void, rendering it a formidable asset for our journey in the demon realm. Should you choose to forego this expedition, it would indeed be a source of regret. The elder of the Long family was not surprised by the maiden's response. Instead, he offered a profound reminder. Whether to go or not, I shall contemplate earnestly. The maiden of the feathered attire responded succinctly before lapsing into silence. At this juncture, the gazes of the elder and others naturally shifted toward the unspoken Henrik. Given the existence of such precious treasures within the demon realm, as a rogue cultivator, I am certainly inclined to take the risk. However, in the forthcoming centuries, I have several significant matters that require my attention, consuming considerable time, which may preclude my genuine participation in this venture. Lin Mo reflected for a moment, then revealed a resigned smile, candidly expressing his predicament. I see. Thus, Lin Daoist, you may decide based on the circumstances at that time. If you are able, I encourage your participation in this endeavor. However, if you cannot extricate yourself, I shall not press the matter. Yet, esteemed friends, I must state unequivocally that whether you choose to journey to the demon realm is of no concern to me. However, prior to my departure with the saintess to the demon realm, I hope you all can maintain utmost confidentiality. Currently, only those present are privy to this information. Should any rumors arise in the outside world, I shall show no mercy. My concern is not that others may come to vie for the sacred pool, but rather the anxiety that if this matter is forewarned to the demon kin, our efforts to enter the demon realm silently will undoubtedly face multiplied challenges. Unlike the feathered maiden, the elder of the Long family seemed to regard Lin Mo's decision with indifference, merely offering a few words before suddenly adopting a grave tone to issue a warning. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, appearing unconcerned. In contrast, the maiden furrowed her brow and responded with a darkened expression. What sort of individuals does Long Brother perceive us to be? Do you think I would act to the detriment of others' interests? I merely spoke in passing, confident that none among you would lack discretion. Having disclosed all matters to the three of you, whether you are genuinely willing to bear this risk entirely rests upon your personal inclinations. However, prior to the eruption of the demonic calamity, I must receive a clear response from you. Should you choose not to participate, I shall need to seek other suitable companions." The venerable ancestor of the Long family chuckled, skillfully diffusing the situation, and reiterated, "Naturally." This time, the girl in feathered attire readily acquiesced. Lin Mo, standing nearby, nodded in understanding. With the matters at hand duly discussed, it was clear that Lin Mo and his companions could no longer linger, so after a brief exchange, Lin Mo, the feathered girl, and Henrik rose to take their leave from the side hall. The cultivator of the Hui surname respectfully escorted them out. In a fleeting moment, only the celestial maiden Qianxiu and the venerable ancestor of the Long family remained in solitary company. The smile that had graced the face of the girl in the yellow robe vanished in an instant, her gaze flickering restlessly, revealing a mind steeped in complexity. Meanwhile, the Long ancestor gazed steadily at the door, his expression calm as water, seemingly pondering a matter of great import. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, the celestial maiden Qianxiu finally broke the silence. "I cannot fathom why you are so intent on persuading the members of the Yi family to join our ranks. Does Brother Long truly believe that her transformation into a heavenly phoenix is crucial for our expedition to the demon realm? It is worth noting that I have already invited another saintly ally possessing abilities that rival those of this Yi fairy in the art of tearing through the void. Surely, Brother Long does not doubt what I, Qianxiu, have conveyed. Of course not. My acquaintance with the celestial maiden spans more than a mere year and a half. How could I harbor any doubts about you? However, we are about to venture into the fabled demon realm. Having an additional ally proficient in the art of void breaking would undoubtedly enhance our chances of survival. Furthermore, the esoteric techniques of the Yi family are not inferior to our Long family's. If we could incorporate her into our team, it would indeed be a substantial boon," responded the Long ancestor, casting a glance at the girl in yellow, his tone measured. "Even if this Yi fairy possesses significant value, that Lin fellow is merely at the early stage of integration. Even with formidable powers, it does not necessarily warrant his presence in the demon realm. Should Brother Long truly feel that we lack sufficient personnel and cannot find a mid-stage ally among the human ranks, I am willing to return to my clan to contact a powerful kin to participate in this endeavor," the celestial maiden Qianxiu said, pausing briefly before sighing. "Oh, but I have already agreed with the celestial maiden that our infiltration into the demon realm must maintain a balance in numbers. Do not go back on your word, dear fairy. Besides, you may have misjudged this time. This young man named Lin, despite just ascending to the early stage of integration, possesses strength that surpasses Elder Huey's. As I have personally tested, even with the late-stage prowess of both the celestial maiden and myself, overcoming him would likely not be an easy feat. Moreover, my invitation for him to join us is not groundless. His cultivated Dharma body seems to stem from a premier demonic technique of the ancient demon clan, perhaps allowing him to wield true demonic energy. Should we manage to include him in our ranks, he may prove unexpectedly useful in the demon realm. Of course, if he is truly unwilling to join, he is not indispensable. I shall seek out other powerful rogue cultivators to partake in this matter." The venerable patriarch of the Long family let out a cold laugh, exuding confidence as he spoke. "As the saintess of the Qi-Ling clan, how could I ever commit an act of betrayal? Since you, Brother Long, have already made your plans, I shall refrain from further discourse. I shall temporarily leave this demon orb in your possession. As for how to wield it, I trust you are already well versed. I have signed an agreement on behalf of the Spirit Clan with your esteemed family, hence I must take my leave and return to the Spirit Clan tomorrow. I kindly ask you to take great care regarding the collaborative matters between our clans." Upon observing the patriarch's resolve, the saintess smiled calmly and ceased to press her views. "Rest assured, our collaboration will be mutually beneficial, and I, Long, shall exert every effort. However," he added, "when we meet again, it may be after the onset of the demonic tribulation." The patriarch nodded, and a stiff smile appeared on his otherwise rigid face. The girl in the yellow robe smiled gently, expressed her respect once more, and then rose to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had returned to his abode. Lying alone on a spacious bed in the attic with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly contemplating certain matters. The arduous nature of advancing to the Great Ascension realm could be discerned from the vast population of his clan. Despite possessing unparalleled opportunities, Lin Mo did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could easily break through this bottleneck. Given this situation, the allure of the spirit purification pool and the pure spirit lotus became especially significant. He should have unhesitatingly accepted the patriarch's invitation. However, Lin Mo found himself grappling with unspoken dilemmas, leading him to adopt a strategy of delay. The source of Lin Mo's distress undoubtedly lay in the close scrutiny of the Yuansha Saint ancestor upon him. The deep-seated enmity between him and this demon sovereign made him wary of the demon realm. As if it were a trap, he dared not enter. Should he truly accept the invitation to delve into the demon realm, the exposure of his whereabouts might not concern other ancient demon sovereigns, who might not personally intervene. Yet, once the Yuansha Saint ancestor became aware of his presence, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation to eliminate him, seeking vengeance for the deep-seated grievance stemming from the destruction of his thoughts many years prior. Of course, it was an exceedingly difficult choice for Lin Mo to flatly refuse the patriarch's invitation and relinquish the spirit purification pool and the pure spirit lotus entirely. After all, opportunities for such advancement to the great ascension realm are indeed rare. Missing this chance could very well mean losing the opportunity to ascend altogether. This truly presented a perplexing predicament. After prolonged contemplation, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a wry smile of resignation. However, this conundrum was not devoid of solutions. The crux lay in whether he could successfully advance 2 levels before the demonic tribulation erupted, thereby reaching the peak of the late fusion stage. With his formidable cultivation at this level and numerous divine abilities at his disposal, even if he could not match the Yuansha Saint ancestor, it should not be an insurmountable challenge to preserve his life in his hands. With such strength as a safeguard, he could venture into the demon realm without excessive concern. For others, ascending from the early to late fusion stage within a mere few centuries would undoubtedly be considered a fanciful dream. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed the art of refining the spirit and an abundance of elixirs, the possibility of success was not entirely out of reach, especially since he bore the weight of his pact with Qing Yuanzai. Once he obtained the divine milk of the underworld river, a treasure that even the 4 great demon kings of the abyss coveted, his chances of advancing to the late stage of the combined body would undoubtedly increase significantly. As long as he could ascend to that realm before the plans of the elders of the Long family came to fruition, Lin Mo would undoubtedly dare to venture into the demon realm to seek the truth. Should he fail to achieve such a level, he would have to devise a new strategy based on the circumstances. Regardless, it was indeed quite unrealistic for him to easily abandon the opportunities presented by the spirit washing pool and the pure spirit lotus, which were essential for his ascension. Once Lin Mo had made his resolve, he ceased to ponder aimlessly on other matters. He then waved his sleeve, causing a dozen array flags to soar into the air, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire room. Subsequently, he gently closed his eyes and began to meditate. The following morning, when the celestial wind fairy and elder Shao came to visit Lin Mo, they were astonished to discover that the entire attic was utterly empty. Lin Mo and Bai Guo'er had already departed in silence for quite some time. The two exchanged a knowing smile, feeling somewhat helpless. At that very moment, Lin Mo and the young girl had already soared to avoid millions of miles away. They were piloting a turquoise flying vessel, swiftly heading in a particular direction. Lin Mo sat in a corner of the flying vehicle, wholly absorbed in studying a mysterious ancient tome, seemingly in search of some profound path. Bai Guo'er stood at the front of the vessel, holding a magical disc that shimmered with a faint blue glow as she diligently maneuvered the craft forward. Though only a few years had passed, the catalysis of those mystical substances had enabled Bai Guo'er to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. While Lin Mo regarded her magical prowess as nearly insignificant, she was still able to manage the flying vehicle's operation, albeit with some difficulty. However, during this tranquil journey, after a while, Bai Guo'er turned her head slightly to glance at Lin Mo and found him deeply engrossed in his own world. A wave of curiosity washed over her, prompting her to anxiously inquire, "Dear Master, where exactly are we headed next? The current course does not lead to Tianyuan City. Shall we not meet with the other senior brothers?" Having spent years by Lin Mo's side, she had gradually come to understand her master's temperament. Furthermore, during those times, Lin Mo had repeatedly intervened to alleviate the cold poison tormenting her, which naturally fostered a profound sense of intimacy in her demeanor. "Oh, my obedient girl seems to be missing your 2 senior brothers. But I find it puzzling. Are you worrying about Dao's senior brother or C senior brother?" Lin Mo replied, still engrossed in his book, without lifting his gaze. "Master, you truly enjoy jesting. Guerrer merely finds both senior brothers to be quite amusing. There are no special thoughts behind it, she responded. Upon hearing Lin Mo's slightly teasing remarks, Guerrer's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly stammered her explanations. Despite her tender years in the spirit realm, every individual possesses an extraordinarily precocious understanding of emotions, particularly those related to romantic entanglements. And she had already begun to grasp such sentiments. Haha, I was merely jesting with you. During my last return to Tianyuan City, I entrusted some spells and elixirs to your two senior brothers. Thus, even if we do not return for several decades, it will not impede their cultivation progress. Moreover, I have left your Ice Phoenix Master Ant in the cave, where she can offer them some guidance in their training. As for you, given that the cold poison within you has yet to be eradicated, you must remain by my side at all times. Fortunately, your current cultivation is still quite weak, and you can continually enhance your strength through the power of elixirs. My recent focus has been on comprehending divine powers, so I do not require any secluded meditation for the time being. Therefore, we shall seize this opportunity to traverse the entire realm of the 3 sovereigns and 7 demons. After a light chuckle, Lin Mo responded with a serious demeanor. With the prowess of your Ice Phoenix Master Ant, she can undoubtedly guide your 2 senior brothers without issue. But Master, why do you always wander so extensively? A few years ago, you took me to explore the entire Xiantian realm. Are you in search of something? Guerrer hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage to inquire. I am not searching for an object, but rather seeking an old acquaintance. If she has successfully ascended to the spirit realm, I should be able to obtain the latest news regarding her, Lin Mo replied, gently sighing, a hint of loneliness flickering across his face. Ah, could this old acquaintance be a family member of yours? Guerrer's dark eyes sparkled with curiosity as she blurted out. Oh, how did you come to know of this, little girl? Lin Mo was taken aback by her words. I deduced it from observation. Whenever my grandmother speaks of my late grandfather, her expressions and tone bear a striking resemblance to your current state, she explained. Is this relative you mentioned your wife, Master? I have never heard you speak of this matter, Guerrer said, first with a shy giggle, then with growing curiosity. Everyone, regarding Master's affairs. You need not delve too deeply. This journey, while primarily aimed at seeking an old friend, also carries an element of exploration. After all, I have only recently ascended to the combining phase. Both my cultivation level and inner cultivation require further refinement to lay a solid foundation for my future path. Our next destination is the Tianling realm, which has been in turmoil since the fall of the Spirit Emperor. I hope we may achieve some gains there, Lin Mo remarked, his gaze flickering as he spoke with a calm tone. The Tianling realm is said to be hosting the Spirit Emperor competition in a few years to select a new Spirit Emperor. Why not participate, Master? And contend for the title? With your profound and extensive powers, surely you must have a chance. Guerrer, with a cheerful demeanor, proposed. Hee, your suggestion is truly whimsical. How could Master, with such insignificant cultivation, possibly attain the esteemed title of spiritual sovereign? Moreover, Master harbors no interest in such matters. Now, focus on channeling the spiritual energy into the artifact. As for Master, there is still much to glean from the tome in hand. Lin Mo chuckled lightly and then immersed himself in the study of the scroll before him, disregarding the young girl's perplexity. Observing this, Guerrer, despite her multitude of questions, could only pout in silence, afraid to press further. Suddenly, she increased the pace at which she infused spiritual energy into the law wheel, and in an instant, the azure flying chariot trembled slightly, its speed surging dramatically. Lin Mo, however, remained oblivious to these changes, seemingly lost in the depths of his studies. Thus, in the stillness, the azure chariot transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing without a trace. Before long, the azure glow in the sky dissipated entirely. For the next decade or two, Lin Mo's whereabouts spanned every corner of the human realm's 3 sovereigns, with his news occasionally circulating. Yet, as 20 years swiftly passed, his presence in the human realm faded like a stone sinking into the ocean, and he was never seen again. Conversely, in the land of the 7 demons, rumors spread among the high-ranking demon clans, claiming to have spotted Lin Mo's figure in the demon market. However, due to communication barriers between the 2 races, some individuals who were particularly concerned about Lin Mo found themselves doubting this information. After several decades, Lin Mo's news truly fell into oblivion, leaving no trace behind. Time flowed quietly, and 200 years since the 10,000 Treasures Conference slipped by unnoticed. During this period, significant events unfolded in both the human and demon realms. Among them, the position of spiritual sovereign was ultimately seized a century ago by a mysterious female cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. Although this newly ascended sovereign possessed only mid-stage integration strength, she triumphed over 11 contenders during the grand competition, including 3 established late-stage powerhouses, all of whom failed to withstand her brilliance. This event immediately stirred a great uproar in both realms, becoming a hot topic of discussion among the elite. Consequently, despite her recent accession, this new sovereign successfully incorporated the influence of her predecessor, swiftly restoring order to the celestial realm and ushering in a period of prosperity and stability. The name of the 3 sovereigns once again shone brightly, a title well-deserved. Another momentous occurrence that captured attention was the sacred island of both realms. It suddenly declared a cessation of hostilities, with the 2 races and several neighboring formerly antagonistic factions forging a temporary alliance known as the Millennium Pact. Over the next millennium, these races not only pledged to refrain from further conflict, but also committed to upholding mutual assistance and vigilance. This move undoubtedly left the common populace of both races in shock, expressing their bewilderment. At this moment, whispers of impending calamities from the demon race began to circulate quietly among the lower-tier cultivators and ordinary folk. Whispers concerning the demonic race have begun to circulate, even reaching the ears of certain mortals in specialized circles. Although the calamity of the demonic race is centuries away, the lifespans of these low-ranking cultivators and ordinary citizens are but fleeting, spanning merely 2 to 3 centuries at most. While they remain acutely aware of the situation, there is yet no cause for panic. Nevertheless, in anticipation of the impending disaster, various mid-sized families and capable mortals have commenced preparations for defensive measures. During this period, some inhabitants of small towns have gradually begun to migrate towards the major powers. For these common folk, aside from refraining from openly discussing the demonic disaster in public, they have devised numerous pretexts to obscure the true nature of their concerns. As the years pass, a palpable tension has begun to permeate the once tranquil realms of humanity. Those cultivators who seldom revealed themselves to mortals are now congregating in prominent cities, establishing extensive defensive formations, or directly organizing rigorous training for the body cultivators among the populace. Despite the likelihood that the body cultivators currently undergoing training may meet their end before the demonic disaster strikes, such training must be widely implemented among mortals. This is to ensure that, in 3 or 4 generations, a formidable force can be mustered to support various factions when the calamity unfolds. Given the vast population of mortals, the number of body cultivators is nearly 100-fold that of cultivators. While even the most accomplished body cultivators may only reach the level of nascent cultivators, their sheer numbers undoubtedly represent a significant bulwark against the impending demonic threat. Historical precedents of demonic disasters have demonstrated the immense value of these fully equipped body cultivators in combating low to mid-tier ancient demons. Major factions have begun to retrieve their so-called spiritual tools from secret repositories and distribute them to the mortal forces under their control. Moreover, stronger and more numerous spiritual tools are being produced in batches by the master artisans of each faction. Concurrently, various artifacts and elixirs suitable for low to mid-level practitioners are being mass-produced at considerable expense by each faction. Consequently, the previously ample reserves of materials for artifact forging and alchemy have been swiftly depleted. The prices of various goods in the markets have surged dramatically, often exceeding multiples of any previous period. Despite this, a pervasive scarcity of certain resources remains evident in the markets, akin to a situation where goods are priced yet unavailable. Meanwhile, within the realm of the demon race, the developments mirror those in human territories. Of course, the aforementioned changes have been gradually accumulated over the course of more than a century, without giving rise to any substantial chaos within either race's domain. However, all the changes seemingly bore no impact on a certain individual, and remarkably, throughout this protracted period, not a whisper of news escaped. Chapter 769. Until this day, the entire city wall within Tianyuan City appeared exceptionally grand and majestic. A dazzling white light flickered in the sky, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Within that brilliance, a slender and petite figure could be faintly discerned. In the blink of an eye, This mysterious silhouette dissipated before the vigilant armed soldiers guarding the wall. Oh, who is this person? How dare they challenge authority? Merely a cultivator at the core formation stage, audaciously flying past us without the gate's approval. One burly man clad in black armor was taken aback by the scene, and an immediate surge of anger welled up within him. The dark aura of energy within him flickered erratically, seemingly poised to initiate a pursuit. "Friend who, please hold," exclaimed another armored soldier, swiftly grasping the burly man. Why such astonishment? She is merely a core formation cultivator. How does she deserve such special treatment? The man was astonished at the revelation. Yet, her master is a cultivator at the integration stage, who has ascended from the transformation stage to the integration stage within a mere few hundred years, and may have prospects of advancing to the late integration stage in the future. As for this white fairy, it is said that she broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the mid-core formation stage in just over 100 years, her cultivation talent deemed extraordinarily remarkable. Friend who is new to Tianyuan City and unfamiliar with this white fairy, the soldier who obstructed him patiently explained. Within a few hundred years, she advanced from the transformation stage to the integration stage. Are you referring to the esteemed Lin, who once battled fiercely with the ancestor of the Long family? The burly man's expression suddenly changed, exclaiming instinctively, "Oh, so friend who is also aware of Senior Lin's affairs. No wonder, despite her rare appearances, her reputation has long been established. Consequently, for this recognized disciple residing in Tianyuan City, the Elder Council has specially decreed an exemption from routine inspections." Another soldier chuckled in response. So this woman is indeed Senior Lin's recognized disciple. No wonder she enjoys such special privileges. However, as per your discussions, it seems that this white fairy frequents Tianyuan City quite often. The burly man nodded in understanding and then curiously inquired. Not particularly frequent. Sometimes she may come once every year or two, while at other times, she may visit only once every 7 or 8 years. However, it has been disclosed that whenever this white fairy arrives, it is primarily to procure necessary supplies from the market. Of course, this is quite reasonable. In today's world, resources are scarce everywhere, and only Tianyuan City still possesses the ability to supply some goods. The soldier blocking the burly man responded without hesitation. I see. Then, as Senior Lin's recognized disciple resides near Tianyuan City, it is only natural that Senior Lin himself must also dwell in the vicinity. The burly man pondered for a moment before speaking with newfound understanding. This matter remains shrouded in mystery. No one dares to take the risk of tracking this white fairy. Now, regarding the matters of the predecessors in the fusion stage, we should refrain from discussing them. Brother Hu, why not share your recent experience in the market where you discovered a piece of purple gold iron? Someone humorously suggested changing the topic, their tone tinged with caution. Oh, indeed, that incident. I chanced upon a great fortune that day, unexpectedly earning a considerable sum. I was meandering through the market when I happened upon a small shop. The robust man began recounting his recent experiences with great enthusiasm. The others promptly set aside their previous conversation, fully engrossed in the man's tale. At this very moment, the distant flash of white light, now long vanished, was racing toward the direction of the market in Tianyuan City. Several hours later, that white light steadily descended before the grand hall designated for trade between humans and demons. As the light gradually dissipated, a figure of a young girl clad in a silver brocade robe emerged. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a round face, bright black eyes, and skin as fair as jade, her beauty striking and enchanting. Without pausing, she approached the guards at the hall entrance and paid a certain amount of spirit stones. After receiving an artifact to conceal her identity, she quietly stepped into the hall, enveloped in a shimmering aura. Within moments, the young girl found herself in the main chamber of the hall, where over 100 mysterious figures cloaked in robes had gathered. Some were setting up stalls, while others engaged in peculiar transactions, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the hall. The silver-robed girl surveyed her surroundings, and after a brief moment, her dark eyes glimmered as she strode towards a corner where a demon-clan true immortal stood silently, shrouded in black mist. As the silver-robed girl approached, the black mist stirred, revealing a delicate hand as white as jade, which grasped a broken half of a jade pendant. Upon seeing this, the girl's expression shifted slightly as she too produced a fragmented jade pendant from her palm. The two pieces touched and instantly fused into a flawless whole. Who might you be? The silver-robed girl inquired, her tone now more measured, yet still laced with curiosity. "Ah, it is you, Miss Bai. I wonder if your master remains in seclusion?" A melodious female voice emerged from the black mist, as if already well acquainted with her. "Oh, Senior Chin, you have personally come here. My master has yet to emerge from his retreat," the silver-robed girl replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "The materials your master required are exceedingly precious, and I could not bear to entrust them to another, hence my personal visit," the voice continued. "Indeed, your master is exceptionally gifted, managing to break through to the foundation establishment stage and form a golden core within a mere century, even advancing to the mid-golden core stage." The woman in the black mist sighed gently in response. "This is all due to my master generously providing various spirit herbs to aid in the cleansing of marrow and fortifying the tendons of his juniors," the silver-robed girl explained. "Were it not for this, the innate talents of the junior would render it nearly impossible to form a golden core within a short span of time." The girl in the silver robe expressed her heartfelt gratitude, for she was none other than Bai Guer, the named disciple of Lin Mo. In a mere 200 years, she had blossomed from a tender girl into a graceful lady, now a mid-stage true immortal of the Golden Core realm. The woman shrouded in black mist was Qin Suer of the Tianhu clan, who had previously arranged a substantial transaction with Lin Mo throughout this period. Bai Guer had frequently visited this place to fulfill the promises made between Lin Mo and the woman. Regardless, I must commend Senior Lin's remarkable tactics. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Bai Guer's future ascension to the transformation stage and the void refining realm is not an unattainable dream. Therefore, let us proceed with the transaction as agreed. Qin Suer praised once more and then presented a purple wooden box, which she produced from seemingly nowhere, directly handing it to Bai Guer. "The junior shall comply," Bai Guer replied with a gentle smile, and with a flick of her wrist, a blue circular ring materialized in her hand. An hour later, Bai Guer exited the grand hall and retreated to a secluded corner, rising into the air without hesitation and speeding back the way she had come. 2 months later, amidst a mountain range imbued with rich spiritual energy, Bai Guer soared over the peaks, ultimately descending upon the summit of a massive mountain deep within the range. Ah, it seems that younger sister's actions have been remarkably swift. It appears there were no obstacles encountered along the way. Just as Bai Guer came to a halt before a verdant stone gate situated halfway up the mountain, a bright, melodious laugh resonated from within. The azure glow atop the stone gate flickered before it opened of its own accord. Emerging from within was a refined gentleman clad in a yellow robe, appearing to be in his 30s. His extraordinary handsomeness marked him as the esteemed young Master Hai, who had been dispatched to Abyss City by Lin Mo over 2 centuries ago. Despite the long separation of more than 200 years, the brilliance in young Master Hai's eyes was undiminished. His features were now more resplendent and robust, clearly having reached the golden core stage, and his physical strength had surpassed that of the past. "Ah, brother, you have returned to your cave abode." Upon seeing young Master Hai, Bai Guer's face first displayed surprise, followed swiftly by delight. "Huh, I have just completed a formidable task assigned by Tianyuan City, narrowly escaping with my life. Now, I finally have the opportunity to rest and recuperate for half a year, specifically returning to check on whether Master has emerged from seclusion." Young Master Hai responded with a broad smile. "Have you seen Master?" Bai Guer could not suppress her curiosity as she inquired. "I have not seen Master in person. I merely acquired a few bottles of elixirs from Master S' second nascent soul. If all goes well, in 2 years, I too shall embark on the path to break through to mid-stage golden core. It is somewhat embarrassing, as an elder brother. My cultivation is still inferior to that of my junior sister, making it difficult for me to hold my head high before her." Young Master Hai sighed softly, his tone tinged with reflection. "Haha, brother, you truly have a penchant for jest. Senior brother, you possess the dual cultivation of both body and spirit. In terms of actual strength, how could Guer possibly compare? Furthermore, Master, in his wisdom, also embodies this duality. It seems only you, Brother Hai, are truly destined to inherit Master's legacy. Rather, it is the junior sister who should envy you. As for magical prowess, how could I, a mere novice, match the advancement speed of Brother Kalingzi? In just 2 centuries, he has attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and is on the verge of condensing his nascent soul." Bai Guer replied with a smile, "Yet, what use is profound magic? In Tianyuan City, I am still compelled to masquerade as an ordinary body cultivator. fearful of revealing my connection with Master to avoid drawing undue attention. Likewise, you, Brother Kalingzi, share this plight. Each time we visit Master from Tianyuan City, we tread with the caution of a thief. How unlike you, junior sister, who may enter and exit Tianyuan City freely as Master's disciple, exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing this, young Master Hai donned a bitter expression, filled with envy as he lamented. The only reason I can traverse Tianyuan City openly is to attend to Master's numerous affairs. You too must feign ignorance within the city to cultivate your minds. A stark contrast indeed. Nevertheless, Bai Gui'er continued, her bright eyes twinkling, the mastery of Tao and innate talent that Brother Kalingzi possesses has even garnered Master's admiration. Perhaps, on the path of cultivation ahead, he shall surpass us all. This is indeed a certainty. However, since Master led you back to the human realm a century ago and re-established the cave dwelling, he has devoted himself entirely to secluded cultivation. We have relied on the second nascent soul and ant being for guidance in our training, remaining oblivious to Master's current state. Mentioning their master, young Master Hai's countenance grew grave, a trace of concern evident. Fear not, Bai Gui'er reassured him. Master devoted nearly a century searching for that which he yearned for among the demon and human races, only to set aside his quest and choose to enter seclusion. Preparing to break through to the mid-stage of integration, I surmise that unless he can swiftly ascend to that stage, he shall likely remain in seclusion for some time. Bai Gui'er tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a confident smile. Even with your six-armed divine fist, the endeavor to reach the mid-stage of integration may require arduous cultivation over a millennium. Do you intend to immerse yourself in seclusion for such an extended period? Upon hearing this, young Master Hai appeared momentarily stunned. I am not well versed in the specific processes other cultivators undertake to achieve the integration stage. However, in recent years, Master has faced opponents of late-stage integration with his own strength, demonstrating prowess that far exceeds that of mid-stage integration. This suggests he may possess some unique technique to enhance his cultivation efficiency. I believe that, should this be the case, Master will not need to wait for the calamity of a millennium to emerge from seclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gui'er offered her resolute response. Such words are indeed compelling. It seems that the impending and unavoidable calamity of magic has spurred you, Master, to decisively elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Haidashao nodded in agreement repeatedly. Both he and Bai Gui'er held unwavering faith in Lin Mo's ability to successfully ascend to this level. Their belief was not unfounded. Over the years, Lin Mo had imparted to them profound techniques and insights, effortlessly guiding them through the myriad challenges they encountered in their cultivation. With just a few words or a couple of invaluable elixirs, he enabled them to swiftly overcome obstacles, allowing for a steady and robust progression. This was the pivotal reason behind their rapid advancement. After enduring numerous such experiences, Lin Mo's three disciples were filled with deep gratitude towards their master. In their hearts, Lin Mo's image gradually transformed into one of enigmatic omnipotence. However, at this moment, Haidashao opted not to delve deeper into conversation with Bai Gui'er. After a few exchanges, he took his leave, vanishing into the horizon like a streak of blue light. Chapter 770. As Bai Gui'er stepped through the azure stone door, she proceeded down a narrow corridor towards the rear courtyard of the cave dwelling. After traversing several layers of intricate barriers, the surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing an expansive, flat meadow, shrouded in mist, with an array of spiritual flowers and rare herbs flourishing around, all infused with rich spiritual energy. In the heart of this grassland, two small hills stood majestically on either side, one entirely black as ink, while the other shimmered a vibrant green, reminiscent of emeralds. Nestled between these peaks was a crystalline white jade pavilion, elegantly divided into 3 levels and gently cloaked by a heavy, multicolored light curtain. The rear of this cave had been transformed by formidable sorcery into a miniature world, akin to a secluded paradise, seemingly indistinguishable from the outside realm. At this moment, upon the summits of the 2 hills, figures sat quietly in meditation. One was tall, with emerald-hued skin, radiating purple light that flowed continuously. The other was resplendent in golden hues, exhaling a swirling black mist that enveloped his form. From a distance, their features bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo, with both having their eyes firmly shut. Yet, the instant Bai Gui'er stepped onto the meadow, The figure exhaling black mist underwent a subtle change, slowly opening his eyes. In that fleeting moment, two clear gazes locked onto the silver-robed maiden. Salutations, Master. This disciple has successfully completed the task and safely retrieved the required items. Upon witnessing this scene, Baiguer immediately bowed respectfully towards the golden figure and, with a single hand gesture, produced a purple wooden box, presenting it with both hands. Thank you for your diligent efforts, Guer. Let me examine these items to ensure they meet the necessary criteria. The golden figure smiled gently, his voice warm and familiar, echoing Lin Mo's own. Subsequently, the golden silhouette extended an arm, pointing towards the location of Baiguer. In an instant, a beam of light sliced through the sky, racing directly towards its destination. With a swift whoosh, a purple wooden box materialized in the hand of the golden figure. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the box's lid sprang open. Inside, several bizarre black-green demon orbs lay quietly, each the size of a chicken egg, exuding a nauseating stench. Yet, in the presence of these peculiar demon orbs, the golden silhouette appeared quite pleased, nodding slightly before closing the box once more. Observing this, Baiguer smiled faintly and softly remarked, Master, you have done exceptionally well. These items are precisely what you require. At last, we have gathered all the materials collected from the demon race. Next, I shall retract the second nascent soul into my body and activate the formation, sealing this place completely and severing all ties with the outside world. Please refrain from disturbing me unless you face mortal peril or a catastrophic calamity. The next 1 to 200 years are of paramount importance for my cultivation, and I cannot afford any mishaps. Furthermore, I have entrusted the elixirs and spirit stones you require for your training to Master Bing. Henceforth, you may seek her assistance as needed. I hope that by the time I emerge, I will witness the progress of my disciples. Master, are you entering seclusion? May I inquire how long this retreat will last? Baiguer exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the golden figure's words. The exact duration is uncertain. It may only require several decades, or it could extend to 2 or 3 centuries, the golden figure replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation before providing an ambiguous answer. Then, Guer bids farewell to Master, eagerly anticipating the day of your emergence and your enhanced cultivation. Despite being filled with reluctance, Baiguer understood that Lin Mo's decision was unalterable, thus bowing deeply to express her respect. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. I hope they truly come to fruition. This hearty laughter did not emanate from the golden figure outside, but rather echoed from within the Bayou Pavilion, enveloped by the colorful light screen. Moments later, figures atop the 2 mountain peaks stood upright, simultaneously forming hand seals to cast spells, their forms gradually becoming indistinct until they vanished entirely. In the next heartbeat, the 2 small mountains emitted a humming vibration, and 2 massive light formations suddenly materialized at their bases, rapidly expanding outward. Before long, the entire prairie was cloaked in the light formations, shimmering with vibrant circles of spiritual brilliance. All things began to warp and distort, until the brilliance gradually dimmed, morphing into a 5-colored mist that engulfed everything. At this moment, Baiguer had already retreated from the prairie, silently gazing at the mist before her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long while, the girl clad in silver sighed softly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, within the depths of the 5-colored mist, Lin Mo sat cross-legged upon a pale yellow mat, his eyes slightly narrowed, fixated on the enormous golden cauldron hovering before him, its diameter spanning several zhang and its height nearing 1 zhang. Beneath the colossal cauldron, silvery flames blazed fiercely, accompanied by a rich and peculiar fragrance that continuously emanated from its opening. From an aerial vantage point, one could distinctly observe the rippling waters within the cauldron, filled to the brim with a mysterious liquid. Its vibrant hues were accentuated by the frequent emergence of multicolored bubbles from the bottom, bursting in succession. The unique and extraordinary scent wafted through the air, a piquant aroma intermingled with an intoxicating sweetness that delighted the senses. Suddenly, Lin Mo's palm gently turned, and the purple wooden box carried by the white fruit appeared in his hand. Following this, with a flicker of azure light, the box's lid opened on its own, revealing several black-green demon cores. With the venom from the demon spider's core, the final layer of my myriad poisons mixed body should be successfully cultivated. If I were to combine this supernatural technique with the transformation art of the awakening decision, my physical form could potentially become indomitable, perhaps even nearing the legendary true spirit. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Mo's face as he murmured to himself. Then, with a slight shake of his wrist, the demon cores quivered and leapt from the box, plummeting into the vast cauldron. In mere moments, these cores rapidly dissolved and shrank within the cauldron, ultimately merging into the enigmatic liquid. Subsequently, Lin Mo extended his finger once more, causing the silver flames below to blaze with ferocity, nearly enveloping the entire cauldron. Instantly, the liquid inside began to churn violently. Lin Mo gazed at the immense cauldron, his expression regaining tranquility, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed the tension within. This cauldron was concocted from over 100 varieties of exquisite toxins, the formula of which he had procured during the exchange in the Black Domain. Derived from an item known as the Celestial Gong, Lin Mo aspired to cultivate the second layer of the divine refinement technique, which required not only the enhancement of his spiritual power, but also an elevation of his physical strength. Therefore, he was insatiably curious about any method that could augment his corporeal form. Although the Celestial Gong initially seemed inconsequential, the accompanying body refinement technique proved to be remarkably extraordinary. This could be surmised from the prowess of the body-refining warrior who struck the Black Gong, which was one of the pivotal reasons Lin Mo chose that item during the exchange. He had not immediately delved deeply into the foreign body refinement technique during the 10,000 Treasures Conference. However, through his travels among the human and demon races, he gradually comprehended the profound intricacies of this technique, leading to delightful revelations. The technique known as the myriad poison mixed body was, in fact, an enigmatic martial skill beyond his wildest imaginings. This martial art was divided into 7 layers, each completed layer significantly enhancing the physical body. Should he master all the layers of this technique, an ordinary human physique could ascend to a level comparable to those advanced demon cultivators renowned for their formidable physical resilience, becoming impervious to all toxins. However, the cultivation method of this technique differs significantly from conventional practices. It requires immersing the body in a specially concocted toxic liquid to unleash its maximum efficacy. With each advancement in cultivation, the toxicity of this auxiliary liquid intensifies correspondingly. In the past, this method of relying entirely on external means for cultivation was undoubtedly fraught with peril. According to the records within the technique, most practitioners either succumbed to poisoning during their training or perished from the unbearable collapse of their bodies. Nonetheless, the corporeal forms of the race to which the creator of this technique belonged were already far more formidable than those of the human race. For Lin Mo, however, this did not pose a significant challenge. With a physique refined through numerous precious spiritual herbs and fruits, along with the cultivation of the true demonic art of the venerable sage, his strength and resistance to toxins had long surpassed the heights that most humans could scarcely aspire to. Although the potency of the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body was astonishingly formidable, it should not pose a substantial threat to him. Moreover, he had already employed the crystal moon liquid obtained from Kai Luing. For several consecutive periods, he meticulously applied it all over his body at regular intervals. He then utilized a special spell to effectively absorb and decompose all the energy contained within the liquid, thereby solidifying and stabilizing his physical foundation. Consequently, the risks associated with cultivating the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body were significantly mitigated to a level that was virtually negligible. Throughout the years, Lin Mo not only indulged in a small cup of the red Luo immortal wine daily, but also came to realize its remarkable ability to enhance his constitution. Surprisingly, while the effects of this wine on physical change were rather subtle, its influence on cultivation aptitude was gradual yet persistent. If not for the steadfast commitment to its consumption, these minute changes would almost go unnoticed. However, should one resolutely continue down this path, such benefits would increasingly manifest. Thus, Lin Mo's confidence in progressing towards the later stage of integration undeniably gained further weight. Upon concluding his lengthy journey through the 2 clans and returning to his cave dwelling, he immediately immersed himself in the quest for various toxic substances. In the initial stages, the first few layers of cultivating the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body proceeded relatively smoothly, requiring only ordinary toxic materials to achieve the desired effects. However, as his cultivation level advanced, particularly upon entering the final 3 layers, it became exceedingly challenging to procure suitable toxic materials within the human realm, compelling him to seek assistance from Qin Suer, and turn his gaze toward the demon race. Consequently, he devoted a century to successfully cultivating the 10,000 poisons mixed origin body to the 6th layer and, at last, gathered all the necessary toxic materials for the 7th layer today. Notably, the last item, the demon core of the cold pooling spider, is an exceedingly rare entity even among the demon race. After decades of effort, Qin Su'er recently managed to find a sufficient quantity of such materials. During this period, Lin Mo did not cease his training in the true demonic art of the venerable sage and his mastery of magical power. After numerous experiments, he discovered that the mysterious power contained within the green liquid still had a remarkable effect on the corrosive poison grass, successfully nurturing several additional spirit herb seeds brought back from the realm of Guanghan. Subsequently, he meticulously refined several types of elixirs capable of aiding cultivators in the integration stage to enhance their cultivation levels. In terms of ingredient selection and the acquisition of supplementary materials, Lin Mo spared no effort to achieve absolute precision. Given the scarcity of elixirs that could significantly impact the integration stage, both humans and demons produce them in very limited quantities. Should such information be exposed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed the enigmatic green liquid, these elixirs had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. He indulged in them generously, consuming them daily with such extravagance that it would incite envy among other cultivators in the integration stage. Consequently, his advancement in magical prowess was astonishingly rapid, nearly 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary cultivator in the integration stage. Thus, despite having cultivated for merely 200 years, his magical power had experienced a remarkable surge. Should Lin Mo successfully cultivate the final layer of the myriad poison mixed origin body and combine it with over a century of diligent practice, there is reason to believe that he could potentially break through the initial bottleneck. With his current strength, the support of numerous wondrous elixirs, and the formidable assistance of his physical body and spiritual consciousness, he felt confident in crossing this typically insurmountable threshold. Beyond the vast and boundless cauldron, a clear and elegant chirping suddenly emanated from the silver flames. As the flames quivered violently, they gradually coalesced into several exquisitely shaped silver flame birds, each measuring about a foot in length. They danced joyfully around the enormous furnace, continuously exhaling bright silver flames. In an instant, the temperature within the cauldron surged to a terrifying degree as vibrant, multicolored toxic mist erupted from it, filling the entire room like boiling water. Consequently, Lin Mo's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the faint sound of what resembled cracking bones echoing from within the toxic mist. Chapter 771. As time passed, the sealed area where Lin Mo had secluded himself for cultivation had never been opened since its sealing. Aside from occasional visits from Bai Guer, Haida Shao, and Bing Feng to check on the status of the seal, this place remained eerily quiet, akin to a desolate wasteland. Years later, Qi Lingzi successfully condensed his nascent soul and was promoted to a high-ranking guardian of Tianyuan City. After decades of arduous training, Bai Guer finally broke through to the late Golden Core stage. However, in order to successfully condense her own nascent soul in the future, this woman came alone to the mist before Lin Mo's secluded area. She whispered a prayer before departing from the cave, embarking on her independent exploration in the human world. As for Haida Shao, he too cultivated to the mid-Golden Core stage, and after Bai Guer left the cave, he became a frequent visitor to the sealed area. Thus, the passage of 2 full decades quietly elapsed. On that day, the illustrious Haida Shao was piloting a translucent canoe, soaring through the high skies merely dozens of miles away from Lin Mo's secluded abode. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. With a single hand gesture, he retracted his escape light, causing the magical vessel beneath him to come to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. With a countenance filled with astonishment and perplexity, he gazed towards the distant sky. In an instant, a storm resembling a multi-hued dragon descended from the heights of the celestial expanse. This tempest was formidable, towering 1,000 feet into the air, akin to a pillar that threatened to pierce the heavens. Surrounding it were countless dazzling silver lightning bolts, their thunderous roars echoing relentlessly. The origin of this phenomenon was precisely above the mountaintop where their master, Lin Mo, resided. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a whirlwind of doubts surged within Haida Shao's heart. Yet, upon further reflection, exhilaration swiftly took over, filling him with uncontainable joy. The extraordinary sight persisted for quite some time, gradually fading away by the afternoon, allowing the blue sky to re-emerge. Without hesitation, Haida Shao lightly tapped his magical artifact, and the canoe transformed into a flash of azure light, disappearing into the distance. Before long, Lin Mo's dwelling was within arm's reach. After landing, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Master, you have indeed emerged from your seclusion. That magnificent display must have been the power you showcased for us, correct? In my view, even if others are observing, they could never approach this place. For you and Master Gu have meticulously fortified the area, activating seals to suppress the chaotic energies in the air." Struggling to enter the hall, he noticed Lin Mo engaged in conversation with Bing Feng. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mo smiled gently and replied, "This is all thanks to your Master Gu, who harnessed her magical prowess to control the cave's prohibitions, ensuring the chaotic energies in the air are effectively managed. After all, the immense energy that may arise during this ascension phase is exceedingly conspicuous. Despite my humble involvement, it is entirely reliant on Brother Lin's preemptive arrangement of the magical formation that we can effectively mitigate the fluctuations of the natural energies. Were it not for this, how could I, with my initial stage of transformation, wield such extraordinary abilities?" Bing Feng chuckled softly, her gaze flowing with tenderness like rippling waters. "Congratulations, Master, on ascending to the ranks of mid-stage practitioners. This is truly a moment worthy of celebration. With this, you need not fear the threats posed by late-stage practitioners." Haida Shao beamed with a radiant smile, his excitement palpable. "What nonsense are you speaking? Late-stage masters possess boundless powers beyond my reach. However, your return is fortuitous, as I am planning to venture once more into the wilds shortly after emerging from seclusion. I anticipate that, even under the best circumstances, a round trip will consume 1 to 200 years. Before departing, I wish to meet with the three of you, my disciples, to provide individual guidance on your future cultivation and to make proper arrangements. All three of you must strive to elevate your realms several levels before the impending calamity of demonic disasters. I have learned from your Master Gu about the matter of Qi Lingzi condensing the primordial infant. As for that girl, she has already reached the late stage of the golden core, with merely 100 years remaining to condense her primordial infant. Yet, your cultivation remains at the mid-stage of the golden core, which is indeed somewhat lagging." Lin Mo said with a serious expression. "Master, I am a practitioner of both law and body cultivation, and it is entirely normal for my progress to be somewhat slow. Throughout my training, I have never exhibited an ounce of complacency." Upon hearing Lin Mo's tone grow serious, Haida Shao felt a tightening in his heart and involuntarily spoke in a hushed voice. "I am acutely aware of the arduous path of cultivating both law and body. Yet when a calamity befalls, the ancient demon clans will not spare a thought for the challenges of your training. Only with formidable strength can one hope to survive this cataclysm." Lin Mo rolled his eyes slightly and retorted with irritation. "Indeed, Master, I shall endeavor to cultivate with even greater diligence from this point forward." This time, Haida Shao dared not argue further. "Very well. Shortly, I shall employ the 10,000-mile signal talisman to inform Lingzi and Gui'er to return swiftly. You need not journey to Tianyuan City. I will first guide your cultivation. Now, please withdraw. I have matters to discuss privately with Ice Master Gu." Lin Mo nodded and solemnly instructed. "I shall comply with your orders, Master." Haida Shao promptly replied and exited the hall. "Fairy Phoenix, congratulations on not only restoring your magical power to its former glory, but also advancing in your cultivation." Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Ice Phoenix with a smile after watching Haida Shao's figure disappear at the door. "This is all thanks to Brother Lin's tremendous support. Without such an abundance of elixirs, how could I have swiftly regained my magical power? In contrast, Brother Lin, after merely 200 or 300 years, has once again ascended to the mid-stage of integration, which is truly astonishing. I assume Brother Lin intends to attempt breaking through to the late stage of integration before the impending demonic tribulation." Ice Phoenix responded gracefully with a radiant smile. "Hee. Fairy Phoenix has a keen eye. I indeed harbor such intentions. However, in the pursuit of breaking through the mid-stage bottleneck, I fear I must rely on the heavenly phoenix primordial energy of the fairy." Lin Mo spoke slowly. "Do not worry, Brother Lin. By that time, I shall have likely attained great success in the late stage of transformation. The efficacy of the primordial energy will undoubtedly be more beneficial for you. However, despite my relatively humble cultivation, I have gleaned from the texts within my cave that the difficulty of entering the late stage of integration far exceeds that of your previous bottlenecks. I wonder, how confident are you in this endeavor? Ice Phoenix inquired with a curious expression. Hee. Although there are many human cultivators in the integration stage within my sect, those who can truly cultivate to the later stages are fewer than 10. Each of these individuals is a paragon among human cultivators. Therefore, I cannot claim absolute certainty. Nevertheless, I shall exert every effort to try, regardless. Lin Mo gently stroked his chin, responding with a composed demeanor. If I were to hear such words from another, I might indeed believe them. However, Brother Lin, since you dare to formulate such a plan, you must surely possess at least a 3 or 4 out of 10 chance of breaking through the late-stage bottleneck. Ice Phoenix playfully winked, answering with a mischievous tone. If Fairy Taoist is so firmly convinced, I would be more than willing to heed your wishes. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo momentarily paused before bursting into hearty laughter. However, Brother Lin, as you endeavor to surmount the challenges of the later stages, it may not be wise to venture far from home, having long left the territories of humanity. The impending demonic plague looms, and even though the human race has formed alliances with neighboring tribes, the relations between the wilderness and the surrounding clans are likely to grow increasingly intricate. Subsequently, Ice Phoenix shifted her tone, revealing a hint of concern. This matter is one I am fully aware of. However, the importance of this journey necessitates my decision. Lin Mo retracted his smile, responding with a grave tone. Since Brother Lin has made his resolution, there must be your reasons. Thus, I shall refrain from further comment. Yet, having recently ascended to the mid-stage, it would be wise to solidify your current realm before embarking on your journey. Ice Phoenix suggested with a wry smile. I appreciate your concern, Fairy Phoenix. In truth, I have no immediate plans to set forth. I shall wait at least 2 or 3 years before officially departing. During this time, I kindly request that you provide guidance and care for my 3 disciples. Lin Mo smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. Brother Lin's 3 registered disciples have always held me in great esteem. Even without your request, I shall endeavor to offer them suitable guidance. You need not worry about this at all, Ice Phoenix assured with a smile. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude once more, Fairy Phoenix. By the way, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in my absence, you may utilize the token I have left behind to seek assistance from Master Jinyu of the Gu family or Tianyuan City. Lin Mo nodded joyfully, continuing to elaborate on various matters, his voice resonating throughout the hall. 2 months later, news arrived from Tianyuan City, prompting the Spirit of Instruments to hastily return to Lin Mo's retreat. Half a year afterward, Bai Guier followed suit. Thus, the two, along with young Master Hai, received Lin Mo's personal instruction, which illuminated many perplexities they faced during their cultivation. As for Lin Mo's advancement to the mid-stage of integration, due to his strict orders against disclosing this information, the outside world remained entirely oblivious to the development. Thus, 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, the door of the cave where Lin Mo had been secluding himself slowly opened, and he emerged clad in a cerulean robe, followed closely by Ice Phoenix and his 3 registered disciples. There is no need for you, Fairy Phoenix, to see us off. You must continue your cultivation without complacency. Should you have any doubts or confusions, feel free to consult with the fairy. Lin Mo respectfully bowed to Ice Phoenix, then turned to Bai Guier and the others, quietly imparting his final words. We shall heed our master's teachings and will not fail in our cultivation mission. Brother Lin, I wish you a safe journey. Bai Guier and the others respectfully knelt, and Ice Phoenix extended her most heartfelt blessings to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded slightly, a cerulean radiance emanating from him, and without hesitation transformed into a streak of cerulean light, soaring into the sky. After circling once, he sped away, disappearing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Very well, you may return. May your master's journey be smooth and successful. Ice Phoenix softly instructed the 3 young men of the Sea family. They nodded in compliance. Subsequently, the 4 of them turned back to the cave dwelling, and as the azure stone door thudded shut, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The azure rainbow soared through the boundless sky, with Lin Mo amidst it, his countenance pensive, as if immersed in profound contemplation. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and with a subtle motion of his sleeve, a strand of golden light emerged, dancing in the air like a fleeting wisp. With a gentle grasp of his hand, the golden light emitted a crisp hum and leapt into his palm, gradually dimming to reveal a fist-sized, grotesque beetle. This insect gleamed with a golden hue, resembling the mature golden devouring insect, yet its exterior was adorned with vibrant, multicolored patterns, bestowing upon it an aura of mystique. As Lin Mo gazed at the creature, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. The insect's wings suddenly unfurled, vibrating rapidly, while the surface of its iridescent patterns shimmered like a living entity. An astonishing spectacle ensued. The patterns on the beetle began to twist and morph, its body becoming translucent, shimmering under the ethereal light, appearing as a mere illusion. With a gentle wave of his hand, the insect soared into the air, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. Witnessing this, a subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips. His palm swiftly turned over, grasping the now invisible insect once more. In a flash of multicolored radiance between his fingers, the concealed insect reemerged, firmly pinched within his grasp. However, its body continued to flicker. The legendary multicolored fruits indeed possessed astonishing properties, enabling these mature golden devouring insects to undergo further evolution and transformation. Not only had their flight speed significantly increased, but they had also acquired the remarkable ability of invisibility. If deployed in battle, their impact would be formidable. Lin Mo murmured to himself, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. This fearsome beetle was the result of his meticulous cultivation of a newly mutated golden devouring insect, achieved through the refinement of numerous flying rainbow fish demon pills. He was exceedingly pleased with this outcome of mutation. These transformed golden devouring insects not only exhibited the innate talent for invisibility, but also surpassed their predecessors in ferocity and resilience. Lin Mo firmly believed that if he could command thousands of such spirit insects in combat, even cultivators at the mid-stage of the integration realm would choose to steer clear of their menace. Regrettably, even with his successful advancement to the mid-stage of integration, the strength of his consciousness remained insufficient to control such a multitude of spirit insects. Chapter 772, however. Once he ascended to the later stage of the integration realm and completed the second level of the divine refinement technique, he would have a significant likelihood of controlling such a multitude of spirit insects in a single instance. This was the driving force behind Lin Mo's fervent desire to elevate himself to the later stage of the integration realm. Only by truly reaching that level could he wield this formidable trump card. He took a deep breath, flicked his sleeve, and in an instant, the devouring golden insect vanished without a trace. With a thought, the Qinghong trembled slightly and surged forth towards Tianyuan City with a speed surpassing that of before. Above a vast expanse of deep yellow desert, a battle chariot of ancient bronze hue advanced slowly. It was drawn by two magnificent silver eagles, shimmering with a faint azure light, soaring low in the air. At the heart of the chariot, Lin Mo sat with his eyes tightly closed, emanating a layer of golden radiance that rendered him enigmatic. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his arm shot upwards, slicing through the void ahead. In an instant, the space beneath the chariot erupted with violent waves, and a 10-jong-long azure sword chi materialized from the emptiness, striking down with immense force. In a fleeting moment, the colossal sword chi dissipated like a phantom within the yellow sands, leaving no trace behind. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted from beneath the sands, and the surrounding yellow dunes surged forth like a cascading waterfall. Amidst the swirling sands, a gargantuan ancient silkworm beast, exceeding 100 zhang in size, unveiled its true form. Yet, after a mere few shakes, it collapsed with a resounding crash, spilling forth an abundance of green blood. The battle chariot did not hesitate in the air. Rather, it surged forward after a brief dash, breaking through the clouds and racing towards the horizon. Lin Mo remained steadfast and composed, maintaining his meditative state until the conclusion of this assault. Only then did he lower his arm and re-enter a state of silent and focused cultivation. In the depths of an unknown sea, within a magnificent and grandiose palace, a colossal egg, drenched in blood and measuring 7 to 8 zhang in diameter, floated in midair. Countless blood threads erupted from the egg, saturating every inch of the chamber as if enveloped entirely in blood. The blood cocoon was translucent and semi-transparent, and through the intricate web of blood threads, one could glimpse a dark shadow within, fluctuating in size and constantly shifting. Upon closer inspection, one could even hear a muffled thump emanating at intervals, akin to a powerful heart beating at an exceedingly slow rhythm. Above a mysterious canyon in the wind element continent, a graceful woman clad in white and a grotesque man in black robes hovered quietly, surrounded by countless alien beings. These creatures were corpulent, with green skin and notably elongated necks. Accompanied by sharp forelimbs resembling giant blades, they resembled large mantises capable of upright movement. However, below the canyon, a multitude of alien corpses had accumulated. Green limbs almost covered the nearby ground, presenting a ghastly scene. Despite the absence of any bloodstains on the imposing figure clad in black robes, an aura of malevolence enveloped him like a tempest, with black scales the size of copper coins adorning either side of his face. The arms that emerged from his sleeves were shrouded in darkness, transforming his hands into 10 sharp blades that instilled a sense of dread. In stark contrast stood the woman in white, beneath whose feet blossomed a resplendent pink flower, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. Although the two of them were outnumbered by tens of thousands of foreign beings, they exhibited no fear, resolutely defending their position. I shall reiterate, surrender to me the sacred crystal flower of your green limb clan, and I will depart this place immediately. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to annihilate your entire race and procure the flower myself, the woman in white proclaimed, her tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. The sacred flower was a treasure vital for the survival of their lineage. How could it be relinquished so easily to an outsider? Despite the remarkable prowess of her presence, such a request was utterly unacceptable, declared a leader among the darker-skinned foreigners. His gaze shifting to the black-robed man who had ruthlessly slain his kin, his voice laced with indignation. He was a powerful figure. Positioned at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, and among the throngs of foreign beings, his magical prowess was undoubtedly among the elite. Behind him stood 3 others, also in the initial stages of the fusion realm, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, during the recent fierce skirmish, they, along with their clan leader, had been suppressed by the formidable aura of the woman in white, rendered immobile and forced to witness the black-robed brute's merciless slaughter of their kin. Despite their desperate resistance, over 1,000 of their brethren had met a gruesome fate in mere moments. The vast powers and cruel tactics displayed by their adversaries filled them with both rage and an underlying terror. They realized that their clan was facing an unprecedented calamity. With a single misstep, their entire race could face annihilation. I am indifferent to the potential existence of any experts beyond the Mahayana stage regarding this matter. Surrender the sacred flower, or your clan will vanish from the spirit realm without exception, the woman in white stated flatly, her words imbued with a chilling ruthlessness. How can you, a practitioner of the Mahayana stage, bully our already reclusive and vulnerable clan, demanding treasures from us? Do you not feel it tarnishes your dignity? Questioned the elder of the Green Limb clan, hesitating yet still unwilling to yield. Do not attempt to provoke me with words. The sacred flower holds immense value for me, and I must obtain it. Harbor no illusions. I will count to 10. If the sacred flower is not surrendered by then, I shall take matters into my own hands. The woman in white smiled slightly, yet her words cast a shadow of despair over all the foreign beings present. A white-clad maiden began to softly count aloud. Though her voice was melodious and enchanting, to the ears of the surrounding alien beings, it echoed like the ominous toll of a death knell, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. There is no need to count further, esteemed elder. I am willing to surrender the sacred crystal flower. The elder of the Green Limb tribe, pale as a specter, finally uttered words of concession. Such a decision was undoubtedly wise. As long as you relinquish the sacred flower, I shall naturally lose interest in your clan, the maiden remarked, lifting her arm to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, accompanied by a light laugh. What transpired next was devoid of suspense. Under the chieftain's command, an alien promptly returned from the forbidden grounds of the Green Limb tribe, bearing a verdant wooden box. Half an hour later, when this alien, sorrow etched upon his face, handed the box to the white-clad maiden, she did not even cast a glance at the item. Instead, she briefly probed it with her spiritual sense, and her countenance darkened immediately. Witnessing this, the imposing figure in black robes beside her visibly changed, revealing a hint of a sinister expression. This caused the alien beings across from them, who were in the harmonization stage, to tremble, fearing that the other party might reconsider their agreement. Fortunately, in the next moment, the white-clad maiden turned to the black-robed giant and softly instructed, "Let us depart." Immediately, The enormous pink flower beneath them quivered a few times before transforming into a dazzling crimson radiance, speeding away into the distance. The black-robed giant emitted a sharp whistle, and his form gradually blurred, coalescing into a cloud of black mist that followed the white-clad maiden as she gracefully departed. In the blink of an eye, the two had vanished from the sight of all the alien onlookers. Seeing this, the assembly of green-limbed individuals breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they had lost the sacred flower, a precious resource that would render their already fragile tribe's future even more challenging, they had ultimately averted this catastrophic disaster, thus escaping the annihilation of their entire clan. Following the elder's directive, a group of green-limbed individuals swiftly moved towards the canyon below to gather the bodies of the deceased. Meanwhile, the white-clad maiden and the giant in black robes were already thousands of kilometers away in the vast expanse of the sky. After a period of flight, the black-robed giant, unable to conceal his inner confusion, inquired of the maiden beside him, "Saint Ancestor, was that sacred flower not the treasure you sought?" To which she calmly replied, "Not quite. It merely resembles the spiritual flower I am searching for. Though it is an exceedingly rare and wondrous treasure in this world, it holds little value for me." Upon hearing this, the black-robed giant expressed his disappointment. "Then, has our endeavor been in vain?" The white-clad maiden responded with poise. "Such an item cannot be easily obtained. We have already scoured the neighboring territory of several formidable tribes. Next, we shall venture into the adjacent region to continue our search. Although the expanse of Fonyuan continent is not as vast as that of Thunderous continent, the number of races inhabiting it surpasses that of the latter by several fold, necessitating a more exhaustive search." Despite the sense of futility weighing heavily upon him, the burly man in the black robe responded respectfully, "As you command, my lord," and refrained from further inquiries. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 80 years had elapsed. Over a cerulean expanse of ocean, a group of aeromancers was fervently flapping their wings, racing through the skies. These aeromancers, both male and female, were predominantly youthful, with the most powerful among them barely reaching the nascent soul stage, while the majority remained at the foundation establishment stage. Regardless of their varying levels of cultivation, these several aeromancers exerted themselves to the utmost, continually glancing back, their faces etched with panic. Unbeknownst to them, a silver line had emerged at the horizon of the sea behind them, advancing towards them at a visibly alarming speed, accompanied by a deafening and relentless roar. Confronted with this dire predicament, the aeromancers grew increasingly pale, some spitting blood, resorting to life-preserving techniques, while others summoned an array of magical artifacts and talismans. With the aid of these measures, their flight speed surged momentarily, yet even so, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of the silver line. After half an hour of flight, the toll of expended mana began to weigh heavily, causing their speed to diminish. Seizing the opportunity, the silver line swiftly narrowed the gap between them. At this juncture, they could distinctly perceive the true nature of the silver line. It was an endless sea of hurricane, surging towards them with breathtaking velocity. This tempestuous sea not only spanned an immense area, but also pierced the very heavens. Within its depths, flashes of lightning and hail could be discerned, the cacophony of its roar overwhelming and awe-inspiring. With the hurricane sea now less than 100 miles from the fleeing aeromancers, its approach imminent, despair washed over their faces. Their venture into the ocean for training had led them to encounter the infamous natural disaster known as the Silver Tide, marking them as victims of a cruel fate, with their chances of survival dwindling to almost nothing. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, these aeromancers refused to succumb passively to their fate and resolved to fight back. At that moment, a thunderous howl from one of the nascent soul aeromancers resonated through the air, prompting all present to grit their teeth and halt their frantic retreat. They swiftly formed a unique formation, each producing a towering magical banner from their storage bracelets, waving them frantically. In an instant, powerful waves of light erupted from the banners, coalescing into a circular barrier of light, several hundred meters in diameter, enveloping all the aeromancers within. The strength of its defensive power was truly remarkable. However, despite the sanctuary provided by the spherical protective shield, the young individuals within it appeared pallid and feeble, confronted by the menacing hurricane and tsunami surging from behind. The formidable force of the Silver Tide is notoriously terrifying, rendering their complex protective array challenging to sustain for an extended period. This has been corroborated countless times by those who have perished in this calamity, once ensnared by the dreadful silver tide. Even cultivators below the nascent soul stage face negligible chances of survival. For those above the transformation stage, their fate lies solely in the hands of the heavens. To rescue such a multitude of cultivators, one would need to attain at least the peak of the void refinement stage or the integration realm. Yet, having descended so profoundly into the ocean depths, how could they possibly chance upon esteemed ancestors or formidable practitioners of their clan passing through this region? In chapter 773, the two leading late nascent soul-flying spirits engaged in a frantic discussion for an extended period. However, their expressions were grave, evidently struggling to devise a solution to their predicament, as the storm loomed merely 20 to 30 miles away, seemingly poised to engulf them. One of the flying spirits suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Everyone, look! There appears to be movement within the silver tide." Upon hearing their companion's words, the others were gripped by terror and immediately turned their gazes toward the indicated direction. Indeed, amidst the silver tide, a flickering azure light shone intermittently, as if someone were manipulating a fleeting glow. Nevertheless, the chaotic elemental energies within the silver tide hindered the flying spirits from discerning the specific individual within the luminescence. Yet, that azure glow remained steadfast amidst the turbulent silver tide, traversing from one end to the other, seemingly impervious to the tempest of wind, sea, and hail. This sight undoubtedly instilled newfound hope among the flying spirits. The two nascent soul-flying spirits, one male and one female, exchanged astonished glances. Almost simultaneously, they released a resonant long howl, aiming to attract the attention of the individual within the silver tide. Their howl embodied a magnificent masculine strength intertwined with a gentle, feminine beauty. The fusion of these two forces surpassed the thunderous roars within the silver tide, as if piercing through the heavens. This melodic call, with its undulating highs and lows, was not arbitrary, but rather a unique signal of distress from the flying spirit clan. Anyone within the silver tide, unless deaf, could not possibly ignore the plight of these souls teetering on the brink of life and death. Indeed, the azure light, which had been racing through the silver tide, abruptly halted the moment their howls resonated. Should anyone draw near the glow, they would discern a shadowy figure within. Turning to the direction of the howls, the figure appeared somewhat astonished. "Which branch of the flying spirit clan do you belong to, and what brings you here?" A strange male voice suddenly echoed within the spherical light shield, resonating clearly for all to hear. "The junior disciples of the five colors, the white jade, and the Tiampon clans have come here to undergo trials. However, they did not anticipate encountering a once-in-a-millennium silver tide. They sincerely beseech the elder to show mercy and rescue them from this perilous situation." The man in the nascent soul stage, overwhelmed with joy, immediately responded without hesitation. Yet, upon hearing his reply, the mysterious figure fell into silence, leaving the atmosphere thick with uncertainty. The many flying spirit cultivators present felt as if their hearts had sunk like lead. If the stranger lacked confidence in safeguarding them through the silver tide, it was unlikely he would risk coming to their aid. Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring that the one controlling the azure light did not hastily depart. Rather, he appeared contemplative, which offered a glimmer of hope to the crowd. In a fleeting moment, the tempestuous winds, laden with relentless arcs of electricity and hail, engulfed the group. The thunderous roars and howling gales were deafening, wreaking havoc beyond the circular shield, causing what once seemed an unbreakable barrier to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Faced with such a dire spectacle, the expression of the flying spirit cultivators transformed dramatically. At the shouts of the two mid-nascent soul powerhouses, everyone's spiritual light flickered chaotically as they gripped their formation flags tightly, desperately infusing their entire essence into the shields. The precarious barrier regained its impenetrable strength after a surge of radiant energy. However, the immense expenditure of their magical power rendered them incapable of sustaining this for long. Their hopes of survival still rested with the distant figure who might lend them assistance. "Since there are companions from the Tiampon clan present, it would be unwise for me to remain idle. Allow me to lead you out of this peril." The stranger's calm voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the flying spirit cultivators ignited with fervor. Yet, before they could utter a single plea, a resounding thunderclap erupted above the protective dome. Following this, arcs of electricity, as thick as a bowl, crackled wildly, intertwining to form a lightning array with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. At the center of this array stood a man clad in azure robes, adorned with crystalline wings upon his back. He cast a cold glance downward, then without hesitation, gestured with one hand. As his wings flared vigorously, the thunderous roars intensified, and a colossal magical formation composed of silver arcs descended rapidly. The beleaguered protective barrier, upon contact with the lightning array, crumbled as easily as paper. The flying spirit cultivators were engulfed in blinding silver light, utterly consumed by the electric surge. They felt the world spinning violently, and amidst the resounding crash, they vanished without a trace from the lightning array. Moments later, a similar lightning array tore through the void above a sea surface, miles away, where the silver tide had yet to reach. The flying spirit cultivators, who had just been ensnared by the silver tide, surged forth from the center of the lightning array, unexpectedly transported to this new location. In a moment of peril, they successfully escaped, astonished as they looked around and discovered themselves in a place of safety, their joy palpable as they erupted into cheers. Grateful for the life-saving grace of their benefactor, they inquired whether he hailed from the esteemed Tianpeng clan. The leader of their group, a man of late yuanying stage, immediately spotted the figure clad in azure robes suspended in midair. Unable to discern the depth of the stranger's power due to his own cultivation level, he instinctively felt a surge of caution, bowing deeply in respectful apology. Now, he possessed abilities rivaling those of a perfected late-stage Union realm cultivator. Thus, although they had not faced any genuine threats to their lives, an array of challenges had continuously beset them. Notably, to avoid the treacherous places he feared, he had expended over a decade just to reach this safe haven. Regardless, we could never forget your profound act of salvation. Should you be so gracious as to reveal your name, upon our return, we shall certainly report your deeds to our clan elders as a fitting tribute. Though the members of the Flying Spirit tribe possessed only the yuanying stage of cultivation, their status was far from ordinary. Additionally, one of the female members of the Flying Spirit tribe bore wings of vibrant colors, emblematic of the Wuguang clan. She respectfully expressed their gratitude to Lin Mo. It was merely a trifling matter to assist you, and thus, no heavy thanks are warranted. However, having grown up in the wilds, I find myself somewhat forgetful of the intertribal dynamics. Might I request that you enlighten me on the significant events that have transpired among various clans in recent centuries? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a knowing light as he calmly spoke. Since you have inquired, we shall speak freely. Indeed, in the past few centuries, our Flying Spirit tribe has witnessed numerous significant occurrences. However, the most notable, with far-reaching implications, is the sudden disappearance of several formidable demon kings from the abyssal depths. Ultimately, through the united efforts of our clans, this previously desolate region was successfully conquered. The Wuguang woman pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. The abyssal depths have been seized by our forces. This is indeed of great importance, and I implore you to share the details. Lin Mo felt a slight tremor within, yet maintained a tranquil demeanor as he replied, "Very well, esteemed one. The reasons behind this are manifold, and we must trace back several centuries to recount the tale." The Wuguang woman readily agreed, her voice softening as she began to narrate the story. Before long, Lin Mo radiated a luminous azure light, transforming instantaneously into a swiftly flying azure dragon, vanishing from the sight of the Flying Spirit tribe in the blink of an eye. Junior Sister Xian, you have divulged many secrets of our clan to this individual. Do you truly believe this is without consequence? After Lin Mo had completely disappeared, a yuanying stage male cultivator named Mian furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by that, senior brother Mian?" The Wuguang woman was taken aback and could not help but retort, "There is nothing of significance. It is merely that this esteemed elder has failed to reveal his name, and his unfamiliar visage leaves room for doubt regarding his origins from the Fei Ling clan." The male cultivator, known as Mian, in the nascent soul stage, hesitated momentarily before cautiously uttering words that left everyone astounded. This is utterly implausible. This elder clearly possesses a pair of ethereal wings and wields the power of thunder, which undeniably aligns with the unique magical traits of the Tianpeng clan and a few other extraordinary races. Furthermore, if this foreign entity were indeed scheming to infiltrate our Fei Ling clan, why would he go to such lengths to rescue us? He could have easily exterminated us without mercy upon departing. Brother Mian, you are overly apprehensive. A woman from the Wuguang clan chuckled lightly, evidently skeptical of his concerns. Perhaps I have indeed been overly wary. The male cultivator Mion's expression fluctuated, and after a protracted silence, he managed to force a faint smile and nodded in agreement. Brother Mion, rest assured, even if this elder is truly an outsider, the information I shared earlier is common knowledge and cannot be deemed confidential. Our most pressing task at present should be to vacate this perilous maritime expanse as swiftly as possible. Should we encounter another onslaught from the Silver Tide, our lives may be gravely endangered. The woman from the Wuguang clan solemnly cautioned. Indeed, the dangers here are manifold. It is prudent to retreat expeditiously. Sister Xian's words resonate profoundly. The individual who just intervened on our behalf possesses formidable prowess, and even if he is an outsider, we cannot hope to rival him. Our primary focus must be on preserving our lives. The other foreign entities similarly voiced their opinions, with some displaying visible alarm as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings once more. Having transformed into a Lin Mo soared high in the sky, several thousand miles away from the multitude of Fei Ling clan members. Yet, his countenance bore the expression of deep contemplation. Through his recent discourse with these individuals, he garnered a lucid understanding of the significant transformations that the Fei Ling clan has undergone in recent years. However, beyond this, trivial matters do not warrant his attention. Only two matters could capture Lin Mo's interest. Firstly, it seems that the four great demon kings, after their joint expedition to the river of the underworld years ago, have been unable to extricate themselves from their plight and return to the abyss. This has ultimately resulted in the abyss being overrun by the united clans of Fei Ling, leading to the annihilation of all abyssal creatures. Secondly, it pertains to Bai Bai and Lei Lan, who participated in the trials and managed to escape, ultimately attaining the esteemed status of the Tianpeng clan's sovereign, thereby rescuing their race from the brink of extinction. As for the first matter, it requires little elaboration. The river of the underworld is under the direct supervision of Qing Yuanzai, compounded by the involvement of the Mayfly clan, and it seems to conceal other unknown, significant secrets. Thus, the entrapment of the four demon kings is entirely reasonable. However, this implies that any attempt to re-enter the river of the underworld will likely encounter numerous obstacles. King Yuanzai had initially made an agreement with him to rendezvous at a certain location deep within the abyss. Should he fail to reach that designated spot, even possessing the reverse star disk gifted by his companion would not grant him the ability to transcend the boundaries and enter the realm of the Nether River. After all, even the united might of the four great demon kings in those days had expended tremendous energy and relied on external forces to open the passage to the Nether River. Although he harbored confidence that his abilities rivaled those of advanced practitioners, he had yet to master the true art of breaking through the void. As for the second matter, he had once masqueraded as the holy son of the Tianpeng clan, utilizing their resources to cultivate the awakening technique, which ultimately forced him into the abyss, where he encountered the four great demon kings. Thus, rather than viewing the grievances with the Tianpeng clan as evenly matched, it would be more accurate to say that the matter was shrouded in ambiguity. However, should he wish to infiltrate the abyss once more, he might still need to rely on the assistance of this clan. After much contemplation, Lin Mo finally reached a resolution. With a flourish of his hands, a blue jade slip and a pristine white circular compass appeared in his palms. He gently pressed the jade slip to his forehead, closing his eyes momentarily as he reviewed the information contained within it. Subsequently, he removed the slip and began to scrutinize the white compass with utmost care. After a period of fluctuating emotions, Lin Mo finally resolved to stow these two artifacts away. In an instant, Qinghong emitted a low, resonant hum, followed by a tremor as its speed surged to double its previous rate, racing forward. 5 months later, high above the Tianpeng clan's sacred city, a brilliant azure light, akin to a meteor, streaked through the sky from afar. Before reaching the sacred city, a clarion call erupted from within. Initially soft but soon swelling into a resounding echo that engulfed the entire firmament, reverberating above the sacred city like the relentless roar of a tsunami. Such a breathtaking spectacle undoubtedly alerted the higher echelons within the sacred city. Immediately, several figures sprang forth from the grand edifices, their forms vanishing in a blur, some transformed into bolts of lightning, others becoming indistinct shadows, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, they materialized in the void outside the sacred city, gazing in astonishment at the rapidly approaching azure light. though there remained a considerable distance between them and the azure glow. The overwhelming primal aura emanating from it felt as though it could consume the entire world. This aura was all too familiar to them, for it was the divine essence revered by their clan, the essence of the Tianping. Furthermore, such a refined manifestation of the Tianping's essence seemed to be a rarity, attainable only by the clan's great elder. As this realization dawned upon them, several individuals instinctively turned to gaze toward a figure standing elegantly, adorned in white robes and bearing golden wings upon her back. Her eyes, fixed upon the azure light, betrayed a hint of confusion and surprise. This was none other than Jinyu, the great elder of the Tianping clan. However, this woman possessed the formidable strength of the late stage of the harmonization realm. Although she was momentarily taken aback by the sudden and unusual aura, she exhibited no signs of trepidation and refrained from asking further questions. With a mere flick of her hand, she deftly executed a spell, and her pupils were instantly enveloped in a golden radiance, activating a divine vision unknown to outsiders. At that moment, the distant azure light, previously difficult to perceive, became extraordinarily clear within her sight. Yet, after her observation, Jinyu was astonished, revealing a fleeting expression of uncertainty on her face. "Elder, what do you see?" inquired the red-bearded elder beside her, who was at the initial stage of harmonization. "Elder Su will understand soon," Jinyu replied, her expression somewhat peculiar. After a brief contemplation, she shook her head. Upon hearing Jinyu's response, Elder Su wisely refrained from further questioning, and the other elders of the harmonization stage also chose to maintain their silence, directing their gazes toward the distant azure light. In the brief span of time that followed, the azure entity approached the group with the swiftness of a tempest. The brilliance gradually receded, revealing a colossal avian creature cloaked in shades of blue. This majestic bird exceeded 10 zhang in length, its feathers as resilient as steel, and its talons as sharp as curved blades, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Kunping. Despite their prior anticipation, the sight of the immense bird struck Elder Su and the others with astonishment. Before they could utter a greeting, the giant bird flapped its wings and let out a piercing cry. Subsequently, azure runes began to circulate around its body, causing it to swell dramatically. Within mere moments, the azure bird had grown to towering heights, obscuring the sky with its presence. Its vertical pupils shimmered with golden light, and as it gently flapped its wings, it summoned a tempest, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The sheer magnitude of its presence compelled several elders at the initial harmonization stage to retreat involuntarily. While Jinyu remained firmly in place, her countenance subtly shifting, a glimmer of fervent joy flickered in her eyes. "Who might you be? Given your mastery of the transformation of the Tianping, and having cultivated it to such heights, you must be one of my Tianping kin. Why not reveal your true form and meet us?" Jinyu gazed at the colossal avian, finally speaking with a voice tinged with hoarseness yet imbued with undeniable authority. "After several centuries, Taoist Jin, your elegance remains unchanged. It is indeed a cause for celebration." The immense azure Peng lowered its head, casting a glance at Jinyu before suddenly speaking in human tongue. Although its voice was not thunderous, it resonated in the ears of all present, causing them to buzz. "Oh, it is you." Jinyu furrowed her brow, seemingly sensing something, her face displaying a hint of incredulity. "Haha, it seems the senior has remembered Lin." With a sudden roll, the enormous Peng transformed into a swirl of azure light, dispersing into the surroundings. In its place stood a blue-clad man with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, smiling as he regarded Jinyu. "It is truly astonishing to find you here." In this moment, both Jinyu and the elder named Su, alongside another venerable woman who exudes grace, are enveloped in expressions of surprise and perplexity. Emotions so profound that they defy verbal expression. Elder Jin and several other elders are present, and I, Lin Mo, feel fortunate to make your acquaintance. The man clad in a blue robe is none other than Lin Mo, who has just undergone the transformation of the Tianping. In response to the inquiry from the red-bearded elder, he cast a calm glance in his direction, offering a courteous nod before bowing in respect. Does Elder Su recognize such a figure? Is he perhaps a member of our Tianping clan? If not, then how could his cultivation prowess evoke such unfamiliarity? Upon witnessing this unfolding scenario, the other elders of the Tianping clan were taken aback, and one could not restrain a flurry of questions. Yet, Elder Su and the elegant woman had no time to address these queries. Their attention was instantly drawn to one another, from which they discerned an undeniable fear reflected in each other's eyes. 5 years prior, when Lin Mo first arrived in the Holy City, the other elders were preoccupied with managing the clan's affairs in other cities. Thus they remained oblivious to the mysterious newcomer known as the Saint Son of the Tianping. This lack of recognition is hardly surprising. Logically, Lin Mo should have succumbed to the calamity of the abyssal depths. It was almost certain that he had perished. However, now he stands before them, exhibiting the breathtaking transformation of the Tianping, seemingly having attained the holy rank, a revelation that undoubtedly left them in profound shock. Oh, it is indeed you, Lin Daoyu. You did not meet your demise in the abyss, and now you have successfully advanced to the holy rank. Clearly, you have encountered significant fortuity during your trials in the abyss. Jin Yu finally spoke, her tone unexpectedly calm, surprising all present. Lin Mo acknowledged. I have indeed experienced certain events within the abyss, yet they have not substantially impacted my current cultivation level. In truth, I have faced life and death situations on multiple occasions, nearly falling prey to the hands of the 4 great demon kings. He smiled gently, shaking his head with a sigh. Is that so? Regardless of your cultivation achievements, reaching the holy rank is indeed a cause for celebration. Furthermore, I have long owed you my gratitude for past events. This is not the place for discourse. Might you accompany us into the city for a brief respite? Jin Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gracefully extended her invitation. Elder Jin, possessing keen insight, noted, indeed. There are pressing matters I wish to discuss during this visit. Lin Mo smiled and acquiesced. Then please, lead the way. Upon hearing this, a smile of delight graced Jin Yu's face as she immediately gestured with sincerity for Lin Mo to follow. The other elders of the Tianping clan, including Elder Su and the graceful woman, were consumed with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. However, given Jin Yu's long-standing position as the Grand Elder, she possesses an unparalleled reputation within the Tianping clan. Thus they naturally dared not harbor the slightest hesitation or dissenting thoughts. Lin Mo responded with a smile, his figure gently swaying as he followed the young girl in the white robe towards the direction of the sacred city, showing no signs of hesitation or pause. The other elders of the Tianping clan, each wearing different expressions, followed closely behind them. The howling sound Lin Mo had emitted earlier, along with the magnificent transformation into a giant azure palm, undoubtedly captured the attention of numerous mid to high-ranking Tianping individuals within the sacred city. However, the spiritual generals and higher-ranked powerhouses among the Tianping clan, upon witnessing several elders suddenly appear outside the city, naturally dared not offend them lightly and could only observe from a distance above the city walls. Yet, due to the considerable distance between them, and with Grand Elder Jin Yu subsequently erecting a soundproof barrier nearby, they were unable to hear any sound at all. This spectacle left all present in a state of astonishment as they beheld the azure giant palm, which had been soaring majestically, instantaneously transform into a youth resembling their own kind. Following this, he engaged in a brief and mysterious conversation with the elders before unhesitatingly proceeding into the city collectively. Such an unexpected turn of events left the onlookers bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, amidst the myriad bewildered gazes of the Tianping people, Lin Mo maintained a composed and calm demeanor as he confidently stepped into their sacred city. After a period of waiting, the Tianping clan gradually recovered from their shock, dispersing to return to their daily routines. Lin Mo and the young lady Jin Yu entered a magnificent palace located in the heart of the sacred city, taking their seats according to the host-guest relationship. Subsequently, Jin Yu waved her hand towards the hall's entrance, and several young and beautiful maidens promptly approached, bearing exquisite spirit tea and delectable dishes, setting a lavish table before everyone. Throughout the entire affair, Jin Yu treated Lin Mo with an air of nobility, her expression betraying no unusual emotions. Lin Mo politely lifted a cup of spirit tea, savoring a sip before nodding slightly in approval. What does Taoist Lin think of this tea? This is our sacred city's exclusive Xiang tea, with an annual yield of only a few dozen pounds. This spirit tea must be harvested in the early morning, and the pickers must be beautiful maidens who have not known a man. Otherwise, its fragrance will be significantly diminished. Jin Yu remarked, also tasting a sip of the spirit tea, smiling as she spoke. Indeed, the aroma of this tea is captivating and truly a rare delicacy. Lin Mo praised in return. If Taoist Lin truly enjoys it, I would be willing to bestow some upon you. Jin Yu's eyes sparkled, a smile playing on her lips as she gently clapped her hands and softly instructed the maidens standing reverently nearby. Go to the tea garden and fetch the finest Zinth tea available. Yes, Grand Elder. The maiden, surprised yet swift to comply, promptly exited. Thank you for your generous gift, Grand Elder. Lin Emo was taken aback. Yet he promptly regained his composure and offered a slight bow of gratitude to Miss Jin Yu. The other elders present could not help but harbor a flicker of doubt upon witnessing her actions, though none chose to voice their inquiries. Aside from Elder Su and the beautiful matron, the remaining elders were likely unfamiliar with Lin, the esteemed friend. Hence, allow me to provide a brief introduction. There is no need for elaborate details. Simply mentioning the human ally who assisted our Tianpeng clan during our time of peril should suffice for the elders to grasp Lin's identity. Miss Jin Yu calmly elucidated to the other elders, who remained somewhat perplexed. What? It is him. How could he possibly be here? Was he not supposed to have perished in the abyss? Upon hearing these words, the other elders from the Tianpeng clan immediately began to murmur among themselves, their expressions a mixture of realization and astonishment. Only Elder Su and the beautiful matron exchanged helpless smiles upon hearing this discussion. Years ago, I encountered certain fortuitous opportunities in the abyss, managing to escape the clutches of several demon kings. I subsequently chose not to return to your esteemed tribe, but rather to reintegrate into human society. I trust that my friend Lin does not hold this against me, Lin Mo stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Mo recount his past experiences with such nonchalance, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Miss Jin Yu's eyes as she chuckled softly. How could I possibly view this matter in such a light, if it were not for your unwavering assistance? My sister Bai Bai and Lon Air would not have succeeded in their trials to become the sovereigns of our clan, thereby saving the fate of the entire Tianpeng lineage. You, dear Lin, have fulfilled your promise to us and regained your freedom. However, it is astonishing that within just a few hundred years, you have ascended from a cultivator of transformation to a being of the sacred tier. This revelation is indeed breathtaking. I believe the 4 demon kings, who vanished from the abyss, must be intricately connected to you. If you would not mind, could you share with us the details of this journey? The elder of the Tianpeng clan clearly wished for Lin Mo to elaborate on the events that transpired in the abyss rather than dismissing them in a few words. The other elders suddenly felt a stirring in their hearts, adopting a posture of rapt attention. Indeed, it was only after entering your noble territory that I learned of the disappearance of those 4 demon kings. Due to the convoluted nature of my return to your esteemed domain, I am unable to divulge the particulars of my past experiences. However, I assure you, esteemed elder, that those 4 demon kings, who once did not return, are even less likely to tread upon that underground abyss again. As for my cultivation progress, it is merely the result of fortuitous encounters in that wild and mysterious realm, Lin Mo replied. Is it not true, dear Jean, that you too have undergone rapid advancement during your trials? Lin Mo cast a glance at Jin Yu, his expression remaining composed, yet he responded promptly. When Lin Mo unequivocally declined, Jin Yu's countenance involuntarily darkened. After a flicker of intense light in her gaze, she spoke in a deep voice, questioning. Since you, Taoist Lin, are reluctant to elaborate, I shall respect your wishes. However, the fact that you have transformed into a colossal pung bird, showcasing your formidable presence outside the holy city, surely bears significance. Are you perhaps eager to demonstrate your prowess to our clan due to your mastery of divine abilities? As she uttered her final words, her tone grew chillingly frigid. The other elders present began to cast increasingly unfriendly glances at Lin Mo Taoist Jean. What do you think of my recent transformation into a heavenly pong? In the face of this hostility, Lin Mo remained unperturbed, instead breaking into a smile. Humph. Your shape-shifting technique is indeed commendable. As an outsider, to have refined the true blood of the Kuan Peng to such a level is a testament to your profound abilities. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's expression flickered with surprise, yet she retorted coldly, Is that truly all you can perceive, Taoist Jin? Lin Mo scoffed, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What do you mean by that, Taoist Lin? Speak plainly, there is no need for pretense. Jin Yu's countenance shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing as she replied icily. The elder Su and the others were left in a state of confusion, their faces reflecting their bewilderment. Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a half-smile as he chose not to respond to the woman's inquiry, but instead raised his right hand. With a gentle flip, a pristine white bamboo slip materialized within his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, he cast it forth. Taoist Jean, what is the meaning of this? The woman instinctively reached out to catch the slip, her brow furrowing in perplexity. There is no need for concern, elder. It would be prudent to examine the contents of the slip before making any decisions, Lin Mo replied calmly. Jean Yu's expression remained grim. Yet after a brief inspection of the object in her hand, she pondered briefly before placing the slip against her forehead, channeling her consciousness into it. Within moments, the woman gasped in astonishment. This spectacle prompted a flurry of whispers among all present in the hall, excluding Lin Mo. Following her exclamation, Jean Yu's face transformed into one of ecstatic joy, seemingly oblivious to everything else as she immersed herself in the study of the slip. Observing the scene unfold, Lin Mo smiled slightly and leisurely lifted a cup of spirit tea from the table, savoring its flavor. Thus, amidst the varied expressions of those in the grand hall, time silently passed, akin to the duration of a meal. At length, Jean Yu exhaled a long, relieved breath, removing the slip from her forehead. With a gaze of profound complexity, she scrutinized Lin Mo anew and, after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. Where did you acquire this cultivation method, Taoist Lin? Forgive my candor, but this technique could not have originated from your hand. Although the method is exceedingly profound, it is evidently tailored specifically for our Tianpeng clan. Indeed, Taoist Jean possesses a discerning eye, effortlessly perceiving the profound intricacies of this cultivation technique. However, the origins of this method, whether attributed to a specific creator, have become rather inconsequential. What brings me solace is that you comprehend the significance of this secret to your esteemed family. Lin Mo responded with a smile, seemingly having anticipated this inquiry. The half of this secret you have bestowed upon us, I presume, is not merely for my admiration, is it? Let us speak plainly about the purpose of your visit to the Tianpeng family. Jean Yu's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure radiated from her, directed at Lin Mo with a chilling inquiry. Haha, since you have brought it up, I shall indeed comply. However, this matter is of utmost importance to me, so I kindly request a private discussion with you. Following a hearty laugh, Lin Mo scanned the other members of the Tianpeng family, his expression turning serious. Very well, let it be as you say. Elders Su and Qing, please step aside for the time being. After I have settled this matter with Taoist Lin, you may rejoin us. Jean Yu replied without hesitation, issuing commands to the others. It was evident that this woman held the contents of the jade slip in high regard. Yes, I shall take my leave for now. Elder, we will await you outside the hall. Although the other members of the Tianpeng family felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction, they could not defy Jean Yu's orders and had no choice but to respectfully depart. In a matter of moments, only Lin Mo and the woman in white remained in the grand hall. If Taoist Lin has any secrets to share, please feel free to speak openly. Jean Yu's expression softened slightly. Yet, Lin Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he abruptly waved his sleeve, unleashing over a dozen colorful flags that shot forth in all directions. These flags instantly erupted in vibrant hues, merging into the surrounding space and vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, a layer of multicolored light enveloped them, tightly encasing Lin Mo and her within. Surely, even with a servant present, Taoist Lin still fears eavesdroppers? A sense of vigilance arose within Jean Yu, but upon closer inspection, she discerned that this light curtain was merely a rudimentary soundproof barrier. Thus, she relaxed, though a hint of displeasure lingered on her face. Do not take offense, Taoist Jean. This matter is of great consequence, and I must exercise caution. Lin Mo replied with notable prudence. Then, I shall defer to your arrangements. However, before we delve into the details, I must ascertain one thing. Does the other half of this technique rest in your possession as well? Jean Yu furrowed her brow, raising the jade slip in her hand to inquire. Haha, esteemed elder need not worry. If I did not possess the complete technique, how could I dare to negotiate such a transaction with your family? Lin Mo answered without hesitation. Very well, as long as this is true. What kind of agreement do you hope to establish with the Tianpeng family regarding the transaction you propose? Jean Yu exhaled softly, her tone relaxed as she asked. I plan to venture into the abyss. I humbly request your family's assistance in facilitating this journey. The unique refining technique to harness the blood of the Tianpeng is the reward I seek for this undertaking. This time, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. His gaze resolutely fixed upon the woman in white as he earnestly articulated his request to venture into the depths of the abyss. Upon hearing Jin Yu's words, Lin Mo's heart involuntarily tightened. Could it be that Jin Daoyu deemed this condition excessively stringent? The abyss has indeed fallen under the dominion of the Fei Ling clan. It should be a trivial matter for you to escort me therein, should it not? Lin Mo inquired with a composed demeanor. Were it a century ago, such a request would have posed no challenge, as leading others into the depths of the abyss was a mere trifle. However, the present circumstances are considerably more intricate. Jin Yu instinctively brushed her fingers over the jade slip in her hand. Then, with a resigned shake of her head, she responded, "Oh, what could be the reason for this?" Lin Mo asked in surprise. The explanation is rather straightforward. A century ago, an unforeseen discovery was made in the deepest recesses of the abyss, a remarkably concealed and precious vein of ore. This vein is of paramount importance to all our races and boasts a substantial reserve, to prevent any single race from exploiting it unilaterally. The entire abyss is currently in a semi-closed state. Particularly on the layer where the vein resides, not even the elders of various races may enter freely. Save for the guards, Jin Yu elaborated after a brief hesitation. The deepest recesses? I never mentioned the need to delve so far. I merely require access to the third layer of the abyss, Lin Mo replied, his expression instantly relaxing as he smiled. If it does not involve the deeper levels, then there is indeed room for negotiation. However, if you truly wish to finalize this transaction, I must ask you to disclose part of the genuine purpose behind entering the abyss. After all, the abyss is the core domain of the Fei Ling clan, and it may conceal unknown secrets. Surely you do not believe I would recklessly lead an outsider into this sacred space. Even if your incantation is vital to the Tianpeng clan, I cannot make such an imprudent decision. The woman fixed her gaze upon Lin Mo, enunciating each word with precision. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo's expression turned contemplative. After a moment, he sighed lightly and spoke. I understand your concerns, Jin Daoyu. However, please rest assured, my intention to reach the third layer of the abyss is solely due to a prior agreement with a senior, requiring me to be guided into another secluded space through this coordinate. There is absolutely no connection to the Fei Ling clan, nor any intention to cause them harm. As for more specific circumstances, I regret that I cannot elaborate further. Another space. Lin Daoyu, you are already a mid-stage saint-level cultivator. The one you refer to as a senior, might they be of significant standing? Jin Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. It suffices for the Grand Elder to be aware. This senior has profound ties to our human race. It was through this senior's assistance that I narrowly escaped from the clutches of the 4 great demon kings. My return to this place is also at this senior's behest. Should I encounter obstacles preventing our meeting, I fear this senior may harbor discontent, potentially leading to resentment towards your esteemed family, Lin Mo remarked, his eyes glimmering with meaning. You are threatening me. Jin Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. I would never presume to issue threats, Lin Mo replied. However, this esteemed elder has been in seclusion for many years, and my journey holds paramount importance for him. Surely, Daoist Jin would not wish to unwittingly establish such formidable adversaries for the failing clan, would he? Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, responding with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Even so, how can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? Jin Yu's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into a cold snort. Resolving this matter is not particularly challenging. My esteemed friend need only personally venture to the third level of the abyss and witness my departure in its entirety, and any doubts shall be dispelled. Should you still harbor uncertainties at that time, feel free to take decisive action to capture me. Given your current profound cultivation at the late stage, preventing me, a mere mid-stage cultivator, should be an effortless task. However, if you remain uneasy, you may bring along additional companions. I harbor no objections to this. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. This method is indeed feasible. Nonetheless, I still have reservations. Your past prowess was already remarkable, and now that you have ascended to the mid-level of the Saint tier, should there be any discrepancies, I may not be able to fully thwart you. Jin Yu's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, yet he maintained his vigilance. Your words are indeed hard to believe, Daoist Jin. I am willing to impart the necessary techniques to the aristocracy. Combined with the aristocracy's transformation arts, This would significantly enhance the power of the Tianping's transformation by nearly half. After acquiring this technique, the aristocracy could potentially elevate the Tianping clan to a formidable race among the failing clan within a millennium. Yet, you expect to obtain this with zero risk? Is that not rather frivolous? Lin Mo remarked with a hint of derision. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Jin Yu's expression shifted slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It would be best for you to dismiss any other notions. You should understand that since I have come here alone, I naturally have no fear of the aristocracy taking further action. As for the latter part of the technique, I have not inscribed it onto a jade slip, but have committed it to my consciousness. Should you attempt to acquire it through other means, with but a thought, I could annihilate this technique entirely. Furthermore, whether the aristocracy truly possesses the capability to detain me remains to be considered. Lin Mo suddenly broke into a cold smile. You are overly concerned. You have previously bestowed great favor upon my clan. How could I entertain such thoughts? Very well. Since it is merely a matter of escorting you to the third level of the abyss, I shall endeavor to accomplish this. However, to handle this matter properly, my esteemed friend will need to exercise patience for a while longer. You might consider residing temporarily in the holy city. Jin Yu pondered for a long while, ultimately taking a deep breath and agreeing. Excellent. The actions of the Grand Elder are indeed wise. However, I plan to utilize this spare time to cultivate a secret technique. Thus, I find it inconvenient to linger in the holy city. In half a month, I shall return to pay another visit. I trust that by then, you will have arranged all matters appropriately. Lin Mo, seeing that the other party had finally made a decision, could not help but laugh heartily before rising to take his leave. Despite knowing that the other did not trust him, Jin Yu could only sigh in resignation, forcing a smile as he said, "Since you are so insistent, I shall no longer detain you. But please, do stay for a moment. Someone, quickly bring me the spiritual tea," I requested. Suddenly, she cast her magical power beyond the grand hall, sending forth a resonant voice. Shortly thereafter, a handmaiden hurriedly entered the hall, cradling a pale yellow leather pouch in her hands, which she respectfully presented to Lin Mo. In light of this, Lin Mo decided to forego any pretense of politeness. He did not decline, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, a golden radiance swept past, causing the pouch to vanish without a trace. Chapter 776. He then inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement to Jin Yu before turning to depart. Not long after, a streak of azure light shot forth from the sacred city and vanished into the horizon within a few breaths. Lin Mo ultimately landed on an unremarkable hill a million miles away from the sacred city. Subsequently, he utilized his magical power to swiftly carve out a hidden chamber at the base of the hill and set up an intricate concealment array at the entrance before entering the chamber. As he seated himself upon the ground, his expression fell into deep contemplation. He engaged in profound reflection on the words spoken and actions taken in the holy capital, seeking to discern any potential impropriety. After a prolonged period of introspection, he finally exhaled a long sigh, his countenance appearing somewhat more relaxed. This time, in order to attract the keen attention of the Tianping clan, he deliberately transformed into the form of a Tianping. With the mastery he had attained in the primordial arts, the embodiment he created as a Tianping possessed unparalleled strength, far exceeding the innate transformation abilities of the Tianping clansmen. However, the specific distinctions between the two forms could likely be perceived only by Jin Yu. Thus, upon their initial encounter, she could not conceal her inner astonishment. Undoubtedly, the primary reason Lin Mo dared to undertake such a transformation was his firm belief that he had reached the mid-stage of the integration realm. Possessing numerous divine abilities as protection, he had no reason to fear the elders of the Tianping clan retaliating against him. Although his current magical power might not be sufficient to contend against the combined forces of Jin Yu and others, escaping the scene would certainly be effortless. Naturally, Jin Yu, as the Grand Elder of the Tianping clan, was acutely aware of this. Furthermore, the unique attributes displayed in Lin Mo's Tianping transformation inspired considerable respect from her during their initial interaction. As for the magical formula he later presented for exchange, it was, in essence, a culmination of his mastery of the Gu family's spiritual blood refinement technique in the transformation segment of the primordial arts. This formula indeed held significant efficacy for the Tianping clan. Otherwise, it would not have provoked such strong interest from them. Now, with Jin Yu willing to engage in this transaction, Lin Mo's plan to enter the abyss was likely to unfold successfully. Even though the Tianpeng clan was relatively weaker among the flying spirit clans, Jinyu remained a formidable figure, having attained the late stage of the sacred realm, making this endeavor scarcely a challenge for her. Had it not been for this, he would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles in his solitary infiltration of the abyss, with success being far from assured. Nonetheless, when he returned to visit Jinyu 2 weeks later, he would need to maintain utmost vigilance to prevent her from making any impulsive and unwise decisions. Certainly, the likelihood diminished significantly after he vaguely mentioned the existence of the formidable Mahayana practitioner, Qin Yuanzai. Once his contemplations subsided and he confirmed that no errors had occurred, Lin Mo retracted his thoughts, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Almost simultaneously, within the grand hall of the sacred capital of the Tianpeng clan, a group of elders engaged in a mysterious discussion with the woman, Jinyu, before departing the hall with varied expressions. Only Jinyu remained, seated regally in the main position, her gaze flickering, seemingly lost in thought. Half a month slipped away in an instant. On this day, several beams of light soared from the holy city, racing deep into the realms of the failing clan. Among these luminescent figures were Lin Mo, clad in a green robe, Jinyu, elegantly draped in white, and a young woman surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. This woman, with eyes as clear as autumn waters and dressed in pristine silver, was none other than Lei Lan, one of the 2 sovereigns of the Tianpeng clan. Friend Lin, during this mission, I shall use the pretext of escorting the sovereign to the abyssal secret realm for her training in the ice-shattering secret technique, thus granting you the opportunity to enter the abyss as a guardian. According to our customary practices, no anomalies should arise. However, upon entering the abyss for inspection, please remain vigilant, for certain high-ranking individuals within our failing clan possess unpredictable innate secret techniques. Should you encounter one on duty employing a detection type of secret art, it could lead to complications. Jinyu solemnly advised Lin Mo shortly after their departure. Concerning this matter, rest assured, my friend, for I possess considerable confidence in my ability to conceal my true nature, unless I encounter a senior practitioner of the Mahayana among the nobility. Such probing techniques will prove nearly ineffective against me, Lin Mo replied with unwavering assurance. Indeed, his composure stemmed from the genuine Tianpeng spirit blood coursing within him, coupled with the wind and thunder wings, which he had cultivated to a profound connection with his consciousness, allowing him to masquerade as a Tianpeng guard without any flaws. Oh, your confidence is indeed commendable, Jinyu remarked, nodding in agreement before turning to the silver-clad woman beside her. Sovereign Lan, once we reach the abyss, I will require your assistance. Rest easy, elder. I have indeed mastered a secret technique that necessitates the cultivation of ice-shattering energy. I embarked on a journey to the abyss decades ago for this very purpose, and I trust that the guards will harbor no doubts regarding this. The silver-clad woman humbly responded to Jinyu. However, as her gaze lingered, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Lin Mo, her face still betraying a hint of astonishment. Indeed, she had known before their departure that Lin Mo, who had once aided them, had ascended to the mid-tier of the Holy Realm and returned to the sacred city. Yet seeing it with her own eyes left her profoundly shaken. Though the past was set in stone, she discerned Lin Mo's vast abilities, far surpassing that of his peers within the abyss. The fact that he had achieved mid-tier status within merely a few hundred years was truly astonishing. However, as a revered saint, she naturally concealed any signs of disturbance in her demeanor. Upon meeting Lin Mo, she merely expressed her gratitude for the assistance rendered in the abyss, burying all her questions deep within her heart. As for another saint of the Tianpeng clan named Bai Bai, it was said that he was engrossed in the cultivation of a mysterious technique and could not meet Lin Mo as desired. Upon hearing Lei Lan's account, Jinyu smiled gently and nodded, signaling for further discussion to cease. Thus, the group transformed into a streak of light, moving with astonishing swiftness. And in the blink of an eye, they had distanced themselves from the sacred city, leaving no trace to pursue. Months later, Lin Mo and his companions once again beheld the grand fortress guarding the abyss, along with the armored figures atop its towering walls. Jinyu narrowed her eyes slightly and immediately led Lin Mo and Lei Lan towards a specific gate at the base of the wall. Before the azure gate stood over 10 guardians adorned with wings of various colors, who regarded them with vigilant gazes. Suddenly, their light of escape vanished, and the 3 appeared within the line of sight of these guardians. Lin Mo had slightly altered his visage and swiftly suppressed his internal energy to the level of the refinement void stage. Are you from the Tianping clan? What brings you here, given that we have yet to reach the scheduled guard rotation? The leader of the refinement void mid-stage guardians inquired with steadfast tone after a slight bow to Jin Yu. Despite his inability to accurately gauge Jin Yu's true power, he was acutely aware that she must be a saintly figure. The guardian seemed to overlook Lin Mo and Lei Lan, indicating a deliberate choice rooted in reason. The local guardians, having battled ferociously with native beasts for years, possessed strength and abilities that far surpassed those of other races at the same level, often displaying a hint of arrogance towards visiting factions. Jin Yu, however, remained unperturbed by the situation. Instead, she offered a faint smile and waved her hand, causing a blue jade token to soar forth and land in the leader's grasp. The guardian, somewhat hesitantly accepting the token, studied it for a moment before his expression shifted slightly. With utmost respect, he returned the token to Jin Yu, saying, "It turns out that Elder Jin from the Tianping clan has graced us with her presence. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. According to the treaty signed by our clans, the elders indeed possess the authority to enter and exit this place at will. I trust you have no further doubts." Jin Yu received the token back with a calm demeanor and replied, "That is indeed the case. Of course, I would never dare obstruct your passage." The guardian responded without hesitation, and with a wave of his hand, the other guardians who had previously blocked the gate parted to allow entry. Jin Yu showed no signs of gratitude, merely nodding gently as she led Lin Mo and Lei Lan to step through the gate. The scene beyond the gate remained unchanged, identical to Lin Mo's visit hundreds of years prior. Towering cylindrical pavilions, rising 30 to 40 feet high, were meticulously arranged, occupying a considerable portion of the city. Yet, within the city, only a sparse number of pedestrians could be seen, and merely a few patrols were occasionally visible in the low skies, surveying the grandeur of the metropolis. There was no need for us to linger here overnight. Jin Yu suddenly conveyed instructions in hushed tones to Lin Mo and Lei Lan, then ascended into the air, soaring directly towards the opposite end of the colossal city. Lin Mo and Lei Lan followed closely behind in silence. An hour later, the trio arrived at the base of another towering azure wall. Upon this wall, facing the city, a magnificent and radiant array was vividly etched. In front of this array, a contingent of soldiers clad in resplendent armor stood guard. Strangely, behind them sat a middle-aged man dressed in azure armor, solemnly perched upon a mat, his eyes closed. Upon seeing this man, Lin Mo's heart jolted. Jin Yu's gaze involuntarily narrowed. This elderly figure was none other than Jin Feng, the former guardian commander of the Abyss, a powerful practitioner at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. What could possibly bring him here to personally oversee the entrance to the Abyss? A torrent of thoughts surged within Jin Yu, yet his outward demeanor remained composed, even adorned with a faint smile as he spoke. "I never anticipated Commander Jin would be present here. It truly astonishes me. How have you fared since our parting hundreds of years ago?" Upon hearing Jin Yu's greeting, the man in azure armor slightly raised his brows and slowly opened his eyes. It turned out to be Princess Jin of the Tianping clan. Why has Princess Jin, who usually dedicates herself to cultivation within the Tianping clan, come to this place? The man queried directly. Surely, such inquiries should be directed by your younger sister towards Commander Jin, would they not? Since when has the entrance to the Abyss required Commander Jin's personal guardianship? Jin Yu inquired with a playful smile. To be frank, under normal circumstances, such responsibilities would fall to subordinates and not necessitate my direct intervention. However, the current situation demands otherwise, as a significant incident within the Abyss has compelled me to take charge personally. Jin Feng explained with an air of calmness. A significant incident? Jin Yu asked, perplexed. Approximately half a month ago, someone audaciously plundered the mineral repository within the depths of the Abyss, absconding with the precious ores painstakingly excavated over the years, resulting in substantial losses for the guards. The strength of this perpetrator is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, I have dispatched numerous law enforcement personnel to conduct a thorough search within the Abyss. Given that this is the sole passageway to the Abyss, and the city's forces are currently rather thin, we fear it may be inadequate to withstand the assailant's onslaught. Thus, I must personally establish defenses to ensure the safety of the Abyss. Jin Feng remarked with a slight smile. Such events have transpired. As far as I am aware, there is a senior elder, Elder Qin, stationed at the Abyss Mine. Is it conceivable that even Elder Qin's formidable prowess could not repel this thief's incursion? Jin Yu inquired, his expression revealing astonishment and a hint of skepticism. This rogue is exceedingly cunning, seizing the fleeting moment when Elder Qin departed from the mine for urgent matters, launching a sudden attack. By the time Elder Qin received the news and returned, the scoundrel had already succeeded and vanished without a trace. Now, might the Golden Fairy elucidate the specific purpose of this visit? Despite the Grand Elder's privilege to enter the abyss, a legitimate reason must be provided. The man in green armor sighed. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he fixed his gaze upon Jin Yu, posing his inquiry. It is not my desire to enter the abyss, but rather that our clan's revered Saint Lei Lan must return to the abyss for her cultivation needs. Jin Yu replied with a smile, pointing towards Lei Lan. The silver-clad woman stepped forward respectfully, greeting the man in green armor. Lei Lan greets Senior Jin. Oh, I have encountered the saint before and have indeed heard of her experiences within the abyss for cultivation. If that is the case, she may certainly enter once more. Moreover, with the Golden Fairy accompanying her, even amidst the perilous circumstances of the abyss, safety should not be a major concern. Yet, who might this individual be? Is it truly necessary for him to enter the abyss as well? The man in green armor initially nodded in acknowledgement, yet as his gaze shifted to Lin Mo, a look of perplexity crossed his brow as he inquired. Chapter 777. This individual is a disciple of mine, possessing exceptional talent. He currently serves as the personal protector of Saint Lei Lan and must also accompany her into the abyss. Jin Yu responded with her expression unruffled, devoid of any agitation. With the Golden Fairy by her side, there should be no need for additional protectors. In my humble opinion, it seems he does not require entry into the abyss. Given the current complexities of the abyss's situation, it would be prudent to minimize the number of entrants. The man in green armor narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Lin Mo, and unexpectedly uttered this remark. Upon hearing this, Lei Lan's expression subtly shifted, and Lin Mo also displayed a hint of surprise. Yet Jin Yu remained calm and composed. Gently shaking her head, I fear this may not be feasible. Although my esteemed nephew holds the position of protector, his essence is intricately linked to that of the saint. Moreover, his presence is pivotal for Saint Lei Lan's cultivation at this juncture, thus necessitating his entry into the abyss. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring him here? Truly, you possess a sense of humor, Golden Fairy. How could a mere protector be related to the cultivation of the saint? The man in green armor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in disbelief at his own words, clearly expressing skepticism. Observing this, Jin Yu smiled slightly, then parted her lips to convey a silent message directly to the man. Moments later, the expression on the man's face shifted from confusion to one of sudden enlightenment, as a subtle smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, self-deprecatingly admitting, I see now. In that case, I shall refrain from further comment. Please forgive my presumption, you may proceed. After the Golden Leader's words, his gaze flitted between Lin Mo and Lei Lan, as if probing for something. Although Lin Mo and Lei Lan did not exhibit overt reactions, they felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment within. However, since the other party had acquiesced, the two hastily bowed in gratitude. Immediately thereafter, the man in green armor raised his left hand slightly, prompting certain guards from the ranks to swiftly advance. In their hands, a faint ethereal glow flickered, and soon each bore a pale violet wooden token. This token radiated a dazzling light, unleashing two beams of purple energy that sliced through the air and vanished into the core of the formation within mere breaths. In an instant, the silver formation emitted a resonant hum, followed by a peculiar interplay of luminescence, before abruptly disappearing without a trace, revealing a grand silver door beneath the colossal wall. Towering several dozen feet high, this door exuded a foreboding chill, imparting a sense of extreme coldness. As though it were forged from pure metal, the man in green armor silently recited an incantation, gently waving his sleeve towards the door. With a thunderous roar, a swirling mass of azure clouds approached, and the silver door began to hum as it slowly opened. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. Jin Yu expressed her gratitude with a smile. Subsequently, accompanied by Lin Mo and another companion, she transformed into 3 radiant streaks of light, penetrating the doorway and vanishing from sight. Within a mere moment, the figures of the trio had completely disappeared into the world beyond the door. The man in green armor stood solitary before the silver door, gazing intently at the receding silhouettes of the three. A contemplative expression appeared on his face, revealing an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. Despite the odd feelings, that guard should pose no threat. Moreover, Jin Yu is the esteemed elder of the Tianpeng clan. She would undoubtedly refrain from actions detrimental to the interests of the failing clan. He muttered to himself in self-deprecation, before commanding his subordinates to seal the imposing silver door once more. He then resumed his seat, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companions had already arrived at the base of the vast misty sea, advancing against the wind as they sped towards the entrance of the abyss. Reflecting on his earlier days during the transformation stage, Lin Mo might have found traversing such a tempest arduous. However, having ascended to the mid-stage of the integration phase, he now regarded these malevolent winds with indifference, even when he encountered the frigid black winds from behind. A mere flash of azure light on his skin sufficed to repel them, preventing them from encroaching upon his body. As for Lei Lan, under Jin Yu's attentive care, she experienced no such strain. Before long, the group beheld the massive funnel-shaped entrance to the abyss. Peering downward, they witnessed the howling cold winds and a pitch-black chasm unfolding before them. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, leapt into the void. This time, Jin Yu exchanged a glance with another woman, and together they followed suit, plunging into the abyss. Upon entering, they were besieged by fierce winds, and the sensations mirrored Lin Mo's initial experience upon first stepping into the abyss. After a quarter of an hour, his descent abruptly halted, successfully reaching the first level of the abyss. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself atop a misty, gray swamp. Above him, a delicate veil of green fog enveloped the air, mingling with the faint scent of decaying flora. This place was evidently not the land he had once traversed, but rather an unfamiliar domain. Dear Taoist Jin, might you enlighten me as to our current location and the distance to the entrance leading to the second tier? Lin Mo inquired of Jin Yu. According to the map, this area appeared to be known as the Poison Orchid Swamp. Situated at a distance neither too far nor too near from a certain entrance to the second tier, approximately half a day's journey away. You must exercise caution, for although the toxins below pose little threat to us, this locale is home to a highly poisonous orchid, accompanied by a vexatious swarm of toxic bees. Jin Yu observed the swamp with great care and, after a moment's contemplation, provided an assured response. Given that the abyssal realm had now completely fallen under the dominion of the failing clan, the detailed maps available far surpassed the vague outlines of yesteryears. Thus, when the esteemed elder of the Tianpeng clan gazed upon this place, he immediately recognized its peculiarities. Poison bees, Lin Mo mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Seemingly unperturbed by the mention of them, the three continued their discourse, clarifying their forthcoming course of action, and then swiftly took flight, racing ahead. After half a day's journey, Lin Mo, Jin Yu, and Lei Lan, transformed into radiant beams of light, appeared above a range of mountains. They proceeded onward for approximately half an hour, ultimately arriving near a distinctive peak at the heart of this mountain range. The uniqueness of this peak lay in its waist, which astonishingly bifurcated, resembling a colossal letter Y. The surface of the mountain was barren, exhibiting a monotonous gray-white hue. Here was the very location indicated as the entrance to the second tier on the map provided by Jin Yu. Throughout their journey, the path had been remarkably smooth. Apart from an initial encounter with a swarm of poison bees in the swamp, which Lin Mo effortlessly dispelled with a swift stroke of his sword, they had faced no further dangers, allowing for uninterrupted progress. It was evident that the lower-tier beasts of the first level had largely been eradicated. This phenomenon was not hard to comprehend, as most of the low-tier beasts held little value. The failing would naturally have no reason to preserve them. However, just as they were about to reach the base of the peak and enter the bifurcated entrance, a flicker of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, only for him to quickly recalibrate his demeanor, returning to a composed state. In contrast, Jin Yu, who led the group, halted briefly before her radiant light came to an abrupt stop at the base of the Y-shaped entrance. With a serious expression, she called out loudly, "Whoever holds dominion here, reveal yourself." It turned out that the esteemed elder and the revered Lei Sheng had arrived, and the echoes of their presence welcomed the elder with utmost respect. In the void near the entrance of the peak, a certain area of space suddenly became blurred and distorted, Following this, a mysterious figure adorned with wings silently materialized, bowing deeply in reverence to Jinyu. Judging by the aura emanating from this individual, he was evidently a male cultivator of the Tianpeng clan. Clad in light blue battle armor, he had reached the late stage of the void refinement realm. Similar occurrences transpired in several nearby voids, where 5 additional figures gradually appeared. However, these individuals merely offered a slight nod to Jinyu, refraining from further words, their expressions varying distinctly. Each possessed formidable strength, surpassing the void refinement stage. "Oh, it is Ming Zhen, my nephew. You must be members of the enforcement team, perhaps lying in wait for the one who plundered the mine?" Jinyu inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, sensing the remarkable murderous intent they exuded. The Grand Elder is already aware of this matter. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, the Grand Elder, "We indeed follow orders to establish a checkpoint here, sealing off the passage to the outside world. May I ask if the Grand Elder's presence here is also to seek out that rogue who pillaged the mine?" The somewhat unattractive Tianpeng man blurted out, only to be met with a hint of doubt in his own voice. "Indeed, I learned of the mine's theft from Captain Jean. Regarding my and St. Lei Land's arrival in the abyss, it is for another purpose, and we shall not linger here for long," Jinyu replied succinctly, offering little more than a brief explanation. "Understood. In that case, I shall not intrude upon the Grand Elder and the Saint's journey. However, should the Grand Elder encounter that treasure-thieving scoundrel during the upcoming expedition, I implore you to lend your assistance in capturing him. The entire second-level area is currently under tight surveillance by the enforcement team. The thief should still be hiding within the lower tiers." The Tianpeng man responded with urgency and respect. "Haha, if I encounter any suspicious individuals, I shall capture them without hesitation. In the meantime, I ask that you all diligently guard this place, while I lead St. Lei Lan away." Jinyu nodded slightly, choosing to engage in no further conversation. Accompanied by Lin Mo and another woman, he swiftly made his way toward the zigzag exit, pausing briefly before his figure mysteriously vanished. "Ming Zhen, this is indeed the Grand Elder of your clan, as the legends say. His cultivation is unfathomably deep. With Elder Jin's formidable assistance, our clan shall face no worries for the next millennium. Yet, who is that person trailing closely behind the Grand Elder and St. Lei? It seems his cultivation is on par with ours, though his visage is unfamiliar." Another member of the group, a flying spirit of the failing clan with gray wings, queried the Tianpeng man after Jinyu and the others had quietly disappeared. "The advancement of Elder Jin's cultivation is undoubtedly a boon for our clan. Equally significant is the protection bestowed upon us by our 2 returned saints, which leaves no opportunity for the other clans to bully us or use excuses to deprive our Tianpeng clan of our rightful treatment." As for the individual who had closely followed the Grand Elder and the Lord of Thunder in their departure, I felt an unusual sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, could this truly serve as a justification for questioning their actions? Despite the diminutive power of the Tianpeng clan, our population reaches astonishing numbers in the billions. The occasional appearance of a few unfamiliar faces should not be sufficient to raise your suspicions, should it? The Tianpeng man, known as Ming Zhen, cast a sidelong glance at the questioner, his expression darkening as he retorted, "My sincerest apologies, Brother Ming Zhen. You have misunderstood. I merely mentioned it in passing. I hold the utmost admiration and respect for Elder Jean and the esteemed Lord." The member of the failing clan, adorned with gray wings, offered an awkward smile and swiftly shifted the topic. "What you say is indeed true. This is not the place for idle banter or camaraderie, for we bear a solemn mission. At this moment, I implore you all to conceal your forms swiftly and refrain from revealing any trace of our whereabouts." A woman, distinguished by her short white horns and violet wings, interjected with a note of urgency. The Tianpeng man, who had intended to continue speaking, abruptly swallowed his words. The others present nodded in agreement, clearly holding this woman in high regard. Thus, the 6 members of the failing clan each enacted their spells, vanishing instantaneously into the distant void. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo and Jinyu found themselves enveloped in a dense shroud of black mist, hurtling downwards with great speed. It appeared that the mysterious figure responsible for plundering the mines possessed formidable strength. Even at such an exit, 6 formidable beings of the spirit commander level stood ready for confrontation. This individual, even if not a saint-level powerhouse, could not be underestimated. Jinyu, amidst the escape, remarked with a sneer, her tone dripping with derision, "Ah, It seems that friend Jean is not overly concerned with this mine. Lin Mo pondered this in silence before posing a question. Indeed, it appears the noble class has escaped the peril of extinction. Yet, their position within the entire failing clan remains precarious. Lin Mo nodded in understanding, responding thoughtfully. Were it not for this, I would not have easily acquiesced to your request to exchange techniques for the safety of the nobles. With your techniques, should you grant my clan several millennia of developmental time, it would suffice to elevate the Tianpeng clan to greatness. Friend Lin must ensure that the latter part of this technique is indeed accurate, Jean Yu stated coolly. Rest assured, Senior Lin, upon reaching my destination, I shall present the complete technique for your review. Should there be any discrepancies, I willingly accept punishment from the Grand Elder. Lin Mo replied with a slight nod and a smile. As long as Senior Lin is aware of the matter at hand, Jean Yu concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. In that fleeting moment, the black mist gradually dissipated, and the group finally arrived at the location of the second layer of the abyss. Why should I concern myself with this matter? While this mine is celebrated as a shared resource among the failing clans, in reality, the majority of the mined resources are monopolized by the prominent clans. The share received by my Tianpeng clan is indeed lamentably meager. With a cold laugh, Jean Yu replied. Compared to the treacherous challenges of the first layer, the danger level of the second layer undoubtedly escalated significantly. However, in the eyes of Lin Mo, Jean Yu, and Lei Lan, this was still merely a trivial matter. After meticulously examining the map and clarifying their precise location, they decisively chose to continue their journey westward. This expedition lasted for a full 3 days and nights, during which Lin Mo, Jean Yu, and Lei Lan not only successfully vanquished several formidable demons, but also encountered multiple interceptions by members of the enforcement team. Even the weakest among these cultivators possessed formidable powers equivalent to the god transformation stage, while their leader astonishingly reached the level of a saint. Due to Jean Yu's unique status as the Grand Elder of the Tianpeng clan, the enforcement team members naturally dared not offend her, often allowing them to pass after merely a few inquiries. Although Jean Yu's expression grew somewhat serious and somber upon witnessing this scene, she did not display any abnormalities. Rather, a sense of puzzlement began to rise within her. The mobilization of such extensive manpower for an investigation hinted at some mysterious clues lurking beneath the surface. Could there be deeper reasons behind the plundering of that mine? As the leader of the Tianpeng clan for a considerable time, Jean Yu's wisdom and strategy were undoubtedly extraordinary. Despite the increasing weight of her doubts, she maintained her composure in the face of the enforcement team. Consequently, the three of them smoothly located the entrance to the third layer, a hidden underground river. After drifting along the current for several hours, Lin Mo, Jean Yu, and Lei Lan finally arrived at the third layer of the abyss. 3 days later, as they soared over a desolate expanse strewn with rubble, Lin Mo, Jean Yu, and Lei Lan suddenly sensed unusual fluctuations in the elemental energies of heaven and earth in the distance. Soon after, a dazzling silver light flashed at the horizon's edge. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the very earth trembled. Lin Mo and Jean Yu's expressions instantly grew grave as they exchanged glances. Taoist Jean, it seems a fierce battle is unfolding over there. Should we investigate? Lin Mo posed this question after a moment of contemplation. Such a large-scale conflict, if we ignore it, will undoubtedly arouse suspicion, which is clearly unwise, Jean Yu replied, her gaze flickering. In that case, let us go take a look. Although Lin Mo was reluctant to become embroiled in this conflict, he understood that Jean Yu's concerns were not unfounded, so he nodded in agreement. As for Lei Lan, she remained silent on the matter. Thus, the three altered their course, hastening toward the location where the silver light had flickered. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, they finally halted atop a towering peak. Standing at the summit, the trio gazed down at the brutal scene below, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. At the foot of the mountain, amidst a chaotic heap of rocks, a vast chasm, measuring several dozen yards in diameter, unfolded before them. The area surrounding this deep pit was engulfed in darkness, and the air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat, as if it had been forged by the very lightning itself. Suddenly, Lin Mo raised his right hand and gently grasped at the void near the edge of the chasm. With a sharp whoosh, an object surged forth from beneath the rubble, shimmering briefly before landing steadily in Lin Mo's hand. It was a blue short sword, nearly shattered in half. Despite its surface being riddled with cracks, it still glimmered with a cold radiance, indicating it had once been a formidable artifact. The recent thunderbolt had evidently been of extraordinary power, as its might was palpable even from such a distance. Thus, one could infer that the architect of this attack was undoubtedly a master adept in the manipulation of lightning. Furthermore, the sword emanated a strong scent of blood, which had not dissipated since its original owner's demise, suggesting it likely belonged to a member of the enforcement team. Lin Mo casually discarded the short sword from his hand and explained in a firm and confident tone. Indeed, this place was saturated with traces of 3 individuals' existence, and one capable of employing such ruthless methods was likely the very mysterious figure who had pillaged the mine. Jinyu raised her hand lightly and drew forth several other damaged rare items from the rocky pile, affirming after a brief examination, "This individual is extraordinarily ruthless, having managed to kill 3 enforcement officers in one fell swoop." Leylon gasped in astonishment. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Otherwise, how could one dare to commit such audacious acts? The absence of assistance suggested there were no other enforcement teams nearby. However, within the enforcement team, there exists a unique sensing technique, and it would not be long before someone arrived. We should not linger here for too long. Let us depart immediately. After careful consideration, Jinyu declared, "You speak truly. We are but a few days' journey from my intended destination. We must hasten our arrival to ensure our safety." Lin Mo concurred and promptly responded. Leylon, with her hands clasped behind her back, pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Thus, the 3 of them took flight like arrows, each transforming into a swift gust of wind as they sped away. After the passage of half a day, a dozen beams of light surged rapidly toward the immense meteorite crater. Yet by this time, Lin Mo and the others had long since departed, vanishing into the vast expanse. 7 days later, atop a seemingly endless range of pitch-black mountains, Lin Mo held a pristine white circular compass in one hand. Surrounding him were dozens of golden small swords, which sliced through throngs of black demonic birds resembling giant crows, raining down a cascade of blood. Beside Lin Mo, a golden mirror had mysteriously appeared before Jinyu, from which golden rays of light erupted, sweeping away numerous demonic birds in an instant. As for Leylon, she wore a grave expression, her hand forming a seal, while a pair of wings flickered behind her. Silver arcs of electricity surged continuously, forming a miniature web of lightning that enveloped itself. Occasionally, a demonic bird would collide with the net, resulting in a violent explosion that scattered wisps of ash into the air. After flying forward for another half hour, the number of those dark creatures gradually diminished, ultimately emitting a few mournful cries before dispersing in all directions. Witnessing this scene, the 3 individuals promptly retracted their magical artifacts and techniques, continuing their pursuit. Throughout the ensuing journey, Lin Mo occasionally glanced down at the round compass in his hand, as if this object could guide them toward the right path. At that moment, the white compass suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, followed by a flickering white light that automatically activated. They had undoubtedly reached their destination. Lin Mo quickly lowered his gaze to examine the display on the compass, and then paused, exclaiming with elation. Upon hearing Lin Mo's call, Jinyu and Leylon were taken aback, immediately halting their steps. This was indeed the location mentioned by the Esteemed One, yet it appeared to differ from their expectations. The surrounding space was remarkably stable, with no trace of spatial nodes in sight. Jinyu's gaze darted around, her brow furrowed in inquiry, still harboring doubts. "Fear not, Taoist Jin. Since the esteemed elder confirmed this coordinate, it must be accurate," Lin Mo replied with a smile, lifting his head. "Taoist Lin's unwavering conviction is commendable. Since I have assisted you in arriving here, shall I now reveal the subsequent secret techniques of cultivation?" Jinyu nodded, her expression serious. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall never breach my promise. Here is the remaining secret technique of cultivation. Please peruse it." Lin Mo smiled gently, suddenly flipping his palm to reveal a yellow jade slip that appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the slip into the air. Jinyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gracefully extended her fingers, swiftly grasping the jade slip in her palm, and then quickly pressed it against her forehead to study it intently. Meanwhile, Lin Mo showed little interest in this, instead waving his sleeve to instantaneously release 5 resplendent, multicolored array flags. They danced around him, and then, with a series of loud bursts, 5 beams of colorful light shot skyward. He formed seals with one hand, consecutively casting over a dozen spells upon the pillars of light, which flickered erratically. In an instant, a vibrant array manifested at the center, radiating brilliance that dazzled the senses. Lin Mo silently chanted incantations, drawing forth countless precious spirit stones of unparalleled quality. The astonishing quantity exceeded 100, each vanishing in a flash into the light array, leaving no trace behind. Then, he suddenly hurled the round disk into the air, where it hovered steadily before him, and his fingers danced as if slowly activating this mysterious artifact. Leylon stood quietly by, observing everything unfold. Upon witnessing the round disk begin to emit a blinding light, gradually transforming into a snow-white sphere, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Jinyu. At this moment, Jinyu, despite her tightly shut eyes, was radiating an expression of unrestrained joy, clearly indicating that her cultivation was not in vain. This brought a sense of relief to Leylon, the saintess of the Tianpeng clan. Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a low growl and gently pointed at the law plate with one hand. The white orb formed by the law plate swayed slightly and began to drift towards the center of the colorful light array. With a resonant sound, it seamlessly merged with the array, becoming one. Is Daoist Jin satisfied with this law decision? Are there any issues? Lin Mo ceased his actions and turned to Jinyu, asking in a neutral tone. No, the latter part of this law decision is indeed authentic and reliable. On behalf of my entire clan, I express our profound gratitude to you. Jinyu took a deep breath, finally emerging from her obsession with the law decision, and replied with a contented expression. Hehe. What I engaged in with your clan was merely a mutually beneficial transaction. Since Daoist Jin is satisfied, everything has been resolved perfectly. I must take my leave now, Lin Mo said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he bowed slightly to Jinyu. Nevertheless, I wish Daoist Lin a smooth journey. Jinyu smiled, also bowing slightly in return. Haha, borrowing your words, I hope it will be so. Saint Lei, may you enhance your cultivation and soon ascend to the sacred realm. Lin Mo laughed heartily as he bid farewell to Leylon. Thank you for your blessings. I shall strive harder in my cultivation. Leyland's expression was somewhat complex as she respectfully returned Lin Mo's gesture. Time is of the essence, and I must take my leave. Lin Mo nodded slightly to the two women and stepped decisively into the colorful light array. Chants emanated from within the array. Suddenly, the array erupted with a deafening roar, and countless silver runes surged forth like a tidal wave. The white orb at the center expanded several times over, nearly filling the entire space of the array. The entire array, intertwined with white light and silver runes, resembled a resplendent galaxy, its power ignited to its zenith. Upon witnessing this scene, Jinyu's eyes flashed with astonishment, and her expression grew solemn. However, in the next moment, her demeanor shifted abruptly, and she exclaimed fiercely, "Who is the esteemed individual concealed here? Please reveal yourself." An unexpected surge of immense, invisible force pressed down, causing the entire space to tremble. Under this vast, intangible pressure, a dazzling display of silver lightning erupted from the void, bursting forth like fireworks. Illuminated by the lightning, arcs flickered as a majestic silver python, exuding endless authority, soared into the sky, charging violently towards the light array. Chapter 779. This silver python, moving with the speed of a meteor and unmatched swiftness, seemed to disregard time and distance, fearlessly soaring forward. Guan Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. Before she could devise a counter-strategy, the silver python had already breached the luminous barrier and swiftly darted within. With the incursion of the silver serpent, the vast light array erupted with a piercing, shrill screech, as though it could not withstand the formidable force. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, hurtling towards the heavens, and in an instant traversing over 1,000 feet, vanishing into a suddenly manifested black hole, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the kaleidoscopic glow of the light array gradually dimmed until it was entirely extinguished. The pristine circular disk, once centrally located within the array, shattered into fragments under the impact of this overwhelming power, disappearing without a trace. Elder, who exactly is this enigmatic figure? It seems he was transported away alongside Senior Lin. Leylon, standing nearby, was left speechless, and after a considerable pause, finally found her voice to inquire. This mysterious individual possesses a remarkably unique lightning technique, capable of withstanding my divine suppression. It is highly likely he is the elusive thief the enforcement team has been desperately pursuing. Guan Jinyue's expression darkened, seemingly having anticipated such a scenario, yet soon revealed the true identity of the silver python. It is indeed this thief. Did he traverse the barrier with Senior Lin? Might they encounter peril? Leilon could not help but gasp, overwhelmed with astonishment. There is no need for excessive concern. Taoist Lin's abilities should surpass mine. Even if the two were transported simultaneously, I believe Taoist Lin would be more than capable of handling the situation. However, the fact that this thief was able to elude our notice indicates he has been covertly tracking us since the massive pit days ago. His stealth technique is nothing short of miraculous, evading detection even from both Taoist Lin and myself. No wonder such a multitude of enforcement teams have been unable to apprehend him. Guan Jinyue pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing, revealing a hint of perplexity. But what? Leilon, her brow furrowed, was filled with curiosity regarding Guan Jinyue's words. The aura surrounding this thief is decidedly peculiar, seemingly infused with the scent of a certain exotic beast, reminiscent of the thundercloud eagle from the wild realms, yet distinctly different. Guan Jinyue narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation, her tone laced with uncertainty. The essence of an exotic beast? Could it be that this individual harbors a spirit beast? Leilon speculated with newfound insight. The likelihood is slim. This aura is integrated with him, not existing independently. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, we have accomplished our objective in this operation, and it is unwise to publicize this matter. We should promptly evacuate this location. Our pretext for coming here was to assist you in your cultivation. Thus, we should proceed to the ice-shattering land for further training. The noise created by our recent departure was considerable, likely attracting other cultivators to this vicinity. Therefore, it is prudent for us to leave as soon as possible to avoid arousing suspicion. After a moment of deliberation, Guan Jinyue calmly articulated these thoughts. The elder's words are indeed sagacious. Leilon concurred with a gentle nod. Guan Jinyue then waved her sleeve, dispersing the residual waves of the light array. After releasing a radiant golden light that swept away all traces, Lin Mo, accompanied by Leilon, transformed into two dazzling streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. In another realm cloaked in dense white mist, Lin Mo hovered in the void, gazing at the unfamiliar man who had unexpectedly intruded upon the teleportation array. His expression one of incredulity. So it is you. It seems the mastermind behind the plundering of the deep veins of the abyss is none other than yourself. Lin Mo articulated, his voice cold and resolute. As the teleportation was on the verge of initiation, he had sensed the man's intrusion, yet the process had silently commenced. To prevent the array from being compromised, he had no choice but to allow this individual to accompany him to this land of the Nether River. However, upon recognizing the man's true identity, he was taken aback, instantly identifying him. "Ah, it appears you are quite familiar with the old man," he remarked, facing a lean middle-aged man in a blue robe standing several dozens of feet away. In response to Lin Mo's words, the man smiled, exuding an air of calm and composure. "How fares your steed, the Thunder Beast?" Could this remarkable achievement of breaking into the sacred realm be significantly linked to it? Lin Mo inquired, a cold smile gracing his lips, his voice laced with intrigue. "Who exactly are you, to possess knowledge of the Thunder Beast?" Upon hearing the term, the previously smiling man's expression abruptly shifted, revealing a profound sense of confusion and wariness in his gaze. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure emanated from him, indicative of a cultivator in the initial stage of the sacred realm, bearing down upon Lin Mo without restraint. This man was none other than the fish merchant Lin Mo had encountered in the holy city of the Tianpeng clan. Years prior, he had lured Lin Mo and two other cultivators of the void refinement stage with the promise of a Qingluo fruit, seeking their assistance to subdue the Thunder Beast. However, after successfully capturing the beast, he had callously turned against them, ruthlessly slaying the other two. Lin Mo had narrowly preserved his life through his superior abilities, securing a seed from the Qingluo fruit while remaining vigilant against the merchant, parting ways thereafter. Even then, Lin Mo had sensed that this merchant possessed an extraordinary identity, far from being an ordinary member of the Tianpeng clan. Now, after several centuries, their paths had crossed once more, and the merchant had ascended to the initial stage of the sacred realm, further confirming Lin Mo's initial suspicions. However, Lin Mo's demeanor and appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. his cultivation skillfully suppressed to the mid-stage of void refinement, rendering him nearly unrecognizable to the merchant. No wonder the merchant could not identify him at a glance. In the face of the overwhelming spiritual pressure approaching him, Lin Mo maintained his composure, and then released a formidable spiritual pressure of his own, befitting a sacred realm expert. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided in the void between them, subsequently erupting and dissipating simultaneously, as if they were evenly matched. It seems you are also a master in the initial stage of the sacred realm. The fishmonger was taken aback upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, prompting him to inquire with astonishment. Although he had closely followed Lin Mo and, upon realizing Lin Mo's ability to escape the abyss, had unhesitatingly entered the teleportation array. He had always presumed Lin Mo to possess only the strength of the void refinement stage, thus harboring little concern. Had he been aware of Lin Mo's true cultivation level, it is indeed questionable whether he would have made such a decision. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Mo offered a faint smile and suddenly unleashed all the previously restrained magical energy. A surge of terrifying spiritual pressure surpassing that of an ordinary late-stage integration cultivator erupted skyward. The mid-stage saint-level cultivation. To which race does my esteemed friend belong? I cannot possibly be unfamiliar with any mid-stage or higher beings of the flying spirit race. The fishmonger's complexion gradually turned ashen, his pupils constricted, and he cautiously inquired. Remarkably, he maintained a semblance of calmness, betraying no signs of panic despite the fear that gripped him. Since you are unable to recognize me, there is no need for further dialogue. You have plundered the mineral repository of the abyss, and I trust your gains were substantial. I do not covet much. Simply return these items to me, and you may depart in peace. Consider these materials as a token of gratitude for your assistance in my escape from peril. Lin Mo spoke in a placid tone, deliberately withholding his identity. It appears you have engaged in this conversation with me solely to request those materials. This matter is negotiable, as I indeed relied on your aid to evade pursuit, and it is only fitting to offer some compensation. Please accept. Upon hearing this, the fishmonger not only refrained from anger, but erupted into hearty laughter. He then flicked his wrist, and a blue circular ring materialized in his hand, which he promptly hurled toward Lin Mo. Initially taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning icy as he watched the ring approach. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a flicker of golden light shimmered, and the ring that was about to land was suddenly cleaved into two mid-air. To his astonishment, however, nothing fell from it. Instead, a deafening thunderclap resounded, transforming into a blue electric net that descended upon Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated this, his wings suddenly unfurling with a thunderous sound, and a silver electric net surged forth from behind him. Upon collision, the silver net spun and instantaneously morphed into a peculiar lightning array. In an instant, the blue net silently retracted, effortlessly absorbed by the lightning formation, revealing no trace of its prior might. The fishmonger was startled by this spectacle. Lin Mo, unfazed, merely extended a finger toward the lightning array and gently tapped it. Immediately, the array emitted a resounding boom before vanishing without a trace. This time, I may spare you. I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender those precious ores now, and you may yet leave safely. Otherwise, Lin Mo's expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes as he let out a cold laugh. This individual had harbored malice towards him in the past, attempting to harm him in secret. Now, being transported here together, it was likely that he had ulterior motives as well. Given this, Lin Mo would naturally show no mercy. Should the other party wisely choose to surrender what they had seized, he might allow them to fend for themselves in this realm of the underworld. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to extinguish them himself. With his own divine abilities, despite the semblance of support the other party seemed to possess, he would not regard them as a threat. It appears you possess considerable insight into my character. The shopkeeper, you, remarked, his complexion shifting uncertainly as he sought to negotiate. However, at that moment, a chilling wind erupted from the void behind Lin Mo. A dozen crystalline needles emerged, transforming into silver lines that darted swiftly towards Lin Mo's head. Simultaneously, a thunderous clap resonated above him. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the entire void, as countless arcs of electricity leapt wildly, splitting into three peculiar colors: gold, silver, and blue. Within this lightning, a creature, half human and half bird, could be faintly discerned, its gaping maw unleashing a robust tricolored lightning arc that plunged downward. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a frigid light as his form became slightly indistinct. In an instant, the delicate silver needles pierced through his body, yet they struck only an illusory image. Immediately thereafter, a radiant golden phantom of a three-headed, six-armed figure manifested above Lin Mo, its 6 arms simultaneously brandishing and projecting tangible beams of golden light. A thunderous roar erupted. Although the formidable tricolored lightning arc possessed immense destructive power, it ultimately shattered and dissipated in the face of the unrelenting 6 beams of light. As the beast amidst the thunder prepared to launch another assault, Lin Mo unfurled his wings once more, vanishing from his original position in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he reappeared 20 or so zhang away, as the sound of thunder reverberated again. At this moment, Lin Mo wore no trace of a smile. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance. It seems you have indeed decided to take action. Very well, allow me to accompany you on this journey, thereby concluding our enmity. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the radiant golden form of the Buddhist saint rapidly coalesced into a golden body. Lin Mo swiftly struck his head, and the crown of his skull opened, allowing a pitch-black primordial infant to soar forth, vanishing in an instant and merging into the golden body as a dark essence. The golden form suddenly opened 6 eyes, and as its 6 arms moved, each revealed a colossal golden blade in their palms, swinging in unison. The sharp sound of slicing air erupted, as dense golden sword energy surged skyward. Then, the golden body leapt into the air, transforming into a brilliant golden light that charged fiercely towards the creature in the sky. The beast amidst the thunder, witnessing this onslaught, let out an enraged roar, as countless silver lightning orbs erupted around its body, and its wings unfurled. Countless arrows, resembling feathered plumes, shot forth, transforming into dazzling blue arcs that cleaved through the vast sky with resolute decisiveness. Despite the formidable might of the thunderous spheres and azure arcs, they were swiftly shattered under the relentless onslaught of golden sword energies. In an instant, the golden figure darted forward, closing the distance to the monstrous beast, and with a flick of 6 blades, morphed into 6 orbs of golden light, each the size of a wheel, enveloping the foe like a tempest. The creature, witnessing the futility of the lightning, flashed a menacing glare, its arms radiating brilliance as they transformed into the forms of a hammer and a spear. With a cacophonous roar, the hammer and spear swirled, igniting a halo of crimson gold light, with arcs of golden electricity swirling around them, boldly confronting the 6 orbs of gold. In the 780th chapter, sword energies crisscrossed and lightning intertwined, both forces clashing fiercely, creating a stalemate that seemed impossible to resolve. On the other side, the fishmonger, witnessing the thunder beast's inability to subdue Lin Mo, was struck with astonishment. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware of the true power of his thunder beast. Despite the ostensibly mundane nature of the lightning, each arc held the capacity to effortlessly annihilate a practitioner at the void refinement stage. During the 3rd layer of the abyss, it was precisely this thunder beast that had dispatched the law enforcement officers who had fortuitously tracked him down. Yet, even amidst his internal turmoil, he maintained an outward composure. Subtly shifting his gaze, concealed within his sleeve, a hand discreetly formed a seal while he took a deep breath. A dull thud resonated from behind, and a brilliant spectrum of colors erupted forth, suddenly morphing into a colossal peacock illusion. It became evident that he was indeed a member of the 5 Glimmer clan. Lin Mo, witnessing this spectacle, expressed his surprise. Is that so? Only by testing will you know, my friend. The fishmonger scoffed. And as the peacock illusion performed a graceful flip, it transformed into a resplendent sea of 5-colored light, rumbling as it surged from the distance. With each step the Lin youth took, the ground trembled, and the sky darkened ominously, as if the very heavens were on the verge of fracturing. An awe-inspiring sight to behold. Simultaneously, the earlier attack, launched by more than a dozen translucent needles, quivered before dashing forward once more, vanishing into the void at a breathtaking speed. Observing this, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes igniting with blue radiance. In an instant, a purple glow erupted from his being, and a verdant illusion separated from him, naturally positioning itself behind him to counter the hidden assaults. A series of sharp sounds rang out as a dozen silver threads shot forth from the surrounding void, accurately striking the green illusion. However, these seemingly sharp silver needles merely penetrated the surface, akin to piercing a withered tree, inflicting no substantial harm. Subsequently, the spiritual light of the green illusion gradually retracted, revealing its true form. To Lin Mo's astonishment, it was another version of himself, with skin of a vivid green adorned with intricate purple patterns. This Lin Mo is a spiritual body cultivated through the mystical essence of the Immortal. For an extended period, this ethereal form has been nourished by a mysterious green liquid. It possesses formidable strength at the early stage of fusion, having achieved a substantial level of initial success and is on the brink of advancing to the mid-stage. Due to the unique constitution of the Immortal, this spiritual body, upon ascending to the fusion phase, has manifested numerous astonishing abilities, rendering it a crucial trump card for Lin Mo. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mo resolved to release this spiritual body, seizing the opportunity to assess its actual combat efficacy. At this moment, a silver shimmer flickered, revealing a silver glow emanating from its chest, where numerous silver needles were embedded, half of their lengths visibly sunk within. Astonishingly, the skin around the points of penetration appeared a deep black, exuding a foul odor. These silver needles seemed highly venomous, attempting to burrow deeper into the chest amidst the flickering silver light. However, the green-hued Lin Mo, maintaining an impassive demeanor, let out a cold chuckle as a layer of purple demonic patterns suddenly emerged on his chest. This transformation caused his skin to turn a pallid gray, rendering the silver needles as ineffective as if they had struck impenetrable steel, unable to advance further. Moreover, the green-hued Lin Mo lowered his head, exhaling a stream of emerald radiance, accompanied by an unusual fragrance. An astonishing event unfolded. As the emerald light swept across the chest, the previously darkened areas rapidly vanished. Simultaneously, the trembling silver needles were forcibly expelled by the radiance, hurtling backward before being devoured by the green-hued Lin Mo. Observing this from afar, the owner of the fish shop, despite his usual composure, was rendered utterly astonished. Yet, after a fleeting moment of panic flashed in his eyes, he gritted his teeth, refusing to alter his strategy or cease his incantations. Instead, his hands swiftly formed various seals, unleashing a torrent of magical energy akin to a raging beast. The emerald radiance, imbued with a unique aroma, surged forth, causing the previously blackened area on the chest to rapidly dissipate. The silver needles, still trembling, were forcibly extracted by the radiance and propelled backward, ultimately consumed by the green-hued Lin Mo. From a distance, the fish shop owner, confident in his mental fortitude, found himself confronted with a clearer understanding of the formidable challenge he faced. Despite the dread swelling within him, he did not waver, but instead chose to persevere, preparing himself for a desperate struggle. The already formidable five-colored radiance, amidst a resonant hum, revealed an array of mysterious runes. As it rolled and coiled, it gradually formed layers of inscrutable barriers, descending upon Lin Mo like a towering mountain. Upon witnessing this, a hint of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's countenance. He has perfected the Jingxia decision and possesses the divine light bestowed by the blood of the five-colored peacock, granting him mastery over the radiant hues of the Five-Light clan with unparalleled skill. However, the terrifying vastness of the endless sea of five-colored light, in comparison to the divine light he is accustomed to, seems to possess power multiplied several times over. If it were not for the familiar aura of the five-colored peacock emanating from the light sea, he might have doubted whether these were indeed the same entities. Typically, even formidable cultivators at the fusion stage would struggle to break free from such a spectacular assault of the five-colored light sea and its tightly woven restrictions. Yet, as Lin Mo gazed up at the rapidly approaching sea of light, his initial astonishment gradually faded, replaced by a cold, disdainful smile. In the next moment, the ethereal form beside him flickered and merged with him, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, Lin Mo's true self rolled on the ground, and the five-colored radiance around him flickered, transforming him into a five-colored peacock several zhang in length. Following this, the five-colored light sea crashed down like thunder, completely enveloping the five-colored peacock he had become. However, in the very next instant, a hearty laugh resonated from within the sea of light. The five-colored peacock spread its wings and broke through the waves, seemingly unaffected by the myriad restrictions of the light sea. Although the five-colored peacock he had transformed into could not unleash the same formidable divine light as his opponent. Self-protection using divine light under similar abilities was an effortless endeavor. Five-colored transformation. Could it be that you are of the Five-Light clan? No, if you truly were. As a being above the saint tier, I should be familiar with you. Could it be that? Very well, regardless of whether you are sent by those old geezers. I shall expend over 100 years of my power to ensure your demise here. The fishmonger appeared somewhat astonished, yet after muttering a few words under his breath, his expression darkened further, gradually revealing a grotesque and terrifying demeanor, as if recalling past grievances that filled him with deep hatred. As his words trailed off, the emaciated man raised his hand and pointed into the distance. The once tumultuous sea of colorful light suddenly erupted, with a deafening roar echoing around. The brilliant radiance swiftly coalesced at its center, forming a massive orb of five-colored light. Subsequently, the orb spun, shaping a towering peacock apparition 100 jong high. In contrast, the five-colored peacock Lin Mo had transformed into appeared diminutive before it. However, this colossal beast did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it flapped its wings and vanished in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the colorful light beneath the fishmonger's feet churned violently, and the peacock apparition re-emerged. The man then stepped onto the apparition, unleashing an array of 10 beams of light that flashed and disappeared into his body. In a startling scene, the emaciated man began to melt from the feet up. In mere moments, he had completely merged into the peacock below. Originally but a mere shadow, the peacock, accompanied by a melodious call, unleashed a frenzy of multicolored runes, transforming its vast form into a tangible entity. Simultaneously, an aura of unparalleled dominance, characteristic only of a late-stage integration cultivator, emanated from the majestic peacock. Within a radius of 100 miles, the celestial energies of the world were swept up in this formidable presence, swirling like a tempest into the peacock's colossal body. As the creature's internal energy surged to a pinnacle befitting a perfected integration stage, the mere flapping of its wings distorted the surrounding void, revealing an irresistible display of power through the emergence of numerous runes. Lin Mo, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but draw a sharp breath. The five-colored brilliance released by the fishmonger was already immensely potent. Now, fused with the peacock's essence, it had ascended seamlessly to 2 tiers higher in cultivation. This miraculous ability was truly astonishing and hard to fathom. Clearly, this was the trump card that the opponent had been concealing with such composure. Should an ordinary mid-stage integration cultivator face such a transformation, they would likely not only fail to vanquish the gaunt man, but also struggle to ensure their own safety. Although Lin Mo felt a profound shock within, he was devoid of fear. After all, the adversary had already unveiled this lethal weapon, evidently prepared for a life-and-death confrontation. Even if Lin Mo wished to withdraw from battle, it was unlikely that the fishmonger would permit such an outcome. Very well. In that case, I, Lin, shall also showcase my prowess, ensuring you do not underestimate me in the slightest. A chilling voice resonated like thunder from the heavens. Immediately, the multi-hued peacock conjured by Lin Mo was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. This golden radiance intensified, and in the blink of an eye, another immense figure materialized. Suspended in the air, it was a golden giant ape, resplendent in shimmering light, with eyes gleaming like bronze bells. In that instant, Lin Mo altered his incantation, transforming into the mightiest form among his myriad of wondrous metamorphoses, the mountain giant ape. At this moment, his illusionary giant ape towered 100 feet tall, with limbs as robust as colossal pillars. As it extended its arms, they resembled 2 magnificent hands descending from the heavens, poised to strike fiercely at the colorful peacock below. With 2 resounding booms, 2 thunderous sonic blasts erupted beneath the giant's hands, unleashing a weighty force akin to mountains bearing down. The fishmonger, caught unawares, had no time for contemplation. As the five-colored brilliance swirled around him, it swiftly transformed into a dazzling barrier to confront this overwhelming pressure. The profound mystery of the five-colored light should have easily mitigated such brute force. Yet Lin Mo's transformation into the giant ape imbued him with a raw power that far exceeded the fishmonger's expectations. Following the dual thunderclaps, the colorful barrier trembled violently. 2 points of impact collapsed instantaneously, the light flickering erratically, emitting tearing sounds as it shattered into fragments. The fishmonger displayed a look of alarm, However, the colossal peacock, transformed from its original form, would not resign itself to inaction. Without hesitation, it flapped its magnificent wings, and instantly, several vibrant arrays of light shimmered upon its surface, causing its enormous body to vanish without a trace. Observing this, the golden giant ape's eyes blazed with intensity. With a powerful stomp, its massive form rippled and similarly disappeared into the void. Moments later, in another expanse of emptiness hundreds of feet away, spatial fluctuations abruptly manifested, revealing the multicolored peacock first. Yet, almost simultaneously, a flash of golden light appeared above its head, and the giant ape's imposing figure emerged from the void, striding forward with agility. Following this, a ferocious expression crossed its face as it clenched its fists tightly and struck downwards with great force. In an instant, countless shadows of fists materialized in the air, emitting a piercing whistle as they surged violently towards the colorful peacock. The golden waves created by the fist shadows bathed a large portion of the void in a resplendent hue of gold. Meanwhile, the space between the two colossal beasts twisted and trembled incessantly, as if being forcibly torn apart. Despite the peacock's massive size, its response was astonishingly swift, surpassing all expectations. With a sharp call, the vibrant colors on its surface began to whirl violently, coalescing into numerous bright and vivid shields of light around it. Each shield, barely a foot wide, stacked upon one another to provide comprehensive protection for the peacock's entire form. The golden fist shadows appeared invulnerable. However, upon breaching the intricate defense formed by the myriad light shields, they could only manage to shatter a small portion amidst the deafening explosion, ultimately dissipating entirely. In this moment, the multicolored peacock emitted another sharp cry. The remaining shields, flickering with light, transformed into a multitude of five-colored flying swords, each gleaming with a chilling radiance and razor-sharp edges. Once formed, the five-colored swords surged forth with a slight tremor, producing a hissing sound that filled the air, each sword morphing into vibrant beams of light, racing towards the giant ape's colossal body with lightning speed, seemingly poised to pierce it through with countless wounds. The golden giant ape, witnessing the ineffectiveness of its fist shadows, already bore an expression of fury. Now, upon seeing the deluge of five-colored sword lights pouring down like a tempest, it roared in anger, pounding its massive fists against its chest thrice. At that moment, the successive sounds of bang, bang, bang resonated like the striking of iron. Remarkably, with each resounding impact, the golden radiance enveloping the ape intensified, more than doubling in strength. After the three forceful strikes, the giant ape's fur bristled upright like that of a porcupine, standing tall and straight, radiating 3 layers of golden halos. Within these luminous layers, the essence was as solid as tangible matter, adorned with countless mysterious golden characters, exuding an aura of profound enigma. This extraordinary technique was derived by Lin Mo after his advancement to the late stage of the fusion realm, manifesting as a formidable defensive spell reminiscent of the legendary Vajra circle of Buddhist lore. In the fleeting moment when the 3-layered golden aura was formed, an array of multicolored sword lights cascaded down like meteors upon it. In the blink of an eye, the sword energies crisscrossed, and the golden halo became extraordinarily radiant. Its brilliance was blinding, accompanied by a resonant hum emanating from within the aura. The flying swords, conjured from the 5-colored divine light, possessed an undeniable potency. As the sword lights swept through the air, they left behind elongated white trails in the void, and upon striking the golden halo, they effortlessly shattered the golden runes within, as if slicing through vegetables. Despite the 3 layers of the halo acting as a barrier, most of the sword lights had dissipated. Nevertheless, over 100 remnants of the multicolored sword lights struck precisely upon the torso of the golden giant ape in an instant. This astonishing scene left the multicolored peacock in disbelief. The fur covering the golden giant ape's body, under the influence of the swirling golden radiance, seemed impervious to the 5-colored sword lights that should have been capable of penetrating anything. Instead, it appeared as if they struck an impenetrable object, either rebounding violently or vanishing into thin air. The golden giant ape was unfazed by this turn of events. It merely snorted contemptuously, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light. With a slight tremor of its shoulders, its furry arms swung, causing a significant portion of its massive form to vanish without a trace. Soon after, The multicolored peacock sensed ripples in the void on either side, as two golden hands shot forth like lightning, seemingly intent on seizing its wings with a vice-like grip. A shudder ran through the giant peacock's heart, yet she betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, following a sharp, cold snort, her wings, extending 20 to 30 zhang, merely quivered, transforming into two equally long colossal blades of vibrant colors, their surfaces shimmering brilliantly, like divine weapons capable of severing hair with precision. They were thrust fiercely toward the two golden hands. The golden hands showed no fear of the colossal blades formed from the peacock's wings. They merely tightened their fingers, instantaneously transforming into two golden, glimmering iron fists, which struck the blades with a speed that was almost imperceptible. The ground shook with a thunderous roar, akin to two radiant suns suddenly appearing in the firmament. Where the colossal blades met the iron fists, an explosion of dazzling light erupted, as if two blazing suns materialized in that very spot. At that moment, the entire body of the multicolored peacock trembled violently, and without warning, she was propelled backward, flying over 100 zhang before barely managing to stabilize herself. Her wings spread wide in an attempt to regain balance, her eyes filled with astonishment and fear. In contrast, the golden giant ape merely needed to shift its upper body slightly to regain its composure. Clearly, in the previous clash of offense and defense, the ape had maintained the upper hand. However, this was to be expected, as the mountain giant ape has long been renowned among various races for its formidable physique. Although the rainbow peacock boasts a reputation that rivals that of the mountain giant ape, its fame derives from its unparalleled multi-hued divine light. And when it comes to sheer strength, it cannot compare to the mountain giant ape. Seizing the moment while the rainbow peacock was unsteady, the golden giant ape let out a low growl. In an instant, it surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the rainbow peacock. Yet, during its flight, its form suddenly became indistinct, vanishing in an eerie manner. Just as the rainbow peacock regained its balance and noticed the giant ape's movement from a distance, a fleeting look of terror crossed its eyes, and a radiant glow erupted from its body. Mysterious five-colored arrays emerged from within, as if it were about to unleash some astonishing celestial power. However, in comparison to the giant ape, its movements appeared markedly sluggish. In a flash of golden light, the massive form of the golden giant ape materialized right before the rainbow peacock. With a slight movement of its arm, a golden fist, accompanied by a series of afterimages, struck heavily against the peacock's body with such speed that evasion was nearly impossible. With a muffled thud, despite the temporary resistance provided by the five-colored arrays on its surface, the rainbow peacock could not withstand the overwhelming force. It let out a pained scream, its colossal body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Simultaneously, under the influence of that immense, invisible force, its limbs became utterly immobilized, forcibly restrained. The golden giant ape showed no sign of relenting. With both hands grasping at the void, golden light flickered erratically, conjuring 36 golden short swords. In the next moment, these swords swiftly coalesced into a gigantic golden sword, measuring over 10 feet in length. With a fierce expression, the giant ape's form flickered once again, trailing a series of afterimages as it pursued the descending rainbow peacock. Swinging the colossal sword, countless thick sword energies surged forth wildly, engulfing the rainbow peacock like a tempest. With a thunderous crash, the golden giant ape abruptly halted midair, while the rainbow peacock, besieged by the onslaught of sword energies, crashed violently to the ground, creating an astonishingly large crater. Very well, since you have forced my hand so, do not blame me for fighting to the bitter end. Before Lin Mo could ascertain whether his strike had been effective, he heard the furious growl of the fish shop owner from below. Momentarily dazed, Lin Mo's gaze flickered, and he finally discerned the scene unfolding in the deep pit below. There lay the rainbow peacock, its body twisted and disheveled, its feathers in disarray, seemingly having sustained great injury. Yet, its breath remained steady, indicating it had not suffered any fatal wounds. To his astonishment, the peacock then spoke, uttering a series of cryptic incantations. The five-colored arrays surrounding its body began to tremble, converging towards a certain direction in the sky. The small light formations rotated and converged, ultimately forming an immense light array with a diameter reaching several hundred zhang. A solemn chant resonated from within the array, accompanied by a brilliant display of five-colored radiance. Faced with such a spectacle, A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he transformed into the form of a giant ape, his hands clenching tightly. The two golden greatswords he wielded merged instantaneously into a single, even larger sword. This colossal sword measured 30 to 40 zhang in length, gleaming with golden light. And a faint azure dragon could be seen swirling along its blade, seemingly poised to soar into the void at any moment. With a chilling breath, the giant ape pronounced the word slash, and the massive sword followed suit, descending with great force. In an instant, a greenish sword aura tore through the sky, morphing into a gigantic blade of over 100 zhang, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, crashing heavily onto the vast light array. A thunderous boom echoed as the immense array, illuminated by the green light, was torn apart like paper. Yet, after a brief tumult, it swiftly restored itself under the radiance of the five-colored light. This strike appeared to have no substantial effect on the array. A flicker of astonishment crossed the giant ape's eyes. However, he soon let out a cold laugh, swinging the massive sword once more without hesitation. Lin Mo, drawing upon his vast experience, was keenly aware that the light array was not invincible, and persistent assaults would yield results. However, just as the second, more potent green light was about to depart the great sword, the incantation emanating from the colorful peacock below abruptly ceased. One of its sharp claws then struck forcefully at a certain point in the void. Immediately, a pained roar echoed from afar. Lin Mo's heart jolted, and he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. There he beheld the thunder beast, locked in fierce combat with the sacred golden body. Its face contorted in agony. Electricity coursed violently across its surface, with arcs of three colors surging wildly, its entire form enveloped in a dense net of lightning. Suddenly, it moved, abandoning its struggle with the sacred golden body, transforming into a trio of colored lightning, racing towards the immense light array. Although Lin Mo did not comprehend the thunder beast's intentions, he instinctively let out a furious roar, swinging his furry fist to strike at the lightning. Simultaneously, the sacred golden body, controlled by the demonic infant, unleashed a long howl, transforming into a burst of golden light that closely followed. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's strike, though still 100 zhang away from the lightning, manifested as a golden fist shadow the size of a loft, suddenly appearing before the lightning and striking the thunder beast's body with blinding speed. An enraged roar erupted. Despite the thunder beast's formidable origins, it could not withstand the full force of the giant ape's blow. Its protective lightning net shattered into pieces, and its body was sent flying. At that moment, the sacred golden body arrived, its 6 golden blades swirling, transforming into 6 ancient mirrors of gold. In a flash of brilliance, 6 golden beams surged forth, aggressively targeting the thunder beast. As the explosive sounds erupted violently, the thunder beast was subjected to the fierce assault of the beams, its body struggling to maintain balance amidst the onslaught. Stumbling once more, he was cast into the distance, letting out a low, pained roar, as if he had sustained a significant injury. The giant peacock, an illusion conjured by the fishmonger on the ground, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this scene. Suddenly, it emitted an extraordinarily sharp and piercing scream, seemingly urging the thunder beast to take action with all its might. In an instant, the thunder beast released a heart-wrenching wail, and a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from its back, followed by a breathtaking display before the onlookers' eyes. After a series of 3 explosive sounds emanated from behind the thunder beast, it astonishingly revealed wings adorned in gold, silver, and blue hues. As all 6 wings unfurled in unison, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Then, amidst the intertwining arcs of the 3 colors, the beast vanished without a trace. The subsequent beams of light released by the sacred golden body cascaded into the void, striking the boundless expanse in an instant. Lin Mo, witnessing the spectacle, felt his pupils constrict and instinctively shifted his gaze downward to the colossal light array. At the same time, a dark glimmer flickered between his brows, and a pitch-black vertical pupil manifested eerily. With a slight movement of his eye, a black beam surged forth, only to flicker and vanish into the void. Above the giant light array, thunder roared, and the 6-winged thunder beast reappeared amidst a crack of thunder. Concurrently, a black beam, roughly the size of a bowl's diameter, hurtled forth from the void. Despite the thunder beast's astonishing teleportation abilities, it was unable to evade this fatal strike at such a close range. At the moment the black beam was poised to strike the thunder beast with unerring accuracy, the colossal light array suddenly emitted a violent hum. Multicolored spiritual light surged into the array like a torrent, and even the peacock's essence transformed into a luminous swirl, merging into it with a flap of its wings. In the briefest of moments, apart from the massive light array, nothing else existed in the void below. Consequently, the light array began to undergo wondrous transformations, accompanied by a series of booming sounds. Under the resplendent glow, dozens of thick and vibrantly colored beams erupted from within. Each beam was as thick as a person's embrace, shooting skyward and disappearing into the white mist. Upon closer observation, Lin Mo discovered that these colossal light beams numbered as many as 81. Before he could ponder the implications of this occurrence, the 81 beams simultaneously emitted countless dazzling runes and began to spin wildly. Amidst this, an even more gigantic multicolored beam surged forth from the core of the light array, vanishing into the heights of the sky in an instant, eluding comprehension. Chapter 782. Following this, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted at the point where the beam had dissipated. Accompanied by the sudden appearance of a silvery white portal above the light array, it initially resembled the size of a fist, but within a blink, it had grown to a considerable size, radiating an intensely pure flow of spiritual energy. As the protagonist Lin Mo stood there, he was unexpectedly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pure spiritual energy, which stirred within him a haunting familiarity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly recognized the astonishing similarity between this purity of energy and that of the Guanghan realm. He remained poised, gazing intently at the ever-expanding aperture, and an unsettling premonition blossomed in the depths of his heart. Without further thought, he waved his hand, prompting the golden giant sword in his grasp to launch an immediate assault. The swift blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound that resonated through the heavens, akin to a stampede of galloping horses, as it surged toward the silvery void, seemingly intent on obliterating it entirely. Yet, the reality proved to be harsh and unforgiving. No matter how ferociously the golden sword light assaulted the silver opening, it inflicted no tangible harm. Furthermore, an even more daunting development ensued, as a thunderous roar erupted from within the void. Subsequently, a silver beam of light burst forth, fleetingly vanishing as it plunged directly into the colossal array of light below. The once cacophonous array now radiated brilliance, with an explosion of colorful runes leaping into existence. Simultaneously, the entire array expanded at a remarkable speed in all directions. The silver beam halted mid-course, while the silver aperture vanished without a trace. In that instant, the already vast array swelled to more than 10 times its original size, emanating a kaleidoscope of spiritual light. It was as though resplendent stars had scattered across half the sky, immersing observers in a breathtaking, vibrant realm. Concurrently, an eerie sound reminiscent of a child's weeping echoed from the center of the array, casting listeners into a state of bewilderment, as if drawn into a mysterious illusion. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Mo's expression darkened with an unusual gravity. Yet, he was not swayed by the peculiar noise. Rather, it was the instant the sound emerged that an icy wave of dread surged through him, instilling a profound awareness of the peril that loomed over his existence. This was dire. Lin Mo silently lamented, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. With a thought, his three-headed, six-armed golden body vanished momentarily, only to reappear beside him in an uncanny manner. The 6 arms of the golden figure began to dance in unison, each palm cradling a swirling orb of golden light. They converged toward his chest, rapidly merging into a vortex the size of a human head. Meanwhile, the 3 heads and 6 eyes of the golden body shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, as 3 distinctly different incantations interwove and emerged from their mouths. Thunder roared within the vortex, resonating with sacred sounds, amplifying in magnitude several-fold. As it spun at high velocity, one could clearly perceive the twinkling spiritual lights akin to distant stars. Go! The colossal ape beside him suddenly bellowed, its voice imbued with unwavering determination. In response, the golden body unhesitatingly hurled the golden vortex toward the array of light below with all its might. The sound of thunder and lightning suddenly erupted as a golden vortex, originally only a span of about 10 feet, detached from the grasp of the golden body. In an instant, it expanded dramatically against the wind, transforming into a colossal entity of over 100 feet in diameter, and it continued to grow. As it made contact with the five-colored light array, the original vortex morphed into a vast ocean of gold with a radius of 100 feet. The invisible force contained within caused the surrounding void to blur and distort, presenting a unique form. This was undoubtedly Lin Mo's first wholehearted release of the golden light from the venerable Saint's golden body after ascending to the mid-stage of integration, and its power far exceeded his expectations, accompanied by a sound that resonated through the heavens and earth. The golden vortex struck heavily at the core of the colossal light array. The immense formation, spanning thousands of feet, was instantly set into motion, rippling like waves, while its core experienced violent tremors, as if it might collapse at any moment. The golden light, unleashed with all of Lin Mo's strength, showcased an astonishing might, which even this seemingly enigmatic light array could not endure. Witnessing this, a smile of delight spread across Lin Mo's face, but in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly. At that moment, a strange wail from the core of the light array escalated sharply. Subsequently, 81 massive light pillars trembled and shattered one by one. A terrifying aura, as if it could devour all things in the universe, surged forth from within the light array. Then, amidst the chaotic swirl of the five-colored radiance, a gigantic silver hand eerily emerged from the center of the array. Its fingers spread wide, effortlessly lifting the golden vortex, as if indifferent to the immense power it contained. Upon sensing the horror of this presence, Lin Mo's face turned as pale as a sheet. Could it be the Great Ascension stage? This was impossible. How could such a divine power exist in this realm? Before he could finish his thought, the wailing within the light array ceased abruptly. The entire massive formation vanished like a mirage with a dull thud. In the heart of the array, a colossal being, towering 300 to 400 feet, materialized. This creature possessed 2 heads and 8 wings, its upper body reminiscent of a human, while its lower half resembled that of a bird. A closer inspection of its head revealed one that belonged to a thunder beast and another to a fishmonger. Among its 8 wings, 6 were the feathered wings typical of the thunder beast, while the remaining 2 were the vividly colored tail feathers of a peacock. More terrifyingly, despite being covered in silver-white feathers, whenever thunder roared, 5 colored currents of electricity surged across its surface, as if chains were entwining its form. Under the brilliant lightning, the grotesque visage of this avian monster appeared particularly eerie. When the fishmonger's head within its mouth opened, it emitted a chilling laugh. The silver hand that had lifted the golden vortex moved its fingers gently, causing torrents of 5-colored electricity to surge forth. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the golden vortex was violently torn asunder, fragmented by a multitude of colorful currents. Beside Lin Mo stood the Vajra Saint, whose 3 heads simultaneously revealed a flicker of terror. Subsequently, the golden light enveloping its form flickered erratically, emitting a deep, resonant groan as its body began to sway uncontrollably. Clearly, the disruption of the golden light had resulted in a backlash that affected the caster itself. However, due to the Vajra's innate formidable regenerative capabilities, these minor injuries posed little concern. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's astonishment deepened. He became increasingly certain that the bizarre avian creature before him indeed possessed the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage. Otherwise, even a perfected cultivator at the late stage of integration would find it arduous to unravel the golden light with such ease. With this realization, Lin Mo instinctively entertained the notion of fleeing the scene. Despite having recently emerged victorious from a fierce battle, which had greatly bolstered his confidence, he was acutely aware that he lacked the power to contend with a being of the Great Ascension stage. As his thoughts raced, his gaze fell upon the 8 wings sprouting from the back of the colossal bird, and a hint of panic crept into his expression. This gigantic avian possessed 8 wings and wielded the enigmatic, multicolored heavenly thunder. Undoubtedly, its skills in evasion were exceptionally advanced. Attempting to escape through ordinary means would likely prove futile. Just as the mocking laughter of the strange bird echoed below, Lin Mo swiftly resolved his course of action. Transforming into a giant ape, he rapidly formed several seals with his hands, and with a resounding roar, a pair of translucent wings sprouted from his back. As the wings gently fluttered, numerous spheres of silver lightning appeared beneath the giant ape's feet. With a series of explosive sounds, a magnificent spectacle unfolded in the space around him. Amidst the dancing arcs of silver electricity, a vast lightning formation manifested in the air, enveloping the giant ape within its embrace, rendering his figure indistinct as if poised to teleport away. Yet, in the next moment, an unprecedented shock registered on his face. The two-headed avian creature below emitted a chilling screech from its head, known as the pigeon. Subsequently, all 8 wings flapped in unison, unleashing a force of profound law that surged forth from its body, instantaneously blanketing the surrounding void within a radius of several dozen miles. Almost simultaneously, the glow of the lightning formation beneath the giant ape began to fade, as if frozen in time, interrupting the teleportation process. Linimo could not help but gasp in disbelief. At that moment, the head of the avian creature, with its sardonic gaze, coldly regarded the giant ape and spoke. Humph. Although this thunder beast differs from the true thunder beasts of the celestial realm, after I infuse it with my true spirit power and embody it, it is sufficient to manipulate a portion of the thunder laws. How dare you wield the power of thunder before me? It is nothing short of a path to self-destruction. As the words left my lips, the other head of the colossal avian emitted a piercing shriek once more. Following this, a thunderous roar reverberated within the tempest of lightning. Dozens of robust arcs of electricity leapt forth like thick silver chains, ensnaring the gigantic ape in an instant. The ensuing explosion was deafening, as all the silver arcs erupted simultaneously, engulfing the giant ape in dazzling bolts of electric light. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the golden giant ape's mouth. As it clenched its fists tightly and thrust them skyward, countless golden rays erupted from its form, tearing the silver lightning asunder. Ultimately, with a muffled clap of thunder, the remnants dissipated into thin air. Yet, the liberated golden giant ape, without the slightest hesitation, rolled downward, its body swiftly shrinking and transforming back into human form. Linimo staggered slightly before regaining his footing, casting a dark glare at the two-headed avian below. However, in the next moment, he exhaled deeply, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, a battered golden blade materialized in his hand. In his other hand, he wielded it with an imposing presence. As a resonating hum emanated from his sleeve, unleashing a cascade of over 1,000 resplendent golden insects, the mutated gold-devouring worms. When these worms first emerged, they were no larger than a thumb, but after circling around Linmo's body a few times, they expanded to the size of fists, coalescing into a formidable mass that invoked fear from afar. At this moment, a surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the side, merging with Linmo's form in an ephemeral flash. The sacred golden body, after a dull thud, transformed into specks of golden light, vanishing without a trace. Soon after, golden light radiated from Linmo's back, revealing a vivid incarnation of the sacred being once more. At this juncture, a refreshing green luminescence and a dazzling white light emerged from Linmo's body. After a brief flicker, they coalesced into 2 distinctive forms, Linmo, with green skin, and a beautiful lady clad in white. They were none other than the spirit body Linmo had previously collected and the mysterious, powerful spirit puppet. Arriving at the battlefield, Linmo brandished the golden blade, his demeanor cold as he fixed his gaze upon the menacing two-headed avian below. Oh, could it be that the gold-devouring worms have reached maturity? It appears you possess quite an array of methods. But do you truly believe that these limited numbers of insects can vanquish me? Perhaps if you had tens of thousands of such worms, I might harbor some concern. However, with only what is currently visible, huh? The triumphant laughter of the fishmonger echoed from one of the avian's heads. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern that despite the brazen demeanor of the human-like head, its eyes, fixed upon the golden blade held by Linmo, betrayed a profound sense of bewilderment. Although Linmo had yet to reveal the enigmatic Shention remnant blade, the arcane power emanating from it was unmistakably conveyed to the fishmonger, who seemed to have sensed the weapon's extraordinary nature. The nuances of advantage and disadvantage in this life-and-death struggle had certainly not escaped Linmo's keen perception. He remained unfazed or flustered. Instead, his mind sank into deeper contemplation. Consequently, his initial intention to launch a surprise attack with the Shention remnant blade was significantly diminished, further reducing his odds of victory by 2 percentage points. Chapter 783. Yet, the fishmonger could never anticipate that Linmo harbored countless devouring gold insects within him. Furthermore, his right arm concealed the formidable Shention sword. These 2 miraculous artifacts served as his final means of survival, capable of turning the tide should the timing be right. Moreover, the fishmonger's strength did not solely stem from cultivation, despite his fusion with the Thunder Beast bringing him close to the pinnacle of the late integration stage. His true power fell short of that of a genuine ascendant. Should Lin Mo truly deploy the Xiantian treasure against him, it might even attract the attention of the reclusive Qing Yuanzi, dwelling in the depths of the underworld river. As long as he could endure until this powerful ally intervened, his safety would be assured. After careful deliberation, Lin Mo resolved to hesitate no longer. The remnant blade traced a flawless arc before him, as he braced himself for a desperate clash with his adversary. Below, the two-headed colossal bird witnessed this moment, both heads lifted high, emitting sharp, piercing cries and mocking laughter in unison. The intertwining sounds created a unique musical rhythm that sent chills through the onlookers. Simultaneously, the 8 wings on the back of the giant avian flapped wildly, with silver feathers rising like steel needles. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed, as countless vibrant bolts of lightning erupted in a radial display, initially as thick as a wrist, but soon transforming into the girth of a barrel after several powerful flaps. Each slender arc stretching hundreds of feet long. The ground trembled with thunderous roars. A kaleidoscope of electric light danced across the sky, rendering it a colossal realm of thunder and lightning. An overwhelming force of arcane power permeated the entire space. Faced with such ferocious bolts of multicolored lightning, even the seasoned Lin Mo could not help but exhibit a flicker of astonishment. Yet, his gaze quickly hardened with resolve as he formed incantations. He prepared to hurl the Xiantian remnant blade with great force. However, at that pivotal moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the sleeve that tightly gripped the remnant blade, a sudden, resounding and urgent call of a monkey echoed forth without warning. Immediately, a flash of black light darted across, and a black spirit beast ring surged forth, swiftly racing into the realm of thunder and lightning opposite. This sudden spectacle left the colossal avian creature, possessing dual heads, momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, the black spirit beast ring was besieged by hundreds of violent arcs of electricity, shattering instantaneously. A dense plume of black mist emerged amidst the flickering lightning. Despite the relentless barrage of electric arcs, the black mist continued to swirl effortlessly, absorbing all the electric light without sustaining any damage. Faced with such a situation, the double-headed giant bird displayed a hint of surprise. Yet, it soon snorted coldly, transforming its palm into a pure silver hue, reaching into the void towards the black mist. Thousands of electric arcs twisted and deformed, subsequently coalescing into a colossal, multicolored hand above the black mist. This enormous hand shimmered with crackling sparks, countless tiny arcs leaping across its surface, descending with blinding speed to seize the black mist tightly. As the fingers clenched, a surge of lightning erupted. The giant hand endeavored to forcibly tear apart the black mist with this grip. However, an enraged shriek resonated from within the mist, followed by a crimson beam dashing forth, piercing through the vibrant giant hand in an instant. A surprising event unfolded. The multicolored hand, forged from the gathered lightning, crumbled and dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis after the flash of crimson light. The black mist regained its freedom and swiftly coalesced into another small, dark monkey in its place. This was the howling spirit beast. Yet, in this moment, the howling spirit appeared drastically different from its usual self. No longer fixated on the dual-headed giant bird below, it radiated excitement and joy. Without the need for Lin Mo to invoke it with divine thought, it suddenly unleashed a deafening roar. As the black radiance swirled around its body, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering black giant ape over 30 feet tall. Subsequently, its eyes glimmered with a blood-red glow, its fists enlarging to half a foot, as it forcefully pounded its inky chest. In an instant, its fur bristled. Peculiar horns sprouted from its head, and its fangs emerged, morphing it into a three-eyed giant specter. Behind this specter, 3 dark bone spikes materialized, exuding an eerie aura that instilled dread in onlookers. Upon witnessing the true form of the giant specter manifested from the howling spirit, the head of the fishmonger upon the double-headed giant bird emitted a piercing scream of terror. The sky, filled with lightning, transformed into countless arcs converging towards it, forming a mysterious giant shield of thunder standing before it. This shield measured 100 feet in width, with an astonishing thickness of several dozen feet. Meanwhile, the giant bird itself flapped its 8 wings, its massive body resonating with a sound that shook the heavens and earth, vanishing silently from sight. Shortly thereafter, in a void situated over 10 miles away, vibrant bolts of multicolored lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing the silhouette of a colossal avian creature once more. Without hesitation, the giant bird flapped its wings again, its body shimmering with arcs of electricity, poised to execute another instantaneous escape. However, at that moment, the giant specter, transformed from the wailing soul, emitted an earth-shattering roar, seemingly filled with immense fury at the creature's attempt to flee. In the wake of this roar, the specter's form expanded dramatically, nearly by half, as intricate golden and silver runes emerged across its surface, enveloping its entire body. The luminous third eye flickered, and a blood-red beam erupted forth. Yet, just as the sound of its passage shattered the air, it vanished without a trace. The gargantuan bird, too, flickered and disappeared in a flash amidst the thunderous light. Almost simultaneously, the crimson beam surged forth from a nearby location. However, upon its emergence, it transformed with a piercing clang into a blood-red chain. This chain quivered eerily in the void before morphing into a massive noose, which with a swift motion, re-entered the emptiness. The entire chain emitted a tremendous hum, revealing vivid arcs of scarlet lightning along its surface. The blood chain quivered violently, and a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the endless void, followed by a sudden constriction as it was forcefully pulled. With a resounding splash, the chain's end glimmered with a blood-like radiance. Instantly, the surrounding void twisted and contorted as the enormous form of the two-headed beast was forcibly drawn from the abyss. The creature's twin heads emitted terrifying shrieks, their faces betraying sheer panic. Its 8 wings flailed in a desperate struggle, yet all was in vain under the binding of the blood chain. The formidable electrical powers that enveloped the avian seemed utterly ineffective. The mysterious force that had pervaded the entire void dissipated without a trace at this moment. Witnessing this scene, the giant specter erupted into raucous laughter, its eyes glinting with crimson light, as it unleashed even more blood chains that entwined around the monstrous bird, securing it firmly. As the blood chain quivered once more, the giant bird trembled violently, then bizarrely vanished again. Mere moments later, at a distance of several tens of feet from the wailing soul, space rippled, and both the blood chain and the two-headed bird materialized simultaneously. The soul's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as one of its plush, massive hands lunged forcefully into the void behind it. One of the 3 black bone spikes adorning its body vanished from its back, without warning. In the next instant, the black light in the soul's hand flickered, and the previously vanished bone spike reappeared, tightly grasped. An ancient and cryptic incantation escaped the soul's lips, causing the originally dark bone spear to release rows of golden characters, appearing particularly enigmatic. The bone quivered incessantly, emitting a deep, resonant hum that gradually intensified. Then, with a resounding thud, a layer of golden ripples radiated from the spear's tip, erupting in an instant into a dazzling golden light. In the adjacent void, numerous runes resembling the inscriptions upon the bone spear emerged, dancing gracefully, ethereal as a dream. The moment the runes appeared, the bone spear unleashed a terrifying surge of momentum. Upon witnessing the spear's bizarre form, the two-headed giant bird emitted a piercing cry, both heads reflecting sheer terror, struggling frantically against the binding of the blood chain. Though its massive body flickered in and out of visibility, accompanied by a cacophony within, it remained utterly ensnared. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated, as the golden bone spear transformed into a translucent beam of light, released with astonishing speed, akin to lightning. Piercing through the giant bird's cranium in the blink of an eye, a fist-sized hole manifested at the center of its brow, and brilliant golden light surged forth from the aperture. In an instant, the bird's head seemed to petrify, followed by a cacophony of shattering sounds. The entire head became adorned with countless delicate golden patterns, and after a final, muffled thud, it erupted into fragments. Strangely, what scattered was not flesh and blood, but rather a kaleidoscope of resplendent light. Simultaneously, the giant bird's colossal form began to reveal similar golden fissures from its severed neck, rapidly spreading across its entire body. The soul-wailing creature beheld this spectacle, its eyes gleaming with an unusual radiance, nostrils flaring as it exhaled a cascade of golden light. Although the other head of the fishmonger remained unharmed, The sight before it instilled a profound fear, causing it to nearly lose its wits. In a panic, it expelled a silver short sword, the blade slicing through the air, radiating a remarkable beam of light as it brought the weapon down upon itself. After a mournful wail, the fishmonger's head rolled off its vast body like a ball, vanishing in a flash of crimson light. In that instant, the entirety of the giant bird's form detonated violently, transforming into countless colorful rays of light, surging wildly amidst the blood chains. However, despite their desperate struggles, they remained unable to break free from their bindings. Soon after, a resplendent yellow light surged forth, effortlessly enveloping the multicolored lightning, before turning back to return. The soul-wailing beast opened its cavernous mouth, catching all the falling multicolored lightning, revealing an expression of immense satisfaction, raising its hands high, and striking its chest vigorously, releasing an exhilarating wave of emotion. Following a low, guttural growl from the blood chain, it gradually dissipated into points of bright light until it vanished entirely. Meanwhile, the bone spear that had been shot out flickered briefly before mysteriously reappearing upon the back of the soul-wailing creature. However, its golden radiance had begun to fade, and the black sheen it emitted grew increasingly indistinct, as if the recent strike had drained it of all its power. At this moment, Lin Imo stood astounded by the scene before him. Fortunately, his extraordinary background enabled him to regain clarity as the head of the fishmonger transformed into a burst of crimson light and fled. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a prolonged roar. The golden remnant blade and the golden beetle vanished simultaneously in an enigmatic manner, and his body expanded 100-fold, reverting to the towering golden giant ape that loomed over 100 jong. The creature's skin shimmered with golden radiance, and with a single step, it vanished from sight like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, the immense form of the giant ape reappeared several hundred jong away, precisely intercepting the path of the bloodlight and delivering a merciless punch. Although the fist had yet to make contact with the crimson glow, an irresistible force descended like a celestial net. For an ordinary cultivator, encountering such overwhelming might could render them completely paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. However, the bloodlight managed to evade the colossal power's grasp in a moment of distortion, suddenly appearing 30 jong away from Lin Imo in another void. Immediately, an enraged cry resonated clearly from within the bloodlight, as it retracted, revealing a figure. It was none other than the fishmonger. Yet, at that moment, his complexion was as pale as parchment, and the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him had significantly diminished, rendering even his initial stage of the realm quite unstable. Are you truly determined to eradicate me? If so, I shall willingly forsake my decades of cultivation to confront you in a life-or-death struggle, the fishmonger declared, his eyes ablaze with crimson flames and his face contorted with fury. As his words fell, a flash of blood light enveloped his body, transforming him into a colossal peacock, resplendent in crimson hues. With a size exceeding 10 jong, a gentle flap of its wings stirred a gust of sanguine energy, its presence more formidable than before. Chapter 784. Witnessing this development, Lin Imo felt a jolt within his heart, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards the distant location of the crying soul beast. To his dismay, he discovered the creature standing idly, merrily toying with a giant crystal core the size of a head, evidently disinterested in aiding him. He attempted to summon it through his inner consciousness several times, but to no avail. After devouring the 5-colored lightning, the ghostly entity of the crying soul seemed to have lost all interest in the fishmonger. Observing this scene, Lin Imo couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle, and as his expression hardened, he became resolutely merciless. The giant ape suddenly threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, its massive hands rotating slightly. A brilliant blue and purple light erupted, and 2 mountains, one sea blue and the other deep purple, manifested in its plush hands, each towering over 10 jong. In an instant, the giant's arms shimmered with golden light, seemingly increasing in size. Then, with a powerful bend, it hurled the 2 mountains like arrows. As they were released, the small mountains emitted a resonating hum, instantly expanding several-fold, transforming into towering giants of 40 to 50 jong in height as they zipped past. Suddenly appearing above the blood-colored peacock, a thunderous sound resonated as it violently descended. Although the mountain had yet to truly crash to the ground, a piercing, shrill cry echoed through the surrounding void, and invisible ripples swiftly spread outward, Instantly, a suffocating sense of dread enveloped the blood-colored peacock, causing it to tremble slightly. However, it did not dwell on this feeling. Rather, it instinctively flapped its wings vigorously several times, conjuring a tempest of crimson brilliance that surged skyward. It audaciously attempted to withstand the two colossal mountains hurled by Lin-Mo, empowered by the might of the great ape deity. While the sanguine light may have been somewhat inferior to the five-colored divine light in terms of mystical transformations, its insidious, bloody aura was exceptionally malevolent, specifically designed to taint the spiritual essence of various treasures. Even the most formidable artifacts would surrender meekly when ensnared by this crimson radiance. As a mere fishmonger, he clearly did not anticipate that these two titanic mountains did not originate from the spirit realm, but were instead part of the legendary Yuanhe from the true immortal realm. More crucially, the seemingly formidable attack of these mountains did not stem from the intrinsic power of the mountains themselves, but rather from their immense weight and the tremendous thrust of the great ape's divine strength. Once the two dark mountains were enveloped by the blood-red glow, muffled thuds echoed. Subsequently, under the burst of spiritual light, the radiance was swiftly torn apart like paper. With a startled exclamation, the fishmonger, transformed into a blood-colored peacock, desperately attempted to evade the impending attack above. However, the attack range of the two mountainous giants had already encompassed an area of over 100 feet below, advancing with ferocity that made evasion nearly impossible. In the blink of an eye, the Black Mountains descended with overwhelming gravitational force. Terror flickered in the blood-colored peacock's eyes. Yet in the face of inevitability, it could only grit its teeth and exhale a scroll of painted imagery. The moment the scroll left its mouth, it unfurled on its own. Amidst myriad rays of light, the five-colored ethereal silhouettes of palatial structures began to materialize from the painting. Each one, vibrant and lifelike, evoked a profound sense of enigmatic mystery. These phantasms interconnected, forming a solid five-colored barrier that securely sheltered the blood-colored peacock within. Given the intense spatial fluctuations triggered by the emergence of these silhouettes, there was no doubt that this treasure was an exceedingly rare spatial artifact. In the fishmonger's view, this space-based innate treasure, regarded as his last resort, should effortlessly counter the seemingly formidable mountain before him, regardless of the mountain's inherent strength. When confronted with the intricate laws of spatial transformation, it was merely a trifling challenge. Naturally, to ensure absolute safety, the blood-colored peacock showed no signs of hesitation, spreading its wings once more, preparing to completely escape the perilous zone at the next moment. However, just then, both mountains simultaneously radiated blinding brilliance. A gray radiance cascaded down like a furious tide, while on the opposite side, the incessant sound of slicing air echoed, as countless invisible sword energies poured down in a torrential manner. The convergence of these two forces unleashed a tremendous impact upon the multicolored barrier, resulting in a resounding explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The ethereal structures within the luminous veil shattered into fragments, and two towering mountains descended, crushing all apparitions beneath their weight, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance against the colossal peaks. The blood-colored peacock, deprived even of the chance to lament, was struck directly by the obsidian mountain, its body erupting in midair, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Lin-Mo could not help but smile. Yet in the next moment, his expression darkened ominously. The shredded remnants of the blood-colored peacock began to convulse violently beneath the mountain, and soon, a series of swift sounds reverberated through the sky. All the remnants converged towards a singular direction, gradually amalgamating into a blood-red orb of flesh. Moving rapidly in a grotesque form, it appeared poised to reshape itself anew at any moment. A cold glimmer flickered in Lin-Mo's eyes as he unhesitatingly extended a finger towards the ominous mountain, gently pointing. The gray radiance emitted by the peak suddenly solidified, transforming into countless gray beams that rushed downward. In an instant, they penetrated the blood-red orb, and subsequently, a chilling light flashed as it began to spin. The yet-to-be-formed orb of flesh, amidst the flickering gray light, instantly disintegrated into myriad fragments. However, the gray beams did not relent. Those fragments swiftly morphed into a dense blood mist, unable to coalesce or reshape for the time being. With a swift sound, a vibrant, multicolored apparition burst forth from the blood mist, revealing a minuscule peacock, roughly the size of a fist. This was the nascent soul of the fishmonger, who had narrowly escaped death by employing a secret technique. Yet, Linimo would not allow it to flee so easily. The transformed giant ape inhaled deeply, then opened its mouth, a sound reminiscent of thunder rumbling within. In the next moment, a golden arc of lightning, as thick as a bowl, erupted forth. This arc of gold vanished in an instant, traversing dozens of feet, and accurately struck the vibrant apparition. A deafening crack of thunder resonated. The miniature peacock emitted a heart-wrenching wail, turning to ashes amidst the golden lightning, forever vanishing from this world. At that moment, the golden giant ape raised its head, releasing a jubilant roar, its fists clenched tightly as it pounded its chest. Its form rapidly diminished in the golden light, and in the blink of an eye, it reverted to its human shape. Once restored, Linimo exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting towards the blood mist below. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his right hand and gestured downward. Instantly, two circular artifacts, one gold and the other silver, shot forth, and after a brief flicker, landed in his palm. Linmo's eyes swept over the two storage rings, a glimmer of light momentarily flashing in his gaze before vanishing entirely. He then cast his gaze upon the now eerily tranquil blood mist below, his pupils shimmering with an unusual brilliance as he abruptly flicked his sleeves upward. With a resounding bang, a surge of silver flames erupted from his sleeve, crashing into the blood mist beneath. Like oil poured on a fire, the blood mist ignited instantaneously, enveloped in silver flames that emitted a faint, pungent odor from within. A vast sea of silver fire manifested below. Linimo narrowed his eyes slightly, mercilessly raising his arm once more to grasp at the void below. In an instant, the silver light surged and transformed into a dragon of fire, soaring into the sky. As a result, all the flames were drawn into the embrace of his wide sleeves. In Linmo's palm, a sphere of liquid, the size of an egg, materialized, subtly radiating a spectrum of colors. Gazing upon this liquid, a flicker of astonishment crossed Linmo's face. Having undergone only preliminary refinement, it possessed such pure essence of true blood. Clearly, it was not the blood of an ordinary member of the Five Glories tribe. If further refined, it could very well be deemed a direct descendant of the five-colored peacock, a possibility that was indeed substantial. Could it be that this individual shares a profound connection with the five-colored peacock? Regardless, his true identity had become inconsequential. Linimo murmured a few words of confusion, ultimately shaking his head, relinquishing the matter from his mind. He then turned his hand over and produced a vivid red vial, directing it towards the liquid sphere while muttering incantations. Instantly, the vial trembled violently, emitting a stream of white light from the void, enveloping the liquid sphere entirely, capturing every drop within. With a flash of spiritual light, Linimo stowed the vial into his pouch, and then formed a hand seal to reclaim the two extreme mountains into his being. Following today's encounter, the formidable power of the extreme mountains and the strength bestowed by the transformation of the mountain giant ape had become another crucial means for Linimo to combat his adversaries. Should he succeed in refining one or two more extreme mountains, the efficacy of this technique in battle would undoubtedly witness a significant enhancement. A verdant glow enveloped Linimo, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Subsequently, before the Tehun, which still maintained its colossal, ghostly form from a distance. The fabric of space rippled before Linimo silently emerged in this location, scrutinizing the Tehun beast with a cautious gaze, his expression betraying a complex array of emotions. Despite his awareness of the unimaginable powers the Tehun possessed post-transformation, witnessing this beast effortlessly vanquish the dual-headed giant bird of the great ascension stage in a mere instant left him momentarily speechless with shock. Was this beast solely capable of countering ethereal spirits and similar entities? Furthermore, just days prior, he had specifically confirmed that the beast within the spirit beast ring showed no signs of awakening. Yet, upon the appearance of that strange bird, it promptly sprang to life, escaping its confines with exuberance. While this brought him great joy, it also filled him with profound astonishment. However, the mental connection he once held with the now reawakened Tehun had become blurred, as though he had lost a significant degree of control over the creature. This caused him to feel an involuntary sense of worry. Thus, he furrowed his brow, engulfed in confusion regarding how to handle this beast. After all, the manifestation of the creature's powers had instilled a profound fear within him. At this moment, however, the creature, still clutching the thunder beast's crystal core, suddenly hurled the core high into the sky. With a sharp snap, it bit through the core and consumed it, then slightly lowered its head, gazing intently at Linimo. Its pair of crimson eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Is my master feeling a touch of concern? The creature intoned with a humming sound. Concern? Why should I be worried? Has your spirit fully awakened? Linimo felt a jolt in his heart, but maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Indeed, a wealth of new knowledge has flooded my mind, the creature replied. Moreover, there is no need for my master to conceal anything. Even though the bond between us has somewhat weakened, I can still sense it. To Linmo's surprise, the creature grinned. A flood of new knowledge. What could this possibly signify? Even so, what exactly are you now? Are you truly the so-called execution beast? Initially taken aback by the creature's words, Linmo's lips twitched, and he managed a wry smile. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Upon awakening from this prolonged slumber, a surge of information suddenly filled my mind. I seem to share some similarities with what they refer to as execution beasts, yet there appear to be discrepancies as well. However, one thing I can assert with absolute certainty is that my master need not worry about anything, for I may soon depart from this world. After a sigh, the creature uttered words that caused Linmo's expression to shift dramatically. What do you mean by leaving this world? Are you implying? Linmo stood frozen, his confusion palpable. The one who serves you possesses profound depths, and my master sees clearly. Their words are not unfounded. Initially, after devouring a fragment of the outer demon lord's consciousness in the demon Gold Mountain range, I underwent a monumental transformation, faintly sensing the call of another world. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, I had no choice but to fall into an endless slumber to prevent irreparable consequences. However, just now, I was awakened by the powerful flying entity transformed from the thunder beast. I uncontrollably absorbed the heavenly thunder energy within it, leading to my body being expelled from the forces of this realm. It won't be long before I step into that legendary true immortal world. The creature murmured softly, its expression distant. The true immortal world. Are you certain that the power you invoke belongs to this world? Linimo was momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching as he asked with a bitter smile. In pursuit of this dream, he had braved life and death, diligently cultivating to this day. Wasn't it all in anticipation of one day ascending to immortality, achieving a state of existence that rivaled the heavens? Yet now he had not reached that goal, while the creature seemed to attain it with ease. Chapter 785. This left him utterly perplexed, alongside a burgeoning impulse to spit blood, as deep down doubts lingered within him. Although I am not entirely certain of the exact reasons, I can distinctly sense the forces of the celestial realm guiding me. The information flooding my mind predominantly relates to the true immortal realm. The soul of the wailing spirit candidly replied, You are aware of the matters concerning the true immortal realm. Could you perhaps share some insights? Upon hearing this, Linmo's heart surged with exhilaration. If my master is willing to listen, I can certainly provide a detailed explanation. However, just as the wailing spirit nodded in agreement, it suddenly let out a piercing cry. Before the sound faded, a deep rumble resonated from the heavens, tearing through the dense white mist. A magnificent array of colorful rays flickered forth, dazzling in brilliance, and then coalesced into a colossal orb resembling an eye, as large as a house. Yet, the pupil was crystalline and blood-red, glimmering with an eerie luminescence. The eye quivered slightly, fixating intently on the wailing spirit below. An overwhelming aura of destruction descended like an impending cataclysm. Linimo felt an icy chill envelop him. His limbs rendered numb, unable to even twitch a single finger. This was not merely a disparity in strength, but rather an absolute suppression of realms. The enigmatic eye seemed capable of shattering his very soul with but a single thought. Linmo's countenance instantly darkened. The sensation of having his life entirely at the mercy of another was one he had not experienced in years, thrusting him back to his childhood. Confronting the helplessness he felt before Dr. Imo. Under the gaze of the eye, the wailing spirit's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down. One arm trembled slightly, as if attempting to rise, but ultimately fell feebly to the ground. The enormous eye, bearing witness to this spectacle, appeared to express a sardonic smile, accompanied by an otherworldly sound akin to celestial music. Then, the eye seemed to blink gently, unleashing an extraordinarily thick beam of crimson light. With a whoosh, the moment the beam made contact with the wailing spirit, its form wavered, and it was instantaneously whisked away by an unseen force, soaring thousands of feet into the air. Although Lin Mo was paralyzed, he could still see the wailing spirit struggling to glance back at him within the beam, its gaze laden with complex emotions, vanishing in an instant into the pupil of the kaleidoscopic eye. As the celestial music gradually subsided, the immense eye began to slowly close, accompanied by a deafening roar. It vanished without a trace from the air. The once misty skies returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. With the departure of the multicolored eye, the chilling aura dissipated instantaneously. Freed from that oppressive force, Lin Mo stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the heavens, seemingly still immersed in the shock of the recent occurrence. Time appeared to stand still, and after an indeterminate duration, a long sigh pierced the silence. Lin Mo slowly lowered his head, a hint of subtle loneliness and melancholy evident on his face. Since the day the crying soul had followed him through the chaotic star sea, it had steadfastly accompanied him until his ascension to the spirit realm, rescuing him countless times from the brink of death. Now, its sudden departure left an uncertain future ahead, and it was impossible to claim that he felt no attachment. Yet, that enormous eye undoubtedly hailed from the celestial realm, rendering him as insignificant as an ant before it. He felt utterly powerless to resist, resigned to the whims of fate. Fortunately, the calm demeanor of the crying soul upon leaving suggested that it would not encounter significant danger in the true immortal realm. Should the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm arise in the future, reuniting with the crying soul was not an unattainable dream. The only regret lingered in the fact that the creature's rapid ascension had deprived him of the chance to glean more information about the true immortal realm. Otherwise, such knowledge could have proved beneficial for his future tribulations and ascension. Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression shifted, and he lifted his gaze toward the depths of the void. There, the sky shimmered with a faint golden light, and a stunning golden streak blazed through the air. Swift as lightning, it flickered in the void before descending before Lin Mo. His constricted pupils widened in astonishment as he recognized the visitor within the radiant arc, a profound joy illuminating his face. The golden arc gradually contracted, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure graceful and her skin fairer than snow. "Miss Yuan, it has been many years. How do you fare?" Lin Mo inquired respectfully, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence. "Lin brother, it truly is you." Yuan Yao, adorned in a resplendent emerald palace gown, beamed with delight upon seeing Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's consciousness brushed across her form, he was taken aback to discover her cultivation had reached the late stage of void refinement. "It seems that Senior Qing Yuanzi has devoted considerable effort to your training," he remarked. Yaoer is not only my disciple now, but she also recognized me as her adoptive father not long ago. How could I not spare no effort?" Came the sudden voice of another man, laced with a touch of indifference. Immediately thereafter, a green light emerged from Yuan Yao's sleeve, swirling for a moment before transforming into a hazy figure resembling a diminutive man. Clad in a gray robe and bearing a short, emerald-hued sword slung across his back, he stood at about a foot tall. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he sported a long beard, resembling a miniature version of Qing Yuanzi. "Such a solidified, nascent soul," Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the little figure. "What causes such astonishment? Does my nascent soul's emergence truly astound you?" "Oh, I almost forgot. It is indeed perilous for one whose cultivation has yet to reach the great ascension stage to have their nascent soul long detached. However, I have long since entered the great ascension stage, and my nascent soul is as solid as my physical form. My corporeal body is not indispensable to me. You will come to understand this once you reach the great ascension stage yourself. Moreover, today, accompanying Yaoer is merely one of my 3 incarnations of the nascent soul," Qing Yuanzi explained with a proud smile. "Senior is immensely powerful. I hold you in the highest regard." Lin Mo bowed slightly in a gesture of respect, expressing sincere admiration. "The accomplishments of the younger generation are hardly remarkable. Rather, it is I, Lin, who, after merely a few hundred years apart, has successfully ascended to the realm of integration. Such a pace of advancement is something I, in my former days, could not have hoped to achieve. This indicates that your fortune over the years has indeed been extraordinary." The azure figure narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a tone tinged with jest. "Please, esteemed elder, do not overpraise me. This is merely a result of favorable luck in recent years. How could I dare to compare myself to your illustrious past achievements?" Lin Mo hastily replied with humility. Whether it is overpraise, I shall discern for myself. However, before arriving here, did you encounter any conflict with others? Furthermore, the residual aura in this place appears rather peculiar. Qing Yuanzi observed his surroundings, a hint of confusion etched on his brow. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he felt somewhat taken aback. The aura emanating from the five-colored giant eye was as terrifying as a mountain pressing down upon him. Logically, even from a distance, with Qing Yuanzi's extraordinary prowess, he should have been able to sense some of its essence. Yet now, he displayed ignorance of the aura from the giant eye. Could it be that this eye, while releasing its aura, employed some special technique to confine its essence within a specific area, preventing it from diffusing even slightly? If that were the case, the might of this five-colored giant eye's power was evidently more formidable than he had initially anticipated. While Lin Mo contemplated these thoughts internally, he calmly replied, "There is nothing of great concern. It was merely that upon my recent arrival here, an adversary took the opportunity to infiltrate. However, I have already dealt with him successfully. This adversary has a rather unique background, hence the unusual aura he left behind." "I see. Perhaps I was overly sensitive," Qing Yuanzi acknowledged. "Now, this is not the place for conversation. Lin Daoyu, please accompany me and Yaoer back to my residence. Your arrival in this realm was somewhat misaligned, and it will take us the better part of a day to reach my abode. Otherwise, Yaoer and I would not have been able to hasten to your location so swiftly." Qing Yuanzi cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mo and then spoke calmly. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, he transformed into a streak of azure light and sped away. Seeing this, Lin Mo had no choice but to nod in agreement and promptly activated his escape light to follow closely behind. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao smiled and transformed into a golden beam. Soaring alongside Lin Mo, "Brother Lin, I had thought your return to this place would take at least several years. After all, the materials your adoptive father requested you to gather are exceedingly rare in this world," Yuan Yao communicated softly as they flew swiftly. "Why are you so certain of this matter, Miss Yuan?" "My return to this place may hold other significant undertakings," Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. "Others may not know, but I have some understanding of your penchant for pursuing benefits, Brother Lin. Without sufficient incentive, you would likely not expend effort to return here once more. In this place, the only item capable of capturing your interest, without a doubt, is the Nether River Divine Milk, which would greatly benefit you at present." Yuan Yao gently parted her ruby lips, her delicate face radiating a joyful smile. The celestial maiden possessed an astute understanding of Lin's character, and her visit was indeed motivated by her desire to acquire the divine milk of the Nether River. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo responded with a wry smile, candidly confessing his intentions. "If Brother Lin has truly come for this purpose, you are bound to encounter numerous challenges along the way." Yuan Yao sighed softly, concern evident in her gaze. "What do you mean, Miss Yuan? Is it possible that Senior Jiang has altered his approach regarding the Nether River region?" Lin Mo felt a jolt of shock at her words. His adoptive father was a figure of great renown. How could he so easily renege on a promise once made? Yet, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and certain unforeseen events often surpass mortal comprehension, even for an esteemed elder like his father. "Upon our return to our dwelling, my father will certainly elucidate the matter to Brother Lin in detail. As for my previous remarks, they were merely superficial reassurances. Nevertheless, Brother Lin need not worry. There remains room for negotiation in this matter," Yuan Yao stated with a sudden shift in tone, her words imbued with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo remained perplexed and could only nod slightly, subsequently falling into deep contemplation, choosing not to speak further. Observing his silence, Yuan Yao discerned that he was reflecting on her prior statements and wisely chose to remain silent, accompanying him quietly. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzi advanced alone, not once glancing back, seemingly indifferent to the events transpiring behind him. Thus, the three of them, with two trailing behind, vanished into the horizon in an instant. The battleground where Lin Mo had fiercely contended with the fishmonger now lay desolate and empty. After half a day's flight, the trio finally returned to Qing Yuanzi's residence. Lin Mo followed closely, entering the depths of the cave to arrive at the familiar grand hall. At that moment, the small azure figure stretched languidly, and with a flash of azure light, transformed into a figure of ordinary human size, leisurely settling into the main seat. He addressed Lin Mo with a calm demeanor. "Now that you have entered the ranks of those in the integration phase, There is no need for you to be overly formal with me. Please, take a seat. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your considerate hospitality, Lin Mo replied respectfully, cautiously taking a seat. Yuan Yao gracefully floated to stand behind Qing Yuanzi. At this juncture, another maiden clad in white, bearing a smile, approached with several cups of spirit tea. She placed one in front of Lin Mo and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lin has returned so swiftly." This maiden was Yanli. It has been many years since we last met, and the grace of the celestial maiden remains unchanged. Lin Mo said, raising his eyes to meet hers with a smile. As my younger sister, being half-ghost, your appearance is naturally unaltered. Oh dear. Brother Lin's cultivation seems to have deepened beyond previous levels. I cannot accurately discern your current realm. Could it be that you have attained the integration phase? Yanli inquired, astonished after scrutinizing Lin Mo for a moment. Though she had reached the initial stage of the refinement phase, her spiritual insight could not fully grasp Lin Mo's integration phase, indicating her limitations. Indeed, I have fortuitously advanced to the mid-stage of the integration phase, Lin Mo responded with a composed demeanor. The integration phase, and already at the mid-stage. Yanli found herself momentarily transfixed. Very well, Yanli. If you genuinely wish to reminisce, you may converse freely with Lin after I have concluded my discussion with the young man. King Yuanzizi remarked with a hint of impatience. Indeed, my apologies, I momentarily lost my composure, Yanli responded, suddenly enlightened. As she respectfully handed the remaining cup of spiritual tea to King Yuanzizi and then stood beside Yuan Yao. Lin Mo, I too did not anticipate your appearance at this moment. Hence, my primordial spirit is currently in seclusion, contemplating a supreme divine ability. Consequently, I am unable to meet you in person, King Yuanzizi stated abruptly. Chapter 786. How could I dare, esteemed elder, to interrupt your critical training? It is an immense honor for me to welcome you with my avatar. Lin Mo replied gravely. Observing Lin Mo's humility and decorum, King Yuanzizi nodded in approval and directly inquired. Having utilized the artifact I bestowed upon you to return to the realm of the Nether River, you must have gathered numerous materials I require. Could you kindly inform me of their approximate quantity? If you can procure 2/3 of them, you shall have fulfilled your task. Esteemed Elder Jiang, I humbly report that all the materials I have collected are contained within this storage bracelet. I kindly request that you verify them personally. Lin Mo did not answer directly, but instead revealed a verdant storage ring from his sleeve, rising to present it to the elder. Friend Lin, your confidence suggests a bountiful harvest. Allow me to examine it. King Yuanzizi remarked with delight upon witnessing Lin Mo's gesture, his initial displeasure dissipating into joy. As he eagerly grasped the storage bracelet, before Lin Mo, this formidable figure of the Great Ascension stage narrowed his eyes, delving his spiritual consciousness into the bracelet for a meticulous inspection. Observing King Yuanzizi's actions, Yuan Yao and Yanli turned their gazes in unison. Although they could not utilize their consciousness to probe the materials within the storage bracelet, they could discern from King Yuanzizi's facial expressions whether these materials would satisfy the Great Ascension Elder. Yet, Lin Mo remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Thanks to King Yuanzizi's formidable spiritual awareness and extensive experience, even an abundant quantity of materials within the bracelet would not consume much time to assess. Initially expressionless, King Yuanzizi's countenance soon shifted, revealing surprise. As time passed, the elder's face transformed into one of ecstatic delight. Seeing this, Yuan Yao breathed a sigh of relief while casting a curious glance at Lin Mo. As King Yuanzizi's adopted daughter, she was well aware of the material list she had previously provided to Lin Mo, which consisted of an array of extraordinarily precious items that had once left her astounded. For a lengthy period, she had worried that Lin Mo would struggle to complete the task. However, King Yuanzizi's current demeanor indicated that Lin Mo had evidently gathered the majority of the materials from the list, for otherwise, the elder would not be so elated. After all, Qing Yuanzai initially handed Lin Mo this stringent list with little expectation, merely clinging to a thread of hope. The significance of these materials is self-evident for Qing Yuanzai, who cannot leave the realm of the Nether River. Standing beside Yuan Yao, Yanli gazed at Lin Mo with a blend of surprise and complexity in her eyes. Excellent. Truly splendid. Aside from a few rare materials that even I might struggle to procure personally, you, Lin Mo, have astonishingly managed to gather all the remaining materials. This truly exceeds my expectations. Consequently, my chances of successfully transcending the next thunder tribulation have increased by more than 20%. Qing Yuanzai's eyes widened in excitement as he addressed Lin Mo. You mean to say that these precious materials can only enhance the probability of your success in overcoming the heavenly tribulation by 20%? Lin Mo asked, astonished by the revelation. Each of these materials is exceedingly rare within the spirit realm, particularly some that were meticulously sourced from the forbidden medicinal garden of the Guanghan realm. Lin Mo felt deeply that many of these materials might already be extinct in the spirit world. Taoist Lin may not fully comprehend. For cultivators of our level, conventional methods of resisting heavenly tribulation have lost their efficacy, and the external forces available to us are few and far between. The fact that these materials could enhance my chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation by 20% is already the best result I have deduced after repeated calculations. We shall set this matter aside for now. As I promised you, Taoist friend, if you bring these materials here, I shall offer some essence of the Nether River in return. Are you still willing to exchange these materials for the essence of the Nether River? Qing Yuanzai cautiously tucked away his storage bracelet and inquired with a smile. Senior, you must understand that after advancing to the integration stage, this essence is crucial for my subsequent cultivation. The essence of the Nether River is something I am determined to acquire. Having received a subtle hint from Yuan Yao earlier, Lin Mo felt a jolt of realization upon hearing the elder's words, but responded without hesitation. Oh, if that is indeed the case, it may require considerable effort. Qing Yuanzai furrowed his brow slightly, not outrightly rejecting the proposal, but rather plunging into contemplation. Senior seems troubled. May I inquire what has transpired? Lin Mo asked directly, his eyes brightening with curiosity. Indeed, if only Taoist Lin had come a century earlier or 2 or 3 centuries later, I would not be in this predicament. The essence I possess has been lent to others for urgent use. In several hundred years, I might have the opportunity to procure some again. Qing Yuanzai explained with a slight cough, showing a hint of resignation. Lent to others? Lin Mo's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Indeed, the one who borrowed it is a high elder of the Mayfly clan, with whom I share a considerable bond. In those years, my refuge in this place was undoubtedly due to his mediation. Thus, when the opportunity to partake of the milk of the river of Hades arose, I found it exceedingly difficult to decline. Qing Yuanzi eloquently unveiled the truth of the matter. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo's countenance naturally darkened. However, please rest assured, fellow Taoist Lin, that since you so ardently desire the milk of the river of Hades, you are not entirely devoid of options. Qing Yuanzi suddenly smiled gently and added, what do you mean by that, esteemed elder? Is there indeed another means to obtain the spiritual milk? Lin Mo's spirits were instantly lifted, and he eagerly pressed for further information. Certainly, although the milk of the river of Hades is exceedingly precious, I strive to secure a share whenever it is produced. Nevertheless, there are several other venerable elders in this realm, each equally qualified to partake in this spiritual essence. In truth, all the spiritual milk is divided among the Mayfly clan and a select few of us. However, these elders possess distinct personalities and exceptional talents, and even I find myself humbled in their presence, rarely engaging with them. Only through a personal visit can I ascertain whether I can successfully procure the spiritual milk. Yet, dear Taoist Lin, rest assured that even if we do not achieve our desired outcome, I shall provide you with satisfactory compensation, ensuring that you suffer no loss. Qing Yuanzi assured him with unwavering confidence. Since there is a deeper reason behind this matter, I shall not act impolitely towards your esteemed elders. I will await your good news in silence. However, Lin Mo remained uncertain as to when precise information would arrive. Understanding that Qing Yuanzi's willingness to offer such a promise was a sign of considerable appreciation for him, Lin Mo pondered briefly before respectfully agreeing. Visiting the esteemed elders is not a task that my mere projection can undertake. It necessitates my personal presence. I estimate that the shortest duration would require 1 or 2 months, while the longest could extend to half a year. Once my true self completes its secluded cultivation, I shall emerge. During this period, can you truly not wait, fellow Taoist Lin? Qing Yuanzi responded calmly. Esteemed elder, do not jest with me. Enduring a few months is certainly manageable. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile awkwardly. By the way, how has your progress been with the Qing Yuan sword technique? Have the 72 Qing bamboo beak cloud swords been reforged? Qing Yuanzi inquired with a sudden smile. Indeed, I have followed your guidance and retempered all the flying swords. cultivating them to the final layer of the Qing Pan sword array. However, the sword technique you imparted is profoundly intricate. I can only grasp 1/10 or 1/12 of its essence. Lin Mo replied without hesitation, slightly taken aback by the elder's unexpected question. Given this, would you be willing to accept my guidance, using this sword technique as a starting point? Over the years, I have garnered new insights and understandings regarding this technique, which I believe will benefit you. Moreover, as you are now at the mid-stage of the integration realm, should you encounter a bottleneck in the later stage, I would be pleased to offer my assistance. Qing Yuanzi's words were a delightful surprise. To Lin Mo, words cannot express my gratitude. To receive the teachings of an esteemed elder is indeed a profound fortune for me. Lin Mo was filled with exuberant joy as he promptly rose to offer a deep bow. He understood that Qing Yuanzi's actions were undoubtedly an affirmation of his exceeding expectations in completing the material collection task. Very well, since fellow Taoist Lin has no objections. Please make yourself comfortable here. I must first attend to these materials. Tomorrow, you may seek me out in the secret chamber, Qing Yuanzi's instructed. Yao or Yanli, please ensure that you graciously host fellow Taoist Lin. Upon confirming the arrangements, Qing Yuanzi's face broke into a satisfied smile as he turned to Yuan Yao and commanded, "Yes, my adoptive father. Rest assured, I will devote myself to hosting fellow Taoist Lin," responded Yao. As commanded, both Yuan Yao and Yanli replied dutifully. After nodding in acknowledgement, Qing Yuanzi's called out to Lin Mo once more before departing the hall like a celestial crane taking flight. In an instant, the hall was left with only Lin Mo and the two exquisite beauties. Brother Lin, it is truly astonishing that within just a few hundred years, you have already ascended to the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. Such progress in cultivation is indeed a source of shame for us, Yuan Yao remarked. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she struggled to find appropriate words. However, Yanli scrutinized Lin Mo with a peculiar gaze and expressed her admiration with a series of impressed sounds. This was due to her deep-rooted friendship with Lin Mo, allowing her to speak so candidly. Fairy Yin is fortunate to have accompanied Senior Jiang for centuries. Witnessing a leap from the transformation stage to the void refinement stage, this opportunity surely evokes envy in countless fellow practitioners. Moreover, given that you two have not met for years, it is apparent that the malevolent aura surrounding you has diminished significantly, suggesting that you have discovered a method to restore your human forms. This is indeed a most uplifting development. Lin Mo observed Yanli for a moment before responding with a smile. Brother Lin, your current cultivation level is profoundly impressive. It is truly admirable. As for the changes in my junior sister and myself, they have not escaped your discerning gaze. Indeed, as you mentioned, Senior Jiang has found a path that may assist us in shedding our half-ghostly forms. However, the effectiveness of this method is rather limited. Thus far, we have only seen slight improvements. To fully return to human form, it may require 2 or 3 millennia of arduous effort. Yanli's radiant smile reflected her immense joy regarding the matter. The two fairies not only hailed from the same realm as Lin Mo, but were also among his few intimate friends in the spirit world. Seeing you both in such favorable circumstances brings me great delight, Lin Mo replied with a smile, revealing his inner happiness. Brother Lin, if it is not too much of an imposition, could you share your experiences from these past years? Of course, any matters of excessive confidentiality need not be addressed here. Since ascending to the spirit world, my junior sister and I have been confined in a certain place, and we are quite curious about your experiences. Yuan Yao could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Indeed, I too am filled with curiosity regarding your experiences, fellow Taoist Lin, Yanli chimed in with excitement. Haha, over these years, I have indeed traveled far and wide, and I was even fortunate enough to set foot on another continent. Thus, if both friends are genuinely inclined to learn more, allow me to provide a brief account. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, showing no intention of refusal. After departing from the two friends, he returned to his original island for seclusion and cultivation and was fortunate enough to break through to the void refinement stage. Consequently, Lin Mo began to recount his experiences to the two women with a leisurely demeanor, narrating the splendid journey he undertook after leaving the Nether River region. Although he intentionally withheld certain key details, the narrative remained remarkably vivid, leaving Yuan Yao mesmerized and Yanli frequently exclaiming in admiration. After a considerable time, Lin Mo completed his detailed recounting of his experiences and inquired about the cultivation journeys of the two women over the years. Yuan Yao and Yanli, naturally, shared their stories without reservation. However, in contrast to Lin Mo's rich experiences, their lives appeared rather monotonous. Aside from their training, they occasionally ventured out to gather items for Qing Yuanzi, with little else of note to recount. Thus, time slipped away quietly in the midst of Lin Mo's engaging conversation with the two women. Eventually, after their enjoyable discourse, the two women led Lin Mo from the hall and arranged for him a tranquil abode within the cave, allowing him to rest for a while. Therefore, Lin Mo spent the night meditating in this residence, and the following morning, accompanied by the two women, he proceeded directly to Qing Yuanzi's secret chamber. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. On this day, above the cave dwelling of Qing Yuanzi, a sudden golden light and a cerulean rainbow erupted, soaring into the sky and swiftly racing towards a certain direction. Within this beam of light were an elderly man clad in a gray robe and a young man of unremarkable appearance, approximately in his 20s. This young man was none other than Qing Yuanzi and Lin Mo. However, at this moment, Qing Yuanzi was not merely a manifestation of his nascent soul, but was indeed his true self, having just concluded his seclusion and finally emerged from his cultivation retreat. During these 3 months, Lin Mo had made significant progress in his training under the meticulous guidance of Qing Yuanzi's nascent soul avatar. Qing Yuanzi himself was planning to pay a visit the following day to a mysterious figure within the Nether River region. To Lin Mo's astonishment, prior to their arrival, Qing Yuanzi had informed him that he would accompany him, filling Lin Mo with curiosity. Who, he wondered, was this eminent personage that his senior intended to visit? Might he be enlightened before their departure? After a lengthy journey of half a day, Lin Mo could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Qing Yuanzi. Since you have chosen to bring me to meet this individual, it is evident that you consider him to possess a temperament that is relatively gentle and accommodating, making it easier to obtain the spiritual milk compared to others. As for his background, I am not well acquainted, but I can assert with certainty that he is neither a member of the Fei Ling clan nor the Mayfly clan. Rather, he may be a creature of some exotic origin who has attained enlightenment. In terms of knowledge and longevity, I fear I might find it difficult to match his achievements. Despite this individual's relatively affable demeanor, his temperament is rather peculiar. Thus, Lin Daoist should remain cautious when they meet him shortly. After answering the inquiry, Qing Yuanzi solemnly advised, "Thank you for the elder's reminder. I shall certainly tread carefully." Lin Mo responded respectfully, a twinge of surprise flashing across his heart at the utterance. "Haha, fret not. This person owes me a favor for certain reasons. If all goes smoothly, this journey should yield some rewards." Qing Yuanzi replied with a hearty laugh, continuing, "If it truly unfolds as you predict, I shall feel at ease." Lin Mo's eyes flickered uncertainly, yet he smiled in response. "Haha, in that case, let us hasten with all our might. That esteemed individual resides at the edge of the dark river. Even with our speed, it will still take over 10 days and nights to arrive." Qing Yuanzi laughed heartily, his entire being aglow with golden light, his speed suddenly doubling, transforming into a golden thread that pierced through the air. Observing this, Lin Mo immediately summoned all his magical essence, amplifying his speed to the utmost, becoming a streak of azure light in close pursuit. 10 days later, Lin Mo and Qing Yuanzi's luminescent forms descended upon a vast, mist-enveloped, emerald green lake. The lake, not only shrouded in thick fog, sprawled widely, its waters exhibiting an exceptionally vivid jade hue. As Lin Mo extended his consciousness into the lake through the luminescence, he was astonished to discover the waters teeming with rich spiritual energy, where numerous enormous peculiar fish swam leisurely. These creatures exuded formidable auras, evidently possessing magical capabilities. However, these giant fish seemed bound by some constraint, for none leapt from the surface, even as Lin Mo and Qing Yuanzi traversed the lake's expanse. They remained oblivious, continuing their activities deep within the waters, showing no inclination to investigate the newcomers. Feeling a tinge of astonishment, Lin Mo pressed onward for several thousand miles until a striking island appeared before them. It was termed noteworthy due to its entire surface gleaming a resplendent golden hue. Dominating the island was a magnificent palace of opulence, occupying nearly 2/3 of the island's area, while the remaining portion was adorned with various exotic flowers and fruits, resembling a breathtaking celestial painting. Yet, the entire island was enveloped in a hazy white light, from which many indistinct waves of restrictions could be sensed. This is indeed the abode of that esteemed individual. Lin Xiaoyu, please accompany me, Qing Yuanzai exclaimed upon sighting the island, halting his luminescence and turning to Lin Mo with a smile. This elder's dwelling is truly distinctive, Lin Mo remarked, gazing at the resplendent island with a hint of astonishment. This is merely his peculiar preference. Upon meeting him in person, Lin Xiaoyu shall naturally comprehend the underlying reasons, Qing Yuanzai replied, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I see. This only heightens my curiosity about your esteemed self. Upon hearing the explanation from Qing Yuanzai, Lin Mo's face displayed a contemplative expression. At that moment, however, Qing Yuanzai, without hesitation, waved a long sleeve and gently brushed the white light curtain before him. In an instant, a resplendent golden radiance erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal golden sword measuring over 10 feet in length, which then struck fiercely towards the light curtain. With a thunderous roar, the white light curtain trembled violently, its surface shimmering with dazzling brilliance, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, several furious shouts resonated from the island. Who dares to attack my Golden Flame Island? Do they not know this is the dwelling place of Lord Golden Flame? Almost at the moment the light curtain began to shift, several indignant roars echoed from the island, accompanied by a fleeting shadow within the light curtain. Several streaks of light darted past and appeared before Qing Yuanzai and Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. For guards clad in golden armor suddenly materialized, their eyes brimming with fury. Ah, it is indeed Lord Qing who has arrived. Upon recognizing Qing Yuanzai's visage, the 4 golden-armored guards were momentarily taken aback and promptly paid their respects. Clearly, these individuals were familiar with Qing Yuanzai, as their previous anger had vanished without a trace. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the 4 formidable warriors, quickly discerning that they all possessed the cultivation of the void refinement stage. Yet they exuded a wild aura that suggested they were far from ordinary. Lord Golden Flame, Zhang has come to pay a visit today. I implore you to make your presence known. Qing Yuanzai called out directly towards the Golden Palace, disregarding the 4 golden-armored guards. It was unknown what secret method Qing Yuanzai employed, but despite the lack of volume, his voice swiftly reverberated throughout the skies of the island, amidst the thunderous resonance. Every corner of the palace echoed with his words repeatedly. Qing Yuanzai, since you have arrived, you may enter. Must I personally come out to greet you? After a brief moment, a calm and indifferent male voice emanated from within the Golden Palace. Although the distance was considerable, it was crystal clear to all present. In that case, I shall not be courteous any longer. Please lead the way. After hearing that voice, Qing Yuanzai smiled slightly and turned to command the 4 armored guards. As you wish, esteemed elder, please follow us. Upon receiving the transmission from the one within the palace, the 4 golden-armored guards felt a wave of relief wash over them, and one of them promptly responded with respect. Thus, guided by the 4 warriors, Lin Mo and Qing Yuanzai swiftly traversed the separating light curtain and flew directly towards the Golden Palace on the island. Moments later, Qing Yuanzai settled comfortably in an exceptionally spacious hall, while Lin Mo humbly took a seat beside him. At the forefront of the hall sat a middle-aged man adorned with a golden dragon crown and a flowing golden robe, his demeanor composed as he sat there. Daoist Jiang. This esteemed companion has reached the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Could it be that the premonition of an impending fate has prompted you to take him as your direct disciple? Such a remarkable cultivation at such a tender age certainly qualifies him to inherit your lineage. However, as I understand, having visited the residence of the elder Yin in my youth, it is said that the disciple you have taken is a female. The man adorned with a golden crown suddenly interjected. His visage resembled exquisite jade, complemented by a half-foot-long dark beard that lent him an air of refined elegance. He was none other than the host here, known as Lord Jin Yin, a great master of the same caliber as King Yuanzizi. Lin Mo regarded this individual, noting that his entire being was adorned with gleaming golden ornaments. A sense of helplessness welled up within him as he finally grasped the meaning behind King Yuanzizi's earlier words. My friend, you may have made a mistake. Lin Mo is not my disciple. We are merely long-time acquaintances. You may recall the incident from hundreds of years ago when several young cultivators, accompanied by their entourage, stormed this place, provoking the Fulua clan to dispatch experts for their capture. It was during that time that I met Lin Mo. As for my disciples, I now regard one as my adopted daughter. Although her talents are exceptional, she remains at the void refinement stage. King Yuanzizi smiled gently, offering a candid explanation. Hundreds of years ago. So it was those outsiders attempting to divert the Ming Lei beast and seize the milk of the Ming River. I vaguely recall that the leading cultivators were ultimately captured and taken away by the Fulua clan. Since our friend Lin Mo was involved in that event and managed to turn peril into safety, could it be the result of your assistance? The man with the golden crown expressed surprise. While your words may not be entirely accurate, they do hold a kernel of truth. Lin Mo's safe escape from the Ming River region was indeed orchestrated by my covert arrangements. However, let there be no misunderstanding. My actions were motivated by two factors. Lin Mo is a member of my clan, and I have urgent matters requiring his assistance in the outside world. Thus I extended my aid, King Yuanzizi recounted plainly. I see. Since it has been over a millennium since you last graced this place, your visit, accompanied by this kin of yours, clearly transcends mere formalities, Lord Jinyan observed, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Mo, his expression suddenly turning grave. You speak truthfully. Old friend, my visit indeed concerns a matter I wish to discuss with you. King Yuanzizi revealed a cunning smile, candidly acknowledging his intentions. As I suspected. Although our interactions are relatively close compared to others, they have not yet reached the level where you would immediately come to visit upon emerging from seclusion. Pray, do enlighten me about the matter at hand. Lord Jinyan replied with an impassive countenance. You are mistaken, my brother. I have not come seeking your assistance, but rather to propose a mutually beneficial exchange. If Brother Jin has any doubts or grievances regarding this matter, I shall not impose my will. Qing Yuanji's expression darkened, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. My earlier words were but a jest. Given the long-standing friendship between us, as long as this matter is not overly complex, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist. Jin Yan glanced deeply at Qing Yuanji before once again donning a smile. Since Brother Jin has made such a declaration, I shall no longer beat around the bush. I recall that during my last visit, you expressed a keen interest in my 9-point pearl and indicated a willingness to exchange it for numerous valuable treasures. However, at that time, I was in urgent need of that treasure for the crafting of various tools, thus I could not acquiesce. This time, I have brought the pearl with the intent of exchanging it for the items you require. What do you think, Brother Jin? After Qing Yuanji concluded, he elegantly waved his right hand, sweeping it towards a nearby table. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flickered, revealing a splendid jade box that resembled jadeite before the eyes of the assembly. Upon hearing Qing Yuanji mention the treasure, the previously composed Jin Yan's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixating on the jade box as he struggled to contain his inner excitement, finally managing to divert his eyes. Friend Zhang has indeed brought this precious item. I cannot decline. What treasures does my friend wish to obtain in exchange? As long as they are not the few irreplaceable treasures I hold dear, I am open to negotiation regarding the rest. Clearly, the treasure within the jade box holds immense value for Jin Yan, as he inquired about Qing Yuanji's demands without a moment's hesitation. Observing this scene from the side, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. Based on the current circumstances, there exists a considerable possibility of successfully obtaining the milk of the underworld from the other party. 3 vials of the milk of the underworld and a piece of the soil of rest. Qing Yuanji smiled as he presented his conditions. Absolutely impossible. Although the great 9-point pearl possesses unparalleled efficacy in tool refinement, to exchange it for such a multitude of precious items is simply far-fetched. Setting aside the milk of the underworld, that soil of rest is regarded as a top-tier material for crafting earth-attributed treasures. In this world, finding other earth-attributed materials that can rival it is nearly impossible. Moreover, while I possess a small amount of this soil, it is primarily reserved for crafting protective treasures needed during tribulations. How could I easily part with it? Upon hearing Qing Yuanji's proposal, the Golden Crown man immediately shook his head vehemently in opposition. Chapter 788. I understand fully what you have said. However, should these 3 items be added to the mix, what would Brother Jin think? In the face of Jin Yan's refusal, Qing Yuanji exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he smiled confidently and waved his sleeve once more, causing 3 peculiar objects to appear on the table. These 3 items, shaped like spear tips and roughly the size of a fist, gleamed with a golden light, resembling miniature golden spearheads. Upon the surfaces of these objects, intricate and profound crimson runes are densely etched, leaving one in awe. Jin Yan Ho, upon beholding these three items, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief period of careful observation, he seemed unable to grasp their mysteries, prompting him to swiftly reach out. With a swift motion, one of the objects soared into his hand, and he bent his head to examine it repeatedly. Could it be? Meanwhile, Lin Mo gazed intently at the two remaining golden items on the table, feeling an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from them, deepening his inner doubts and suspicions. After scrutinizing the golden object in his hand for some time, Jin Yinho's expression gradually turned serious. Though he could not be certain yet, based on what lay before him, it was undoubtedly the legendary Vajra demon-exterminating divine thunder. Jin Yinho finally lifted his gaze, hesitantly inquiring of Qing Yuanzai. An astute observation. Years ago, I chanced upon some leaves of the golden thunder bamboo. After combining them with various thunder-attributed materials and harnessing the power of heavenly thunder, it took me several centuries to forge these few items. To offer half of them now is a testament to my sincerity. Brother Jin, your impending tribulation should still be quite some time away, correct? The heavenly gang demon-exterminating thunder is the finest weapon against the otherworldly demons. These demons often prove difficult to guard against during the Great Tribulation, and ordinary treasures are scarcely effective against such foes. If one were to possess this thunder, it would surpass any treasure meant to protect the mind by 100-fold. Otherwise, I would not easily part with them for exchange. Qing Yuanzai replied with a meaningful smile. After hearing Qing Yuanzai's explanation, Jin Yinho's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of understanding as he fell into deep contemplation. Upon learning the name of the Golden Gang demon-exterminating thunder, Lin Mo's face briefly exhibited an unusual expression. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the aura of these three items. It turned out that their primary material was indeed the batch of golden thunder bamboo leaves he had previously gifted. These leaves, being of the same material as the golden thunder bamboo's branches, retained a similar aura even after being artificially refined. While the Golden Gang demon-exterminating thunder is indeed a formidable weapon against otherworldly demons, such demons typically only manifest during the breakthrough of the Great Ascension realm or during the tribulation following it, making it not an immediate concern for him at present. Lin Mo had previously stumbled upon clues regarding the crafting of this precious treasure at a foreign marketplace. However, the vast resources required for the endeavor left him utterly astonished. He was acutely aware that his own capabilities were insufficient to gather all the necessary materials. Consequently, he resigned himself to the regret of having to forget it. Now, upon hearing that Qing Yuanzai, with his unparalleled mastery at the Great Ascension stage, had spent several hundred years crafting 7 or 8 divine thunders, he could not help but find the situation both amusing and exasperating. It was evident that, having yet to advance to the late stage of the integration phase, the matter of the Golden Gang demon-exterminating thunder was indeed far beyond his reach. Should the price be 3 golden thunderbolts of demon suppression, it would indeed suffice to procure the soil of Shirong. However, one matter still perplexes me. My esteemed friend should possess the milk of the underworld river. Why then? Do you seek my collaboration for an exchange? The Golden Flame Duke, once again, expressed his curiosity. Over a century ago, the milk of the underworld river was lent to another. Presently, young Lin is in dire need of this spiritual liquid to resolve the myriad challenges accompanying his ascension to the composite realm. I, Jiang, have consented to this transaction out of gratitude for past favors. Thus, I had to personally visit and earnestly request this item from you, my friend. Qing Yuanzai explained in a calm tone. To think that Jiang would go so far as to promise the milk of the underworld river. This clearly signifies an extraordinary bond. The Golden Flame Duke, taken aback, could not help but express his deep admiration. Simultaneously, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mo, as if concealing a deeper significance. Lin Mo bowed slightly, embodying humility, yet within the depths of his heart, he remained steadfastly silent, mindful of Qing Yuanzai's counsel. Indeed, this is an exceptionally weighty favor. Well then, I have conveyed all I wish to say to you, Brother Jin. Should you continue to waver, I fear I may have to seek another suitable partner for this exchange. Although others may not be aware, I am confident that the old monster, Yan, who also faces the threat of tribulation, would be willing to engage in this transaction with me. Qing Yuanzai gently tapped the table, his words laden with significance. Brother Qing, you jest. When did I ever express a desire to refuse? Given your sincerity and the favor I once received from you, I shall agree to this exchange. After a moment of contemplation, the golden flame Duke finally nodded in agreement with a smile. Your prompt decision is truly gratifying, Brother Jean. This exchange will undoubtedly yield mutual benefits for us both. Qing Yuanzai responded joyfully upon receiving the affirmation. The man adorned in a golden crown smiled gently, suddenly opening his mouth to release 4 dazzling orbs of spiritual light. 3 of these were white, and 1 was yellow. They were 3 translucent white jade vials and a delicately crafted yellow jade box. Immediately, he waved his sleeve, sending these 4 items swiftly towards Qing Yuanzai. At the same time, with another hand, he beckoned towards the jade box on the table and the 2 remaining golden thunderbolts. Accompanied by a sharp sound of air being pierced, the items on the table trembled violently, securely grasped in the golden flame Duke's hand. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzai swiftly caught the flying vials and the jade box, and with a flicker of his consciousness, began to examine them meticulously. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced the old man's face. These items are flawless. I sincerely thank you for your generous gift, Brother Jean. Young Lin, these 3 vials of milk from the underworld river should be entrusted to your careful stewardship. After thorough inspection, Qing Yuanzai nodded in approval, then turned to Lin Mo, gently flicking his wrist, sending the 3 vials containing the milk of the underworld river soaring towards him like shooting stars. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon, overwhelmed with joy, he eagerly reached out to accept the small vial, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Initially, the agreement stipulated the provision of merely 2 vials of spiritual milk. However, the other party had generously delivered a total of 3. Clearly, this was a reward for his diligent collection of materials. From the current situation, it was apparent that Qing Yuanzi's decision to present all the precious materials he had gathered was undoubtedly astute. Although these vials of spiritual milk held immense value, they were not of critical importance to Qing Yuanzi. He exhibited no signs of stinginess regarding these resources. Jin Yanho appeared exceedingly pleased with the transaction, engaging Qing Yuanzi in light conversation that traversed numerous obscure secrets of the spiritual realm and knowledge related to cultivation techniques, leaving Lin Mo entranced by the exchange. Time flew by, and before they realized, half an hour had elapsed. At this juncture, Qing Yuanzi seemed to have satisfied his needs, straightened his posture, and solemnly uttered his farewell. Though reluctant, Jin Yanho understood the necessity of not overly detaining his guest. Therefore, he too rose, expressing his desire to personally escort Qing Yuanzi to the entrance of the Grand Hall. At that moment, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed across the sky above the island, causing the entire palace to tremble, as if some force had breached the barrier enveloping the island. The 2 formidable figures engaged in conversation were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, perplexed by the audacity of the intruder. It is worth noting that although Qing Yuanzi had attempted to attack the barrier with sword energy, it had not yielded any significant effect. The current phenomenon clearly indicated that the barrier was under assault from an external force. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Jin Yanho's expression turned furious, and he swiftly cast a spell. However, in the next instant, a man's voice resounded from above the hall. Jin Yan, Qing Yuanzi, are you 2 there? Come out and face me. The voice was robust and commanding, instilling a sense of dread in all present. What? Do you intend to hide from me? Jin Yan, do you truly believe I would refrain from obliterating your stronghold? The man seemed to grow impatient. As his words fell, a series of thunderous booms erupted outside the palace, accompanied by spatial fluctuations that rapidly enveloped the entire island. Just then, golden light flashed outside the Grand Hall, and a streak of light rushed forth, halting before Jin Yanho. As the radiance gradually faded, a tense-looking golden-armored guard emerged. Report, my lord, an esteemed guest has arrived. I am aware, you may depart. Jin Yanho turned to his companion, a wry smile crossing his face. It appears, Brother Jiang, that you cannot leave this place for the moment. We ought to face this ancient entity together. Otherwise, my island may truly face annihilation at his hands. Jin Yanho gestured to his subordinate, and then turned to Qing Yuanzi, indicating the necessity of meeting the formidable intruder. Each encounter with him leaves me with a throbbing headache for days, remarked Qing Yuanzi, his lips twitching slightly in a display of helplessness. Jin Yanho let out a long sigh, and with a deft gesture of his fingers, a golden light shimmered around him. A layer of golden flames surged and engulfed his form completely. With a muffled sound, the flames erupted, scattering in all directions, and Jin Yanho vanished without a trace. This was indeed the exceedingly rare art of fire escape. In contrast, Qing Yuanzai's response was far more succinct and direct. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the hall's entrance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he mysteriously vanished into the void. Within the grand hall, only Lin Mo remained. This figure, referred to as the old monster by his two colleagues, was shrouded in an aura of unfathomable mystery. Despite his inner reluctance, it seemed an unavoidable reality that he could not evade. Lin Mo sighed in resignation, murmuring softly to himself. Soon after, flashes of lightning erupted from behind him, and a pair of translucent wings emerged, swiftly transforming into a streak of azure and white lightning, disappearing without a trace. High above this island, soaring over 1,000 zhang in the air, Qing Yuanzai and Jin Yanho stood before an enormous creature, their expressions betraying a profound sense of reverence. This colossal beast was a glossy black tortoise beetle, and above its head stood a small, withered elder, braving the wind. The elder appeared to be in his 60s, with deep-set eyes, a turned-up nose, and clad in a resplendent robe of myriad colors. Around his neck hung a necklace of gleaming silver orbs, each as large as a hen's egg, drawing significant attention. Astonishingly, the once all-encompassing white light curtain that had enveloped the island had vanished entirely. Additionally, 3 golden-armored guards were ensnared by a white silk that erupted from the mouth of the tortoise beetle, their bodies spinning uncontrollably in the air like tops, unable to halt their rotation. Just as Lin Mo, in his azure and white lightning form, burst into the space behind Qing Yuanzai, Jin Yanho feigned ignorance to the plight of his 3 subordinates. Instead, he offered a strained smile to the elder atop the tortoise beetle, saying, "Brother Zuling, you are indeed a rare guest. I wonder what brings you to my humble abode today. Since you are here, might I suggest you rest below for a while?" "Humph. Jin Yan, your words are sweet, yet deep down, you must be hoping I never set foot here again," the elder replied with a cunning smile, devoid of any respect. "I would never harbor such thoughts, but may I inquire how you came to know that Brother Jiang is currently visiting my territory?" Jin Yanho's countenance shifted from pale to flushed, and in a flurry, he hastily redirected the conversation towards Qing Yuanzai. Upon hearing their exchange, Qing Yuanzai felt a surge of anger rise within him, cursing the golden-crowned man. Yet, in the face of helplessness, he could only suppress his ire. Forcing a strained smile as he said, "Indeed, I find it puzzling how Brother Zuling came to know of my companionship with Brother Jin. Could it be that you have once visited my humble abode?" The elder chuckled. "Haha, not only have I visited your dwelling, but I have traversed the residences of all. With the exception of you 2, there were even 2 who attempted to retreat into seclusion, only to be forced to reveal themselves after I disrupted their lair. It seems that had I known this day would come, I would not have acted as I did." The elder's laughter echoed, laden with mockery. Upon hearing these words, not only did Qing Yin and King Yuan sit in stunned silence, but Lin Mo also felt his heart race with trepidation. "I have come with important news. It would be prudent to rest a while below," he said. "Jin Yin, your exquisite Bailing wine is truly remarkable. Could you prepare 7 or 8 jars for me to savor?" The elder's eyes glimmered as he made his request without hesitation. 7 or 8 jars. Brother Zuling, you jest. Each jar of Bailing wine requires 300 years to brew, and the ingredients are exceedingly rare. I possess only 3 or 4 jars in total. How could I possibly provide 7 or 8 for you to indulge in?" Jin Yin's face contorted, caught between laughter and despair. "Haha, 3 or 4 jars will suffice to quench my thirst," the elder replied, his laughter booming. Without allowing Jin Yin or King Yuan a chance to retort, he waved his hand lightly, causing the enormous tortoise beetle beneath him to emit a soft sound before vanishing into a cloud of black mist, which swiftly dissipated. This mist twisted and slithered, resembling a spirit serpent as it slipped into the elder's voluminous sleeve, disappearing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the elder transformed into a streak of black light, hastily darting towards the opulent palace below. Jin Yin, the gold flame marquis, wore an expression of resignation as he reached out forcefully into the void above. The 3 golden-armored guardians, previously suspended in the air, ceased their rotations, the white threads binding them snapping asunder. Although still dizzy, they managed to stabilize themselves and hurriedly approached Jin Yin, bowing in greeting, their expressions filled with shame as they murmured, "Thank you for your rescue, master. We were utterly powerless, bringing you disgrace." Do not blame yourselves. That visitor possesses immense power. Even I must tread cautiously. Focus solely on restoring the barrier, Jin Yan replied, shaking his head slightly as golden flames danced across his form. He too transformed into a fleeting rainbow, rapidly descending below. Lin, my young friend, do come along. This old monster is indeed formidable. You must remain vigilant, King Yuan sighed, speaking slowly as golden light flickered beneath his feet. Before vanishing into thin air, Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before swiftly following suit, darting downward with agility. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo and the others returned to the spacious hall where they had first gathered, once again taking their seats to rest. At this moment, seated opposite Qing Yuanzi was an elder named Su Lingjin. Yin Ho did not waste words, merely raising his arms to gently clap twice. Immediately, four beautiful maidens clad in golden gauze approached, each carrying precious and rare spiritual fruits, which they placed upon the tables before several individuals. Where's the Bailing wine? Jin Yan, do you intend to merely placate this old man with these trifles? The elder's gaze swept over the array of spiritual fruits, his eyes flickering as he coldly inquired. Do not be in haste, esteemed Elder Su Ling. The Bailing wine must be stored within a millennium of profound ice to enhance its richness and fragrance. I have dispatched someone to retrieve the exquisite brew from the ice cave, Yin Ho patiently explained, suppressing his inner fury. Now that sounds more like it. The elder nodded, grasping a vibrant red spiritual fruit resembling a peach tightly in his hand, even leaving the pit intact. Lin Mo, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. At that moment, for reasons unknown, the elder's gaze fell upon Lin Mo. After scrutinizing him for a few moments, he suddenly murmured softly, expressing surprise. Young man, judging by your skeletal age, you are barely over 2,000 years old. Yet, you possess such profound cultivation. It is truly astonishing. Are you a descendant of Qing Yuanzi? With the utmost respect, Lin Mo replied, I bow to you, esteemed elder. I am indeed a member of the Jiang clan. Although he detected a hint of admiration in the elder's words, he felt no elation. Rather, an involuntary chill coursed through him. He quickly rose to pay his respects to the elder, filled with awe for one who could cause even a powerful figure like Qing Yuanzi distress. The fact that the elder could discern his true age with mere observation was nothing short of miraculous. He hoped the elder's earlier inquiry was merely a jest. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's expectations were dashed. The elder's eyes brightened upon hearing Lin Mo's words, and with a tone of admiration, he continued, Indeed, indeed. Talents like yours are exceedingly rare in the spirit realm. Qing Yuanzi, I recall that your human race is not particularly strong, merely a trivial and marginalized species. Yet, not only do you possess a powerful figure like yourself, but also a rising star like Lin, whose potential is remarkable. Could it be that your human race has been intentionally concealing its true strength? Esteemed Su Ling, you jest. We humans are indeed a negligible race. Although I hail from the human lineage, it is by a stroke of fortune that I have cultivated to my current realm. Thus, I can no longer be considered a traditional human. As for Lin, his speed of cultivation is astonishing, but it is not entirely unfathomable. Each race possesses the potential to nurture one or two exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet it is merely by chance that they are encountered by the esteemed Lord of the Void Spirit. How could they possibly be compared to your illustrious family? A flicker of surprise crossed Qing Yuanzi's eyes, prompting him to respond with a hasty smile. Is that so? However, our ephemerid tribe, while considerable in size, has yet to witness anyone so young achieve the later stages of integration. Might I inquire if Brother Lin is interested in joining our ephemerid tribe? Should you decide to remain and serve as a guest elder, all the resources and elixirs you require for cultivation would be generously provided by our tribe. The elder snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Qing Yuanzi before turning his attention to Lin Mo, a smile brimming with scrutiny upon his face. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically, his mouth opening slightly as if to voice an opinion, yet ultimately, he could not muster a single word. Lin Mo, taken aback, pondered for a moment before resolutely declining. I am grateful for your kind offer, esteemed elder, but my clan is on the brink of a formidable trial. Although my strength is lacking, I must return to my kin to weather this storm. Thus, I cannot consider joining your esteemed tribe at this time. A calamity, you say? What calamity? Humph, are you merely seeking to concoct an excuse to placate me? The elder's demeanor shifted abruptly from affable to grim, his voice rising in intensity. In an instant, an immense pressure emanated from him, surging towards Lin Mo like a ferocious beast. That is not my intention. Lin Mo, though aware of the elder's eccentric nature, had not anticipated such an unrestrained assault. Alarmed, he quickly defended himself, and a protective aura enveloped his body. With a resounding crash, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon his shoulder. His body involuntarily bent under the weight, the golden light of his protection flickering wildly, as if on the verge of shattering. Simultaneously, a cacophony of explosions erupted within him, causing his bones to tremble violently. This resilience stemmed from Lin Mo's physical prowess, far exceeding ordinary expectations. Otherwise, under such formidable pressure, a typical individual would surely be injured or worse. Quite intriguing. The elder observed the unfolding scene, his expression shifting from anger to one of keen interest. Yet, his seated form suddenly swelled, seemingly gaining height, thereby amplifying the pressure he exerted upon Lin Mo. With a thunderous impact, Lin Mo's shoulders quaked slightly, his complexion paling, yet he remained steadfast in his posture. However, the wooden chair beneath him disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Lord of the Void Spirit, I implore you to show mercy. Qing Yunzai's brow furrowed deeply as he waved his sleeve, a radiant golden light surging forth, unable to contain his plea. Following a muffled thud, the two immense forces collided before Lin Mo, ultimately canceling each other out and dissipating into the ether. Lin Mo instantly felt the pressure on his shoulders ease, his entire being relaxing in the aftermath. The tension within my heart slightly eased, replaced by a profound fear of the formidable power possessed by the elder known as Su Ling. It is no wonder that Qing Yuanzai and Jin Yinho consistently treated this elder with utmost respect. His skills indeed far surpassed their own. Qing Yuanzai, do you wish to engage in a friendly exchange of insights with me? The elder inquired, presenting an exceptional opportunity for discourse. Reminiscent of our last confrontation, which occurred a millennium ago, I have heard whispers of your recent mastery of an extraordinary technique, and I am eager to witness it firsthand. In response to Qing Yuanzai's challenge, the elder displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, exuding a palpable eagerness for battle. He gently set Lin Mo aside, seemingly oblivious to his presence, which caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow in confusion. He could not ascertain whether the elder was genuinely passionate about combat or merely feigning enthusiasm. Observing the elder's demeanor, Qing Yuanzai appeared to recollect some long-forgotten memories. His eyes twitched involuntarily, and he managed a strained smile, repeatedly gesturing. Su Ling, you overestimate me. My humble abilities hardly warrant a contest with you. Lin, dear friend, is of my kin. I implore you to show him kindness and consideration. It appears you are not inclined to compete, the elder responded with a hint of disappointment. His tone languid as his spirits seemed to dip. That is quite regrettable. Very well, out of respect for you, I shall not press this young one. However, let us attend to the matter at hand. The elder's eyes hinted at disappointment as he responded lazily, his demeanor evidently deflated. I too find this perplexing. It is said that Su Ling has long since reached the final threshold of cultivation, having secluded himself for a millennium in preparation for the Ascension Tribulation. What brings you so suddenly to the realm of the Ming River, visiting each of us in turn? Could it be that there is indeed an urgent matter at hand? Jin Yinho inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, it is of utmost urgency. Were it not so, I would never traverse dimensions to arrive here. Even in the depths of my boredom, let us dispense with superfluous chatter. Swiftly deliver to me all the milk of the Ming River you possess. In exchange, I bring the 5 yuan pill and the eggs of the Wan Kuan insect to procure all the spiritual milk in your possession. The elder declared without hesitation. What? You seek the milk of the Ming River? Both Jin Yinho and Qing Yuanzai exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Mo, too, was taken aback. Qing Yuanzai, has such a situation truly occurred? The elder queried, surprise evident in his gaze directed at Qing Yuanzai. Indeed it has. All of Jin Yinho's milk of the Ming River has already been exchanged by me for equivalent goods, Qing Yuanzai affirmed. Su Ling, this spiritual milk may hold little value for you, especially since your family possesses a significant quantity of it, while others may find it difficult to utilize. It should be trivial for one of your stature. Furthermore, my quest for this type of spiritual milk is not for personal gain, but serves another purpose altogether. Once again, the quantity of spiritual milk stored by my clan, after prolonged consumption, is not as abundant as you may have presumed. The existing portion of spiritual milk has been nearly exhausted by me. Were it not for this, I would not seek assistance from you here. I have exchanged for some from a few fellow Taoists, yet it still falls short of my needs. Therefore, Qing Yuanzai, regardless of your intended use for this spiritual milk, I am willing to exchange it for treasures valued at twice the worth of the milk, the elder stated with a notably serious tone. Upon hearing his words, Qing Yuanzai's expression slightly stiffened, lost in contemplation. Lin Mo stood silently nearby, his face betraying no emotion, yet his heart raced with urgency. Meanwhile, Jin Yanho, his arms crossed, watched Qing Yuanzai and the elder with a smile, appearing unconcerned about any issues. Brother Su Ling, if calculated at this price, I should know better than to persist. However, this spiritual milk has already been gifted to Lin Xiaoyu. Even if I wish to agree, I fear my capabilities may fall short. Qing Yuanzai could only shake his head in resignation. Has it already been given away? This mere youth? Chapter 790. The elder furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of discontent. Indeed, I owe a favor to a certain Lin, and this spiritual milk serves to repay that debt. Should you insist on demanding it, I fear I cannot remain indifferent. Qing Yuanzai sighed regrettably. It seems you owe this young man quite a few favors recently, to speak such words. It is a rare sight. Alas, though my temperament may be somewhat irritable, I would never bully the younger generation. However, if that lad were to willingly return it to me, I assume you would not object. The elder's eyes glimmered with a yellow light as he yawned. As long as Lin Xiaoyu is willing, I certainly have no objections. At that moment, Qing Yuanzai replied with steadfast conviction. Excellent. The elder nodded in satisfaction, then turned to scrutinize Lin Mo once more, before resuming his beaming demeanor. Senior, about that spiritual milk. Lin Mo, feeling uneasy, hurriedly clasped his fists in an attempt to explain. No need for further words. Though I may act domineering, I would never use my age to impose upon you. Even if I require the spiritual milk in your possession, it would only be taken if you willingly offer it. The elder confidently waved his hand, interrupting Lin Mo's speech. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a black mist flickered before the table, revealing over a dozen jade bottles of varying sizes. The elixirs contained within these vials were collected by me over many years, aiding in the enhancement of the cultivation of those in the fusion stage. The sheer quantity undoubtedly exceeds the value of a single vial of the River of Soul's milk. For however many vials of spiritual milk you possess, I shall provide you with an equivalent number of elixirs. The elder proclaimed with a triumphant smile. These elixirs are of exceptionally high grade. If even one vial were to be taken to the outside world, it would likely incite a frenzy among numerous fusion stage practitioners. The gathering of so many elixirs here holds a value for ordinary cultivators that surpasses several times that of the River of Soul's spiritual milk. As the elder of ethereal spirit made his move, he produced dozens of vials of elixirs with an air of indifference. This spectacle drew the attention of both Qing Yuan and Lin Mo, who could not help but glance at Lin Mo. Upon witnessing the elixirs, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. However, he refrained from exhibiting any overt joy, his expression instead taking on a somewhat peculiar demeanor. After a brief hesitation, Lin Mo raised his arm, extending his palm towards the void ahead, and gently grasped the air. One of the small vials was instantly drawn into his hand. He uncorked it and poured out a jade-green elixir. Holding the elixir, Lin Mo scrutinized it closely. This was the Qingying pill, a treasured heirloom of the Qinghai clan. Consuming a single pill could save one nearly a month of arduous cultivation. Although this elixir was merely of above-average quality among the many presented before him, the elder of ethereal spirit, upon observing Lin Mo's actions, stroked his sparse beard and nodded with pride, clearly reveling in his collection of such a multitude of elixirs suitable for the harmonization stage. Indeed, these elixirs are exceedingly precious, and I fear I may not be able to exchange them for your spiritual milk, Lin Mo remarked, glancing at the jade-green elixir in his hand before casting a look at the other vials on the table, smiling wryly. What? Do you doubt the quality of the elixirs I have provided? The elder was momentarily stunned, only to become engulfed in indignation. Qing Yuan and Jin Yanho exchanged glances, each revealing a different expression. I absolutely did not mean to imply such a thing, Lin Mo hastily clarified. I must speak candidly. I have already acquired numerous elixirs that enhance cultivation. Thus, even if your elixirs are superior, they hold little practical utility for me. Have you already procured elixirs? Might you enlighten me on their nature and whether they surpass those in my possession?" The elder's initial surprise morphed into disbelief. Upon hearing this, Linimo could not help but sigh inwardly and continued to elucidate. "I would never dare to deceive you, esteemed elder. If you harbor doubts, feel free to inspect the elixirs I possess." No sooner had he spoken than he deftly flipped his hand from within his sleeve, summoning a pristine vial as white as jade into his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, the vial soared towards the elder. The elder's face remained etched with skepticism. Yet witnessing Lin Mo's calm demeanor began to stir some uncertainty within him. He reached out to take the vial, and just as he was about to unscrew the cap, an intense fragrance wafted forth, enveloping his senses. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Instead of hastily pouring the elixir into his palm, he brought the vial closer to his nose and inhaled deeply. Moments later, his countenance fluctuated between shadows of doubt. "Elder Su Ling, as a master alchemist, do you not wonder if the elixirs held by young Lin may bear any imperfections?" Jin Yinho, unperturbed by the matter at hand, inquired out of sheer curiosity. "The quality of the elixir is beyond question. However, its fragrance seems rather peculiar." The elder offered no further explanation, merely shook his head slightly before uncapping the vial and pouring out a thumb-sized red pill. This pill radiated a fiery crimson hue, adorned with golden patterns that shimmered with a lively brilliance, almost as if it were a sentient being. "This is indeed the celestial erosion pill. How could it be that you have discovered the long-extinct erosion poison herb?" As a seasoned cultivator on the verge of transcending, the elder expressed his astonishment after merely observing the vibrant pill for a moment. Could it be that this elixir was concocted from the erosion poison herb? The golden flame envoy, who had been seated, sprang to his feet upon hearing this, his expression brimming with an electrifying excitement that was hard to fathom. The green origin master displayed a look of skepticism, matching the astonishment of his companion. The elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he meticulously examined the pill before solemnly returning it to the vial and handing it back to Lin Mo without hesitation. "Since it is the celestial erosion pill, its potency evidently surpasses all the spiritual herbs in my possession. It appears you have not spoken falsely. However, your ability to procure the erosion poison herb and refine it into this pill undoubtedly marks you as a person of immense fortune. In a certain sense, although the erosion poison herb has significant effects for cultivators in the ascendant stage," the elder nodded repeatedly, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Mo, and slowly intoned, "I am only aware that this herb can be used to concoct pills beneficial to cultivators in the harmonization stage. Yet I am oblivious to its special effects for those in the ascendant stage. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." Lin Mo, filled with curiosity, deeply bowed to the elder and respectfully inquired, "There is no secret to this matter. If one can sufficiently extract the toxicity of the erosion poison herb, when one reaches the ascendant stage, they may consume it directly. The potent toxicity could potentially allow for a breakthrough beyond existing bottlenecks. However, this method entails considerable risk. Even a slight misstep could result in poisoning and death. Regardless of success or failure, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant depletion of vital energy. It is, in essence, a form of self-harm. Yet, should you feel that you have entirely lost the possibility of breaking through your limitations, or that you may not survive the next heavenly tribulation, then it might be worth attempting this approach. Nevertheless, to extract enough erosion poison essence for a single use demands an enormous quantity of the erosion poison herb. Even in the past, few have managed to achieve this feat. The elder's gaze flickered between the green origin master and the golden flame envoy, before he let out a knowing laugh and remarked. Observing this, the green origin master smiled slightly, his demeanor remaining as calm as ever, revealing no unusual emotional fluctuations. Meanwhile, the golden flame envoy's eyes flickered with indecision, betraying a hint of hesitation. "Very well, since you require no further elaboration on the elixir, I shall present a few artifacts as terms of exchange. You may freely select 3 cherished items." As the ethereal elder's voice faded, he suddenly waved his wide sleeves with great vigor, launching them toward the heavens. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth from the cuffs, expanding tremendously. Following this, accompanied by a resonant hum, countless treasures surged forth from the sleeves like a tide. Some treasures dazzled with brilliant luminosity, others emitted deafening cries, while a few seemed to shimmer in and out of visibility, resembling wisps of blue smoke drifting through the air. Regardless of their form, each treasure exuded an extraordinarily potent aura, unmistakably reaching the level of supreme spiritual artifacts, with several exuding spiritual pressure that rivaled the silver ruler in Lin Mo's possession. At this moment, even the well-versed Lin Mo found himself momentarily dazzled, a profound shock stirring within him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond to such a spectacle. Facing this scene, Jin Yin and Qing Yuanji exchanged knowing smiles, reflecting a sense of mutual admiration. Elder Su Ling, young friend Lin possesses numerous treasures. I fear he may even hold a supreme item from the 10,000 spirits list. If you truly wish to exchange for that drop of spiritual milk, these treasures alone may prove insufficient. It would be more prudent to present a few truly rare treasures for both me and Brother Jiang to appreciate. Jin Yan's eyes subtly shifted, and he suddenly proposed with a light-hearted chuckle. Truly rare treasures. Jin's tone was indeed audacious. In truth, I do possess some peculiar items that originate from the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. Their value even surpasses that of ordinary transcendent spiritual artifacts. But do you think I would sacrifice them for a mere exchange of the river of the underworld's milk? Absurd. The elder scoffed, refusing without hesitation. I was merely speaking casually. If Brother Su Ling is unwilling, so be it. However, to my knowledge, it seems you acquired a remarkably precious treasure before your seclusion. It appears to be closely related to the Xiantian treasure, and I had hoped to seize this opportunity to behold it. Jin Yin expressed a hint of regret. The Xiantian treasure. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuanji could not help but be moved. Your information is quite astute. However, it is merely a fragment of the Xiantian treasure, not the complete artifact. Since Brother Jin has explicitly mentioned this treasure, it would be rather petty of me to continue concealing it. Let us allow both of you to take a look. The ethereal elder narrowed his eyes, glancing back and forth between Jin Yin and Qing Yuanji, before suddenly smiling and acquiescing to their request. Really? Then we must savor the moment. Jin Yin exclaimed with unbridled joy. Though I have cultivated to this day, this is my first opportunity to witness the Xiantian treasure with my own eyes. I was fortunate enough to witness the power of the Xiantian treasure once in the past. But at that time, my strength was insufficient, and I was quite distant. I have never seen the true Xiantian treasure with my own eyes. That said, the Yuan clan, as a formidable force on the wind element continent, ought to possess a genuine Xiantian treasure as their clan's ultimate artifact. A flicker of excitement gleamed in the eyes of Qing Yuanzai. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, upon learning of the Xiantian treasure, felt a profound stir within his heart. He shifted his gaze from the vibrant treasures suspended in the air, directing it toward the elder. Indeed, our Mayfly clan possesses a Xiantian treasure. However, this artifact was offered to our esteemed spirit lord countless years ago, and I can only glean its appearance from ancient texts. In truth, there are only a few dozen such treasures throughout the entire spirit realm. These are the pinnacle of what this world can nurture in terms of Xiantian artifacts. The elder spoke with an air of composure, then rubbed his hands together, producing a muffled sound as a radiant orb of crimson light materialized between his palms. Within the red glow, an object resembling an incense burner emerged, its surface uneven, with several renowned golden runes faintly visible. Atop it, intricate depictions of unfamiliar mythical beasts were etched, some with the heads of eagles and bodies of horses, others with swine heads and dragon forms, all unmistakably incomplete and bearing a shattered appearance. Lin Mo, Jin Yin Ho, and Qing Yuanzai cast their gazes upon this object, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Could this be a fragment of the Xiantian treasure? Jin Yin Ho regarded the object within the crimson light, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Qing Yuanzai furrowed his brow slightly. My two friends. With our current levels of cultivation, how could we be easily deceived by mere superficial phenomena? The elder, observing their lingering doubts, erupted into laughter. He then extended a finger, lightly tapping the incense burner before him. A crisp sound resonated as the burner trembled slightly. The golden runes on its surface brightened. While the mysterious patterns atop it radiated a vibrant crimson glow, the fragmented areas instantly restored to perfection by the red light. Subsequently, the elder waved his arm again, striking a second time. With a thunderous bang, the golden inscriptions embedded in the incense burner shattered like glass, scattering into countless tiny golden stars that cascaded like a brilliant waterfall of celestial bodies, enveloping the entire burner. The vividly animated beast depictions twisted and contorted within the fierce crimson glow, seemingly poised to break free at any moment. As this moment arrived, an inexhaustible surge of cosmic energy erupted from the base of the incense burner, transforming into an invisible, immense force that swiftly permeated the expansive hall. Linimo, who had remained seated, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing his previously steady form to sway, his expression darkening slightly. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzai and Jin Yanho, both formidable beings within the spirit realm, remained seated, yet could not help but exclaim in awe at the wondrous spectacle unfolding before them. This shard, known as the Xiantian Spirit Treasure, was fortuitously acquired by me in an ancient battlefield deep within the wilderness. Subsequently, I devoted considerable effort to its reforging, thus enabling me to harness such a marvelous artifact. The power displayed moments ago was merely the tip of the iceberg. Should it unleash its full potential, its might would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, that of the top 10 celestial treasures on the chaotic spirit rankings. The elder retracted his incantation, gracefully flicked his sleeve, and the incense burner flew effortlessly into his grasp as he triumphantly elaborated to the assembly. The sheer force emanating from a mere fragment is truly unfathomable, leaving one to ponder the terrifying capabilities of the complete Xiantian treasures. Brother Zuling, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. With such a treasure in your possession, your odds during the tribulation must surely be significantly enhanced, remarked King Yuanzai, filled with admiration. Indeed, let us hope so. However, the ascent to immortality is not a challenge to be taken lightly. In our spirit realm, there have been those who attempted to confront the ascension tribulation, each proceeding with trepidation and caution, only daring to try when they felt sufficiently prepared. Yet, the successful ones are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Were it not for my own awareness of my inability to withstand the impending heavenly tribulation, I would never risk pursuing the path of ascension. Yet, with a genuine Xiantian treasure in hand, perhaps the chances of success would be somewhat increased. Alas, that esteemed artifact of the Saint Insect has fused with its master, rendering it unavailable for others to wield. The elder concluded with a heavy sigh after a moment of silence. It is said that several centuries ago, another Xiantian treasure emerged in our spirit realm, King Yuanzai stated, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty as he suddenly dropped a bombshell that astonished everyone present. Is that truly so? Why have I never heard of this before? Yet, the likelihood of such an event seems exceedingly slim. Could it be that Brother Jiang has made an error? Lord Jin Yan exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. I trust that Brother Jiang gleaned this information from Elder Hua within our clan. This rumor is indeed accurate. I have just concluded my seclusion. From the elders of my family, I learned that in recent years, a new Xiantian treasure has inexplicably appeared on the chaotic spirit rankings, occupying a prominent position. This is an exceptionally strange phenomenon. It is rumored that this treasure flows through our Fengyuan continent, even prompting the Jiaoqi and Sea tribes to traverse the land in pursuit, going so far as to initiate blood rituals. Yet they seem to have failed in their quest. Subsequently, the treasure vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of whether it concealed itself or if other formidable beings had seized it first, employing divine powers to mask its whereabouts, rendering its precise location a mystery to this day. Several elders within our clan, skilled in divination, have expended great resources yet remain unable to acquire any definitive clues. Thus, we are compelled to temporarily set this matter aside, the elder responded gravely. Such occurrences are astounding. However, the fact that this Xiantian treasure possesses such extraordinary power to shroud itself from endless speculation, could it truly have fallen into the hands of a true spiritual being? Lord Jinyan remarked, shaking his head in astonishment. The likelihood of it directly falling into the hands of a true spiritual entity is exceedingly slim. Indeed, throughout the annals of history, over 90% of true spirits have emerged from various realms. However, upon reaching maturity, the majority of them opt to depart from their native lands, either ascending to the abodes of celestial beings or wandering through the interstices of the realms to establish their own sanctuaries. It is safe to assert that the vast majority of true spirits are nearly incapable of accessing the Xiantian treasures beforehand. Otherwise, how could our diverse clans revere these spirits as the foundation of our protection? In my humble opinion, this phenomenon may be intertwined with the fact that these Xiantian treasures do not originate from our realm. Should Xiantian treasures, not born of this world. Merely be subjected to a few attempts at speculation, success might still be attainable. Yet, once such treasures awaken their sentience, develop a sense of vigilance, and acquire the capacity to resist the forces of foreign realms, it is no longer surprising. The elder of the void spirits focused intently, gradually expounding upon revelations that approached the truth. Indeed, upon hearing the elder's analysis, one cannot help but find it quite reasonable. Perhaps the reality is just as he stated. Otherwise, various clans would not conduct themselves so discreetly. After all, no one would be foolish enough to engage in a futile endeavor akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The breadth of the elder's knowledge is truly awe-inspiring. After profound contemplation, Lord Jinyin expressed his admiration. Meanwhile, Qing Yuanzhu nodded slightly in agreement, his countenance reflecting full accord. Ha. This conclusion is derived from the collective research of many elders within our clan, not merely the conjecture of this old man. Now, Lin, my young friend, having listened for such an extended period, have you selected the treasures you require? After a hearty laugh, the elder of the void spirits suddenly turned to inquire of Lin Mo, evidently recalling the matter that had nearly slipped their minds. Upon hearing the discourse among the three, Lin Mo's previously anxious heart finally found solace. However, when he heard the elder's question, a peculiar expression returned to his face, and after a lengthy pause, he reluctantly replied, "Esteemed elder, while these treasures are extraordinarily wondrous, they do not include the items I had hoped for. I still wish to retain the River of Souls spirit milk for unforeseen needs. Have you truly found nothing of interest? Do you possess a heavenly treasure from the list of 10,000 spirits?" The elder's countenance darkened as he spoke ominously. Lin Mo, taken aback by the elder's lack of anger, chose not to elaborate further. He simply extended his hand, and with a flicker of silver light, a shimmering silver short ruler materialized before them. As he grasped it firmly and waved gently, a breathtaking aura surged forth, accompanied by the flickering of spiritual light, as countless silver ruler shadows danced ethereally, exuding an air of profound mystery. Oh, how surprising to discover this is indeed a heavenly treasure ranked among the top of the list of 10,000 spirits. Although it may belong to the lower ranks, it sufficiently proves that my young friend is not lacking in common treasures. The golden flame marquis initially exhibited a look of surprise, which quickly morphed into a faint smile, revealing his evident schadenfreude regarding the elder's predicament. Qing Yuanzai stroked his chin, offering a resigned and bitter smile, observing that his repeated propositions for exchange had gone unheeded. The elder's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes, like blazing torches, fixed upon Lin Mo for an extended moment before he coldly remarked, "Are you unable to refuse?" Lin Mo, taken aback by this statement, felt an involuntary stir of doubt within him. Qing Yuanzai and the golden flame marquis exchanged glances, both revealing a trace of astonishment, as if they had begun to grasp something elusive. Having listened intently, you should now be aware that I am the supreme elder of the Mayfly clan. Though our clan may not rival the likes of the Horned Fiends or the Sea Folk in terms of sheer power, I assure you that in specific realms of mystic arts, we stand unmatched within the entirety of the spirit realm. The elder refrained from directly stating what he intended to offer in exchange, instead delivering a series of enigmatic declarations. He then reached out with a single hand towards the void before him, gently grasping at the air. Instantly, the numerous treasures that had been suspended in the atmosphere transformed into shimmering specks of spiritual light, which hurtled towards him and were subsequently concealed within the ample folds of his robes. "Bug controlling technique," Lin Mo exclaimed, startled by the revelation. "Haha, indeed. Our clan's mastery in training and controlling insects is unparalleled throughout the spirit realm. Even among other super clans, our prowess in this domain is somewhat superior. What I offer in exchange are 2 of the 81 types of spirit insects that I have meticulously nurtured. With these spirit insects to assist you, you will undoubtedly stand above your peers at the same level," the elder declared with undeniable pride, then flicked his fingers lightly, with a pair of soft sounds. 2 thumb-sized spirit insects, 1 purple and 1 green, shot forth, swirling and dancing upon the table. The purple insect exhibited a faint, flickering electric sheen, while the green one bore a head reminiscent of a miniature dragon, shrunken to an unknown degree. "Is this the star insect?" The elder's expression suddenly shifted, revealing an odd demeanor. "The purple lightning insect and the earth dragon insect. Brother Zuling, how could you bear to offer these 2 spirit insects for exchange?" The golden flame marquis exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon recognizing the insects. Qing Yuanzai's countenance also changed, his face betraying a mixture of uncertainty and disbelief. Humph. What do you understand? In the past, the milk of the underworld would not have warranted such a significant sacrifice from me. However, at present, this spirit milk is of utmost importance to me, and I must acquire it at all costs. Lin, my boy, these two spirit insects are the result of my painstaking cultivation over tens of thousands of years. Their innate power is sufficient to contend with a cultivator in the early stages of fusion. Should you agree to part with the spirit milk, I can immediately erase their master imprint and assist you in taming them. In the entire Mayfly clan, I alone possess the capability to do so. The elder huffed, a hint of reluctance evident in his tone. Comparable to the early stages of fusion, Lin Mo gazed at the two ethereal insects before him, a chill coursing through him, igniting a flicker of desire within his heart. Yet, as he contemplated the countless devouring golden insects within his own spiritual beast ring, creatures he could not yet command with the finesse he desired, he swiftly extinguished that fleeting thought. Though the individual prowess of these two remarkable insects surpassed that of his own, if he were to unleash hundreds or thousands of his devouring golden insects in battle, it was likely that these two would be wholly consumed. While your spiritual insects are indeed impressive, I, too, possess my own, Lin Mo remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Under the keen, piercing gaze of the elder, he steeled himself and spoke hesitantly. What did you just say? Your insects can be compared to mine? The elder's voice dripped with incredulity. Young man, my patience is wearing thin. Do not speak so recklessly, lest you provoke my ire. A flash of sternness ignited in the elder's eyes, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he spoke with authority. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could utter a word of explanation, however, the contemplative Qing Yuanzi interjected. Brother Zuling, do not be so quick to anger. What young Lin has just stated may not be entirely insincere. He indeed possesses a type of spiritual insect of considerable lineage, one that might even eclipse yours in reputation. Brother Jiang, even if you intend to show favoritism towards this youth, you need not resort to such a flimsy excuse. He is merely a mid-stage cultivator in the integration realm. How could he possibly compare with my spiritual insects? Moreover, the most formidable of the creatures I nurture have long since departed this world. How much can Brother Jiang truly comprehend? The elder cast a frosty glance at Qing Yuanzi, his demeanor hardening. Perhaps Brother Zuling does possess other, more formidable insects, but I doubt he would be willing to trade them. Thus, based solely on these two types, they cannot truly compare with young Lin's insects, Qing Yuanzi remarked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, Brother Jiang may be unaware that I raise as many as 72 varieties of spiritual insects. Apart from a few of my fully refined innate insects, I could certainly offer others for the exchange of spiritual milk. Allow me to broaden your horizons once more. As his words fell, a surge of dark energy enveloped the elder's form, shrouding him in a veil of shadow. With a single hand gesture and incantation, a cacophony of low growls and vibrations erupted. The dark energy churned violently, and suddenly, hundreds of various spiritual insects surged forth from within. These insects varied in size, some as large as a human head, while others were as diminutive as grains of rice. Each bore a menacing appearance, their breaths exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 792. Among them, one with golden spots was the diamond insect, known for its unparalleled hardness, impervious even to the strikes of spiritual treasures. Another, cloaked in vibrant, multicolored light, was the demonic silkworm, adept at devouring malevolent energy. Possessing an almost immortal vitality, it could be cleaved into fragments yet swiftly regenerate to its original form. As for that blood-red mantis-like spirit insect, it is none other than the renowned ghost mantis. Although they may appear to exude a lackluster aura, they belong to a collective of spirit insects, and among these, they are the most ferocious, capable of devouring an entire dragon. When their ferocity is unleashed, even I must tread carefully. The elder gestured towards the spirit insects before him, introducing each one with the reverence of a connoisseur. Indeed, these spirit insects were all rare specimens seldom seen in the spirit realm, with some even being a first encounter for Lin Mo. What is more remarkable is that these insects are evidently fully matured. Once they are rebonded to a master, they can be commanded to confront enemies, thus providing an immense advantage. How many of these spirit insects have you encountered before? Lin Xiaoyu, I shall make an exception and allow you to exchange one of them for a vial of spirit milk. Surely, this price is to your satisfaction. If you refuse again without a compelling reason, do not blame me for being ungracious. As Lin Mo was becoming increasingly dazzled, the ethereal elder spoke to him with a deliberate calmness. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's muscles twitched involuntarily, and he cast a glance at Qing Yuanji. Lin Xiaoyu, release your spirit insect for Brother Zuling to examine. After he has seen it, he should understand. Qing Yuanji advised solemnly after a moment's contemplation. Yes, esteemed senior. Though Lin Mo was filled with reluctance, under the present circumstances, he found it impossible to refuse the request. With a swift shake of his sleeve, a low hum resonated. And then a dozen thumb-sized golden flowers emerged, soaring into the air. The instant these flowers took flight, they gleamed with a radiant light, their forms swelling several times over until they transformed into fist-sized golden beetles, appearing as if forged from pure gold. Golden devouring insects. And they are matured. Jin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixated on the dozen golden beetles, filled with astonishment. The ethereal elder also trembled, gazing at the swarm of golden devouring insects, his expression shifting to one of utmost peculiarity. Observing the elder's reaction, Qing Yuanji furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the response was somewhat unexpected. Though he found the situation curious, Qing Yuanji maintained his composure and remarked, with Brother Zuling's discernment, it is impossible that you do not recognize the golden devouring insect. I believe you must concede that its renown surpasses that of these other spirit insects. Thus, Lin Xiaoyu has no need for an exchange in this regard. It is not out of malice that he seeks to provoke you. Of course, should Brother Zuling present a spirit insect of greater caliber than the golden devouring insect, Jiang would not utter another word. A superior spirit insect. A matured golden devouring insect. Excellent, splendid. To everyone's surprise, after inspecting the golden devouring insects, the ethereal elder exclaimed several excellent praises, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his joy palpable. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Qing Yuanji scrutinized the elder, as if recalling something, and his brow furrowed once more. Jin Yan's gaze flickered as he looked at Lin Mo, his expression somewhat complicated. Brother Su Ling, you and Brother Jiang need not say anything further. Allow me to introduce you to another type of spirit insect that I seldom reveal. As his words fell, the elder suddenly waved both sleeves, and the over 100 spirit insects were immediately enveloped by a dark aura emanating from his body, vanishing without a trace. He then opened his mouth and unexpectedly expelled a gleaming silver gourd, which spun around before abruptly turning upside down and uncapping itself. A buzzing sound resonated as a cloud erupted from within, dispersing under the shimmering spiritual light into countless golden specks, suspended in the air of the hall. Impossible. What is this? Both Jin Yin and Qing Yuanzi exclaimed in unison upon recognizing the true nature of the golden cloud. Lin Mo stared at the golden lights above, utterly astonished. Encased within those golden glimmers were indeed golden beetles, identical in appearance to his own devouring gold insects, both grotesque and buzzing ominously. The elder also possesses devouring gold insects, and they are fully matured. After a considerable moment, Lin Mo managed to suppress his astonishment, exhaling deeply and murmuring to himself. Indeed, these devouring gold insects have been cultivated by me for countless years, reaching maturity only several hundred years ago, a testament to the immense effort expended. The elder spoke with calm assurance. Is the Nether River spirit milk also beneficial for the devouring gold insects? Lin Mo instinctively inquired, piqued by curiosity. Its efficacy can be deemed both useful and useless, entirely dependent on the will of the insect master. Su Ling, once a stoic figure, now transformed into a visage of warmth, replied with a smile. Well, Lin Mo's eyes brightened, revealing a hint of confusion. Indeed, if a friend solely seeks to cultivate mature spirit insects, then the Nether River spirit milk loses its significance. However, should one aspire to elevate their realm, this elixir is indispensable, the elder explained incisively. Elevation of realm? Lin Mo appeared to grasp a deeper understanding, astonishment etching his features. Precisely. I shall elaborate further in due course. I had not anticipated that a friend possessed a mature devouring gold insect. Thus, the matter of the Nether River spirit milk's ownership has become trivial. I wish to propose a clandestine transaction with you, though it must remain confidential and discussed in private. Turning to Jin Yin and Qing Yuanzi, Su Ling's tone shifted to one of calm neutrality, despite the underlying firmness in his words. As long as it is not a forced transaction, I have no objections, Qing Yuanzi replied respectfully, sensing the cold glimmer in the elder's eyes. I too shall not oppose. Brother Su Ling, please proceed as you see fit, Jin Yin concurred with a smile. Excellent. I shall take my leave for now. The ethereal elder appeared evidently satisfied with the responses of the two, thus nodding slightly. Following this, he exhaled a sphere of black luminescence, and a delicately crafted pavilion of half a foot in height materialized. This pavilion was entirely enveloped in a deep ebony hue, its surface adorned with intricate and densely arranged runes of various colors, shrouded in a subtle veil of black mist, exuding an air of profound mystery. Lin, my friend, please bring your gold-devouring insect and accompany me to the Black Wind Pavilion for a gathering, the elder instructed, forming hand seals that enlarged the pavilion to a size of about 10 feet. He then turned to Lin Mo and spoke. Without waiting for Lin Mo's consent, he waved his sleeves, drawing his own gold-devouring insect within, and his form rapidly diminished to a mere inch in height, transforming into a shadow that vanished into the pavilion. Esteemed seniors, I too must take my leave for the time being, Lin Mo remarked, though a sense of trepidation welled within him. Realizing there was no escape, he offered an awkward smile to Qing Yuanzi and the others, saying, Indeed, Lin, you may proceed with peace of mind. Since Brother Zuling has made a promise, he would naturally refrain from any actions that would compromise his dignity. However, should the conditions not be excessively harsh, it would be prudent for you to acquiesce. Qing Yuanzi advised, his brow slightly furrowed. Thank you, Senior Jiang, for your guidance. I understand what I must do, Lin Mo replied softly, collecting the dozen or so golden beetles before transforming them into a strand of azure silk that shot into the entrance. Just as Lin Mo stepped into the pavilion, a surge of black mist enveloped the entire structure, severing all connections with the outside world. Brother Jiang, are you truly unperturbed? While this elder possesses an eccentric temperament, his formidable powers cannot be overlooked. Should he harbor ill intentions towards Lin, we may find ourselves unable to intervene in time, Jin Yin remarked, his lips parting slightly to convey his concerns to Qing Yuanzi. Jin Yin's apprehensions are understandable. Indeed, that old monster exhibits a rather domineering disposition. Yet since we established our acquaintance, he has never acted treacherously. This should provide some reassurance. Furthermore, my assistance to young Lin is partly due to a significant debt of gratitude I owe him, and partly from a desire to look after him within my capacity. As for provoking that old monster, I have no intention of doing so, for I fear I would find no refuge in the realm of the underworld, Qing Yuanzi responded, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Yes, that reasoning holds merit. The old monster's strength is formidable, and he may well possess the means to defend himself even against true spirits. None of us can compare to him. However, why do you exhibit such a strong reaction to the gold-devouring insect, especially since he possesses one himself? Can you discern the reason behind this, Brother Jiang? Jin Yin pondered for a moment before posing this inquiry. My wisdom is limited. How could I fathom the inner workings of that old monster's mind? Perhaps young Lin's gold-devouring insect holds some utility for him, Qing Yuanzi remarked, his gaze flickering as he stifled a yawn, hinting at deeper implications. Is that so? Jin Yan's lips twitched slightly, revealing an expression that was both amused and skeptical. Qing Yuanzi offered a faint smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At this very moment, within the lofty hall of the obsidian attic, the diminutive figure of Lin Mo was engaged in an earnest discourse with the venerable elder. Young friend Lin, please take a seat. This Black Wind Pavilion is, in essence, a semi-finished spatial treasure. It possesses the remarkable ability to alter its dimensions at will, and it can effectively shield against all forms of detection, ensuring that no external consciousness can permeate its sanctum, the elder declared, reclining confidently in his prominent seat, a broad smile gracing his visage as he addressed Lin Mo. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall not be coy, Lin Mo responded respectfully, bowing slightly before settling into a chair at the lower end of the table. Before we delve into the particulars of our transaction, I wish to confirm one matter. Young friend Lin, could you kindly disclose the precise number of mature devouring gold insects you possess? The elder, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly inquired. Precise number? Upon hearing the elder's question, Lin Mo's expression shifted noticeably, revealing a palpable hesitation. It's It seems my inquiry was rather too direct. The true power of the devouring gold insects lies in their numbers. Thus revealing an exact count is perhaps unwise. How about this? Simply inform me if your spiritual insects exceed 5,000, the elder suggested, momentarily taken aback before swiftly reformulating his question. However, when the specter posed this inquiry, a distinct tension flickered in his gaze. Clearly, Lin Mo's response would bear significant ramifications for him. After considerable contemplation, Lin Mo opted for honesty in his reply, despite a stronger inclination to deny the claim. Yet, should he fail to satisfy this alien's curiosity, who could predict whether the elder might turn hostile and seek to subdue him for verification? After all, in the face of genuine strength, the fabrications once flourished often crumble under scrutiny. 5,000 devouring gold insects? Despite an inkling of what was to come, Lin Mo's countenance betrayed shock upon hearing the figure articulated, revealing profound astonishment. The terms you propose are indeed grand and sincere. While these 5,000 mature devouring gold insects do not encompass the entirety of my cultivated stock, they certainly represent a substantial proportion. I intend to employ these insects as a formidable weapon against adversaries once I ascend to the Great Ascension stage. Though the rarity of these numerous mature devouring gold insects is astonishing enough to astound the world, as long as they hold value, they may be exchanged. Setting aside other considerations, the various types of insects I have yet to reveal possess qualities that are not inferior to your devouring gold insects. Moreover, the value of that fragment of the Xiantian treasure likely exceeds the total worth of 5,000 such insects, the elder replied, his smile gradually waning as his expression turned grave. I surmise that the undisclosed spiritual insects are indeed your life-bound insects. While the fragment of the Xiantian treasure captivates my interest, I find myself unable to voice a request for it. If one were to accept such rare treasures, one might fear unforeseen calamities in the future when coexisting with them. Therefore, might I inquire whether you could divulge the rationale behind the necessity for such a multitude of gold-eating worms? Chapter 793. Once I comprehend the reasons, I shall determine whether to consent to this transaction. Simultaneously, I am filled with perplexity. These gold-eating worms have long been my companions, nurtured with great care for many years. Even if you were to demand them, it is unlikely they would be employed for combat. The precise requirement of 5,000 is particularly confounding to me. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo slowly articulated with a tone suggestive of impending tribulation. Humph, your audacity is indeed commendable, daring to question my intentions. The elder of the void let out a cold snort, his brows furrowing sharply, his expression instantly transforming into one of icy frost. I beg your pardon. After all, these gold-eating worms have been cultivated with immense dedication over many years. I have invested countless efforts and regard them as my own life. If I cannot ascertain the specific purpose for which you seek them, it shall be difficult for me to part with them easily. This time, Lin Mo resolutely stated his position. Your perspective is quite reasonable. Thus, I shall inform you of the general purpose behind my request for these gold-eating worms. However, once you learn the reason, you must not refuse this transaction. Otherwise, the elder of the void's gaze flickered for a moment before he smiled once more and replied, Very well, I am willing to commit. After a prolonged hesitation, Lin Mo took a deep breath and solemnly responded, my young friend Lin, this is indeed a wise choice. Listen closely. The reason I seek these gold-eating worms is to cultivate the legendary king of gold-eating worms. The key to achieving this goal lies in a substantial number of mature gold-eating worms. As for the necessity of 5,000, it is because I already possess 5,000 mature gold-eating worms. Combined, they will suffice to meet my requirements for cultivating the Worm King. The excess holds little significance for me. The elder finally provided a reason that left Lin Mo astounded. The Worm King. Then what was the purpose behind your previous collection of the spirit milk from the underworld river? Lin Mo's complexion changed abruptly, unable to refrain from asking again. A considerable quantity of spirit milk from the underworld river is likewise a crucial means for cultivating the Worm King. However, if one possesses a sufficient number of mature gold-eating worms, this condition becomes rather inconsequential. The elder of the void answered without hesitation. I see now. It appears that the cultivation of the Worm King largely necessitates the mutual consumption of a vast number of gold-eating worms. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, a contemplative expression gracing his face as he spoke. You are indeed exceptionally astute, my young friend. While not entirely correct, You are quite close. However, regarding the matter of the king of gold-eating worms, few outside of our Mayfly clan's esteemed elders are privy to such knowledge. When you mentioned the Worm King earlier, it was no surprise. You seem to have been aware of it to some extent. It must have been Qing Yuanzi who conveyed this information to you. For only he and another esteemed elder of our clan share a close bond, allowing for such insights. The elder of the void first expressed admiration, then sneered coldly. Lin Mo lowered his gaze and fell into a moment of silence, seemingly weighing his words. Before he slowly inquired, I have indeed heard from Elder Jiang that once the golden devouring insect king attains its full cultivation, even the true immortals of the celestial realm must treat it with caution and retreat. Is this truly the case? Haha, while such a claim may be somewhat exaggerated, the might of the golden devouring insect king should not be underestimated. It is indeed formidable. At the very least, should I encounter it, I would certainly prefer to avoid a direct confrontation. The elder of the void spirit replied with a gentle smile. Ah, I see. I have been enlightened. Lin Mo nodded lightly, and then, shifting his gaze, he suddenly changed the subject to pose another question. However, I am curious. If Elder were to obtain the spirit insects in my possession, what are the chances you could cultivate one into an insect king? Chances, you say? The elder of the void spirit narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming more serious. After a long contemplation, he slowly extended 2 fingers towards Lin Mo. Only 2 parts out of 10? Lin Mo's expression changed instantaneously, and his tone involuntarily grew heavy. That probability of success is indeed rather low. Humph. The elder's countenance darkened, and he snorted coldly. Are you perhaps underestimating the golden devouring insect king? 2 parts certainty is the result of my years of research into insect cultivation, along with numerous contingencies. It is the utmost assurance I can muster. For others, they would be fortunate to even grasp a fraction of that. Very well, you have asked all that you needed. And in truth, your inquiry has exceeded our prior agreement. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your promise. If you have any conditions, you may state them now. I harbor no intention of underestimating you, Elder, and I hope for your understanding. Since our transaction has been agreed upon, I shall naturally uphold my end. As for the conditions for exchange, I have 2 in mind, Lin Mo replied, seemingly assured, responding without hesitation to the elder's words. What are those 2? The elder's expression softened slightly, and he nodded for Lin Mo to continue. With a serious demeanor, Lin Mo articulated his points. Firstly, I do not seek any other rare treasures from you, Elder. I merely wish for an additional supply of the River of Souls spirit milk. As you mentioned earlier, once you possess an adequate number of golden devouring insects, this spirit milk will hold little value for you. Thus, I believe this request should not pose any difficulty. Secondly, I have been studying insect cultivation for some time now, and I still have a few golden devouring insects remaining. I am contemplating the possibility of attempting to cultivate an insect king, although I am uncertain when I might gather a sufficient number of golden devouring insects. I still wish to take a chance, hence I seek from you the complete secret technique for cultivating the insect king. The elder of the void spirit, who had previously worn a smile, found his pupils constrict as he listened to Lin Mo's words. The mirth on his face vanished, replaced by a solemnity and contemplation that plunged him into a prolonged silence. The first condition is reasonable. While I cannot give away all of my spirit milk, providing 4 or 5 vials is within my means. However, the second condition is far more troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, the elder furrowed his brow slightly and spoke slowly. The secret technique for cultivating the insect king is a closely guarded secret of my Mayfly clan. Many elders within the clan may not even grasp its full essence, and to divulge it to an outsider is indeed somewhat against our traditions. It is indeed a complicated matter, yet I firmly believe that with your experience and fortitude, it is achievable, is it not? Lin Mo replied, a serene smile gracing his lips. Moreover, you must realize that in comparison to your own spiritual insect, treasures such as the Xiantian remnant, the conditions I propose are trivial and insignificant. Ah, young friend, your words reveal a certain insight, the elder acknowledged, a smile growing on his face. Very well, I shall accept your terms. However, the matter of the insect king cultivation technique is of great importance. You must swear a binding oath in my presence, invoking your inner demons, vowing never to disclose this technique to another soul. Given your current cultivation, the power of your inner demons should not be underestimated. Should you break this oath, you You are likely to perish when facing the heavenly tribulation. If you agree to this, I can then proceed to impart the technique to you. Certainly, this is only right, and I am willing to take this oath. Lin Mo exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. He then focused his mind, channeling the power of his inner demons to craft a meticulously binding and flawless oath that even the elder could not dispute. Excellent. With that, let us commence our transaction. The elder, satisfied, stroked his beard, and with a flick of his long sleeves, 5 emerald vials shot forth like meteors, soaring directly towards Lin Mo. With a grave expression, Lin Mo raised his hand to grasp them, securing the 5 vials with precision. He then opened each one in turn, scanning their contents with his spiritual consciousness, a subtle glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. Senior, within these vials are precisely 5,000 mature gold-eating insects. I ask you to verify their authenticity. As he spoke, Lin Mo summoned a spirit beast ring from his sleeve, deftly tossing it towards the elder. With a graceful flick of his long sleeves, the elder summoned an invisible force that effortlessly caught the ring in his palm. He did not hasten to open the spirit beast ring, but instead extended several long, slender fingers to gently press against it, closing his eyes as his consciousness, like a serpent, silently infiltrated its depths. After a brief moment, the elder's face revealed his excitement as he opened his eyes, praising, "Indeed, these are all high-quality mature gold-eating insects, and their cultivation exceeds my expectations by a margin. Excellent. Young friend, keep this jade slip secure, ensuring no one else sees it." With that, the elder exhaled, and a beam of light flickered from his sleeve, drawing the jade slip into the air where it hovered above Lin Mo's head. "I shall remember this well," Lin Mo replied, a fleeting joy passing over his features as he respectfully grasped the jade slip in his palm and gently placed it against his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of dense ancient characters and vivid images surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The ethereal elder, having secured the spirit beast ring filled with the voracious golden devouring insects, finally felt at ease. His gaze shifted towards Lin Mo, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips, revealing a hint of curiosity as if Lin Mo harbored an endless array of fascinating secrets that piqued his interest. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Lin Mo stirred, gently withdrawing the jade slip from his forehead and retracting his scattered consciousness. How did it fare? The secret technique I imparted to you poses no issues, I trust? The elder inquired, a light smile gracing his features. How could I ever harbor such thoughts, esteemed elder? The insect cultivation technique you bestowed is profoundly intricate and mysterious, resolving numerous queries that plagued my past. It truly has illuminated my understanding, Lin Mo replied respectfully, carefully stowing the jade slip in his sleeve. A cursory glance has already yielded insights. It is evident that you possess considerable mastery over the art of insect manipulation, the ethereal elder remarked, raising an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then cautioned earnestly, "However, I must emphasize once more that while the golden devouring insect king possesses unparalleled power, successfully cultivating it requires both opportunity and diligent effort. You must act within your means. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall proceed with due consideration." Lin Mo responded gravely, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Very well, it is good that you understand. Now that our transaction is complete, you may depart from the Black Wind Pavilion. I shall follow shortly to avoid keeping our friends, the Golden Flame duo, waiting," the elder instructed calmly and discreetly. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Lin Mo affirmed, observing proper etiquette as he bowed once more before summoning his spiritual energy, transforming it into a resplendent azure arc that swiftly pierced through the hall, vanishing in an instant amidst the swirling black mist outside. The golden devouring insect king? A mere core formation cultivator dares to entertain such ambitions. The ethereal elder smirked coldly as Lin Mo's escaping light disappeared entirely. He murmured to himself, "If it were truly that simple to cultivate beings comparable to true immortals, how could my clan, the flies, still fail to dominate the spirit realm to this day? We have possessed this insect cultivation technique for many years, yet no one has truly succeeded." With a sigh, he continued, "Though a few vials of spirit milk are regrettable, the abundance of golden devouring insects ensures that my endeavor to forge the universal umbrella for transcending tribulations is nearly foolproof. The mature golden devouring insects are nearly indestructible. Thus, the umbrella crafted from them will undoubtedly be resilient, granting me greater odds when facing the trials of ascension. Reflecting on this, the ethereal elder flipped his hand, a radiant light flickering from his palm as the spirit beast ring containing the golden devouring insects materialized once more. His gaze sharpened as he formed a hand seal, lightly tapping the ring's circumference. In an instant, a surge of spiritual light erupted forth, followed by a thick, inky black mist that billowed outwards, enveloping the ring. It swiftly transformed into a block of chilling black, profound ice. With two soft snaps, the elder's other hand shimmered with brilliance as several radiant blue talismans fluttered like butterflies, adhering securely to the ice. Once this was completed, the elder's expression relaxed entirely as he carefully stored the profound ice away. Half an hour later, two brilliant streaks of gold and azure, akin to shooting stars, erupted from the white veil surrounding the island, spiraling through the air before decisively breaking through the void in a specific direction. In the midst of the shimmering light, there stood Lin Mo and Qing Yuanzi. After Lin Mo and the ethereal elder stepped out of the Black Wind Pavilion, it was unclear whether it was an unspoken understanding or some other tacit agreement. But neither Jin Yanho nor Qing Yuanzi inquired about the transaction between Lin Mo and the ethereal elder. The crowd gathered, engaged in trivial conversations while savoring the exquisite spirit wine personally brewed by Jin Yanho, before they gradually rose to take their leave. As they journeyed, Lin Mo and Qing Yuanzi exchanged little dialogue, heading directly towards the direction of Qing Yuanzi's cave dwelling. Days passed, and Lin Mo caught sight of the familiar towering peak in the distance, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. At that moment, Qing Yuanzi's light suddenly paused. Hovering midair, Lin Mo was taken aback and instinctively halted as well. Young friend Lin, Qing Yuanzi began, I trust you have achieved your desires on this journey, perhaps even gained more. I consider this a personal favor repaid. With a tranquil demeanor, Qing Yuanzi continued, upon our return to the cave, I do not intend to keep you for long. I must prepare for the next grand tribulation and seal the mountain. Yaoer must reach the integration stage to assist me during my tribulation. Thus, I need to seclude myself with her. The elixirs she requires to break through have long been prepared. Unless she successfully ascends, I shall not easily allow her to leave the mountain. Do you understand my intention? Upon hearing Qing Yuanzi's words, Lin Mo's expression altered slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and respectfully bowed to Qing Yuanzi, saying, I certainly comprehend your meaning, esteemed elder. Please convey my farewells to the two young ladies, Yuan Yao and others. I shall not return to your cave, but will depart from this realm directly. His words carried a tinge of reluctance and resolution, indicating that although he felt a sense of attachment, he understood the necessity of this decision. Ah, young friend Lin, do not hold it against me for lacking sentiment. It is truly not beneficial for Yaoer to spend more time with you at this juncture. Should their companionship extend, she may struggle with the inner demons during her advancement. I must take precautions. Upon Lin Mo's immediate agreement, Qing Yuanzi's expression softened considerably. He offered a brief explanation, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable regret. You misunderstand. Esteemed elder, I harbor no ulterior motives towards Miss Yuan Yao. I merely regard her as a confidant, Lin Mo replied with a bitter smile, his heart heavy with unspoken complexities. He found it challenging to articulate his feelings clearly, as such emotions were inherently intricate and could not be easily conveyed in mere words. Young friend regards Yaoer as a confidant, but my adopted daughter may not share the same sentiment, Qing Yuanzi remarked, his eyes narrowing, a knowing smile gracing his lips, leaving Lin Mo feeling quite flustered. I am at a loss for words, esteemed elder, and I suspect you may not wish to hear my justifications. Regardless, Lin Mo acknowledged that his successful acquisition of the Nether River Spirit Milk was largely due to the elder's great support, a kindness he would forever cherish in his heart. The younger disciple shall not linger here any longer. I hope that when we meet again, the senior has successfully overcome the tribulation. Lin Mo was evidently reluctant to dwell on this matter, hastily bowing in respectful farewell, his demeanor sincere, yet resolute. Indeed, I, Jiang, also wish my young friend the opportunity to advance to the stage of great attainment. Qing Yuanzi's expression turned somewhat solemn as he returned the gesture to Lin Mo, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. After all, Lin Mo possessed extraordinary potential, and it was conceivable that he might achieve remarkable success in the future. Observing this exchange, Lin Mo nodded, and with a flash of spiritual light enveloping him, he transformed into a streak of azure light, racing toward the distant location of the spatial rift he had departed from previously. In those earlier days, his cultivation was still nascent, requiring Qin Yuanzai's assistance to escape from that rift. Yet now, having advanced to the mid-stage of the merger realm, he could effortlessly breach the rift with his own strength and depart with grace. Qin Yuanzai stood motionless in the high sky, his robes billowing, his gaze fixed intently on the direction Lin Mo had taken. Only after the azure light had vanished entirely beyond the horizon did he emit a barely audible sigh, contemplating inwardly. This lad has progressed remarkably fast, and with the abundance of Nether River milk he has obtained, advancing to the later stage of merger should pose no challenge. However, achieving the stage of great attainment seems unlikely without certain fortuitous encounters. Nevertheless, he is an anomaly, possessing considerable treasures and secrets. Thus, his advancement to great attainment may yet be feasible. Having spoken these thoughts aloud, Qin Yuanzai withdrew his gaze and, with a flash of light, shot toward his own cave abode, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. A short while later, at an unnamed peak within the realm of the Nether River, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted, akin to invisible ripples radiating outward. Soon after, a gray mist parted, revealing a vast, dark rift that resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, exuding an air of mystery and danger. Following this, a thunderous clap resounded, and a five-colored beam of light shot forth from the summit of the mountain. This brilliant and dazzling light, in a fleeting moment, vanished into the rift, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed. Subsequently, the spatial fluctuations began to wane, and the immense rift gradually sealed itself as before. The surroundings returned to tranquility, as if the astonishing and magical scene had merely been a fleeting dream. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed in the blink of an eye, and over 300 years slipped away. For the vast spirit realm, this span may have been but a mere heartbeat in its lengthy existence, appearing inconsequential. Yet for ordinary mortals, it represented an unattainable stretch of time, a length of lifespan they could only dream of. For those immortal practitioners, capable of soaring through the skies and possessing extraordinary powers, such an extensive passage of time is undeniably a precious epoch that cannot be overlooked. Throughout these 3 centuries, various sects and noble families have seized this interval to diligently nurture their kin and disciples, successfully cultivating several generations. Consequently, the strength of families and sects has undergone a subtle yet significant transformation. However, for the entirety of humankind, these 300 years have ushered in monumental changes. In the present day, centuries later, the lands of humanity are now teeming with battalions of armored warriors, patrolling various regions and safeguarding the peace of the human race. Towering fortresses, reminiscent of colossal cities, have emerged, characterized by their grand scale and robust architecture, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. Surrounding these immense urban centers, a multitude of intricate arrays and prohibitions spread like a spider's web, densely entwining the vicinity. Layer upon layer encircles the cities, rendering their defenses impenetrable. Even the most formidable foes would likely be daunted by such formidable arrangements, deterred from launching an incursion. Those practitioners at the stages of foundation establishment and nascent soul, once a rarity in ordinary cities a few centuries ago, now frequently appear before mortals, no longer shrouded in mystery or obscured from sight. Some fortunate commoners may even catch glimpses of celestial transformation-level practitioners, whose formidable presence evokes both reverence and envy. The number of mortal body cultivators has surged exponentially due to the fervent expansion of various factions, resulting in a truly remarkable increase. They are now equipped with superior weaponry, vastly enhancing their combat prowess. Moreover, those common citizens who cannot even cultivate body techniques have not remained idle. Various factions have organized substantial groups of young adults to practice martial arts, aiming to strengthen their bodies and acquire some means of self-defense in these turbulent times. Remarkably, this initiative is largely voluntary among the common populace, driven by the widespread awareness of the impending demonic calamity, a topic so well known that even 3-year-old children can articulate it with clarity. Fear of the upcoming tribulation fills the hearts of the people, prompting their proactive preparations. Over a century ago, emissaries from the sacred islands appeared in the grand cities. their expressions grave as they announced the precise prediction that the demonic calamity would descend within 200 years. They emphasized that this calamity would be far more ferocious and perilous than any previous occurrences, cautioning that a momentary lapse could lead to the annihilation of the entire human race. Consequently, both cultivators and commoners, in shock, hastened to prepare their countermeasures at a pace several times faster than before. In an instant, various materials and spiritual herbs in the bustling markets were swiftly depleted, leaving behind only barren shelves, which appeared rather desolate. In the private medicinal gardens of the major sects and noble families, there exist some spiritual herbs currently being cultivated. However, these herbs differ significantly from the rare varieties that were once grown. The focus has shifted to those that mature swiftly yet remain the most commonly utilized spiritual grasses and flowers, as there is an urgent need for resources that can be deployed immediately. Concerning the matters that various factions had previously shrouded in secrecy, at this critical juncture of survival, they have emerged with a fervor, no longer concealing their capabilities. Everyone is keenly aware that an additional force against the impending calamity offers greater assurance. Moreover, certain factions have begun to frequently exchange esoteric techniques and practices, abandoning their previous reticence in a bid to elevate their strength to unprecedented heights within a short span. Preparing for the forthcoming tribulations, the entire spiritual realm is imbued with an atmosphere of unparalleled unity and tension. Undoubtedly, among the human factions, the most formidable are Tianyuan City and the three imperial cities. The former is a bastion of elite warriors from both the human and demon races, fortified by 10 formidable cultivators, thus providing an immense sense of security to humanity. The latter gathers high-ranking cultivators from the three realms, guarded personally by the three emperors, creating an indomitable presence that serves as a robust barrier for the human race. Slightly lesser factions include the 10 major sects and the 3 great true spirit families, which also possess considerable allure, drawing a multitude of mortals and rogue cultivators to converge upon them. Within a mere few centuries, their populations have surged more than tenfold, nearing their capacity limits, resulting in a truly spectacular scene. Not only are the human factions demonstrating a resolute determination to confront this calamity, but the demon race and several nearby alien factions have mobilized their entire clans as well. Over the past 3 centuries, various races have dispatched envoys in rapid succession to share critical information regarding the impending tribulation. Everyone is on high alert, bracing themselves for the calamity, for its arrival signifies a matter of life and death for entire races. Amidst this atmosphere of universal preparedness, in a mountain range not far from Tianyuan City, an extraordinary scene unfolds. Approximately 300 to 400 cultivators have gathered atop a peak, their expressions focused and intent. They are attentively listening to a young woman clad in white, seated upon a massive rock, as she expounds upon a particularly profound technique. The woman, appearing no older than 17 or 18, possesses a strikingly ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Her form is enveloped in layers of milky white lotus shadows, which exude an enchanting and mysterious aura. A deep blue lotus-shaped mark adorns her brow, further enhancing her otherworldly elegance and captivating presence, evoking an involuntary admiration among those who gaze upon her. The assembled listeners, comprising individuals of all ages and genders, predominantly don Taoist attire, clearly indicating their affiliation with a particular sect. The remaining fraction, clad in blue robes and bearing swords, also seems to belong to a similar school, exhibiting a notable sense of uniformity. However, it is evident that the cultivation levels of these individuals are rather modest, with only a handful having attained the golden core stage. The majority remain at the foundation establishment level, necessitating continual practice to enhance their abilities. Thus concludes today's teachings. The next seminar will be held in 3 months, during which your esteemed senior uncle will personally elucidate the principles of the 5 elements. You may now take your leave. After a full hour, the enchanting woman finally completed her exposition of the techniques. Her expression remained serene, her tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority as she issued the dismissal. In accordance with the decree of our esteemed master, several hundred cultivators responded solemnly, bowing in unison to the woman with great reverence. Subsequently, they respectfully activated their magical instruments or directly commanded their treasures, departing in an orderly fashion. In an instant, the sky was alight with flickering escape lights. A truly magnificent sight. The woman in white gazed at the retreating lights, and suddenly, with a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she directed her words toward a nearby large tree. Senior brother High, these disciples are clearly your and Senior brother Chilling's students. Yet you have insisted on bringing me here to teach them. Do you not think that is a bit excessive? Though her words carried a tone of reproach, they were laced with affection, indicating their close relationship. I never intended to take on any disciples. It was merely a consequence of being duped by our eldest brother that I ended up with such a troublesome lot. Moreover, when it comes to imparting knowledge through the divine induction technique, my junior sister far surpasses both me and our eldest brother by 100-fold. Otherwise, how could these disciples have made such astonishing progress within just a few centuries, with several even reaching the golden core stage? Suddenly, a flash of white light emerged beneath the tree, revealing a handsome young man clad in a blue robe. His face was adorned with a playful grin. As he attempted to justify himself, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if he were the one wronged.